Magino, please serve me a Bloody Mary. A young boy, clad in a flowing black robe and possessing an enigmatic gaze that belied his age, appeared before the bar. Initially, Magino, while polishing a glass, displayed a hint of exasperation. Bayou, did I not mention that one must be of age to indulge in alcohol? You are merely 16 this year, and today is not the day for Ace's departure. Why aren't you there to bid him farewell? As she spoke, Magino skillfully concocted a glass of crimson liquid and handed it to Bayou. Bayou accepted the glass and tilted it back, savoring the fiery sensation of the spirit coursing through him. This is life. As a reincarnate, Bayou had been fostered by Garp since childhood, transforming the trio of troublemakers from the original tale into a quartet. In addition to enduring Garp's rigorous training, Bayou frequented Magino's tavern daily. Initially, he drank only milk, but gradually developed a taste for stronger spirits. Despite Magino's vehement protests, she ultimately succumbed to the depths of his gaze, which belied his youthful years. Ding! The system is unlocking. Current progress has reached 99%. Please remain in place, host. An ethereal voice echoed in by Yes Mind. Indeed, this is the hallmark of a reincarnate. Referred to as a system, it is an auxiliary tool. Since his earliest memories, Bayou had rushed to the tavern each day solely for the purpose of unlocking the system. Years passed, 3 years turned into another 3. Bayou had signed in for 14 years. At last, the moment of final unlocking had arrived that, in comparison to welcoming the arrival of this auxiliary system, bidding farewell to Ace was utterly trivial. At this moment, Bayou was consumed by a singular question. What exactly is the system that has taken 14 years to unlock? Bayou, you seem lost in thought again. Though you are merely 16, you appear as if you carry the weight of 60 years. Magino shook her head and refilled by Yes glass. I do not know what burdens you bear, but look at Luffy, he is overjoyed at Ace's departure. You ought to take a page from his book. Magino was no stranger to the four brothers Ace's stubbornness, Sabo's refined demeanor, and Luffy's single-mindedness. Yet, it was the boy before her that remained an enigma. As a tavern owner with an eye for character, it was astonishing that she could not fathom this youth. Such a reality was hard for Magino to accept, yet it was undeniable. Magino, I have no desire to resemble that foolish giant, incessantly shouting about becoming a pirate. Luffy, when the old man returns, he will surely be in for a beating. Considering the timeline, that old codger should be back soon. Ace's departure is likely an escape from him. However, I firmly believe that Ace will seek me out upon leaving. Bayou took another swig of his drink, his gaze becoming slightly unfocused. This was not drunkenness. Years of sneaking drinks had rendered Bayou remarkably resilient. According to him, this was merely an appreciation of the spirit's flavor. You little rascal, ever the epitome of confidence. But the next time you come to mooch drinks, remember to call me Auntie, or I shall charge you. Magino cast a fleeting glance, soon hearing the hurried footsteps outside. Bang! The door swung open with a resounding thud. Luffy, adorned in a straw hat, charged in first. Indeed, just as in the original tale, Luffy had been thoroughly influenced by Shanks. As for why Bayou did not intervene in Shanks' actions, it was simply due to the cumbersome nature of the situation. Bayou, Ace is here to challenge you again this time. The customary rule is that whoever wins becomes the elder brother. Luffy collided with the bar, the force of his impact causing the tavern to tremble momentarily. Observing this scene, Bayou shook his head in resignation, relieved that he had not thwarted Shanks' brainwashing. Otherwise, a person as single-minded as Luffy, devoid of the gum-gum fruit and the protagonist's halo, would have likely met with a fatal accident long ago. Bayou, I thought you would come to see me off. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Ace, with a face full of freckles and a red cowboy hat, appeared at the entrance. Were you worried about losing to me? Losing to you? Bayou chuckled, shaking his head. Do not flatter yourself. When you call my name from now on, be sure to add the title Elder Brother afterward. For all these years, you haven't even bested me in stealing milk as a child. Do you truly believe you could defeat me now? It is nothing short of a jest. In this lifetime, you shall remain the little brother. Bayou, I am the little brother. What is wrong with being the little brother? Luffy interjected, adjusting his hat. Bayou and Ace chose to disregard him. They had long grown accustomed to this simple-minded little brother. Bayou even suspected that Luffy had choked on amniotic fluid at birth. Otherwise, surely he would have inhaled some fresh air, preventing such foolishness, right? Nonetheless, over the past decade, Bayu had firmly suppressed Ace and his companions, solidifying his position as the elder brother. What jest! With the memories of his past life, Bayu knew that if he could not surpass his peers, his existence would be akin to living like a dog. Bayu, the old man will be back soon. I have no desire to waste words with you. Today, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you. Ace spoke urgently, pulling out a water pipe from behind him. This was Sabo's signature weapon. It seemed that in the years since Sabo's supposed demise, Ace, eager to become a good brother to Luffy, had not only plagiarized Sabo's personality, but had also covertly mastered his combat techniques. Sabo once expressed his lifelong wish to defeat you. While he cannot fulfill it now, I shall accomplish his desire. Ace tightened his grip on the water pipe, a glimmer of nostalgia appearing on his face. The atmosphere in the tavern turned somewhat oppressive. Even Magino had heard of Sabo's unfortunate fate. Yet Bayu remained unfazed, shaking his head as he downed another glass of spirits. It was not that Bayu was heartless, it was simply that Sabo was alive and well. Mourning for the desolate was absurd. As Bayu prepared to stand and accept the challenge from Ace, a notification rang out. Ding! System unlocked successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ultimate template system. Ding! In light of the host's proactive attendance for 14 years, you have received the ultimate template. Gift pack. Would you like to activate it immediately? A series of system notifications echoed around him. Bayu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After such a long wait, the system had finally been activated. An abundance of information regarding the system surged rapidly into Bayu's mind. Soon, a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes as he finally grasped the true nature of this ultimate template system. Chapter 2. A wooden sword is sufficient according to the system. Once the most powerful template system is activated, it will bestow a random entity template. Throughout the process of continually unlocking this template, Bayu will have the opportunity to acquire other templates and integrate them within this primary template. By completing corresponding tasks and unlocking progress, he will also earn system points. The system features a marketplace where these points can be exchanged for a variety of goods, sourced from myriad realms across the universe. Upon reaching this conclusion, Bayu exhaled deeply, realizing that gaining strength in this world was assured. As per the system's description, as long as he unlocks a formidable entity template and adheres to the outlined progression, how could he not become powerful? Unless one chooses the path of passivity. Bayu believed that unless Ace and his companions drastically changed their fortunes, they would never rise to prominence in their lifetime. He decided to open the grand gift package to discover what character template awaited him, hoping to draw a remarkable figure and start ahead of the curve. Bayu murmured to himself, who wouldn't he wish to be fortunate? At the very least, he did not wish to begin his journey as the unfortunate one. System. Please activate the beginner's gift package immediately. Ding. Host, please wait. The countdown for the beginner's gift package is commencing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. As he observed the system dragging its feet through the unlocking process, Bayu shot at a glance, though his fists instinctively clenched. Having lived 2 lives and undergone the grueling training under Carp, Bayu surpassed his peers by leaps and bounds. Yet, in a world governed by the survival of the fittest, no one would reject the chance to grow stronger. Especially with the power of a cheat at his disposal, why not seize it? Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the beginner's gift package. Insight symbol X2, awakening symbol X1. Entity character template unlocked. Current character template is Ginmu Kenpachi. Host, Bayu Dao power. 500 strength, 420 speed, 450 stamina, 800 weapon. Non-initial character template, Ginmu Kenpachi, unlock progress, 0 skills. None. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the character panel, Bayu raised an eyebrow in surprise. As a reincarnator, he understood that achieving a Dao power of 500 would qualify him as a superhuman. It seemed he had just reached that level. The astonishing stamina was also a consequence of Carp's brutal training. Without a strong constitution, he might have already perished. At this moment, Bayu was most eager to discover what transformation Ginmu Kenpachi, a character from Bleach, renowned as one of the few elite forces of the 13th Division, would bring to him. Bayu, why are you silent? Are you worried about losing upon seeing the pipe in my hand? Ace's voice echoed again. as he twirled the pipe before pointing it sharply at Baiyu. Indeed, I have concealed my knowledge of pipe combat solely to triumph over you when we set sail. If I can defeat you now, it will surely leave you feeling frustrated for quite some time. The mere thought of over a decade of pent-up frustration under Baiyu's restraint can now be utterly unleashed. A glimmer of mirth dances in Ace's eyes. Such matters are simply exhilarating to contemplate. You speak of hidden pipe techniques? Baiyu snapped back to reality. Makino, please fill my cup. Ace, I forgot to mention. I was already aware of your clandestine study of Sabo's pipe techniques. Nevertheless, since you are setting sail today, I shall not have many opportunities to torment you in the future. Out of consideration for my little brother, I shall reveal my cards. I will defeat you with swordsmanship. You reveal your cards? The pipe in Ace's hand abruptly halted its dance. This defies logic, does it not? Wasn't this trump card solely his? How did it come to be in Baiyu's hands, now turned into his revelation? As for this so-called swordsmanship, does anyone around him comprehend it? Baiyu. You must be jesting, Ace hastily interjected. That old man, Carp, possesses naught but his fists and refuses to impart even the 6 styles of the Navy to us. To claim you understand swordsmanship is nothing short of deceit. All along, Carp had kept Baiyu and his companions sheltered amidst the mountain bandits of Dawn. They would frequently slip back to the East Sea from headquarters. However, apart from honing their own martial prowess and extracting latent potential, not an ounce of combat techniques, such as the Navy's 6 styles, had been imparted. Of course, according to Carp's words, you may learn through clandestine means. But it shall never be by my teachings. This is the Navy's principle. Now, Baiyu suddenly informs him that he has mastered swordsmanship under the tutelage of Carp, who is solely a practitioner of fist techniques. Is this a jest? Heh, Ace, believe it or not, Baiyu chuckled, casting a glance at the clock hanging in the tavern. However, I must remind you, if you do not wish to fight, you ought to depart swiftly. Otherwise, when the old man returns, you shall find no escape. Baiyu had no desire to elucidate the allure of the system. Even if he were to explain, it is likely no one would believe him. The old man? Ace abruptly regained his focus, realizing that his decision to sail today was also a means to evade Carp. If he did not set forth soon, he might indeed find himself trapped. As for whether Baiyu understood swordsmanship, Ace remained determined to settle matters through combat. Let us step outside and have a bout. I shall wield this pipe to deliver a thorough thrashing. Ace gritted his teeth. Baiyu, with a smile, drained his cup and glanced toward the corner of the bar. Makino, could you lend me a wooden sword? A wooden sword? Makino regarded the cobweb-covered wooden sword. This sword was left behind by a customer long ago and has yet to be reclaimed. If you desire it, I can offer it to you. But are you truly resolved to duel Ace with a training wooden sword? Makino, rest assured, a wooden sword shall suffice to deal with Ace. Baiyu smiled as he accepted the wooden sword. This nonchalant demeanor made Ace's facial muscles twitch involuntarily. Yet, the suffocating frustration lodged in his chest was something Ace chose to endure as he turned and strode out of the tavern. At this moment, there was but one thing Ace yearned to do. With the water pipe in hand, he dealt a severe blow to Baiyu. Have you heard? Ace, preparing to set sail, is set to duel Baiyu once more, and everyone is gathered to witness the spectacle. Hasn't Ace never triumphed over Baiyu before? Is there truly a need for another battle? It is rumored that this time Ace has come prepared, having concealed his tactics all along. Waiting for this day to reclaim his honor, it seems Baiyu is destined to lose. Windmill Village is quaint, and both Ace and Baiyu are considered figures of renown within it. This challenge has immediately stirred quite a number of villagers. At the dock, Marquino also made a special effort to close the tavern and rush over, observing the two figures locked in confrontation. A hint of concern crept into Marquino's gaze towards Baiyu. Faced with this young boy, who, though small in stature, persistently lingers to mooch drinks, Marquino can't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. After all, who does not know the outcome when a wooden sword faces an iron pipe? Chapter 3. A single strike topples Ace Baiyu. It seems that today's battle will leave you utterly humiliated in Windmill Village, Ace mused, tightening his grip on the water pipe and tilting his hat with a hint of amusement. However, to ensure a fair victory, I could allow you to switch weapons. Otherwise, your wooden sword will be no match for my onslaught. Even if I were to win, it would feel like an empty victory. No need for that. A wooden sword suffices to deal with you, Bai Yu replied with a smile, casually glancing at Ace as he took a sip from his drink. You. Ace found himself momentarily speechless. Yet, confronted with Bai Yu's calm demeanor today, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. In past challenges, Bai Yu had indeed exerted a subtle pressure on him, but never had it felt as if the very air around them had come to a standstill. This simple standoff, as time wore on, seemed to sap his fighting spirit in an eerie manner. Was it the wooden sword in Bai Yu's hand? Ace pondered, eyeing the long-forgotten weapon. The only difference in Bai Yu's approach compared to previous challenges was this addition. Could it be that he truly comprehended the way of the sword? Come on, Ace. You must defeat Bai Yu and reclaim our honor. Luffy's voice rang out, breaking the strange tension. Ace snapped back to reality, fixing his gaze intently on Bai Yu. After exhaling a deep breath, he declared, Bai Yu, you are indeed different today. However, I will demonstrate that underestimating one's opponent is a fatal flaw. I shall vanquish you within 10 strikes. Draw your sword. Is that so? Bai Yu replied, tilting his head back to drain the last of his drink. With a sudden surge of strength, he crushed the bottle in his right hand. The fiery sensation of the spirits coursed through him, igniting his blood like a raging inferno. A grin spread across his face, enhancing the aura of bloodlust that enveloped him. Indeed, Bai Yu had now fully merged with the essence of Genmu Kenpachi. The bloodthirsty madness unique to Genmu Kenpachi surged from the depths of his soul, unleashed without reservation. As he slowly drew the wooden sword, its tip angled toward the ground. The atmosphere thickened with an intense, soul-stirring energy that detonated in an instant. In that moment, both Ace and the spectators felt as if they were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. The overwhelming aura of primal ferocity crashed over them like a tidal wave, starkly contrasting Bai Yu's previous composed demeanor. With the sword in hand, he now radiated the essence of a predator ready to pounce. Is this truly the brother I know? Is this the opponent I am to challenge? Ace could only feel a singular emotion. He was not facing a man, but rather a savage beast. Ding. The character template for Genmu Kenpachi has unlocked at 1% progress. Initial unlocking grants ultimate spiritual pressure. Bai Yu smiled knowingly. His first encounter with a sword had already begun to unlock the template, granting him unparalleled spiritual pressure. Indeed, it was a moment of sheer exhilaration. Yet for now, he sought a worthy opponent to test his blade. Shall we begin? Bai Yu spoke with a smile, though the brutality etched upon his countenance intensified. Ace, suddenly awakened, realized that his palm, clenched around the water pipe, was already drenched with perspiration. He raised his gaze to meet Bai Yu's eyes, revealing a flicker of shame and anger. Bai Yu, since you are so eager to seek defeat, do not blame your subordinates for being merciless. With a crash, Ace took the initiative, feeling an overwhelming beast-like presence. The only recourse was to swiftly vanquish Bai Yu and dispel the haunting shadow imprinted in his heart. The distance of several meters vanished in the blink of an eye. The water pipe in his hand began to whirl with increasing velocity. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters. Bai Yu grinned with bloodlust, slowly raising the wooden sword high above his head. Such a glaring opening incited Ace's anger, and he roared in response, Bai Yu, it seems you truly underestimate me. With such a flawed posture, I can defeat you in a single strike. Boom. The ultimate spiritual pressure concealed within Bai Yu erupted without warning. A golden wave of energy surged forth like a raging tide. Ace, now within arm's reach, felt as if he had collided with an invisible wall, his charge abruptly faltering. The wooden sword, now raised high, descended with the weight of mountains, striking downward with tremendous force. This blow was devoid of any embellishments, embodying the essence of the Great Wood Sword's technique. As a top-tier combatant within the 13th Guard, Bai Yu was marked as a force to be reckoned with. The horizontal slash was his ultimate move. This strike amalgamated Bai Yu's unparalleled spiritual pressure. Ace's pupils constricted in an instant, as if facing not merely a wooden sword, but an immovable mountain, overwhelming in its pressure. Bang! The wooden sword met the water pipe in a violent clash. A tremendous force erupted, akin to a stampede of wild stallions. The water pipe, which should have easily shattered the wooden sword, snapped in response. as agony surged through Ace's hand. The wooden sword, imbued with boundless golden light, cleaved down upon his shoulder. Boom! Ace was hurled backward at a speed rivaling thunder, crashing into a boulder several meters away. The immense impact fractured the rock, creating a web of cracks that spread like wildfire. The vast dock plunged into an eerie silence. With a single stroke, the wooden sword not only severed the water pipe, but also sent Ace flying more than 10 meters away. Was this truly a human? If one had not witnessed it with their own eyes, few would dare to believe it. Ace's ambitious challenge was thus met with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing your first battle. The unlocking progress of the Great Wood Sword has reached 5%. Reward, 50 system points. The ethereal notification chimed at the perfect moment. Observing the sudden spike of 4% in his unlocking progress, Baiyu found further affirmation of his hypothesis. In addition to completing daily slashing tasks, the most expedient method to unlock the Great Wood Sword was indeed to challenge formidable opponents. However, according to the system, each time the progress of unlocking reaches 5%, one is able to unlock a skill. Once 20% is attained, the next template character can be unlocked. The unlocked characters are to be fully integrated into the main template, thereby enhancing the power of Yamamoto. This is the shortcut that Baiyu seeks in his quest for rapid strength. As for the system shop, one can purchase randomly generated items using the accumulated shop points. Observing the meager 2 items in the shop, Baiyu helplessly touched his nose. This system is truly pitiful. The special weighted bracers from the Dragon X world are worth 30 points, while the modified Nutritional Express from an unknown new world is valued at 20 points. Adding the 2 items together just reaches a total of 50 points. Baiyu genuinely suspects that the system is akin to a landlord, deliberately squeezing the meager points of a poor farmer like him, leaving no surplus for the impoverished household. Nevertheless, despite the grumbling, Baiyu is eager to ascertain what reward he will receive upon breaking through to 5% in unlocking. System, grant me the unlocking of skills. Ding, please hold on. Host, a series of system prompts flashed through Baiyu's mind, and upon seeing the final skill unlocked, his eyes brightened. This cheat is remarkably stable. Indeed, hacking the system brings fleeting joy, and every day of cheating is a day of delight. Chapter 4. Only children aspire to become the Pirate King. Ding. Congratulations, host. Skill unlocked successfully. Sword pressure. A torrent of information surged into Baiyu's mind. In the next instant, his eyes sparkled with realization. This sword pressure was akin to the flying slash of this world. By infusing his own spiritual pressure into the blade, he could manifest it. However, unlike the ordinary flying slash, this technique, imbued with Yamamoto's scorching spiritual pressure, would also impart a searing sensation upon impact. Undoubtedly, Baiyu's strength had ascended to a new echelon. Witnessing his abilities leap forward twice within a single day, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at such exaggerated advantages. Yet, the exhilaration was undeniably intoxicating. Baiyu Ace, we're in grave danger. The Western Seas have spotted Grandpa's warship. Luffy cried out in panic. Ace, you must set sail immediately. If you delay any longer, you might truly be captured and forced to join the Navy. Baiyu exited the system and gazed at the distant sea, where a dog-headed warship was rapidly approaching. He instantly understood that Garp was likely returning to prevent Ace from setting out. However, upon seeing Ace lying on the ground, his face etched with bitterness, Baiyu recognized the toll that last strike had taken on both his body and spirit. A hopeful challenge had been abruptly ended by a single blow. Had this encounter concluded before it even began? The previous matches, which had been evenly contested, now seemed like mere child's play in comparison. Could the future Pirate King still rise again? Baiyu leaped to Ace's side, glancing at his somewhat fractured shoulder. That last strike had evidently been overzealous. Fortunately, it was not a true blade. Otherwise, Baiyu would be left to gather Ace's remains. Baiyu, you truly concealed your prowess well. I never imagined you to be a master of the sword. It seems we have all been deceived. If Sabo were to find out, he would undoubtedly be astounded. But alas, he cannot witness this. Ace said, shaking his head bitterly. My collarbone is fractured. I cannot move for a while. Given Garp's temperament, I fear I cannot escape the clutches of the Navy. For Ace, there lingered a hint of resentment towards his biological father, the pirate King Roger, for his choices. Yet, this did not deter him from pursuing his dreams of piracy, freedom, and adventure, unlike Luffy, who had been indoctrinated by Shanks. Ace possessed a vision and ambition of his own. Of course, should he encounter Whitebeard in the future, his father's ideologies might sway him in a different direction. By you, I am the true future Pirate King. The title belongs solely to me. None of you are worthy. Luffy shouted as he came running. But Ace, you still need to set sail quickly. I'll hold off Grandpa for you. Ace could only smile wryly and shake his head, setting aside his injuries. He recognized that he was in no condition to fight. Relying on Luffy to buy him time seemed futile. Even one strike of the iron fist of love would likely overwhelm him. All right, don't dwell on it too much. In this situation, let the elder brother take charge and help you pursue your dreams. Baiyu exhaled deeply, patting Ace's shoulder, and casually tossed a bottle of white packaged drink. Consuming it could aid in the recovery of one's injuries to some extent. This was a magical modified nutritional supplement exchanged for 20 points within the system. Gazing at the white liquid, Baiyu was momentarily reminded of a past life, feeling an unsettling sensation in his throat. Nevertheless, the product description provided by the system was undeniably enticing. Recovering from injuries? Ace was bewildered. As he scrutinized the liquid within the bottle, he genuinely questioned whether Baiyu was indulging in some dark humor at his expense. However, with no turning back and driven by his desire to set sail, he steeled himself and gulped it down. The instant it entered his mouth, the icy sensation sent a refreshing chill through Ace, compelling him to shudder with delight. The pervasive aches throughout his body ebbed away like a receding tide, and the excruciating pain in his shoulders swiftly dissipated. By the time Ace finished the bottle of nutritional supplement and regained his senses, he was astounded to discover that his previously agonizingly immobile arm had miraculously healed. The speed of recovery was astonishingly formidable. If you're better, let's board the ship quickly. I can already envision that old man's sour expression, Baiyu urged. Astonished at the efficacy of the magical nutritional supplement, Ace snapped back to reality, straightening himself with Luffy's assistance. Thank you, Baiyu. But if my grandfather finds out that you helped me set sail, you might not escape unscathed in the future, he cautioned. Though Ace relished clashing with Garp, he was well aware of the old man's nature. Rest assured, I have no intention of becoming a pirate. Only children aspire to be the Pirate King. Baiyu replied nonchalantly as he took a swig of alcohol. From now on, I shall set sail as a naval commander. In the future, if you and Luffy get captured and sent to a high-security prison, there will certainly be someone to rescue you. Ace, Baiyu is right. We need not worry about being captured in the future, Luffy chimed in, slapping his forehead in agreement. Baiyu shot him a glance and tossed the flask over. Take a sip. When we meet again, we shall be adversaries, so do not let me catch you off guard. Ace was taken aback, completely unprepared for Baiyu's decision. Did you not say that minors cannot drink alcohol? You've already run away from home, embracing your rebellious youth. What is there to discuss about not drinking? Baiyu retorted. A sip of alcohol might numb your nerves, so you won't hinder your escape later. Hurry and finish it, then scram. Thanks. Ace hesitated momentarily before swiftly accepting the flask and downing a mouthful of strong liquor. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs erupted, causing Ace's eyes to widen. Had he not witnessed Baiyu drink from the same flask, he might have doubted whether he had just consumed a potent poison. The strength of this liquor was far beyond their usual sake. Little man, Baiyu scoffed disdainfully. Being a man means tackling the grandest tasks and drinking the strongest spirits. Now, hurry up, the old man is on his way. Ace, you audacious scoundrel, how dare you conceal your intentions from me and venture into piracy? Today, if I do not plunge you into the depths of the sea, I shall never find peace. It would be an utter waste of my efforts. A frantic roar echoed from a distant warship, shattering the tranquility of the dock. Margino hastened forward. Ace, setting sail now may indeed provoke Mr. Carp. Should we perhaps wait for a more opportune moment? As the tavern owner, Margino was well aware of Mr. Carp's formidable reputation, having heard his name resonate throughout the East Sea. Village Chief Daps, leaning heavily on his cane, interjected with urgency. Ace, Margino speaks the truth. When Mr. Carp is enraged, he could very well unleash his fury. If you acknowledge your mistake, he is likely to forgive you. The villagers gathered around began to voice their concerns as well. As Ace gazed at the increasingly discernible figure of Carp atop the dog-headed warship, he instinctively turned his gaze toward Bayou. Chapter 5. My grandson possesses the bearing of a great general. Fear not. I shall safeguard your journey, Bayou declared, taking a hearty swig of his drink before patting Ace on the shoulder. Faced with Bayou's inexplicable confidence, Ace inhaled deeply and leaped aboard the ship. As the sails, already unfurled, billowed out with the release of the ropes, the pirate vessel surged forth, swiftly departing the dock. The moment they set sail, a palpable tension enveloped the crowd observing Ace's reckless determination. They understood that leaving the harbor was merely the beginning. The true trial awaited in the form of Garp's wrath. That insolent little brat, he has no regard for his grandfather's fury. Garp's expression darkened as he bellowed in exasperation. Ace, if you wish to be a pirate, you must first pass my test. Should you fail, you shall remain in the depths of the sea to feed the fish. Bring me the massive iron ball. The sound of clanking chains echoed ominously as a colossal iron sphere emerged above the deck of the dog-headed warship. Bayou's conviction grew stronger. It was evident that Garp possessed formidable abilities. No ordinary person could so casually produce such a massive object. Ace's complexion paled, and he could not suppress a nervous gulp. Though he often exchanged playful blows with Garp, he never anticipated that the old man could escalate his antics to such formidable levels. If that iron ball, comparable to a warship, were to fall, his slender limbs would surely not withstand it. Let us go, Bayou urged. His simple command followed by another sip of his drink as he strode forth to the edge of the dock. Gazing up at the enormous iron ball effortlessly raised above Garp's head, Bayou's eyes widened. Ace, get as far away as you can. Leave the rest to me. You scoundrel, Bayou, you are backing Ace. Garp exploded in fury. Since you wish to obstruct me, I shall see what audacity you possess to stir up a tempest. Fist of meteor, massive iron ball. With a powerful swing, Garp hurled the iron sphere, unleashing a cataclysmic force upon the sea. The sound of the sonic boom reverberated through the air, causing many villagers to kneel in fear. No, rather, it is Ace aboard the pirate ship whose legs trembled in submission. Caught off guard by the formidable adversary he faced upon leaving the shore. Confronted with the descending iron ball, Ace finally grasped the insignificance of his self-assured strength. Bayou, do not betray me, he muttered bitterly, watching as the sphere loomed larger in his vision. With a resounding crash, a golden beam of light erupted, seemingly in response to his plight. An overwhelming aura swept over the dock, as Bayou unleashed the full extent of his latent spiritual pressure for the very first time. The relentless determination displayed by Bayou ignited a fervent surge within his veins. The wooden sword gripped tightly in his hand erupted with an unparalleled ferocity, infused with a profound spiritual pressure. As the bloodthirsty battle intent and a cruel smile broke forth upon his visage, Bayou's wooden sword cleaved through the air without warning. Sword pressure. A thunderous roar reverberated as the very fabric of space appeared to rend apart. A colossal golden blade of energy, stretching several meters, pierced the void with an earth-shattering force. The ocean beneath was cleaved in two, while the intense heat of the spiritual pressure caused the waters to boil. In mere moments, the distance of 100 meters closed in an instant, culminating in a collision with a massive iron ball plummeting from the sky. Boom! A tremendous shockwave cascaded across the sea, reminiscent of a hurricane at full force. The overwhelming impact sent the colossal iron ball hurtling away, crashing onto the surface of the ocean hundreds of meters away. The explosive surge of wind and waves generated massive tides, while the pirate ship where Ace stood was violently overturned, flung 1,000 meters away by the tempestuous winds of the explosion. At that moment, Ace, along with his comrades, was left wide-eyed and agape, their mouths forming in oofed disbelief. To cleave an iron ball, comparable to a battleship, in such a manner was utterly astonishing, shattering their understanding of the possible. Had that strike landed upon Ace himself, he would have surely been obliterated. Nevertheless, This powerful blow allowed Ace's ship to gain considerable distance from Karp's warship, propelled further by the explosive winds. As he observed the figures on the dock gradually fading into the distance, Ace regained his composure, gripping the railing tightly as he murmured to himself, "Truly, my elder brother conceals his strength well. It seems I remain the younger sibling in his presence. However, this vast ocean affords me the opportunity to grow stronger. And when we next meet, I shall defeat him. Should we pursue Vice Admiral Karp?" A hesitant naval soldier inquired. "Let him go. It seems I have overlooked a crucial matter during my absence," Karp replied, his tense muscles relaxing as he turned to gaze behind him. "Bogart, what are your thoughts on that last strike? To execute such a powerful flying slash suggests a mastery at the level of a swordsman, someone who could potentially challenge the rank of lieutenant within the Navy headquarters." Draped in a cloak and adorned with a cowboy hat, Bogart, his expression cold and contemplative, responded after a moment of reflection, "It appears you have underestimated him, Lieutenant," Karp remarked, taken aback. Bogart, having been by his side for decades and a master of the sword, offered this assessment, which underscored the exceptional nature of Bayou's earlier strike. "Mr. Karp, the young Bayou has already attained the level of a swordsman. If he could be persuaded to join the Navy headquarters and receive proper training, his future potential would undoubtedly rival your own. He possesses the stature of a general." Bogart's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he continued. "Moreover, his swordsmanship, if guided by a master, could lead him to achieve the pinnacle of swordsman status at such a tender age, truly marking him as a genius in the art of the sword. However, if he has reached this level through self-study, that presents a different narrative altogether. If one were to seek a fitting term for his prowess, perhaps only the word prodigy would suffice to encapsulate his identity. The stature of a general?" Karp's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement as he broke into hearty laughter. "Ha! Bogart, are you suggesting that my grandson possesses the stature of a general? Such praise has never before escaped your lips. However, are you implying that I should recruit Bayou into the Navy headquarters? Have you already devised a plan?" Karp was well aware of the old comrade who currently held the title of instructor on the ship. Over the decades, very few have earned such commendation from him. Among them is the current Navy Admiral Akiji, who stands as one of the few. Chapter 6. The Purpose of Joining the Navy Bayou. Possessing the demeanor of a swordsman indeed took me by surprise. However, to prevent the squandering of his innate talent, I shall promptly devise a training plan to enhance his abilities, lest he falter in his path of growth. Bogart contemplated numerous thoughts in his mind. Yet, this is contingent upon Mr. Karp facilitating his entry into the naval headquarters. Should he clandestinely set sail, any amount of planning on our part would be of little consequence. "Rest assured, I understand your concerns," Karp nodded in agreement. "Just now, I released Ace primarily because Bayou has astonished me greatly. A gem such as he, I would certainly ensure his return to the naval headquarters, silencing Sengoku in the process. Let him know that I did not return to the East Blue out of laziness. Imagine the expression on his face when I bring back a genius swordsman of such caliber to the naval headquarters." On the shore, Bayou grasped a broken wooden sword, feeling utterly drained from the recent sword strike. Now, not only was combat a challenge, but even raising a finger felt arduous. Nevertheless, after that strike, Bayou gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. The ability to execute a soaring slash indicated he was on the brink of reaching the level of a swordsman. Yet, there remained a distance to traverse before he could truly be considered one. At the very least, Bayou had yet to master the technique of slicing through iron. Had he done so, that last strike would have cleaved the iron ball in two rather than merely sending it flying. Of course, the foundational template was merely the wooden sword of 8, having unlocked only 5%. If it were to reach a full 100%, amalgamated with the powers of other subordinate templates, Bayou could only speculate on the extent of his strength. One could assume that striking down the 3 admirals, kicking the 4 emperors, and cutting through the 5 elders would not pose a problem. "Bayou, we must flee quickly. Grandpa is returning. And now that Ace has set sail, he will surely unleash his wrath upon us." That old man's fists packed quite a punch. Luffy, clutching his straw hat, scurried about the dock like an ant on a hot pan. Just as he intended to hide within a wooden crate, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. You little rascal. Didn't I tell you to call me Grandpa? Taste my iron fist of love. Boom. The colossal fist sent Luffy flying through the air. The tremendous force propelled him several meters before he crashed against the rocks, finally coming to a halt. Gazing at the swollen bump on his forehead, Luffy erupted into wails. That old man. Why does my rubber fruit not work against him? Grandpa, please stop hitting me. I realize my mistake. It's all by you and Ace's fault for always calling you old man. The tragic yet humorous bond between the grandfather and grandson unfolded upon the dock. Baiyu, exasperated, cast a glance and plopped down on a nearby rock, taking a swig from his flask. Are you Baiyu? I have often heard your name from Mr. Carp. Bogart approached Baiyu and scrutinized him several times before speaking. Mr. Carp often claims that you possess wisdom, perseverance, and insight far beyond your years. I initially thought he was jesting, but witnessing it firsthand, I realize he has underestimated you. Young man, you possess the demeanor of a great general. Would you be willing to join the Navy headquarters? Carp's instructional gestures came to an abrupt halt. Even Luffy, who was nursing a head full of injuries, momentarily forgot his cries and displayed a look of eager anticipation. In light of Bogart's invitation, they were all keen to discover what decision Baiyu would make. Do I possess the demeanor of a great general? Baiyu took a swig of strong liquor, chuckling as he shook his head. I have no desire to be a general. I merely wish to pursue a stronger swordsmanship, ensuring that there is nothing in this world that my blade cannot sever. In truth, freedom is what best suits me. However, for the sake of my foolish younger brothers, it seems that joining the Navy would provide some peace of mind. At the very least, when they are thrown into a large prison, I would still be able to rescue them. Carp was taken aback, initially overwhelmed with emotion. Tears of joy streaming down his face after years of nurturing hope. He was now incensed by this reckless notion. Mr. Carp, let us not forget the purpose of our journey, Bogart interjected, stepping in front of Carp, genuinely concerned that Baiyu might enter a rebellious phase. Should Carp frighten him away, it would surely lead to profound regret. Yes, we must first secure this young lad into the headquarters. Carp quickly regained his composure and, once again, aimed a powerful punch at the dazed Luffy. Luffy, listen closely. Baiyu has agreed to become a member of the Navy. But you must not venture forth to become a pirate. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to beat you senseless. Makino, prepare the drinks for me. Today, this round is on Carp. Observing Carp in a moment of whimsical delight, Baiyu chuckled as he took another sip of his drink, diverting his gaze. In the original narrative, Carp had once placed his hopes on Luffy and Ace, only to see the two brothers slip away to become pirates. Though Carp never voiced it, disappointment lingered in his heart. Baiyu's reincarnation and decisions served, in a sense, to mend the regrets that resided within Carp. Moreover, as he contemplated Carp's esteemed status as a naval hero, Baiyu's mind began to entertain a bold notion. Baiyu, thank you for your choice, Bogart remarked, remaining seated on a nearby rock instead of following Carp. I am Mr. Carp's first mate and will also serve as your mentor. We shall spend some time together. The East Sea is vast, yet among the four seas, it is deemed the weakest. Beyond the four seas lies the perilous Grand Line, which is further divided into the first half and the second half. The latter, known as the New World, is a treacherous domain for pirates, ruled by the four emperors. And even we in the Navy must tread carefully. You should be well aware that Luffy is a Paramecia-type devil fruit user, possessing the powers of the Gum Gum fruit, which renders him immune to the effects of blunt force attacks. However, Carp's punches manage to inflict damage. Do you understand the reason behind this? A series of words flowed from Bogart's lips. If Carp were present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. The usually taciturn Bogart had transformed into quite the chatterbox. Are you referring to Haki? As a reincarnator, Baiyu certainly understands the combat system of this world. Mr. Bogart, has the old man sent you to instruct me in the mastery of Haki? It seems he is genuinely concerned that I might sneak off to sea, which is why he has been reluctant to guide me in my Haki training. If Ace were to find out, I wonder if he would regret missing this rare opportunity. Chapter 7. Can I claim to have mastered it? Bogut, full of embarrassment, had initially intended to impress Baiyu, but he never anticipated such a dismal failure. Clearing his throat, he attempted to divert the conversation, saying, "However, before we delve into the mastery of Haki, I wish to inquire about your swordsmanship. Was it cultivated under a renowned mentor, or is it a product of self-study?" This question had long plagued Bogart's mind. As a fellow swordsman, he had learned that one of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks, had once graced Windmill Village. Now, Bogart was eager to ascertain the origins of Bayou's sword techniques. "Rest assured, Mr. Bogart," Bayou replied, "my rudimentary swordsmanship is entirely self-taught, hardly worthy of the stage, let alone the guidance of a master." Anticipating the question, Bayou promptly presented his prepared response. "Hardly worthy of the stage?" Bogart paused momentarily, his expression tinged with resignation. "Bayou, to have self-taught yourself to such an extent is a testament to your genius. If that does not merit the stage, then I, as your instructor, would be utterly ashamed, not to mention the swordsman outside. Nonetheless, since you are willing to join the Navy headquarters, I shall formally guide you in the utilization of Haki." He continued, "First, you must comprehend the essence of observation Haki and armament Haki, along with their applications. Haki is essentially a form of energy circulating within the body. When we harness this energy, we take the first step towards mastery. Armament Haki, in particular, involves materializing this energy to envelop the body, forming an invulnerable armor that can also enhance the resilience of blades, allowing them to inflict tangible harm on users of Logia-type devil fruits. The fabled Black Blade is a product of Haki's nurturing, resulting in its transformation. In contrast, observation Haki allows one to extend their inner energy outward, sensing the life force within a certain radius. With rigorous training, one can even predict emotional shifts in their targets, enabling them to anticipate and evade attacks. A cascade of explanations regarding Haki flowed from Bogart's lips. As a reincarnated individual, Bayou possessed some understanding of Haki. Yet he was hearing such systematic elucidation for the first time. By the way, recalling the novice gift pack he had just received, Bayou remembered the three symbols and promptly accessed the system interface. Insight symbol. Upon usage, it significantly enhances the host's comprehension of a particular object. Awakening symbol. Upon usage, it awakens the latent powers within the host. Could it enhance my understanding? Would it be beneficial for Haki? Bayou was pleasantly surprised, for it seemed that the system's offerings were indeed of exceptional quality, a timeless principle. However, regarding items that clearly did not belong to the world of One Piece, Bayou approached with a sense of experimentation and shattered the insight symbol. Buzz. Bayou felt a crisp rumble resonating in his mind. What was once a nimble intellect now seemed to operate at an accelerated pace, reminiscent of a euphoric high. If one were to liken his brain's processing power to 2G moments ago, it had now surged to an astonishing 5G. Whether it pertained to the synthesis and analysis of information or the nuanced control of bodily sensations, everything skyrocketed 100-fold in that instant. The complex concepts once articulated by Bogart, which had seemed somewhat opaque, suddenly became crystal clear. The energy within him flowed freely, unrestrained. "What is it? Is there something you do not comprehend? Allow me to demonstrate," Bogart said. "Mastering Haki, especially the armament Haki, can be quite challenging, even Mr. Carp took half a month to grasp it. Thus, if you find it difficult at first, do not be disheartened. Just dedicate more time to practice." Observing Bayou's momentary distraction, Bogart couldn't help but inquire further. This was a raw gem, and even Bogart felt compelled to handle it with utmost care. Of course, if Carp were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly scoff. "In your eyes, a genius. I have beaten up over 100 times," he would think. Bayou, regaining his focus, exited the system interface. Under the affectionate gaze of Bogart, he felt a tingle of discomfort and unease. However, he managed to touch his nose and replied, "Mr. Bogart, it's not that I do not understand. In fact, I have already grasped it." "You've learned it?" Bogart was taken aback, quickly adopting a serious demeanor. "Bayou, learning should be approached with humility and openness. This is not the time for jest." As he uttered the last word, Bogart noticed a layer of deep, inky blackness enveloping Bayou's arm. The metallic sheen of its profound hue caused Bogart to swallow his carefully prepared admonishments. He swore that the most unbelievable sight he would ever witness in his life was unfolding before him. mastering armament hockey with just one attempt. What guidance could he possibly offer now? Bogart, fully aware that his lofty ambitions had been severely wounded, cast one more glance at Bayou before turning away. Watching Bogart vanish in a flash, Bayou helplessly took a swig of strong liquor. He had harbored no confidence that he could successfully wield armament hockey on merely a single attempt. Yet, it appeared he had underestimated the extraordinary prowess of the Insight Talisman. With just one talisman, he could achieve in moments what others toiled for months or even years to master. Although he had yet to reach the level of flowing cherry blossoms, his accomplishments rivaled those of Luffy during his 2 years of training under Rayleigh in the original narrative. Had he perhaps been too disheartening to Mr. Bogart and squandered his goodwill? It seemed prudent to conceal his full capabilities, as revealing all his cards could be somewhat intimidating. Bayou took another sip of his drink and pondered, when it comes to training observation hockey, I must pretend to be less adept to spare Mr. Bogart's fragile spirit. Indeed, it is settled. For now, let us utilize the Insight Talisman and master the observation hockey. As he spoke, Bayou crushed the Insight Talisman extracted from the system once more, accompanied by a faint rumbling echoing in his mind. Bayou continued to engage in a fervent brainstorming session regarding the observation hockey. Meanwhile, Bogart, who had originally been filled with fervor and intent to guide Chi Bai, despondently pushed open the bustling tavern door and hastily made his way towards Captain Zayagongzi. Chapter 8. Have you ever encountered a true genius? Ah, my friends, indulge yourselves today, for this round is on me. It is indeed a rare occasion, as my grandson is finally joining our ranks. If Sengoku were to learn that I have brought back a genius of the sword, he might just crush his teacup in astonishment. Luffy, I have told you time and again that you are not permitted to drink alcohol, only milk for you. Experience the might of my loving iron fist, and strive to emulate Bayou, working diligently to become a pillar of the Navy. With your addition, we shall infuse the Navy with fresh vigor, and I shall stride forth unafraid. A hearty laughter echoed through the tavern. After downing several cups of drink, Carp soon noticed Bogart appearing behind him. What is it? Did you not say you were going to instruct Bayou on the dual hockey? Have you returned so soon? Surely that little brat did not become arrogant and defy you, causing you to flee in frustration? Do not keep it to yourself. Tell me, and I shall go teach him a lesson myself. As he spoke, Carp rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge out. No, Mr. Carp. It is I who am unworthy to instruct Bayou. Bogart quickly interjected, a rare bitter smile adorning his face. Mr. Carp, have you ever encountered a true genius? Carp was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen the usually stoic and composed Bogart display such a plethora of emotions, contrasting sharply with the expressionless visage he remembered. It was precisely for this reason that Carp found himself at a loss, inquiring, Bogart, what do you mean by that? I just asked Machino, and she mentioned that Bayou comes to the tavern daily to drink, never leaving Windmill Town. It seems he has learned the sword on his own, qualifying him as a genius. However, you need not wear such a countenance, do you? Carp was equally concerned about Bayou's ability to execute such powerful flying slashes. Otherwise, he would not have sought confirmation from Machino so hastily. Yet, even if Bayou possessed extraordinary talent and swordsmanship, it should not render Bogart as lifeless as a sickly cat, should it? Miss Machino, please bring me a strong drink. Bogart unusually requested a drink, and under Carp's astonished gaze, he downed it. Once the liquor coursed through him, awakening his senses slightly, he spoke earnestly. Mr. Carp, I did indeed go to instruct Bayou on the dual hockey, but something terrifying occurred. I wish to ask you, how long did it take you to learn the armament hockey? Armament hockey? Carp furrowed his brow. Bogart's actions today had completely subverted his understanding. For this reason, Carp set aside his usual flippancy. I recall mastering the sensation of hockey in 5 days, and it took approximately 10 to 15 days to grasp the preliminary application of the armament hockey. As for Sengoku, being slightly sharper than I, he likely took around 13 or 14 days. Your sudden inquiry leads me to wonder, based on your initial conversation, do you believe Bayou's talent surpasses mine? By your estimation, how long do you think he would require? Bogart raised a finger, unusually teasing with suspense. A month? Carp raised an eyebrow, only to quickly see Bogart shake his head and add, 10 days? This indeed surpasses my expectations. and it appears that I have recruited a true genius for the Navy headquarters this time. Just once, Bogart declared solemnly. That young lad only needed to hear it once to unleash the power of armament hockey. My heavens, do you know how I felt just now? As an instructor, I had prepared a plethora of admonitions to properly reprimand that boy. Initially, I maintained a stern demeanor, ready to lecture him. But do you know what he said to me? Mr. Bogart, I believe I have learned it. The more Bogart spoke, the more animated he became. His usual impassive face had lost all control of expression, and he spoke with such fervor that he seemed ready to shake Carp in excitement. If one were to find an adjective, this might be the most mortifying social blunder imaginable. Carp's smile froze. Bogart, you really are not suited for jesting. Let us not speak of such humor. Tell me the truth. As he spoke, Carp fixed his gaze intently on Bogart. Observing Bogart's still serious demeanor, Carp's hand trembled, crushing his wine glass in the process. Just a moment ago, he had been contemplating whether Sengoku would crush a cup upon learning of Bayu's situation. It seemed he had preemptively taken that honor. Come, I shall see that boy now, Bogart. I hope you are not deceiving me, or I shall kick you into the sea. Carp roared, disregarding his gentlemanly image as he stormed out of the tavern. His sole thought now was to swiftly verify the authenticity of Bogart's earlier claims. Bogart hastened to follow him. Faced with Bayu's extraordinary learning aptitude, he could only think of one thing. Under the guidance of observation hockey, he aimed to regain some semblance of his authority as an instructor. At the dock, Bayu sat upon a rock, took a swig of his drink, and slowly closed his eyes. With the aid of the insight symbol, the process of learning observation hockey unfolded seamlessly. He merely had to engage his mind slightly, and the energy within his body transformed into a cyclone, radiating outward from him. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters. Once it covered a range of 1,000 meters across the sea ahead, Bayu halted its expansion. It was a sensation of complete mastery over his surroundings. Through the perceptive abilities of observation hockey, Bayu could distinctly sense the presence of every creature within the ocean. The number of fish, the count of shells, and even the breath emanating from the rocks beneath the waves did not escape his awareness. His instincts further informed him that deeper within the ocean, there existed a formidable presence, more powerful than the other sea creatures. If he were not mistaken, Bayu believed this formidable aura must originate from the king of the near sea. At this moment, Bayu finally comprehended why the dual-colored hockey had become the standard that delineated the first half from the latter half of the Grand Line. Mastery of the dual-colored hockey represents a qualitative leap for any individual. Suddenly, a fish leapt from the water's surface. The stone held in Bayu's hand was propelled forth, instantly piercing through the creature's body. This action occurred without the slightest pause, as the numerous pebbles previously held in his grasp were successively hurled towards the water's surface. As they neared the ocean, the stones, initially devoid of targets, soon encountered a flurry of fish leaping out of the water. The collision resulted in a spray of blood, and the fish plummeted back onto the surface. In a matter of mere moments, 2 or 3 dozen fish met their demise. When the final stone pierced through the last fish, Bayu's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a glimmer of delight deep within his pupils. Chapter 9. Will he also possess the aura of dominance? This is the Heart Network. It allows one to anticipate physical actions through body language, facial expression changes, and shifts in mental state. It seems that, this time, with the insight symbol, I have mastered the observation hockey to an intermediate level. Indeed, products of the system are bound to be of exquisite quality. This is an undeniable truth. Furthermore, there is an awakening symbol which, when utilized, can unleash the latent potential within the human body. It is the perfect opportunity to ascertain whether I am among the rare individuals endowed with the Conqueror's hockey. Bayu recalled that within the system, there remained a talisman, lacking only one to complete the triad of hockey. Such extraordinary feats are readily undertaken without hesitation. As a competent practitioner of the art, one must certainly act with prowess. Bayu, where on earth is that little imp? Kapu burst forth from the tavern's entrance, fully unleashing the observation hockey. His singular objective was to swiftly locate Bayu and unravel the astonishment he felt. In the direction of the rocks, Kapu quickly spotted Bayu's figure, concealed behind the rocks several dozen meters away, facing away from him. He harbored but one thought: to verify Bogot's words. When faced with a fatal attack, an individual will undoubtedly deploy their capabilities without reservation. Now he must compel Bayu to exhibit the armament haki. Thus, this punch must be swift, precise, and fierce. Bang! The sound of a sonic boom erupted abruptly. Kapu vanished as if a specter. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived behind Bayu. His fingers clenched tightly, transforming into an iron fist enveloped in a thick layer of armament haki. With no embellishments, he raised it and struck fiercely towards Bayu's back. In Bogot's view, this punch could effortlessly obliterate a Sea King. If Bayu failed to manifest the armament haki in such a perilous moment, he would be left either gravely injured or dead. The fist was propelled far away. Yet, just as this thought flickered through the minds of Kapu and Bogot, Bayu, seated upon the rocks, merely shrugged his shoulders slightly, as if anticipating the attack. He instinctively turned his body, allowing the iron fist, imbued with formidable armament haki, to glide past him. Kapu was taken aback. This precise misjudgment rendered his iron fist, propelled with unreserved speed, unable to retract. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, Kapu collided with numerous rocks, plummeting into the sea like a deep-water bomb, creating a massive wave. Bayu was left in astonishment. Moments prior, he had employed the awakening symbol, sensing whether a small cosmic explosion might occur within him. Upon awakening the observation haki, his awareness of danger had undoubtedly amplified 100-fold. Faced with Kapu's sudden ambush, his mind and body instinctively reacted before he could fully comprehend the situation. Regrettably, the moment he contemplated feigning ignorance to comfort Bogot's fragile spirit, it was already too late. Gazing at the colossal figure crashing into the sea, akin to a deep-water bomb that upturned countless fish, Karp could not help but cough lightly. "Old man, may we discuss a matter? To spare Mr. Bogart's fragile spirit from further distress, could you refrain from informing him that, by mere chance, I have once again mastered the observation haki?" Boom! Karp burst forth from the water, landing directly before Bayu, his aged face a canvas of rapidly shifting emotions: joy, anger, excitement, and fervor all flitting across his features. His expression management spiraling into chaos. After several seconds of this, Karp erupted into hearty laughter. "Haha, my grandson is a genius, no, a born prodigy. Only you could claim to have inadvertently grasped the observation haki. Do not speak of Bogart's fragile heart. Even my own nearly faltered from excitement. However, I must share some unfortunate news. Bogart is presently standing right behind you. Even if I do not disclose it, he likely already knows." Bogart's chest heaved as he gasped for breath, his body trembling slightly. On the way from the tavern, he had indeed imagined a scenario whereby you had failed to master the observation haki, allowing him to salvage a shred of dignity for his instructor. Yet, it seemed that fantasy was indeed just that. Had Mr. Karp not been unable to restrain himself and launched a test assault, he would still be ensnared in the illusion spun by that prodigious youth. "Alas, young lad, I must test you once more. Is it truly the case that you have merely listened once and mastered the observation haki? If you cannot evade my strike, it could prove fatal." Bogart snapped back to reality, unable to contain his impatience. With a swift motion, he surged forward, embodying an unparalleled speed, appearing before Bayu in an instant. His right hand darted to his waist, drawing his famed blade in a flash. Starfall. Bang. With a single thrust, a cascade of blade light poured down upon Bayu like a multitude of stars, the density of the onslaught nearly suffocating any target caught within, including Karp. Bayu took a sip of his drink, feeling somewhat exasperated. He had initially intended to shield Bogart's delicate psyche, never anticipating that events would escalate to this degree. Yet, given the circumstances, he resolved to set aside those thoughts and unleash the full extent of his observation haki. Swish, swish, swish. The myriad star-like thrusts were deftly evaded by Bayu, his exquisite predictions only a hair's breadth away from the incoming attacks. Once he had successfully dodged all the strikes, the scene was left with Karp and Bogart, their faces frozen in disbelief. "Bogart, do you think Bayu has already advanced to the intermediate level of observation haki upon entering? His foresight certainly does not resemble that of a novice." Karp could no longer contain himself. having learned from Marcino that Baiyu frequented the tavern for free drinks. Kapu has come to firmly believe that Baiyu is a self-taught prodigy in the art of swordsmanship. For some, dedicating their entire lives to honing a single skill to perfection is a formidable challenge. The fact that Baiyu has attained the level of a master swordsman at such a young age is nothing short of miraculous. Thus, Kapu finds it implausible that Baiyu could independently comprehend the dual-color haki in such a short span of time. The only plausible explanation is that Baiyu has recently mastered the dual-color haki, while simultaneously elevating his Kinbunchika haki to an intermediate level. Bogart also exhibited a bewildered expression, stating that such precise predictions and the seemingly preemptive nature of his movements are definitive indicators of intermediate Kinbunchika haki. Should the outside world discover that someone could master the dual-color haki after merely one hearing and achieve an intermediate level of Kinbunchika haki, their reactions would surely be one of astonishment. The only solace lies in the fact that the remaining conqueror's haki cannot be acquired through training. It is an innate quality. At this juncture, Bogart instinctively glanced at Baiyu, his face contorted in a peculiar expression as he hesitantly inquired, "Mr. Kapu, do you think Baiyu might also possess the demeanor of a conqueror?" Chapter 10. Is this the wind of the conqueror's haki? Kapu could not help but swallow hard, turning to fixate intently on Baiyu, suppressing the urgency within him. Bogart, the conqueror's haki is an innate talent. It transcends mere learning. I doubt Baiyu even understands what conqueror's haki truly is, Bogart thought, his gaze unwavering on Baiyu. He believed that any subtle shift in Baiyu's expression would not escape his keen observation. After merely hearing it once, he had mastered both observation haki and armament haki, which shattered the fragile psyche of his role as an instructor. Now, Bogart merely wished to discern a trace of confusion or bewilderment on Baiyu's face, hoping for an opportunity to exert the residual influence of his teaching responsibilities. However, as this thought flickered in his mind, the urgency on Bogart's face gradually morphed into rigidity. Observing the helplessness that surfaced on Baiyu's countenance, he raised a hand to touch his nose and remarked, "Apologies. Is this conqueror's haki you speak of? I believe I may have inadvertently triggered it." Bang! A colossal sea king erupted from the depths, its gaping maw unleashing a foul wind as it lunged towards Baiyu. Kapu and Bogart tensed instantly. While this nearshore king may not rival the sea kings of the Grand Line, any encounter with such a creature in the East Sea would spell disaster for any individual. Yet, just as this thought crossed Kapu and Bogart's minds, Baiyu turned without a glance, his eyes narrowing fiercely. The dormant ferocity within him ignited like a surging tide, radiating outward with an overwhelming force. The approaching nearshore king, along with the marine creatures breaching the surface, seemed to encounter an invisible hammer striking them head-on. The massive form momentarily faltered, as if ensnared by a binding spell. In the next instant, all sea creatures, including the nearshore king, rolled their eyes back, frothing at the mouth, crashing heavily into the ocean. Bang! The sea erupted in a deluge, transforming into a torrential downpour that engulfed the entire dockside. Kapu and Bogart were drenched by the tidal wave, staring in astonishment at the unconscious sea kings strewn across the water's surface, their eyes wide with disbelief, turning red with emotion. Kapu could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Bogart, slap me quickly. I need to know if I am dreaming." "Dreaming? Mr. Kapu, perhaps you should slap me instead?" The two, now bewildered, debated who should strike whom. Baiyu, with a resigned expression, touched his nose. Initially, he had no intention of revealing his awakening of the conqueror's haki. However, realizing that such news would inevitably surface, he decided to come clean. After all, geniuses are known for their capriciousness, especially one of his caliber. Observing the stunned duo still grappling with the shock, Baiyu resolved to add a bit more salt to the wound. "Grandfather, is the conqueror's haki you mentioned akin to that refreshing breeze? It felt quite pleasant. Should I fan you with it?" The audacity of using such power as a mere fan. Karp and Bogart appear as if struck by a tempest of unimaginable force. This is nothing short of a reckless squandering of potential. "You little rascal, speak swiftly. Did you truly just master your three-color haki?" Karp suddenly snapped to attention, roaring with fervor. "If this is indeed the case, I am most curious to see the expression on Sengoku's face." Quickly, Bring me a din din mushi. My grandson is destined for greatness. No, he is the natural-born king of the Navy. Haha, my grandson is destined to be the king of the Navy. Machino, I shall reserve this tavern for the coming week. The thunderous roar reverberated across the dock. Carp, suddenly embodying the spirit of the illustrious Zhao, was a sight to behold. Even Bogart lost his composure, embracing the jubilant dance of the divine. Baiyu shook his head in resignation. He believed that if Carp received another surprise, this naval hero might truly lose his mind. After taking a swig of his drink, Baiyu gazed skyward. This vast ocean had finally unveiled its mysteries after 14 years of unwavering dedication. Baiyu harbored his own ambitions, desiring to forge his own path rather than follow a predetermined course. Baiyu, when do you plan to set sail? Machino inquired, approaching from behind with a jug of strong liquor in hand. I haven't seen Mr. Carp so elated in quite some time. However, I know you will not simply acquiesce to his every command. Among the four youngsters, Machino held a particular fondness for Baiyu, who often indulged in her offerings of drink. After being pursued for 14 years, even iron could be bent, let alone a mere woman. Aunt Machino, I am grateful for your care over the years, but I mustn't burden you any longer. I plan to set sail shortly, and I hope you can keep this a secret, Baiyu replied, taking the bottle and tipping it back for a hearty drink. Now, Machino paused momentarily, then affectionately ruffled Baiyu's hair, giving him a playful glare. You little rascal, only now that you need something from me do you remember to call me aunt. Fear not, I will safeguard your secret. As for your voyage, I have prepared everything for you. The small boat is hidden behind the rocks at the eastern dock. I will ensure Mr. Carp is informed. Bon voyage. As she spoke, a hint of reluctance graced Machino's face. Baiyu smiled and nodded before swiftly making his way toward the eastern dock, leaving behind the familiar voice that had echoed in his life for 14 years. Calling you aunt feels rather outdated. I think I shall simply call you Machino. By our next meeting, I fear I may already be a naval admiral. Naval admiral? Machino paused, then shot him a playful look. Just as arrogant as ever, I see. But I must admit, I quite like this side of you. Indeed, I seem to have adopted the mannerisms of that fellow Baiyu once more. Margino, has my wine arrived? This evening, I shall not return without inebriation. By the way, where is that lad Baiyu? Hurry and bring him forth to show everyone. Let them know that the grandson of this old man is a prodigious genius. The town of Windmill was utterly ablaze with the fervor induced by alcohol. In stark contrast, a solitary sloop swiftly departed from the dock, shrouded in the cloak of night. As for the destination ahead, Baiyu remained uncertain. He merely contemplated how he could challenge more formidable opponents before reaching the naval headquarters. The mere thought of battle ignited a fervor within him, and, owing to his inherent template resembling that of Kenpachi Zaraki, Baiyu could almost feel the blood within him boiling. Chapter 11. The Dominant Young Genius. Peach Maru. The following day, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, a multitude of naval officers gathered, including the three admirals. Upon the long table lay numerous bounty notices and documents. All eyes drawn to the striking bounties displayed. The notorious treasure hunter, Treege, who had recently launched a surprise attack on the Kingdom of Goth in East Blue, absconding with over 100 million berries from the royal treasury, had vanished from the clutches of the Navy. An aide solemnly announced the news, eliciting subtle shifts in expressions among the assembled naval officers, who instinctively cast their gazes towards the three admirals at the helm. What is the matter? Why do you remain silent? A mere treasure hunter has eluded us, and now a member nation has been attacked. The Gorisei are pressing me for answers. Do they expect me to personally pursue this trivial matter? Sengoku spoke in a grave tone. The outside world mocks us. If we cannot handle a single treasure hunter, how shall we contend with the four emperors of the sea in the future? His words reverberated through the meeting hall, rendering most of the naval officers mute. Their breaths held. The treasure hunter Treege was indeed formidable. His ship was manned by Sika P, a master of disguise, making their pursuit even more challenging. While the New World might provide some advantage with observation hockey to track their movements, the East Blue and the first half of the Grand Line were notoriously lacking in hockey users. Deploying the three admirals to hunt down a treasure hunter seemed almost like using a cannon to swat a fly, excessive and unnecessary. Sengoku, there is no need for rashness. ISNT Garp in the East Blue? I just contacted him, and Bogart mentioned that Garp would reach out to us shortly. When he does, we can have him handle Treege with ease, Suru interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Here are the new recruits files sent by Zephyr not long ago. You ought to review them. I've heard there are some promising candidates, she added. Garp? That scoundrel again. If you hadn't mentioned him, I wouldn't be so enraged. He runs off to the East Blue without so much as a word, claiming he is searching for a successor for me. How many years has it been? Year after year, he shirks his duties, using that same flimsy excuse. If he fails to find Treege this time, he shall never set foot in Marineford again. He can pack his bags and leave. Sengoku's expression darkened, his frustration palpable. This scene left Suru with an air of helplessness. Everyone knew Garp had a penchant for slacking off. Yet, after so many years, one would expect him to have concocted a more credible excuse. It was as if Sengoku's strategic mind was being toyed with, disregarded, and left to simmer in exasperation. However, after a vigorous outburst, Sengoku managed to regain his composure and accepted the documents Tsuru handed him, scrutinizing their contents with keen interest. Over the years, the pirates of the New World have become increasingly audacious, particularly with the rise of the Fourth Emperor of the Sea, which has shattered the previously balanced situation. Had the Five Elders not proposed the summoning of pirates to form the Seven Warlords of the Sea as a countermeasure, the New World would likely have descended into chaos long ago. During this period, Zephyr has nurtured numerous newcomers, keeping them concealed for fear of pirate retaliation. It now seems the time has come to release them to endure the trials of blood and fire, lest they become mere greenhouse flowers over time. Admiral Sengoku set aside the documents in his hands. As the current commander of the Navy, he bears the significant responsibility of sustaining its strength. In contrast to the age of formidable pirates like Rox and Roger, the four emperors have carved out their territories, and the seven warlords stand in opposition to the Navy headquarters, creating a tripartite stalemate. Perhaps the terrifying bloodshed of the past has diminished. Yet there is also a lack of fresh talent emerging from the sea of blood, at least compared to the continually emerging powerful pirates. The Navy appears to have become noticeably weaker. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, Zephyr indeed intends for the new recruits to engage in real combat. Meanwhile, our Navy headquarters has allocated more resources to cultivate the newcomers, Crane interjected, flipping through a stack of new recruit profiles. According to Zephyr, this cohort has produced several promising talents, and their training will conclude in 6 months. They will then be assigned to various sea regions to undertake missions against pirates. It is only a matter of time before those with sufficient strength shine. Oh, how commendable of Teacher Zephyr! From the thickness of this stack, it appears this batch of newcomers is far more exceptional than ours, remarked Kizaru with a hint of mischief. Look here, Akainu. It seems a significant portion of these individuals possess devil fruit abilities, which appears to diverge from Teacher's philosophy of specializing in physical combat. The wheel fruit, rust fruit, bean fruit, and even an ancient Zoan-type user. Such rare talents. I never anticipated that Teacher would manage to gather such individuals. Kizaru, silence yourself. If you keep talking, no one will mistake you for a mute. If Zephyr hears you, he will surely create trouble for you, Sengoku admonished, casting a stern glance at Kizaru. The current 3 admirals of the Navy are all students cultivated by Zephyr. However, Kizaru and Akainu have consistently regarded the abilities of the Logia-type devil fruits as paramount, completely overlooking physical training, leading to a divergence from Zephyr's principles. Throughout the years, they have been seen as problematic students in Zephyr's eyes, and their relationship has not been particularly cordial. Crane, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, quickly interjected to alleviate it. Admiral Sengoku, I have also reviewed the list of these new recruits. Aside from the abilities mentioned by Kizaru, there are indeed several individuals worthy of our attention. Among this cohort of female soldiers, there stands a remarkable swordswoman named Dashki, whose prowess in martial arts is noteworthy. Additionally, there is T. Bone Pen, a former commander of the knightly order from a nation extinguished by pirates, who has since allied himself with our naval headquarters. Furthermore, 2 exceptional individuals, esteemed by Zephyr and celebrated as the strongest newcomers of their time, are the users of the retreat fruit, Ein, and the prosperity fruit, Bins. Lastly, There is the prodigious War Peach, a talented recruit in the Navy, renowned for his exceptional hockey skills. They all represent the cream of the crop among the newcomers. Chapter 12. Have you ever encountered a true genius? The formidable young prodigy? Are you referring to that Jontamaro? Sengoku raised an eyebrow. The dual-colored hockey is indeed a product of the New World. It is rare to hear of such mastery, not only in the Navy's recruit camps, but even in the first half of the Grand Line. To have initially grasped hockey within the confines of the Naval Academy certainly qualifies one as a genius. Sengoku's assertion holds true. The difficulty of cultivating hockey is well understood by all. Tsuru concurred. According to reports, Jontamaro awakened his armament hockey by the age of 20. Born in a small nation, he was selected by the world government at 27. After enduring rigorous training under Zifa, he has refined his mastery of armament hockey to an extraordinary level. Based on Zifa's estimations, with another 6 months of diligent practice and physical techniques, the opportunity to awaken observation hockey should not be far off. Once Jontamaro masters the dual-colored hockey, he will undoubtedly stand out among the younger generation in the New World, deserving the title of hockey prodigy. Gasps of astonishment filled the room, and some veteran officers even displayed traces of emotion. While possessing a devil fruit ability may symbolize strength in the first half of the Grand Line and across the seas, it is the application of dual-colored hockey that reigns supreme in the New World. To achieve hockey mastery while still in Naval Academy signifies that he has secured his ticket to the New World ahead of many seated naval commanders who have yet to reach such a milestone. Tsuru was correct. Jontamaru's departure was somewhat delayed. However, to attain this level while still in the Naval Academy is commendable, and with a bit more time, it wouldn't be far-fetched for him to become a naval superstar. As Sengoku spoke, he perused the newcomer's file, inwardly sighing. Yellow Monkey's recent remarks were indeed rather harsh. Yet, compared to his cohort, who graduated nearly simultaneously to become the 3 admirals, these so-called geniuses in his hands felt somewhat diminished. If this trend continues, it seems unlikely that another figure capable of bearing the flag will emerge from the new recruits. As time progresses, they may find themselves at a disadvantage when facing the 4 emperors. As for that rascal Carp, has he not returned my call? Is he once again playing hide and seek, having Bogart cover for him? He has used this excuse to brush me off for many years. Can't he truly bring back a promising talent? As an old comrade, Carp's petty nature is clearly insufficient to evade Sengoku's scrutiny. He harbored no real expectations for this oft-repeated excuse. Bringing it up now was merely a means to vent his pent-up frustrations. Of course, he was aware of this unreliable old man's current whereabouts. Ahem, just now, Bogart had unusually expressed joy, suggesting that Carp might have stumbled upon a great opportunity. Perhaps this time he truly would find a promising prospect. The East Sea is indeed the weakest of all seas, yet it has produced numerous formidable individuals. Let us not forget Roger, the Golden Lion, and even Garp, who hails from the East Sea. Tsuru cleared her throat, intending to diffuse the tension. Enough of this, Tsuru. You only seek to shield him. That fellow has been proclaiming for years his desire to cultivate a prodigy worthy of my admiration. Each time he returns, he either goes missing or buries himself in a tavern, drowning his sorrows in drink. If I were to believe him again, it would truly be a folly. Sengoku's expression was one of indignation. Hand me the Den Mushi. If that scoundrel dares to slack off again, let him forget about entering the Navy headquarters. Suddenly, the call of the Den Mushi pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention, especially when it was revealed to be Garp's dedicated contact. Even Tsuru found herself exasperated. Covering her forehead, this was akin to walking straight into a gunfight. Nevertheless, faced with Sengoku's displeasure, Tsuru reluctantly answered the Den Mushi. Mos, this is Tsuru. Garp. Sengoku is in quite the fury. You better not be clutching a wine barrel with slurred speech, or I cannot guarantee your safety. As a fellow Navy officer of the same era, Tsuru was acutely aware of Garp's unreliability. He could abandon Navy duties to chase after Pirate King Roger across the seas. Such foolishness was uniquely his. Tsuru no longer hoped that Garp would genuinely find a promising candidate. She merely wished he wouldn't drunkenly ramble on the streets while clutching the Den Mushi. Haha, Tsuru, rest assured. I knew Sengoku would come looking for trouble with me. Garp's hearty laughter echoed through the line. Sengoku's face twitched in irritation. Had it not been for the circumstances and the vast ocean separating them, he would have surely slapped him. Just as he reached for the Den Den Mushi, Garp's voice froze his hand in place. Sengoku, you old rascal, I know you're eavesdropping. Let me tell you, this time I genuinely found a remarkable talent in the East Sea. Have you ever heard of a genius? At 16, he has reached the level of a sword master, executing a soaring slash that sent my steel giant meteor flying, and he has simultaneously awakened the 3 Haki colors, achieving a power level of 500, surpassing the standards of even the most superhuman. Such a figure possesses the stature of a future admiral. I present to you my grandson, Baiyu, the next foremost supernova of the Navy. Sengoku, this time you surely have no objections, and I have effectively silenced your incessant nagging. The Grand Conference Hall fell into a profound silence. Soon after, the assembled Navy personnel erupted in chaos. Even Sengoku, who had just grasped his teacup, crushed it in disbelief. A 16-year-old who awakened the 3 Haki colors and could unleash a soaring slash, and to top it off, he was Garp's grandson. This string of revelations seemed nothing short of an international jest. Surely, Mr. Garp must be joking. Even within the Naval Academy, the newcomer known as Jean Tamaru only awakened his armament Haki at the age of 20 and has yet to manifest observation Haki. The notion that he could awaken all 3 forms of Haki at the age of 16 is utterly implausible. Are your points of focus misplaced? Just moments ago, Vice Admiral Karp mentioned the existence of the 3 Haki types, which implies that, aside from armament and observation Haki, this young man, at merely 16, has awakened the rare Conqueror's Haki, a feat achieved by only 1 in a million. Throughout the entire naval headquarters, individuals possessing all 3 forms of Haki are nearly non-existent. The atmosphere erupted in a frenzy of discussions. Even the typically composed naval vice admirals were swept away by the commotion. In the presence of a 16-year-old with all 3 Haki types, the earlier claims of genius within the Naval Academy seem utterly trivial. As for the other so-called naval prodigies, they were utterly eclipsed by this remarkable individual. If Karp did not intend to exaggerate, this 16-year-old, having awakened all 3 Haki types and demonstrating the skill of a swordsman capable of performing aerial slashes, is surely destined to rise to the rank of admiral without question. Karp's assertion that his grandson possesses the potential of an admiral is, indeed, beyond reproach. Chapter 13. The swiftest method of unlocking the vast conference hall was engulfed in a fervent uproar. Even the expressions of the 3 admirals shifted markedly. Particularly striking was the implication of the statement, "My grandson possesses the stature of an admiral." This suggested that this newcomer could eventually stand shoulder to shoulder with them. With a deep exhale, Sengoku received the transponder snail and spoke. "Kapu, please be honest with me. You were not jesting earlier, were you? Your grandson truly commands the 3 types of Haki and is a swordsman capable of executing aerial slashes? You must understand that such matters are of utmost importance to our Navy headquarters and cannot be taken lightly." As one of the few formidable beings standing at the pinnacle of this sea, Sengoku was acutely aware that the dual Haki and the identity of a swordsman could be honed through the passage of time. There were indeed many within the Navy headquarters who possessed dual Haki and were adept swordsmen. The fact that Baiyu could reach such a level at merely 16 years of age was indeed astonishing. However, what truly concerned Sengoku was the innate Conqueror's Haki. Among the elite warriors, possessing Conqueror's Haki was an indispensable skill. Without it, what value could one hold? In the Navy headquarters, the 3 admirals were unparalleled, having developed their abilities to the utmost. Yet, lacking Conqueror's Haki remained a significant flaw. If Kapu could truly uncover a super rookie from the East Sea who possessed the aura of a conqueror, it would indeed be sufficient to rival all members of the Navy's rookie camp. Haha, Sengoku, I am truly eager to see your expression now. I may be unreliable, but I would never jest about such a critical matter. If you doubt my word, surely you trust Bogart. My grandson is destined to become a naval hero. Kapu laughed heartily, having suppressed his emotions for over a decade. The sense of relief was exhilarating. Bogart, Sengoku murmured. The reason Kapu could traverse the seas without succumbing to the waves was largely due to the presence of the mature and steady Bogart as his deputy. If Bogart could vouch for this, the veracity of the claim would be nearly indisputable. A wielder of the three hockey types and a swordsman capable of aerial slashes, Kapu, you have finally achieved something remarkable this time. After several deep breaths, Sengoku declared, "You are to return to Navy headquarters immediately and bring Baiyu with you." Is Baiyu with you now? Let me speak with him. I wish to see what this future naval prodigy is like. As a veteran of the old era, Sengoku, like Kapu, was nearing 70 years of age. His greatest concern had always been the search for a suitable heir. While the strength of the three admirals was commendable, who would not desire to find someone even greater? Are you referring to Baiyu? Yesterday, that young lad slipped away, setting sail alone towards the Navy headquarters, declaring his intent to navigate the seas on his own. You shall soon witness it, Karp chuckled heartily. He ran away? Sengoku was taken aback. The naval commanders present exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly, Sengoku snapped back to reality, seizing the transponder snail and bellowing furiously, "Damn you, Karp. The boy has fled. And you still jest. He is the Navy's future supernova. If he encounters peril alone, what then?" The busy signal resonated from the transponder snail. Sengoku's face contorted with rage. "Damn you, Karp. Should you dare set foot in Marineford, I will undoubtedly pummel you to a pulp. Ghost Spider, hasten to the East Blue and notify Smoker stationed in Logue Town to provide assistance. We must ensure nothing befalls Baiyu." His frantic roar echoed throughout the conference hall. Those present dared not utter a word of dissent, not even the three admirals. They were uncertain whether Baiyu was indeed a prodigious talent, but they were certain that the esteemed Fleet Admiral Sengoku had lost his composure over a fledgling. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire ocean. In the uncharted waters of the East Blue, a somewhat slender figure tirelessly wielded a wooden sword, sweat cascading down his sculpted muscles, ultimately splattering onto the deck below. As the final strike descended, Baiyu exhaled a deep breath. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the daily task of wielding the sword 10,000 times. Reward, body template. Unlock progress at 0. 1. Current unlock progress. 5. 1. The ethereal voice of the system echoed in his mind. A full day had passed since Baiyu set sail. He brimmed with anticipation for the unknown world outside. However, after embarking, he overlooked the most daunting issue of this vast ocean, the absence of a navigator in these waters. Everyone was akin to a greenhorn, lost at sea. Presently, Baiyu had no inkling of his whereabouts. If not for the provisions stocked aboard, he would have lacked the leisure to train here. Regrettably, Baiyu reluctantly set down his wooden sword, lifted a flask, and took a swig of strong liquor. The daily tasks indeed enabled him to steadily enhance his character template's unlock progress. Yet, the daily increment of 0. 1 felt exceedingly sluggish. It was likely that upon reaching the Navy headquarters, his unlock progress would still fall short of 10. The previous day's battle, securing his first victory against Ace, had catapulted his unlock progress to 5. The exhilarating sensation of rapid advancement was unforgettable. It seemed that to unlock the body template, combat was the true path. Why not challenge Karp from the outset? Baiyu resolved to strengthen himself further before making any plans. As for the rather meager shop, he had already exchanged for the sole item available, which he now wore upon his wrist. The modified wrist guard, weighing 50 pounds, is a product from a certain pearl, compact and convenient for carrying. It enables Baiyu to better train his wrist strength and enhances the power of his strikes. Simultaneously, it suppresses his own ordinary spiritual pressure. Prolonged self-weakening can also be considered a means of gaining strength. With a deep exhale, Baiyu slightly calmed his breath and lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. In the next moment, his observation hockey unfurled like a tide, swiftly extending several nautical miles away. A pirate ship was approaching, accompanied by a familiar face. With time on his hands and a desire to stretch his limbs, he decided to head over and take a look. Chapter 14. More dangerous than the vast sea bang. Bang, bang. A series of cannon blasts echoed across the air. Dark projectiles swiftly descended upon the distant ships. A man clad in a grayish-white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, with a head adorned in green algae, glanced back and began to breathe heavily. What was initially a simple quest for bounty had unexpectedly turned into a confrontation with formidable foes. Nonetheless, Zoro, determined, inserted the Wado Ikemonji into his mouth and, observing the falling cannonballs, sprang into action. Three-sword style, demon slash. Bang, bang, bang. A flash of cold light erupted as the descending cannonballs were deftly cleaved away. Zoro landed back on the ship, panting heavily, his face now tinged with a shade of iron. The pirates pursuing him had chased him relentlessly for a day and a night, led by the notorious Black Axe, with a bounty of 8 million. Initially, Zoro had aimed to eliminate Black Axe's subordinate, the Iron Spear, who had a bounty of 3 million, depleting much of his stamina in the process. He had never anticipated the sudden encounter with Black Axe himself. A fierce chase ensued, and while the enemy had indeed suffered losses, the prolonged war of attrition over the past day and night was taking its toll. Zoro knew that if this continued, only he would meet his demise. Reflecting on the promise made with Kuina, Zoro clenched his fists tightly. This venture at sea was a gamble with life and death, and now he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Haha, Roronoa Zoro, I have heard your name. You are a bounty hunter not long out to sea. Unfortunately, you have set your sights on my bounty, and your luck has run out. A robust man, wielding a black axe, laughed boisterously from the deck of the pirate ship. In this sparsely populated sea, even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will come to your aid. Captain Black Axe, there's a small boat approaching from that direction. A pirate suddenly interjected. A small boat? Black Axe's facial muscles twitched slightly, having just boasted, only to be confronted by the arrival of a small vessel. Such an affront was intolerable for a pirate. Peering into the distance, he soon spotted a small boat sailing towards them with the wind, and at its bow stood a boy wielding a wooden sword. Indeed, Black Axe was not mistaken. None of them were mistaken. In this perilous ocean, the newcomer was indeed brandishing a wooden sword. Initially taken aback, Black Axe burst into laughter. Haha, Roronoa Zoro, I thought you might be saved, but instead, a child with a wooden sword has arrived. Men, set up the cannons and show this little one that the sea is a perilous place, not a playground for toy swords. Sink him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of cannon fire erupted once more. Zoro's expression changed, and he shouted urgently, "Get out of the way quickly, then find a chance to escape. This treacherous sea is no place for you." Escape? Baiyu laughed cruelly. After waiting so long, I finally found some signs of life. There's no possibility of fleeing now. Most importantly, I have unlocked the true form of the eight-sword style. Baiyu's character had long been influenced. A day without shedding blood felt unnatural to him. Apologies, but I am far more perilous than this vast ocean. Baiyu suddenly lifted his gaze. A savage smile increasingly vivid upon his face, a bloodthirsty battle intent that seemed to penetrate to his very bones. As he observed the descending shells, he propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his feet, launching himself like a cannonball. In the fleeting moment as he brushed past the raining artillery, the wooden blade in his hand flew through the air. It was only when Baiyu leapt from Zoro's small boat onto the pirate ship that the bombardment erupted in a cacophony of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The shock waves from the blast sent tumultuous waves crashing upon the sea. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, Zoro included, especially when they witnessed Baiyu's wooden blade shatter a cannonball. The strength and skill required for such a feat were beyond what they could attribute to the seemingly incompetent youth before them. Zoro, in particular, felt an overwhelming sense of peril in that instant, as if the slender figure before him were a malevolent spirit breaking free from confinement. Confused thoughts raced through Zoro's mind. When his gaze returned to Baiyu, the cruel, bloodthirsty grin on his profile was almost mesmerizing. In that moment, Baiyu had once again melded into the persona of the formidable Gaimon. Come, let us commence the slaughter. His hoarse voice resonated with a penetrating quality that startled the entire crew of pirates, including the notorious Black Axe. They were indeed intimidated by a mere boy wielding a wooden sword. Should word spread, the Black Axe pirates, with their bounty of 8 million berries, would undoubtedly suffer a tarnished reputation across the East Blue. Foolish brat, I know not what trickery you employ to shatter those shells, but I am the Black Axe. With a bounty of 8 million berries, you dare roam the seas with a mere wooden sword? I have over 100 men at my command. Kill him." Black Axe roared in fury. The 100-odd pirates snapped back to reality, their gazes fixed upon Baiyu, whose face bore a menacing grin as he charged forward. In their eyes, no matter how formidable the boy appeared, he was still outnumbered. "Kill!" The battle cry echoed to the heavens. The sea of pirates surged toward Baiyu like a tidal wave. Standing on the small boat, Zoro's expression tightened. He was poised to intervene. Alas, Baiyu was like a demon of war, plunging directly into the fray. The wooden blade in his grip radiated an unmatched ferocity. With each swing, blood erupted forth. Thud! Each strike fell with tremendous force. Whether against swords or iron shields, there was no worthy opponent before Baiyu. His movements, simple yet lethal, transformed him into a god of slaughter. He weaved through the throng of pirates, his face alight with a sadistic grin, imparting a singular, unambiguous sensation. He reveled in the carnage. Thud! A pirate, brandishing a gleaming cutlass, charged towards Baiyu, aiming a vicious strike from an unexpected angle. Even Zoro's eyes widened in surprise, ready to issue a warning. Yet, Baiyu, like a wraith, deftly tilted his body, allowing the attack to narrowly miss him. In that same fluid motion, he swung his wooden sword, landing a decisive blow upon the head of the assailant, who had failed in his ambush. With a resounding crack, the pirate's skull shattered, sending a gruesome spray of red and white matter that left the surrounding pirates momentarily stunned, frozen in place. In mere seconds of confrontation, more than half of the originally over 100 pirates lay sprawled upon the ground. Witnessing their comrades with contorted limbs, collapsed chests, and exploded heads, a profound terror surged within the hearts of the remaining pirates. When they embraced the life of a pirate, they had long accepted the possibility of death, metaphorically fastening their own heads to their belts. However, they had never anticipated that the harbinger of their demise would embody such sheer horror and savagery, particularly the sadistic, bloodthirsty grin that adorned Baiyu's face, instilling within them an inexplicable dread. It could be said that at this moment, a singular thought consumed their minds. This young lad was far more perilous than the vast ocean itself. Chapter 15. The 13 Guardians of the Knife. Why have you all ceased to move? Baiyu stepped over the red and white objects, causing the confronting pirates to retreat 3 steps in alarm. Clearly shaken by the recent brutal slaughter, they were visibly terrified. Hidden among the crowd, the Black Axe's expression darkened to an extreme, and he bellowed furiously, "Useless bunch! You cannot even kill a mere child wielding a toy knife. I refuse to believe you can rival the might of a custom cannon." With a swift motion, the Black Axe uncovered the canvas draped over the massive cannon behind him, its dark muzzle aimed directly at Baiyu. As the fuse ignited, panic seized the pirates, and they hastily withdrew. If the cannonball were to explode on the ship, even if they managed to eliminate the boy before them, they would be caught in the blast. A cannon, you say? You don't even dare wield your axe. It seems you lack the qualification to be cut down. Baiyu shook his head in disappointment. Isn't a true man meant to relish the thrill of combat? Damn brat, perish. Boom. The cannon erupted with a fiery tongue of flame, and as the cannonball was released, Baiyu's wooden sword emitted a sound akin to a knife's resonance. With a single stroke, he cleaved toward the front. Boom. A flash of golden sword energy sliced through the air. The cannonball, along with the Black Axe, was immediately engulfed, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Even the distant sea was violently torn apart, leaving a yawning void of several meters wide. As the tumultuous waves of the explosion subsided, only Baiyu remained on the shattered deck of the ship. The other pirates had long since jumped overboard to escape. However, in such treacherous waters, the likelihood of survival was exceedingly slim. Was that a flying slash? Is he a swordsman? Zoro's pupils constricted as he gazed at this boy, who appeared to be of similar age, his face a canvas of disbelief. Yet, reflecting on Baiyu's bloodthirsty combat and that final strike, Zoro clenched his swords tightly, his hands trembling slightly. It was excitement. He had ventured from Frost Moon Village to challenge powerful swordsmen, and now, he had encountered a fellow swordsman of comparable age. He was eager to discover the level he had attained. "You are far too weak. I have no interest in the feeble." Baiyu, perceiving Zoro's intentions, cast a disinterested glance before turning his attention to the ship's cabin. With his observation haki, he sensed two more life forces concealed within. Since he had already engaged the Black Axe pirates, Baiyu was unwilling to leave any potential threats behind. Otherwise, upon leaving the East Blue, should they learn of his connection to Windmill Village, trouble would surely follow. "You dare say I am weak?" Zoro's face flushed with indignation. He had only recently become a bounty hunter and had garnered some reputation in the East Blue. Otherwise, he would not have dared confront the Black Axe pirates. Now, being dismissed with a mere phrase was a slight he could not swallow. "Very well, I shall see what abilities you possess that warrant such disdain. I am a man on the path to becoming the world's greatest swordsman." Zoro roared in fury, suddenly tightening his grip on the twin blades. He leaped forward like a ferocious tiger, charging towards Baiyu. The three-sword style, tiger and leopard. A hum resonated as the three blades converged, striking with the ferocity of a tiger's claw directly at Baiyu's back. Feeling the relentless assault behind him, Baiyu pointed his left hand, piercing through the void to intercept the overlapping blades of Zoro. Bang! The force of the clash dissipated. Zoro's pupils contracted in disbelief. The once infallible three-sword style slash had been thwarted by a mere fingertip. This was beyond his imagination. Such flamboyance was unnecessary in true combat. There was no time for theatrics. "For the sake of your future accomplishments, you deserve a strike from me now." Baiyu grinned with bloodlust, unleashing a formidable pressure from the wooden sword he held as he brought it down upon Zoro. A simple and unadorned strike. It embodied nothing but raw power and an overwhelming force. Under this assault, Zoro felt a blinding light before him. As the shadow of death loomed over him, he hastily raised his three blades to block. Boom! A wave of blade energy surged past, sending Zoro flying, along with half of the pirate ship, which was torn apart, crashing onto his own small vessel. The twin blades in his grasp shattered instantly, and the sword, Wado Ikemonji, slipped from his mouth, flying away. Crimson blood gushed forth, splintering the mast of the small ship in half. Feeling the sharp pain coursing through his body, Zoro paid it no mind. His face filled with disbelief as he stared at Baiyu. He had long been aware of the disparity between them. However, he never anticipated that this gap would be as vast as a chasm, especially upon seeing Wado Ikemonji, which held Kuina's aspirations, embedded in the deck. Had he been struck so hard that he lost his sword? "Who are you? Where do you come from? Why are you so powerful?" Zoro clenched his fists in frustration, gritting his teeth as he questioned him. As fellow swordsmen of the same age, how could his three swords be outmatched by a single wooden sword? This was unacceptable to Zoro. "You ask where I come from?" Baiyu halted his steps, glancing back at Zoro. "If I must say, I hail from the 13th Division of the Godii, a place filled with sword wielders. Someone of your caliber wouldn't even rank among the top 10,000. This was not Baiyu boasting. There were still 2 years until the original story where Zoro and Luffy would meet. At this moment, Zoro had only recently emerged from Frostmoon Village, a novice bounty hunter. He had some renown, but the distance to true prominence was still considerable. In the world of death, to join the 13th Division, one must at least possess the ability to perform the shurikai of a Zanpakuto or master the art of the Zanjutsu. Given Zoro's current strength, victory would still pose a challenge. A place for swordsmanship? I can't even make it into the top 10,000? Zoro was bewildered, staring at Baiyu's departing figure, unable to suppress his murmurs. Is that truly a realm for swordsmen? I am determined to grow stronger and in due time infiltrate the ranks of the top 100 in the 13 Guardians, earning your admiration. However, Baiyu paid little heed to Zoro's resolve. His sole intention was to uncover the identities of those concealed within the cabin. With a resounding crash, he cleaved the heavy door of the cabin open. The immense force unleashed a tempestuous wave, eliciting 2 startled exclamations from within. As he beheld 2 young maidens struggling to maneuver a wooden crate through the small window of the cabin, their eyes met. It was a moment reminiscent of a fateful encounter. The 2 girls, who had been clandestinely attempting to escape, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. They had already sensed the commotion outside the cabin and had hoped to seize the opportunity to pilfer the treasures aboard the ship. Little did they expect that now they might be caught in a perilous situation. Who are you? I am affiliated with Black Axe's crew. If you dare trespass, beware of the consequences. Chapter 16. The Phantom Thieves. Could it be him? Bayou casually tossed an object, which rolled several times before colliding with a treasure chest. The round, wide eyes of the head atop it were filled with disbelief. Nami and Karina were momentarily stunned. The wooden box they were carrying fell to the ground with a thud. It is the Black Axe, the one with an 8 million berries bounty. You actually killed him? Nami's complexion turned pale as she sank to the ground, speaking rapidly. No, please don't kill us. We'll give you all the berries here. Just spare our lives, and we will do anything you ask. We are merely ordinary citizens. As she spoke, Nami hastily opened one of the 4 half-meter-wide wooden boxes stacked on the deck. The gleaming gold and jewels within illuminated the cabin with a radiant glow. Bayou raised an eyebrow in surprise. The treasure here must be worth at least tens of millions of berries. The Black Axe's notoriety in this area paled in comparison to that of Krieg and the Dragon. To possess such wealth seemed quite implausible. Moreover, if Bayou is not mistaken, the girl with sky-blue hair accompanying Nami should be the dancer from the original crew of Tai Solo, once partnered with the infamous thief Karina. The presence of both hinted at a deeper story. Apologies, but I have little interest in berries, Bayou remarked, taking a swig of his drink. However, I forgot to mention that I am a cadet in the Navy. If I am not mistaken, you are the notorious duo of thieves from the East Blue. The phantom thief Karina and the little cat burglar Nami, correct? Navy? Karina and Nami were taken aback. One was a Navy officer, the other a pirate. Most alarming was how easily their identities had been unveiled. It seemed escape would be nearly impossible. A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts raced through Karina's mind as she grasped the dagger concealed in her sleeve and charged at Bayou. Nami, I'll buy you some time. You have more to bear than I do. Quickly find a chance to escape. The gleaming dagger lunged towards Bayou's chest. Nami froze, utterly unprepared for Karina's reckless action. Clang! The dagger struck Bayou's chest and snapped upon impact. The atmosphere in the cabin plummeted to a chilling silence. Was this still a man? To withstand such an attack without so much as a scratch was terrifying beyond belief. Karina displayed a smile more sorrowful than death itself. This esteemed sir, I merely wish to test your strength. With such skill, you are bound to become a naval admiral one day. However, Nami and I are just thieves without any bounties. I hope you can spare Nami. I am willing to accompany you and do anything you desire. As a partner. Karina was unaware of the secrets Nami harbored. Yet, witnessing Nami's obsession with wealth, deeply ingrained within her very essence, Karina understood that even someone as avaricious as Nami had her limits, moments where she might risk her life. This was the reason for her repeated pleas for mercy. Karina, have you lost your mind? We vow to share both hardship and joy. How could I abandon you? If we are to perish, let us do so together. Nami's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she bit down on her crimson lip. Enough. All of you. Be silent. Bayou interjected sharply, flicking his fingers against the foreheads of the two with a swift motion. The sudden sting elicited a sharp intake of breath from both, who instinctively clutched their foreheads, their faces etched with grievance. However, under Bayou's stern gaze, they quickly settled down, refraining from any further outbursts. Rest assured, I have mentioned that I am merely a trainee in the Navy, not yet a full-fledged sailor, Bayou remarked, taking a swig of his drink. You are not worth much in terms of bounty, so I have no intention of capturing you. However, while you may escape the death penalty, the punishment for your current predicament will be to serve under me for the time being. Nami, you shall act as navigator. Karina, you will take the helm and oversee our provisions. As for the nights, the sea can turn as capricious as I. Therefore, you shall take turns keeping me warm. Keeping warm? Nami and Karina's cheeks flushed instantly. In the world of the Sea King, such matters were commonplace. Even if one had never witnessed a pig run, they had certainly tasted pork. The notion of keeping warm conjured vivid images in their minds, leading to a flurry of unspoken thoughts. Is there a problem? Feel free to voice any objections, Bayou said, casting a glance at the two before his gaze drifted to a weathered wooden box in the corner. This seemingly inconspicuous box instinctively struck him as extraordinary. "And no objections, my lord. Rest assured, I shall ensure everything is executed flawlessly," Karina hastily affirmed. Following Bayu's gaze, she suddenly recalled something significant. "My lord, you may find the contents of this wooden box intriguing. It is rumored to contain a renowned blade." "A renowned blade?" Bayu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. In the original narrative, numerous famous swords had made their appearances. Yet, due to the overwhelming presence of the protagonists, many of these had been drawn to them. If one were to truly investigate, it could be said that even in the East Sea, the weakest of the seas, such blades were scarce. Now, the prospect of encountering a potential famed sword was indeed a stroke of fortune for Bayu. Just then, Zoro, having just entered the cabin, paused in his tracks. He was known for his wild green hair, poor sense of direction, and indigenous charm. However, as a swordsman, he too recognized the significance of a renowned blade. Observing the wooden box being presented by Karina and Nami, a look of eager anticipation spread across his face. Bang! The box opened with a resounding snap. Inside lay an ancient blade, its sheath and hilt adorned in a vivid crimson hue, the blade itself glinting ominously. Patterns resembling dark red clouds intertwined across the entire sheath, exuding a palpable aura of menace that chilled the air within the cabin. As their gazes fell upon the ancient blade, Karina and Nami gasped in terror, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Even Zoro found himself taken aback, stepping back half a pace in shock. In that fleeting moment, they seemed to witness a fearsome specter, howling as if striving to break free from the blade's edge. Had this illusion not dissipated so swiftly, their embarrassment would have been far greater. "This is a malevolent sword." Bayu revealed a hint of a bloodthirsty smile. Little did he expect that upon setting sail, he would encounter such a finely crafted demonic blade. Even through the scabbard, it emanated an overwhelming aura of sinister energy. It far surpassed the third generation of the famed Onigiri in the original tale. This signified that the sword before them was undoubtedly not a mere blade of 50 crafts, but rather had the potential to belong to the prestigious 24 crafts of the renowned great swords. Chapter 17. The Cursed Blade, Muramasa, my lord Bayu. This blade is none other than the cursed sword Muramasa, one of the 24 exquisite blades. Karina suddenly presented an ancient illustration. Muramasa? Bayu accepted the illustration without surprise, his bloodthirsty smile deepening. However, Zoro beside him was less composed. Few swordsmen could resist the allure of a renowned blade, especially one belonging to the 21 exceptional weapons. Gazing at the blood-red Muramasa, quietly resting in its wooden box, Zoro could not restrain himself and reached for it. "No!" Karina cried out urgently. Unfortunately, Zoro's hand had already grasped the hilt. An overwhelming force of consumption surged into his body. A thunderous roar echoed in his mind as he felt his very soul being wrenched away. His arm felt as if it had been drained to a state of desiccation. Witnessing this bizarre state of his arm, Zoro felt a rising panic. He was a spirited young swordsman, and since the death of Konoha, he had never faced defeat. Aside from the recent beating by Bayu, the pinnacle of the world's greatest swordsman still lay ahead of him. Yet now he was being reduced to a mere husk by a blade. Was this to be his untimely end before his journey had truly begun? Get away. A true man must wield a cursed blade. Bayu kicked Zoro away with disdain. In his youth, Zoro had been overly arrogant, and now, fresh out to sea and untested by the likes of Mihawk, he remained too inexperienced. Bayu nearly felt compelled to deliver a grand speech to Zoro. With a bloodthirsty grin, Bayu reached for the Muramasa, which emitted an eerie crimson glow from the box. "My lord Bayu, you are courting death. If you are consumed by that blade, we will have to escape on our own." Nami, hiding in a corner, interjected, her face filled with anticipation. They had witnessed several foolhardy individuals being devoured by this very cursed sword. Yet, in response to her warning, Bayu's smile only turned more cruel. "Huh, if I cannot even best a mere blade, what use is it to let you escape? I am eager to discover what makes this sword worthy of its cursed title." Clang. The sound of the blade unsheathing rang out sharply. The cursed sword Muramasa instantly emerged, its crimson blade shimmering with cold light, unleashing a tremendous aura of malevolence that swept through the entire cabin like a tempest. In an instant, the temperature around plummeted drastically, plunging Nami, Karina, and the others into a frigid abyss. As the blood-red essence surged into Bayu's mind, a thunderous roar echoed within him. In the original tale, Zoro's former friend, Sokka, had fallen prey to the Muramasa's manipulative influence. At that moment, Bayu found himself undergoing a similar ordeal. However, as the crimson energy rushed into his consciousness, the figure of Yamamoto, the embodiment of his essence, abruptly materialized. The next moment, a maniacal laughter erupted, reverberating throughout the space. Ha ha, truly the demon blade, an essential for any real man. The sensation of greed is utterly exhilarating. Bayu suddenly opened his eyes, his right hand, clutching the blade, had already withered to a mere husk. However, as a reincarnator, Bayu had long since comprehended that this demonic sword, Murakumo, much like the Judgment Blade, could autonomously operate, releasing the host's overwhelming aura without restraint. This indicated that it was but a step away from transforming into the supreme Great Blade of 12 Works. Observing his right hand, now reduced to skin and bones, the bloodthirsty grin on Bayu's face grew ever more sinister. With a fierce clench of his fingers, the tricolored aura within him erupted explosively. Excellent, splendid. As expected from the blade I have chosen. I shall see whether you will drain me dry, or I shall shatter you instead. Boom. The tricolored aura surged forth like a raging tide, bursting through the cabin. The previously emaciated right hand swelled suddenly. The demon blade Murakumo emitted a shriek akin to the wailing of ghosts. A figure reminiscent of a fierce Azura erupted behind Bayu. Roar. A sea king, lurking 1,000 meters away and reveling in its recent escape from pirates, was suddenly startled into flight. Its massive form, spanning 50 to 60 meters, marked it as the king of the nearby waters. Typically, it would disdain both pirate and navy alike. Yet, in this moment, it sensed a chilling aura of death enveloping it. What a pity! I shall use you to test my blade. Bayu grinned cruelly, slashing the air with the demon blade Murakumo. Bang! A blood-red arc, spanning dozens of meters, sliced through the air in an instant. Everything in its path, be it pirate ships or the surface of the sea, was effortlessly torn apart as though made of paper. The distance of 1,000 meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a flash of crimson light erupted as the massive Sea King was obliterated. Boom. Towering waves surged as the ocean was cleaved into a vacuum. Karina and Nami felt a chilling dread wash over them. Especially Nami, who, recalling the earlier conversation, hastily covered her mouth, genuinely fearing that Bayu might aim a strike at her next. At that moment, her delicate limbs would likely not withstand such a blow. Zoro, standing nearby, wore a complex expression, his gaze toward Bayu filled with disbelief. Having just been defeated by Bayu's blade, he had assumed that strike was the extent of Bayu's power. Alas, it appeared that the true fool was himself. The other had not even unleashed his full strength. No, it was more accurate to say that he was utterly inferior to a mere Sea King. The disparity was simply too vast. Truly, this is the demon blade. Bayu grinned wickedly, sheathing the blade with a flourish. A strike spanning 1,000 meters, such aerial slashes are rare in the East Sea. However, in the Grand Line, and even in the New World, they are not unheard of. Warriors like the Golden Lion, with his lion's cut wave, infused with the powers of the devil fruit, could cleave through hundreds of kilometers with a single stroke. Such an existence is indeed monstrous. Bayu recognized that there remains a considerable distance between his strength and the pinnacle of power. However, bolstered by the system, Bayu is confident that he will soon reach such a level. System, open the attribute panel for me. Bayu entered the realm of consciousness. Host, Bayu Dao power value, 620 strength, 780 speed, 800 stamina, 810 main template. Kenpachi Zaraki, 7. 2. Subordinate template. None weapon. Ordinary wooden sword. Daikaku sword 12 work demon blade Muramasa. Skills, sword pressure gazing at the somewhat rudimentary panel. Bayu reluctantly exited. In the previous battle, The Black Axe had only provided a meager 0.1 progress towards unlocking. Baiyu suspected that this was merely a token of friendship from the system. As for the future world's unparalleled swordsman, Zoro, he was a pleasant surprise, allowing the main template to unlock a further 2, with the next skill requiring a 10 unlock. This marks a significant step forward. Most importantly, Baiyu speculated that Zoro in the original work achieved considerable prowess. With time, he could potentially be revisited numerous times. If this is indeed the case, this prospect appears quite promising. Chapter 18. The targeted naval rookie cowering in the corner. Zoro trembled, especially when the sidelong glance of Baiyu fell upon him. A chill coursed down his spine, accentuated by that cruel, bloodthirsty smile. Zoro genuinely feared that Baiyu might suddenly propose another match. After witnessing the stark disparity between their strengths, he was not inclined to risk his life before he had grown stronger. Ahem, Baiyu, if there is nothing else, I intend to take my leave. I shall definitely challenge you again in the future. Zoro clenched the remaining piece of his sword, Wado Ikamanji. The memory of being struck so fiercely that he nearly lost his blade ignited a fervent desire within him to grow stronger. At this moment, Zoro merely wished to vacate this place and dedicate himself to rigorous training, striving to find the so-called 13 Guardians and secure a position within the top 100. Do you plan to swim away? Baiyu sheathed his demonic blade, his sadistic grin fading as he returned to his usual indifference. After taking a swig from a flask, he continued, if you are confident in your sense of direction, you may swim away. However, if you do not wish to meet your end in the belly of the near-sea king on your path to becoming the world's greatest swordsman, you should hasten and help me move some things. All the vessels in this area had been shattered, leaving only my ship intact. I shall retrieve it. With that, Baiyu turned decisively and departed, swiftly making his way toward the small boat anchored thousands of meters away, aided by the unique speed of the Shinigami. In an instant, only Nami and the others remained aboard, exchanging wide-eyed glances. As for fleeing, after witnessing that devastating strike that spanned 1,000 meters, Nami truly dared not gamble her slender limbs against a single blow. East Blue, Olai's Island. This was a haven for pirates, where even the villagers were descendants of buccaneers or those who had retreated from the sea to eke out a living. Over time, it had become a stronghold for pirates. As the only tavern at the dock was already brimming with patrons, a man with a wild shock of red hair, wrapped in a dark chain, and with lips resembling 2 hot dogs, sat broodingly downing drink after drink. Beside him were his companions, Saikapi and Naoliai, along with a nervous pirate nervously reporting something. Bang! The wooden mug was slammed down heavily by Treege, shattering upon impact. The splattered drink caught the bald pirate seated nearby, soaking his glistening head. Feeling the moisture upon his scalp, the bald pirate sprang to his feet, roaring in anger, "You scoundrel, I am Iron Head, with a bounty of 500,000 berries." Bang! A black chain shot forth from Treege's hand, resulting in an explosive end for the bald pirate's head. Blood splattered, and the chain, undiminished in its momentum, crashed into the wall, creating a sizable hole. The East Blue truly deserves its reputation as the weakest sea, teeming with ignorant fools. Treege grunted in disdain. However, amidst the sea of detritus, I find myself outwitted by 2 petty thieves. It has already been 3 days, and you have yet to locate them. Do you wish to meet your demise as well? The hysterical roar reverberated within the tavern, silencing all present. Faced with this ruthless individual, who has effortlessly dispatched 5 million belly worth of pirates, the onlooking rogues were eager to bury their heads in their tables, fearful of invoking misfortune. Lord Treege, we have discovered the whereabouts of the 2 thieves, one of the crew announced. However, we have received intel that the White Hunter smoker, stationed in Logue Town, has been ordered to pursue us. Simultaneously, it appears he is accompanied by a newcomer from the Navy, one named Baiyu. As a pirate of the Grand Line, bolstered by the formidable figure of Tezelo and supported by Treege's intelligence network, we still hold an advantage. The White Hunter smoker? The one who arrived in Logue Town 6 months ago, reputed to spare no pirate? Treege's face twisted into a sinister grin. It seems the Navy is well aware of our reputation as treasure hunters. For them to personally issue a pursuit order, we must repay them handsomely. However, before that, We must swiftly locate those two thieves and retrieve the cursed blade Murakumo. Otherwise, Lord Tezulo will undoubtedly have our heads. As for the newcomer Baiyu, should we cross paths, we shall ensure he receives a thorough education at the hands of the Navy, with a series of commands issued. Tree's pirate ship was once again cloaked in the guise of Psycho P and set sail. A figure cloaked in shadow, nursing a drink in a corner, hastily followed suit, revealing glimpses of Navy attire beneath his cape. Meanwhile, a warship entered the East Sea, cutting through the waves with purpose. On the deck stood Smoker, his silver hair glinting in the sunlight as he puffed on a cigar. "Colonel Smoker, we have news of Treege," an officer reported briskly. "He was spotted on Ori Island, but has since departed. According to our intel, he is in search of the two thieves and intends to ambush the Navy rookie." "Baiyu? Thieves? The Navy rookie Baiyu?" Smoker scoffed, a derisive snort escaping him. "Is he the so-called supernova mentioned by Admiral Sengoku? A rookie who has even ventured beyond the East Sea, yet is dubbed a supernova, truly disappointing. It seems the headquarters is becoming increasingly inept. Nevertheless, our mission is solely to capture Treege. As for the protection of the Navy rookie, inform Vice Admiral Garp that I shall soon apprehend Treege. At that point, the delicate flower in the greenhouse will require no safeguarding." The officer wore a pained expression, fully aware of Smoker's temperament. It was precisely this rebellious nature that had warranted the assignment of a natural devil fruit user like him to the remote Logue town, unlike his contemporaries, such as Tina, who remained at headquarters. "Get moving," Smoker urged once more. "Yes, sir," the adjutant responded and promptly turned to leave. Observing the suddenly tranquil deck, Smog exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at the distant waves with a disdainful remark. "A naval super rookie, you say? I hope our paths do not cross. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to offer a lesson on how to properly respect one's seniors as a newcomer. In this merciless sea, titles hold no significance." His voice dissipated with the sea breeze. As Treege and Smog took their actions, the East Sea was evidently swept into the turmoil of the Grand Line. Certainly, if Baiyu were to learn that someone had set their sights on him, facing such an unwitting prey, there would be but one question to ponder. Are you worth the cut? Chapter 19. Apologies, I only have a 50% chance 9900, 1000. On the small boat, Baiyu wielded a wooden sword with rhythmic precision. As time progressed, the speed of his strikes accelerated dramatically. When the final slash descended, the after images converged into a singular arc, delivering a swift cut upon the rocks submerged in the sea. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the daily task, achieving a 0.1 progress in unlocking. The current unlocking progress stands at 7.3. The ethereal notification echoed in his mind. Baiyu sheathed the wooden sword and exhaled deeply. Indeed, relying on the monotonous daily tasks, the pace of unlocking his innate template remained sluggish. Had he truly completed 10,000 strikes? Beside him, Zoro, imitating Baiyu's horizontal cuts, was momentarily taken aback. Ever since they had remained aboard the ship, Zoro had been attentively observing Baiyu's training. Initially, when witnessing Baiyu practice the most rudimentary slashing technique, a hint of disdain had crossed Zoro's face. To him, anyone could perform a simple cut. However, as time passed, Zoro found himself increasingly unable to keep up with Baiyu's pace. The seemingly unadorned slashes in Baiyu's hands flowed seamlessly, exuding an overwhelming and commanding presence. Especially the final, unified sword strike that erupted into a soaring cut left Zoro utterly spellbound. He too had practiced slashing extensively, yet in comparison to Baiyu, it felt as though he had merely engaged in a solitary endeavor. The disparity was staggering. Of course, had he known that Baiyu's wrist was constrained by weighted wristbands, burdening him with over 100 kilograms of pressure, he would have felt even more isolated in his training. Nami, is the direction we're sailing accurate? What weather should we anticipate next? After fully turning the ship's wheel, Karina glanced up towards the lookout. The next moment, she was stunned. Nami had vanished from the lookout. Had she fled? No. Karina turned her gaze back to Baiyu. In this vast ocean, before this monstrous youth, Nami could not possibly escape, even with 3 heads and 6 arms. If she was not present, then she must have retreated to one specific location. Let us go in together. She must have run to my room. Baiyu sheathed his wooden sword. Karina was bewildered. Was this a signal of her involvement? Most importantly, Baiyu had invited her along. Did this imply that a trio was about to unfold? Zoro, too, was momentarily stunned, halting his slashing motion as he watched Baiyu stride into the cabin. This was perhaps a scene any man would dream of. Zoro, you come in too. Baiyu's voice drifted over with the sea breeze. The sword in Zoro's hand, Wado Ikamanji, clattered to the ground. This was undeniably too exhilarating. No. Zoro resolved to firmly inform Baiyu that this was a degradation of propriety. A trio swiftly arrived at the cabin, their hearts racing as they gazed at the firmly shut door. Karina and Zoro were on edge, their words caught in their throats. Knock, knock, Nami, are you inside? We're coming in now, Baiyu announced, tapping lightly on the door before pushing it open. The sight that met them was unexpectedly genteel, leaving Karina and Zoro momentarily stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be a raucous entrance, kicking the door down accompanied by maniacal laughter? Why did reality deviate so drastically from their expectations? Soon, the door swung open, revealing Nami, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hid beneath the covers. Upon seeing Zoro and Karina enter, she hastily exclaimed, Baiyu, I only agreed to help you with anything, but I have my limits. If you continue like this, I will never yield. My lord Baiyu, Nami is not mistaken. Allow me to handle this, Karina chimed in urgently. Zoro, standing beside them, appeared equally flustered, instinctively echoing, I can do it too. Baiyu cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, You might want to reconsider. I have no interest in men. As for you too, don't embellish your roles too much. He playfully rapped their foreheads, observing their disgruntled expressions as they clutched their heads. Baiyu then seated himself nearby and inquired, Now? Tell me how you offended Treach. Treach? Zoro's expression faltered. Nami and Karina's faces, however, paled significantly as they instinctively took a step back. Baiyu, we don't know anyone named Treach. Nami stammered, only to be quickly silenced by Karina's hand. Shaking her head, she urged, Nami, remember that Baiyu is a Navy officer. His intelligence network far surpasses ours. We should be forthright. We do indeed know the treasure hunter Treach. However, our relationship is purely collaborative. We assisted him in searching for the Great Knife, the 12 demon blades Muramasa in the East Sea. Unfortunately, we became aware that once he obtained the blade, he would not honor his commitments, which led us to cut ties. As she spoke, Karina glanced at the demon blade, Muramasa, hanging at Baiyu's waist. If you harbor any concerns, my lord Baiyu, Nami and I can leave at once. Nami, now wrapped in a blanket, sat up, while Karina remained tense, though their words suggested a willingness to depart, escaping the clutches of the notorious Treach with a bounty of 89 million berries. Was a daunting task on the vast seas. Karina's decision to take the plunge was a gamble. There's no need for further tests, regardless of your current situation. The mere fact that Treach is a pirate demands my attention, Baiyu remarked, taking a casual swig of his drink. I bring this to light solely to ascertain one detail. Treach should possess the powers of the Chain fruit, a paramecia type, correct? Chain fruit. Zoro expressed surprise, having heard that the devil fruits were treasures of the sea. Yet in such a destitute place as the East Sea, this was his first encounter. Indeed, I once witnessed him conjure numerous chains from thin air, crushing a bounty of 10 million on a pirate. Nami was in a rush, with such a prime opportunity presented. She was eager to bury her head in it. Lord Baiyu, with your prowess, slaying Treach should be an effortless task, should it not? Zoro, standing nearby, gazed intently at Baiyu. There were indeed numerous pirates with bounties in the East Sea. However, a bounty of 89 million berries would be considered astronomical in this region. At present, Zoro merely sought to gauge Baiyu's strength through Treach to ascertain the extent of his prowess. I apologize, but my current odds of victory stand at merely 50%, Baiyu remarked casually, taking a sip of his drink. Chapter 20. The weak have no right to demand seriousness from others. What? Karina and the others exclaimed in unison. Lord Baiyu, surely you jest. If you possess only a 50% certainty, why do you remain so composed while seated here drinking? Nami hurriedly pressed, burdened with the fate of Coco West Village. She could not afford to gamble recklessly in the face of Bayu's uncertainty. Do I seem to be joking? If he were any other ability user, I would have complete confidence in defeating him, Bayu replied, taking a sip from his drink. However, he wields the formidable Qingqiang fruit, boasting a resilience akin to steel. At this moment, I cannot sever steel. This is precisely why I instructed you to head to Frostmoon Village earlier today. I intend to first learn the technique to cut through iron before confronting Treach. A guest from the Grand Line should indeed be worth the effort. Karina and Nami stood there, dumbfounded. Had they placed their bets on the wrong horse by relying on Bayu? Bayu, you mentioned going to Frostmoon Village? Zoro interjected, his expression momentarily faltering as he quickly inquired. Aside from an inconspicuous dojo, there are no renowned swordsmen who understand the art of cutting iron, are there? As a resident of Frostmoon Village, I have lingered there for quite some time. Unfortunately, I have never heard of any swordsman capable of such feats. Most importantly, Bayu plans to master this skill in such a short span. Is this a jest? Huh. Zoro, some individuals do not flaunt their talents. It is merely that you lack the strength to compel others to take you seriously. Bayu chuckled, taking another sip of his drink, raising an eyebrow. I can sense the island's aura. If Nami's navigational course is correct, we should be nearing Frostmoon Village. With that remark, Bayu turned and strode out. Zoro paused for a moment before hastily following. He was eager to discover who the iron-cutting swordsman Bayu had mentioned could be. Upon reaching the deck, a familiar small island swiftly came into view. The dock was filled with several recognizable faces. Master Zoro, you've been missing for half a year. You've finally returned. The teacher often speaks of you. He once said you were the strongest swordsman in Frostmoon Village. No, the teacher claimed you were the strongest in the East Blue. A chorus of flattering voices resonated at the dock. As the only unique three-sword-style swordsman, Zoro held considerable fame in Frostmoon Village. Typically, such flattery would be quite gratifying. However, standing alongside Bayu, Zoro felt a twinge of embarrassment. Zoro. It seems you have garnered quite the favor from the people of Frostmoon Village, Bayu remarked with a smile as he leaped onto the shore. His observation haki unfurling like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire island. Amidst numerous powerful auras, he swiftly detected a concealed presence. Found you. I shall take my leave first. Bayu opened his eyes, locking onto the direction of the Isen Dojo, and with a burst of movement, he vanished from sight. Is that where the teacher resides? Zoro's expression momentarily froze. In his eyes, the teacher was merely a fool incapable of even cutting through leaves. Yet now, he found himself targeted by Bayu. Could it truly be, as Bayu claimed, that the teacher was a reclusive master of swordsmanship? A flurry of chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, prompting Zoro to hastily pursue. Meanwhile, within the Isen Dojo, a group of 7- or 8-year-old children donned in traditional kimonos rhythmically swung their bamboo swords under the guidance of their instructor. The bespectacled Gung Shiro watched with a satisfied smile. As a teacher, nothing brought greater joy than witnessing his students achieving remarkable results. However, this faint smile, just beginning to bloom, was soon overshadowed by a glint of sharpness in his glasses, restoring his demeanor to one of warmth. Telling, continue the training with everyone. I must step out for a moment. Understood, teacher, replied a slightly older child, eagerly acknowledging. With that, Gung Shiro opened the door and stepped outside. Upon seeing Bayu standing at the entrance, clad in white, his expression darkened momentarily, only to be captivated by the sword at Bayu's waist. The blood-red scabbard and hilt emanated an ominous aura. Young man, is that sword you bear a demon blade? It is no surprise that you, Gung Shiro, could discern its true nature at a glance. Only your foolish disciple would mistake his teacher for a mere buffoon, Bayu chuckled, taking a sip of his drink before patting the demon blade Murakumo at his side. I have come this time solely to learn the art of cutting iron and, incidentally, to challenge you. Challenge me? Whatever for? Gung Shiro's expression faltered momentarily. And you mentioned encountering Zoro? It seems he was the one who lost in your confrontation. However, I am curious how my foolish disciple fell to you. Gung Shiro was taken aback by Bayu's unexpected visit. Yet his instincts warned him of the young man's inherent danger. Thus, his primary concern remained the fate of Zoro. Rest assured, Mr. Gung Shiro, I am a Navy officer and do not engage in indiscriminate slaughter, Bai Yu replied with a smile. As for my reasons for challenging you, aside from the desire to learn the art of cutting iron, the most significant reason is that you are one of the few worthy opponents in the East Sea. Geng Shiro found himself momentarily at a loss. He had heard numerous justifications for duels, but such a forthright response was unprecedented. Yet, as time passed, his gaze sharpened, particularly as he observed the increasingly savage smile on Bai Yu's face. A long-forgotten fighting spirit stirred within him. As Bai Yu had articulated, a swordsman who conceals his prowess is not merely a lover of solitude. Rather, it is the absence of worthy adversaries on this vast sea that leads to their isolation. The strong often find themselves lonely. Now, faced with Bai Yu's focused aura, Geng Shiro felt a rekindling of long-lost exhilaration. Little one, you truly stand apart. You are the first junior to ignite my interest in taking action. Geng Shiro, usually so amiable, now spoke with newfound gravity. Yet, it is precisely your uniqueness that has compelled me to accept this challenge. As for the weapon, a wooden sword will suffice. Bai Yu tilted his head back and guzzled the entire bottle of strong liquor. With a sudden surge of power, he crushed the bottle in his grasp. A cruel and bloodthirsty smile blossomed upon his face, as the ferocious beast lurking within him was unleashed. In the hands of a formidable warrior, every flower, leaf, and blade of grass becomes an instrument of death. This wooden sword is ample for our sparring. Boom. Two immense pressures of sword energy erupted, centered around Bai Yu and Geng Shiro. The collision of the crimson and white shock waves generated a colossal gust, tearing the roof of the dojo asunder. From a distance, it appeared as though a whirlwind had been conjured in the courtyard of the EXIN dojo. Chapter 21. Bai Yu's recklessness. Zoro, you have finally returned. Just now, a young boy barged into the dojo, and the roof was blown off. You must hurry back and check it out. Zoro swiftly made his way to the dojo. He had witnessed the extraordinary scene unfold before him. However, at that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. The opponent he faced alongside Bai Yu could not possibly be Geng Shiro. The distance of 1,000 meters rapidly diminished as Zoro sprinted with all his might. Upon entering the training ground, he shouted, "Let the battle commence." Bai Yu, with a cruel smile, took a bold step and vanished into thin air. Geng Shiro moved in unison. The two exhibited unparalleled speed, colliding in the blink of an eye. Bang! The two wooden swords clashed with a resounding thud. The dull sound of their collision echoed like thunder, creating a tempest that swept through the courtyard. Zoro, who had just entered the training area, was forced back 2 or 3 steps before he regained his footing. He gazed at Geng Shiro, who, usually refined and gentle, had transformed entirely. Zoro was taken aback. In that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Bai Yu's words. It wasn't that the teacher was merely foolish. Rather, he was too weak to even qualify for seriousness. Faced with Bai Yu, who could compel Geng Shiro to take things seriously, Zoro suddenly felt as though Bai Yu had created an insurmountable chasm between them. One sword style, point star. Geng Shiro's wooden sword transformed into a piercing thrust, resembling a myriad of stars descending upon Bai Yu. Indeed, this young boy evoked a sense of danger within Zoro, born from his mastery of the sword. Yet in Geng Shiro's eyes, Bai Yu was simply too young. When it came to combat experience, Geng Shiro held confidence that he could easily surpass Bai Yu. Furthermore, should Bai Yu attempt to evade, Geng Shiro believed he could unleash a flurry of rapid strikes to suppress him. However, before this thought could fully settle in Geng Shiro's mind, Bai Yu's bloodthirsty grin grew ever more menacing. Facing the incoming assault, Bai Yu showed no inclination to dodge. As soon as his armed color hockey unfurled, he raised his sword and struck. Bang! With a single slice, Bai Yu dispersed the majority of the multitude of thrusts. The remaining strikes fell upon Bai Yu, yet under the defense of his observation hockey, they inflicted minimal damage. Instead, the force of Bai Yu's retaliatory strike surged toward Geng Shiro with unyielding momentum. With lives at stake, as the oncoming attack rapidly expanded in Geng Shiro's vision, he instantly grasped the source of the danger emanating from Bai Yu. It stemmed from his frenzied fighting style. Having had his strike thwarted, Geng Shiro promptly raised his wooden sword to block. Bang! An overwhelming force erupted, and Geng Shiro felt as if he had collided head-on with a mighty sea beast. propelling him backwards several meters before he could regain control of his body. The sharp pain in his hands left him astounded. Such immense power. Yet, before he could fully process this realization, a shadow approached him like a relentless pest. There were no intricate sword techniques to speak of. Every assault was merely a straightforward slash. With each strike, there was nothing but raw power and the simplest manifestation of spiritual pressure. As the embodiment of the template, Zaraki Kenpachi was classified as a special-grade combat force in the original narrative. This was all due to his boundless and overwhelming spiritual pressure. Even without his Shirkai and Bankai, he could wield this power to effortlessly crush his opponents. Such is the nature of spiritual pressure. Bang! Kairaku was once again sent flying, nearly losing his wooden sword. Faced with Bayu's reckless fighting style, Kairaku swiftly enveloped his right hand in haki. Moreover, as this haki emerged, it enveloped his entire being. This technique could only be afforded by one who had mastered haki to a significant degree. In response to Bayu's frenzied and chaotic strikes, Kairaku became noticeably serious. "Kid, the warm-up is over. Now, I shall engage in a long-awaited serious bout with you." Kairaku smiled, a smile tinged with battle intent, especially as he felt the blood within him begin to boil. This made him finally acknowledge the junior before him. "Warm-up done? Then I too shall get serious." Bayu ceased his assault, planting his wooden sword diagonally into the ground. Under the watchful eyes of Zoro and Kairaku, he removed the heavily modified gauntlets from his arms for the first time. Bang! The 50-kilogram gauntlet thudded to the ground, creating a loud crack as it smashed a large pit into the floor. The previously suppressed spiritual energy surged dramatically upon the removal of one gauntlet. Boom! The overwhelming aura shot up into the sky, causing Kairaku and Zoro's pupils to constrict sharply, especially upon noticing that Bayu still wore another gauntlet on his wrist. Both were left astounded. Could this young man have been holding back from the very beginning? No. It seemed that Bayu had merely been testing the waters. Boom! An even grander column of golden light erupted like a raging tide. This marked Bayu's first display of his full power. Confronted with this scorching spiritual pressure, Kairaku, locked in the grip of this aura, felt a twinge of regret for accepting the challenge. However, this fleeting thought was quickly drowned by the boiling blood within him. His gaze towards Bayu ignited an unprecedented fighting spirit. "Come on, let us continue our clash." Bayu grinned viciously. With a powerful step forward, the entire dojo reverberated with a thunderous sound. In the next moment, he crossed over several meters to stand before Kairaku, holding his wooden sword. He unleashed a slash imbued with a golden spiritual pressure that extended for dozens of meters. One sword style, horizontal cross. Kairaku roared. Utilizing the absolute defense granted by his full-body haki, he was evidently ignited with genuine fighting spirit. With a casual swing, he unleashed a blade of equal magnitude, erupting into a massive wave of sword energy accompanied by a deafening explosion. The tremendous gusts of wind rolled backward in response. The training grounds behind the dojo had been transformed into a chaotic battleground, with every object scattered and shattered. At the same moment, as the explosive shockwaves surged skyward, Bayu charged recklessly towards Gung Sailing. The tempest of explosions, intertwined with sharp, cutting winds, shredded the white robe adorning Bayu's form, leaving his bare skin marred with deep gashes. Yet, none of this could quell the frenzied, bloodthirsty spirit of combat that coursed through him. For Gung Sailing, immersed in this tumultuous battlefield, the most palpable sensation was akin to facing a bloodthirsty demon in a fierce struggle. With a resounding crash, a powerful strike collided with Gung Sailing's wooden sword. The ground beneath him shattered in response, and he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through the surrounding wall and into the depths of the forest beyond. Many trees were mercilessly cleaved in half along his path. As he regained his composure and halted his momentum, he sensed the ominous aura of danger once more, the haki of observation alerting him to the impending threat. Chapter 22. Unlocking 10% clad in tattered garments and resembling a fearsome war demon, Bayu surged through the tempest of explosions, appearing before Gung Sailing. With a wooden sword in hand, he unleashed a blaze of golden light, striking down with tremendous force. The impact was so powerful that Gung Silang's facial muscles were distorted from the sheer force of the attack. Confronted with the rapidly enlarging threat within his vision, he felt as if he were battling a savage beast. In that moment, the long-lost sensation of boiling blood surged within Gung Silang. One sword style, Torrent. Gung Silang wielded his wooden sword, emanating a formidable flow of energy as he retaliated. The earth-shattering sound echoed through the surroundings as mountains and forests were torn asunder. Had this strike occurred in a training ground, the dojo would have surely crumbled. Zoro arrived in haste, only to be repelled by the explosive tempest. Observing the clash before him, where each movement shattered the very ground, Zoro cast a bitter glance at the three swords at his waist. He could barely withstand even one of the opponent's blades. What a farce, this three-sword style. The battle raged on, as Baiyu's figure lunged forward relentlessly. Each clash of blades releasing a torrent of energy that effortlessly demolished the surrounding trees and mountains. Zoro felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively retreating a few steps. The local villagers, disturbed by the commotion, began to flock toward the mountain, for the magnitude of this battle far exceeded their comprehension. Bang! The clash of golden light and white blade energy resonated once more. Gung Silang's expression was devoid of arrogance, now keenly aware of the stinging pain in his hands. One thought consumed him. Each of Baiyu's strikes was unbearably heavy. This force only intensified with time. His instincts warned him that this almost monstrous youth was growing at an alarming rate during combat. He was a being born for battle. No, he was born for slaughter. An increasing number of villagers approached. "Kid, aren't you curious about what it means to cut iron? Let us settle this with the next strike." Gung Silang's observation, Haki instantly grasped the situation around him. He suddenly tightened his grip on the wooden sword, and a drastic transformation overtook his aura. If just a moment ago he had been a sheathed sword, now he was a blade gleaming with lethal sharpness. "Young one, the path of the sword is akin to an endless sea. Your talent is extraordinary, and you have already entered the realm of momentum and intent. Combine your aura and will, and you shall find your heart's destination, unceasing." This is what it means to cut iron. Gung Silang's eyes widened, and the wooden sword in his grasp radiated an unparalleled sword intent. A force that transcended heaven and earth surged forth as he struck down towards Baiyu. Zoro's hair stood on end. Even from 100 meters away, he sensed the taste of death emanating from that strike. Eagerly, he sought to witness how Baiyu would respond to the impending blow. Undoubtedly, a formidable force concealed within the East China Sea. This target is indeed worthy of a fierce confrontation. Baiyu's cruel and bloodthirsty grin completely dominated his visage. Confronted with a descending strike that seamlessly fused momentum and intent, he surged forth like a ferocious beast. There was neither evasion nor retreat. Instead, he slightly inclined his body and met the blow head-on with his shoulder. Simultaneously, the wooden sword in his right hand erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, cleaving towards Gung Silang. With a thunderous crash, blood splattered from Baiyu's shoulder. His armament Haki having been fully concentrated there, elevating his defense to its zenith. Nonetheless, the strike, embodying Gung Silang's lifelong mastery of swordsmanship, tore through his defenses. The wooden sword lodged itself painfully between his shoulder and body. Baiyu's counterattack detonated upon Gung Silang, sending him hurtling backwards. The wooden sword shattered with a resounding crack, crashing heavily against the colossal rock face several meters away. The immense force caused the dense stone to fracture, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. Unable to restrain himself, Zoro rushed forward. "Teacher Gung Silang, are you all right?" Gung Silang, coughing lightly, reassured, "Do not worry, I am fine." Gradually, his figure emerged from the rubble, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. However, the drooping shoulder betrayed the toll this battle had taken, indicating a lengthy recuperation ahead. Zoro's pupils dilated momentarily before he urgently inquired, "Teacher, did you win?" "Me?" Gung Silang chuckled, shaking his head at Zoro's eager expression. "I lost. That mad lad outperformed me, daring to withstand even a strike infused with the intent to slice through iron. Such a life-risking combat style is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Best not to take this little brat seriously in the future. By the way, Zoro, how many moves did you fall to?" Tell me, let us see if you've shamed your teacher. Teacher lost? Zoro was taken aback, his face flushing crimson. If Gung Silang were to discover that he couldn't withstand even a single blow, he would surely face expulsion from the dojo. Cough, cough, teacher. I'll go check on Baiyu. No need. I am unharmed. Baiyu's bloodthirsty grin remained undiminished as he retrieved a bottle of strong liquor, downing it with gusto. After the battle, a bottle of liquor indeed brought more joy than a celestial being could imagine. Feeling the searing sensation within, his blood ignited, granting him an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Gung Silang. The body template has been unlocked by 3%, and you have earned 500 system points. The shop's merchandise has been refreshed. The ethereal voice of the system echoed within his mind. Baiyu raised an eyebrow, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This battle was indeed rewarding. Instantly boosting his unlocking progress by 3% would significantly amplify Baiyu's strength. Most importantly, reaching 10% unlocking progress would awaken character skills. Ding! Congratulations, host. The progress of the body template has reached 10%, granting you the dual swordsmanship. Dual swordsmanship? A flicker of astonishment crossed Baiyu's eyes. This is an extraordinarily advantageous reward. In the original narrative, the early Kenpachi Zaraki did not comprehend the Shurkai or Bankai. His combat was solely driven by a savage instinct for battle, an indifference to death, and an overwhelming consumption of spiritual pressure. However, he did possess a hidden card. This was the dual swordsmanship he learned under the command of Captain Yamamoto Jeanri Sai Shigekuni for a single day. As Kenpachi Zaraki himself articulated, when he grasps his blades with both hands, it is not a matter of seriousness. It is merely to drive his enemies towards their demise. According to Baiyu's deduction, should he now employ the dual swordsmanship, he might very well cleave Kuraka Shunsui in twain with just a wooden sword. Indeed, those endowed with systems are truly exceptional. Chapter 23. He truly is not human to him. Baiyu, let us conclude this battle here. After I tend to my injuries, we shall delve into the profound essence of iron slicing. While it may seem simple to discuss, grasping its intricacies proves to be quite challenging. Gung Silang coughed lightly, acutely aware of Baiyu's scrutinizing gaze, which was imbued with a predatory intensity. He genuinely feared that Baiyu might be unable to restrain himself and approach him with a blade to discuss the profundities of life. Consider Zoro, who has spent 12 years under my tutelage. He has merely attained the level of momentum, yet he remains considerably distant from true intent. To reach the realm of iron slicing, one must invest additional time. As for momentum, it pertains to the sword's aura, allowing it to manifest various energies. Some individuals can unleash flames or lightning through sheer momentum, a testament to its power. Upon achieving the realm of sword intent, one can fully harness momentum, transforming it into myriad forms through the sheer force of will. Baiyu, your prowess and talent surpass Zoro's. While Zoro may require a year, I firmly believe that with your current foundation, you could accomplish this in merely 6 months. In my own experience, I traversed the realm of iron slicing in just over 4 months, earning the title of genius from my father. A torrent of words flowed from him, akin to a rapid barrage. Gung Silang's sole intention was to divert Baiyu's attention. Baiyu withdrew into the realm of consciousness, intrigued by this discourse. However, when it came to actual practice, he was uncertain how long it would truly take. Nevertheless, the template for his main body had unlocked 10% of its progress, granting him the dual sword technique, 2 cuts. With this surge in power, Baiyu felt an 80% certainty that he could overpower Triji. Just now. It seemed the system shop had refreshed. Perhaps there are rewards to behold. Baiyu raised an eyebrow. The shop appeared rather modest. Yet the prospect of acquiring modified wrist guards was an unexpected boon. Ding! The system shop page opened immediately, as Baiyu scanned the rudimentary interface. A flicker of excitement ignited within his gaze. Once again, the insight symbol, and this time it was doubled. In addition, there was a modified outer garment capable of bearing 300 kilograms, providing a degree of defense. Insight symbol X2, valued at 300 points. Modified weight-bearing outer garment, valued at 200 points. Observing the 2 purchase options, the total reached 500 points, effectively depleting his remaining balance. Bai Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. It seemed the system truly regarded him as a peasant, mercilessly extracting every last point he had managed to earn. Yet, this item was undeniably enticing. The system was indeed appealing. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your purchase of system items has been successful. Insight Symbol X2 and the modified 200 kilogram training suit have been delivered to your system space. Please check your inventory. As the shop page cleared, a smile crept across Bai Yu's face. Indeed, indulging in such advantages is momentarily exhilarating, a daily delight. This is the essence of truth. Bai Yu, do you find yourself perplexed by something? If so, I can personally guide you. With diligent practice, perhaps 3 months would suffice. Gung Sailang felt a twinge of anxiety, particularly upon glimpsing Bai Yu's occasionally bloodthirsty smile. After their recent battle, he could scarcely believe that his slender limbs could withstand a single blow. Mr. Gung Sailang need not worry, he mused. I believe I have grasped the essence of the iron-slaying technique. Bai Yu withdrew from the realm of consciousness, casually shattering the insight talisman in his hand. What had once been difficult to comprehend, how to merge sword momentum with sword intent, became exceedingly clear in the aftermath of the insight talisman's shattering, resonating like a thunderclap in his mind. Zoro's expression shifted subtly, astonished by the response offered by Bai Yu. Yet, as Zoro's gaze fell once more upon Bai Yu, his pupils involuntarily constricted. In that fleeting moment, an instinct warned Zoro that the youth before him seemed to have grown even more formidable. If previously Bai Yu had evoked a sense of danger, now he emanated an ephemeral aura of suffocating death. Zoro, do you not sense the change within Bai Yu? Gung Sailang inquired gravely. As Zoro's mentor, he felt the weight of this instinct even more acutely. After a few moments of contemplation, he spoke in a low voice. The impression he gives me is akin to that of a beast armed to the teeth. Do you think he has truly mastered the realm of iron slaying? Zoro opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He cast a glance at Bai Yu, recalling the battle they had just endured, which had allowed him to glimpse a mastery of the iron-slaying realm, an achievement that had eluded him despite 12 years of arduous training. This was indeed astonishing. Even Gung Sailang had spent over 4 months to attain such a skill, earning the title of genius from his father. So what was Bai Yu? A super genius? A prodigy? Something beyond human? Yes. Zoro silently regarded Bai Yu, reluctant to accept that he had truly acquired such power. Otherwise, he might truly be something other than human. Bai Yu, I present this bracer to you. Unbeknownst to Bai Yu, Zoro and Gung Sailang were lost in their thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would not be concerned. For one who possessed extraordinary capabilities, explaining the nature of such gifts would be akin to jest. You wish to give me this? Zoro exclaimed, staring incredulously at the 2 bracers that had landed heavily on the ground. Even Gung Sailang, who had been supporting him, had completely forgotten his role. Now reaching down to examine the bracers, having witnessed Bai Yu unleash the bracers' explosive potential and his training methods, Zoro was now keenly interested in even a single hair that might fall from Bai Yu. However, upon examination, Zoro's expression shifted once again. Gung Sailang also freed his hands, weighing the bracer thoughtfully before stating gravely, Bai Yu, this must weigh at least 30 to 40 kilograms, correct? Do you live under such a burden daily? The value of this equipment is undoubtedly on par with that of a famed sword for a swordsman. As a seasoned swordsman and mentor, Gung Sailang was likewise taken aback by such weighty gear. For a proficient swordsman, the only way to execute more powerful, swift, and incisive strikes was through rigorous physical training, particularly enhancing the explosive strength of the arms. Typically, the weighted equipment they could find was of enormous size. In the original narrative, Zoro could only rely on colossal dumbbells for resistance training, as he was unable to bear them for adaptive lifestyle exercises. It can be said that the wrist guards casually tossed by Bai Yu have utterly upended their perceptions. Bai Yu, this item is far too precious for me to accept. Without it, your training will also be adversely affected. Zoro, suppressing the genuine temptation within, firmly declined. Indeed, these wrist guards were perfectly suited for Zoro's current strength training. However, as a swordsman, Zoro maintained a keen awareness of his dignity and principles. It is far too light. Combined, they weigh merely 100 kilograms. Keeping them would only hinder my pursuit of strength. Bai Yu casually replied and promptly produced the modified training suit from the system. With a thud, the seemingly soft training suit crashed to the ground. In an instant, dust erupted, and the ground buckled, fissures forming rapidly and spreading ominously towards Zoro and Gung Shilang. Chapter 24. Is this considered stealing a head from afar? The battlefield lay in eerie silence. Zoro and Gung Shiro were utterly bewildered. A piece of clothing had struck the ground, creating a depression over 10 centimeters deep. What kind of weight must that entail? Bai Yu, you said this gauntlet weighs 100 kilograms, so what about this garment? Gung Shiro could no longer contain his curiosity. 300 kilograms. It seems rather manageable. Bai Yu, oblivious to the astonished expressions of Zoro and Gung Shiro, donned the magically altered garment without a second thought. According to the data provided by the system, Bai Yu had unlocked 3% of his body template after the recent battle, bringing it to a total of 10%. His Dao power had also surged, reaching a remarkable level of 820, surpassing the Navy's definition of superhuman. Carrying 300 kilograms was indeed within his capabilities. The primary advantage of this magically enhanced attire was its ability to continuously siphon his ultimate spiritual pressure. Once he acclimated to this depleting sensation, his power would ascend dramatically upon the next release. Most importantly, this magically altered outfit, akin to the eye patch of the original Kenpachi Zaraki, would store his ultimate spiritual energy after absorbing it. Once released, it could replenish the host, temporarily doubling their strength. After sharing this revelation, Bai Yu suggested, Zoro, what do you think? Should we allow the teacher to examine this first? I'll return it to you tomorrow. Gung Shiro's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Zoro had already clutched the gauntlet tightly, shaking his head vehemently. The dignity and principles of a swordsman had long since evaporated. This is truly delightful. Mr. Gung Shiro. Urgent news. A large number of Navy personnel have arrived at the docks, seemingly pursued by someone, and they are followed by a massive pirate ship adorned with jewels. You must send Zoro to investigate immediately. An elderly man rushed over. They had refrained from approaching, fearing the earlier explosive battle, waiting until it subsided to seek help. A pirate ship adorned with jewels? Bai Yu raised an eyebrow, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. Indeed, pirates from the Grand Line exhibited a different level of efficiency. He was keen to discover if they were worth his blade. Bai Yu, is it Treej who has come after us? Zoro's expression shifted dramatically. Seizing a moment to catch his breath, Zoro recounted the circumstances of Bai Yu's arrival in Shuangyue village to Gung Shiro. Finally, Gung Shiro understood why Bai Yu was so eager to learn to cut through iron, for it was a matter of practical application. Akin to pushing a duck onto a perch. He has arrived, but it seems Karina is in trouble. Bai Yu's eyes widened, and he maximized his observation haki. With a mastery of mid-level observation haki, he could effortlessly grasp the situation at the docks. Before Zoro and Gung Shiro could react, he leaped into the air, propelling himself skyward. Once he reached an altitude of several dozen meters, he hurled the wooden sword he carried at his waist. Simultaneously, he swiftly chased after the unfolding events. As they watched Bai Yu vanish into the distance, Zoro and Gung Shiro exchanged a glance and hastened to follow. Confronted by this notorious pirate from the Grand Line, with a bounty of 89 million, they could only hope that Bai Yu had not been exaggerating, that he had indeed mastered the realm of cutting iron with a mere glance. At the dock, hundreds of Navy personnel gathered at the shoreline, where a destroyed warship lay aground. Torrents of seawater surged relentlessly into the breached hull. However, the Navy present seemed utterly unconcerned by the sinking vessel. Colonel Doman, Treej has truly come, exclaimed a sailor in alarm. Soon, all eyes were drawn to a pirate ship adorned with jewels, gleaming ostentatiously upon the waves. At the helm stood Treej, with his spiky red hair and sausage-like lips. Closely following was the inebriated Naoliai. Fire. Open fire immediately, Treej commanded. I have already contacted Colonel Smoker. He is on his way here. If you dare remain, you will undoubtedly be defeated by him. He is the strongest Navy officer in the East Blue. Colonel Doman, a burly man wielding a massive axe, was the commander of the nearby waters. Initially, he had set out merely for a patrol, never anticipating an assault from an emerging pirate ship. The wanted poster of Treege, with a bounty of 89 million berries, had circulated across various branches, allowing Doman to instantly recognize Treege's identity. He dared not linger and fled to Frostmoon Village. Haha. The East Blue truly lives up to its reputation as the weakest sea. At times like this, there isn't even a noteworthy adversary in sight. Treege bellowed from the bow of his ship, effortlessly swatting away incoming bullets. I've heard there's a so-called strongest newcomer in the East Blue before Smoker arrives. I genuinely wish to encounter him and slay him first. I would love to see the expressions on your faces then. But before that, I must deal with you and that little thief hiding over there. You cannot escape this time. Psycho P, apprehend her. Understood, boss. Not far away, Karina, concealed behind cargo, felt her complexion drain of color. She turned to see Psycho P, who had appeared behind her clad in a down jacket, manifesting like a specter, brandishing a raised katana. I was careless. Karina realized in an instant. She should have been on high alert upon spotting Psycho P. Now, with the distance between them so minimal, her agility would be of no avail. Bang! A deep sound of air being sliced pierced the heavens. Treege's expression faltered, and in the next moment, he shouted urgently, Psycho P, be cautious. We are being ambushed. Ambushed. Psycho P's senses heightened, and as he turned hastily, a wooden sword glimmering with golden energy appeared before him. The swift and thunderous motion compelled him to instinctively raise the blade in his hand for defense as his pupils constricted. A resounding crash ensued. The blade shattered upon impact, while the wooden sword, infused with tremendous force, struck relentlessly against the chest of Psycho P. With a gurgling sound, a spray of crimson blood erupted forth, dazzling in the air like a magnificent firework. Before anyone could fully comprehend the spectacle, Psycho P, along with the wooden sword, collided directly with the pirate ship manned by Treege and his crew. Another thunderous crash reverberated. The seemingly indestructible hull succumbed to the immense force, fracturing spectacularly. Numerous pirates standing on the deck were violently hurled into the sea. Yet, they had no time to register their astonishment as they beheld Psycho P, embedded in the gaping hole of the ship, his chest utterly caved in, lifeless and beyond salvation. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. Was this a case of snatching a kill from afar? Chapter 25. Is this really a newcomer? Bang! The thunderous sound of collision reverberated incessantly throughout the docks. Everyone stared fixedly at the lifeless body of Psycho P, who lay amidst the ruins, unable to suppress a gulp. Was it the handiwork of a senior residing on Frostmoon Island? Doman awakened as if grasping at a lifeline. The East Sea, the weakest of all seas, was not devoid of marauding pirates. The small island where Frostmoon Village was situated had inevitably become a target for plunder. Yet, each time pirates intruded upon the island, they met inexplicable demise. Over time, Frostmoon Island evolved into a veritable taboo among pirates. Doman had fled from pursuers and arrived here, drawn by this very legend. As for the talk of seniors, it was you who had lost face for the Navy. Bang! A beam of golden light shot down from the heavens, the tremendous force shattering the ground beneath. Dust swirled through the air as a figure hidden within gradually came into focus. Doman was taken aback. Could it be that the earlier strike had been delivered by a mere youth? Lord Bayou, you have finally arrived. Nami went missing just now. I came out to look for her, and then encountered Treege's men. Karina hastily concealed herself behind Bayou. Do you have confidence? Perhaps we should flee? Flee. Bayou sneered coldly, casting a glance at the sullen-faced Treege. I apologize, but the word retreat does not exist in my lexicon. Moreover, is a mere pirate worthy of my flight? A collective gasp echoed in the air. Doman's expression similarly shifted dramatically, utterly unprepared for the audacity displayed by the youth before him. This was the wielder of a superhuman devil fruit ability, with a bounty of 89 million berries. Haha, little brat, your bravado is impressive. This is my first encounter with such audacity in the East Sea. Treege laughed in fury, clenching his fists and snarling. However, your name is quite familiar, if memory serves. You are the so-called super newcomer of the Navy rumored in the East Sea. I was contemplating where to find you to strike a blow to the Navy's pride. and now you have conveniently delivered yourself to my doorstep, saving me considerable effort. A character like you is easily extinguished. I shall grant you a swift end. To accompany Psycho P in death. Bang! Treege lunged forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow, and appeared before Baiyu. His right fist, ensnared by chains, surged with immense force. Aimed directly at Baiyu's chest. Watch out! Doman shouted urgently. Alas, Baiyu remained as still as a statue, seemingly stunned by Treege's sudden attack. As they beheld the formidable iron fist descending upon Baiyu's chest, the majority of the naval soldiers could hardly bear to look. This was a fist capable of piercing through a warship. They could only imagine the dire consequences of such an impact upon his body, sending shivers down their spines. Bang! The shockwave from the collision surged forth like a tempest. All present felt their pupils constrict sharply, their faces etched with disbelief. Amidst the swirling dust, Baiyu stood resolute like an iron tower, unyielding. As a cruel smile blossomed upon his face, the wooden sword in his grasp erupted with a dazzling golden light, cleaving downward with tremendous force. Boom! A blade aura, spanning several meters, cascaded downwards. Treege was momentarily stunned. He raised his hand to execute a soaring slash. Is this truly a newcomer? Bang! Treege hastily lifted his arms to block, yet the impact reverberated through him, causing his expression to shift dramatically as his body uncontrollably crashed to the ground, nearly rolling his eyes back in defeat. The ground beneath him shattered under the strain, giving way. The residual force of the slash rapidly spread towards the distant pirate ship. Boom! The ship, already battered with a gaping hole, suffered further calamity as its massive bow was violently torn apart. Pirates standing on the deck were flung into the air by the shockwave. Torrents of seawater cascaded down like a torrential rain. The stunned Navy personnel awoke to the scene before them, rendered speechless. One strike had decisively altered the situation. Could this truly be a newcomer? Or had they encountered a false Treege? Colonel Doman, have we indeed faced a counterfeit Treege? Who is this strongest newcomer that so effortlessly subdued him? A Navy soldier could no longer contain his anxiety. All eyes turned to Doman. After all, what lay before them was utterly astonishing. I am not entirely certain, only vaguely aware that Baiyu is the grandson of Vice Admiral Karp. Doman stammered. In their eyes, such second-generation officials were deemed to have gained favor through nepotism, thus attracting undue attention. They initially regarded him with disdain. However, the unfolding events shattered his preconceptions. The grandson of the naval hero Karp? Treege roared in fury. The chains upon his body transformed into numerous tentacle-like appendages, shooting outwards in all directions. In the next moment, they coalesced in midair, surging forward like an iron dragon. Bang! Baiyu's body jolted as the iron dragon collided with his chest. Though his body swayed slightly, he deftly wielded his wooden sword, sending the iron dragon flying. This effortless, forthright stance left all observers in awe. They had witnessed various battles, yet such a fearless demeanor utterly redefined their understanding. Teacher, it seems Baiyu holds the upper hand. Zoro rushed over, quickly assessing the chaotic battlefield. However, has he truly mastered the technique of cutting through iron? If not, victory may prove elusive. Zoro, your silence does not render you mute. Kayashiro shot him a glare, swiftly delivering a slap to the back of Zoro's head. Treege emerged from the rubble, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Haha, little brat, thank you for your reminder. No wonder you appear so fearless. It seems you merely intended to intimidate me. However, I am a man of chains as resilient as steel, and I am eager to discover how you intend to breach my defenses. I am aware that your audacity stems from the armor you wear, which possesses a certain degree of defensive capability. However, relying on such external forces to secure victory may lead you to utter despair against my impenetrable defense. Initially, out of consideration for Karp, I might have contemplated granting you clemency, but you have only yourself to blame for the demise of Psycho P. With a resounding crash, chains erupted from Treege's form, swiftly enveloping him in a constricting embrace, wrapping around him thrice over. By the time the onlookers grasped the situation, Treege was entirely ensnared, even his hair unsheathed, as though he had donned a formidable suit of armor, imparting an impression of invincibility. Zoro's visage paled instantly, realizing the gravity of his actions. He opened his mouth, hesitating to speak, but was promptly silenced by Geng Shiro's shake of the head. Let us observe quietly. Bai Yu's prowess is far more intricate than it appears at first glance. Should he truly lack mastery over the art of severing iron, I believe he possesses his own methods of counteraction. Otherwise, he would not remain so composed. Furthermore, who knows, he might indeed conjure a miracle. Chapter 26. The Unforeseen Disrobing of a Man Miracle. Zoro gazed at Bai Yu, feeling somewhat uncertain, having witnessed only once and experienced the battle firsthand. He managed to grasp the realm of iron cutting, a comprehension that could elude many throughout their lives. Could this truly be possible? Zoro understood that even the one who uttered such words, Geng Shiro, would not dare to contemplate it. Haha, porcupine head. Did you just imply that I only dare to confront you because of this training outfit? Bai Yu retorted, taking a swig from his drink, the savage, bloodthirsty grin on his face deepening. I, too, find this attire bothersome. You have merely prompted me to remove it. No sooner had the words left his lips than Bai Yu thrust the wooden sword into the ground and began to shed the modified training suit he had donned not long ago. However, such an act was undoubtedly beyond the acceptance of the surrounding Navy personnel. To possess a unique protective gear, only to willingly discard it at the behest of another, was sheer folly, was it not? Haha, you shed your clothing with a mere sentence. Are you truly that foolish? Treege burst into laughter. Yet, this mirth was abruptly halted. As Bai Yu cast aside his outer garment, which crashed to the ground, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Boom. The 300-kilogram outfit hit the ground with a resounding thud, compressing the meticulously arranged earth beneath it and sending spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Simultaneously, the immense spiritual pressure, previously suppressed within the modified training suit, was unleashed without reservation. Rumble. A golden spiritual pressure surged, piercing the heavens. As the wind swirled and cascaded outward, Bai Yu swiftly grasped the wooden sword from the ground. In that instant, all present seemed to witness a raging Azura erupting forth from within Bai Yu. The overwhelming aura bore down upon the pirates and Navy personnel at the dock, causing their legs to tremble slightly. Gold, such a sacred luminosity. Yet, at that moment, the figure of Bai Yu, enveloped in golden light, instilled a sense of trepidation among them. Zoro, Lord Bai Yu, what is transpiring? Why does he appear to have grown stronger? Karina stammered, unable to restrain her curiosity. The initial impression Bai Yu had left her was undeniably potent, yet it paled in comparison to the suffocating pressure he now exuded. Zoro's complexion paled slightly. He had witnessed the recent clash between Geng Shiro and Bai Yu firsthand. However, as Karina had noted, Bai Yu was evidently stronger now. It seems this young lad had been holding back during our earlier skirmish. Geng Shiro remarked with a dry chuckle. Years spent in seclusion had allowed him to relish a tranquil life. Yet it also meant he had missed the wonders of the world beyond. Zoro, it is time for you to venture forth. The East Blue is truly too small. As for Bai Yu, he has always been powerful, albeit overly combative, which led him to suppress himself with external forces. The previous wrist guards and this training suit likely restrained his true potential by 2/3. Now, he has truly become a liberated beast. Karina was taken aback. No, it should be said that everyone was left in a daze. Due to his overwhelming strength, he had restricted himself. What kind of logic is this? At the very least, feeling the terrifying aura, Treege could hardly resist the urge to slap himself. Why did he insist on having a man remove his clothing? This time, he had truly stumbled. Well then, let us continue our fierce battle. Bai Yu shifted his shoulder, and in the moment he stepped forward, bang. The ground was left with a heavy footprint. And by the time he regained his senses, Bai Yu had already arrived before Treege. Without a shred of flamboyance, the wooden sword in his hand erupted with a dazzling golden light. Treege's expression changed drastically, hastily raising his hand to block. Boom. An explosive storm swept across the entire dock. Treege was sent crashing against a reef several dozen meters away like a cannonball. The tremendous force shattered a large section of the reef. Simultaneously, Bai Yu, like a wraith, swiftly pursued, bringing down his wooden sword once more. There was no embellishment in his assault. It was merely an unrelenting barrage. In a mere span of seconds, Bai Yu unleashed hundreds of strikes, each one imbued with immense power. The only thing Treej could do was defend, and defend he did. The chains coiling around his body indeed gave an impression of invulnerability. However, that did not mean he could entirely negate the impact of each strike. Feeling the blood within him roiling violently, Treej roared urgently, "Noliai, cover me quickly." Bang! The wooden sword struck down again, and Treej, struggling to suppress the tumultuous energy within, finally could no longer hold back and spat it out. Naoliai, who had been keeping a vigilant eye on the battlefield from afar, had long since lost her drunken stupor. She swiftly nocked an arrow and aimed it at Bai Yu. Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed repeatedly. 7 arrows in quick succession. This was Naoliai's most formidable attack. In an instant, the distance of several dozen meters closed in. Observing the incoming assault, Bai Yu merely lifted his gaze slightly and watched as the attacks descended upon him. Boom! The explosion reverberated throughout the dock. A towering inferno engulfed Bai Yu entirely. A successful strike. Yet, there was not a trace of a smile on Naoliai's face. She stared intently at the figure gradually becoming clearer amidst the flames, utterly moved. The pitch-black armament color enveloped his entire body, making him appear as though he were forged from steel. Under the previous assault, he remained completely unscathed, the entire body coated in armament color. But definitely not a newcomer from the East Sea. Who on earth are you? Treej was astonished. Such a technique was beyond his own capabilities. He could not bear to believe that this young man truly hailed from the weakest sea. Who I am is unimportant. However, it seems you have strayed from the essence of combat. By doing so, you may find yourself in peril. Bai Yu expressed a hint of disappointment. Indeed, relying solely on the powers of the devil fruit is insufficient to make a mark against formidable opponents. Treej was taken aback. As a treasure hunter active in the first half of the Grand Line, he had always reveled in manipulating others. When had he ever been so publicly belittled? Observing the fleeting disappointment on Bai Yu's bloodthirsty visage, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. How dare this insolent brat underestimate me? I am the illustrious treasure hunter, Lord Treej, and you shall pay dearly for your disdain. Chapter 27. Who says a toy sword cannot kill? Boom. The earth let out a resounding roar. Soon, a chain lying hidden beneath the ground erupted beneath Karina's feet, instantly coiling around her. Zoro's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly unsheathed his sword, the Wad Ikamanji. One sword style. Fierce tiger. Clang. Sparks flew as the blade was deflected away. Gazing at the unscathed chain, Zoro's face turned pale. Haha. As expected. Those who merely play with swords are utterly powerless against my chains. Moreover, your child's toy wooden sword is certainly incapable of harming me. A glimmer of wild delight appeared on Treej's face. This woman will serve as my temporary hostage. If you wish for her to live, you will obediently follow my commands. Once I have safely departed, I shall return her to you. Otherwise, I will strangle her. Until then, you shall become an iron dumpling here. The chain, hidden beneath the earth, suddenly tightened. Like a venomous serpent, it swiftly wound itself around Bai Yu. The watching Colonel Doman's expression changed drastically as he urgently shouted, Bai Yu, do not heed Treej's words. If you become ensnared, we shall all perish. As a division colonel, he had long grown accustomed to the fabrications spun by pirates. Moreover, someone like Treej, who had come from the Grand Line, was not to be trusted. It's too late. At this distance, you cannot evade it. Treej's face gleamed with excitement. The speed of the chains he controlled surged. He understood that if he could completely restrain Bai Yu, victory would be his. Who says a toy sword cannot kill? Bai Yu suddenly lifted his head, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face, causing Treej to momentarily freeze. As he witnessed Bai Yu grasping the sword, an indescribable chill enveloped him. In that instant, his intuition screamed that he must flee. Buzz! The sound of a blade echoed abruptly from the wooden sword. This bizarre scene altered the expressions of all present. Bai Yu's overwhelming spiritual pressure abruptly ceased, then surged into the wooden sword with fervor. In an instant, the wooden sword seemed to shed all color, becoming ancient and unadorned. The intent and momentum Bai Yu possessed fused rapidly. As he beheld the myriad chains approaching, he tightened his grip and struck out with a single blow. Sword path, 2 cuts. Boom. A flash of golden light erupted as the blade's aura, akin to rending the very heavens, surged forth. The chains that had come rushing toward him were severed as easily as paper, cleaved in twain. In the blink of an eye, the distance of several dozen meters closed in on Treach. Feeling the relentless attack akin to the Grim Reaper's summons, Treach suddenly realized that from the very beginning, the youth before him had merely been toying with him. This was the realm of iron cutting. Within the Grand Line, and even in the New World, few had attained such a level. If only he had unleashed his full power and entered the realm of iron cutting from the start. Treach believed that he could hardly withstand a single strike. At that moment, regret began to seep into his mind as he pondered why he had chosen to meddle in the East Sea. No, no, Treach screamed in hysteria, his hands entwined with numerous chains, desperately attempting to block the formidable blow. Alas, all his efforts appeared futile against the mastery of swordsmanship in the realm of iron cutting. 100-meter blade aura flashed past Treach, mercilessly engulfing not only him, but also the pirates hiding behind, and even Naomi. Boom. The sea, 10,000 meters away, erupted with a thunderous explosion. Torrents of seawater were hurled into the sky, enveloping the entire dock like a torrential downpour. Gazing at the scene where a single strike had cleaved a vacuum in both the dock and the ocean, everyone momentarily forgot the deluge of water cascading down upon them. They merely swallowed greedily. It was only when Treach's severed halves fell to the ground that the dazed onlookers reacted with faces filled with terror. He had succeeded. He had truly grasped the essence of iron cutting after merely witnessing it once. Gung Siro's face was etched with shock. Zoro, standing nearby, was no exception. In that instant, as he beheld Bai Yu's slender silhouette, the ambition to chase after the world's greatest swordsman felt suddenly distant. Competing for the title against a monster seemed like a mere fantasy. Zoro, the master knows what you are thinking. However, some things, if you do not dare to pursue them, may indeed render you contemptible. Gung Siro exhaled deeply. Focus on pursuing Bai Yu and become his ultimate rival. Zoro remained silent, watching Bai Yu's bloodthirsty battle intent as he clenched his fists in secret. The dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman had become elusive. Yet, the prospect of being the final adversary of the world's greatest swordsman was still quite commendable. Bai Yu exhaled a deep breath. This battle was far inferior to the clash with Gung Siro. Had it not been for his desperate efforts to severely injure Gung Siro earlier, Treach would likely not have been able to withstand much in front of him. However, Bai Yu had invested considerable effort in prolonging the engagement with Treach, hoping to unlock more character templates of Genki Kiyoshi swiftly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the treasure hunter Treach. Reward: 1. 5 template unlock progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward of 300 system points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a free opportunity to refresh the shop. Ethereal notification sounds echoed successively. Looking at the 1. 5 unlock progress, Bai Yu nearly cursed it aloud. After spending so much time toying with Treach, was the system now playing tricks on him? After all, he was a notorious pirate from the Grand Line. To only receive 1. 5 unlock progress felt rather demeaning. Nevertheless, seeing the 300 shop points and the opportunity to refresh the shop somewhat alleviated Bai Yu's grievances. It seems you are Colonel Doman, am I correct? Bai Yu exited the system and cast a glance at the tense Doman nearby. This mess is now your responsibility. As for Treach's bounty, please transfer it to this account number. There should be no issues, right? And no issues at all, Lord Bai Yu. You can rest assured. Doman replied, promptly saluting. His level of tension clearly indicated that he regarded Bai Yu as a superior officer. Bai Yu helplessly rubbed the bridge of his nose, too lethargic to correct him. This is a world governed by the law of the jungle. Only the strong earn respect. This also conveniently facilitates Bai Yu's endeavors. Now that this troublesome situation has been entrusted to Doman, Bai Yu can save considerable effort and focus on clarifying matters concerning Nami. If his instincts were correct, this little thief truly believed she had no chance of success and chose to flee preemptively. However, this might work to their advantage. allowing her to first experience the harshness of the sea before he properly tames her. As for the role of a navigator, Bayou knew full well that he was ill-suited for it. Chapter 28. You said Treege is dead. After a brief period, a naval warship swiftly approached Frostmoon Island. Standing prominently at the bow was Smoker, a cigar clenched between his teeth, accompanied by the unusually grave-faced Carp. Smoker, is your intelligence reliable? My grandson truly met with Treege on Frostmoon Island? Carp gazed at the island, now visible as a dark spot on the horizon, his fists clenched in silent determination. Admiral Carp, the last communication with Doman placed him on Frostmoon Island, and witnesses have confirmed that your grandson, Bayou, is also on the island, Smoker replied, observing the gradually revealing land. Unless he opts to flee, an encounter is inevitable. However, Treege, the treasure hunter, is a notorious figure with a bounty of 89 million in the Grand Line. I fear for your grandson's safety. Should he falter, it may hinder my pursuit of Treege. Since taking command at Rog Town, Smoker had targeted the apprehension of all pirates entering the East Sea. Encountering a significant pirate in these waters was an opportunity he could not afford to squander. Rest assured that young rascal Bayou is quite resourceful. Even if he faces defeat, he possesses the means to protect himself. A glint of intensity flashed in Carp's eyes. If Bayou falls into Treege's clutches, I will take responsibility for his rescue. Carp, what if Treege kills Bayou? Orlon hesitantly spoke up. Boom. An immense aura erupted within Carp, unleashing a shockwave that engulfed the entire warship. The soldiers on deck froze in place, their expressions stiffening. Even Smoker was caught off guard. Normally, Carp exuded a carefree demeanor. Yet now he radiated a palpable sense of lethal intent. If anything were to happen to Bayou, Smoker believed Carp would not hesitate to obliterate Treege. Smoker, Admiral Carp, we have arrived. There are terrifying signs of battle on shore, and a warship has run aground. A naval soldier at the lookout tower urgently called out. Damn Treege. If my grandson suffers even a scratch, I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death. Carp roared, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, leaping towards the island. Seeing this, Smoker wasted no time. A thick plume of smoke enveloped him as he swiftly pursued Carp. The two surged forward, their formidable presence felt like a tempest. In mere seconds, they collided with the shore. Bang! A thunderous impact echoed as a cloud of dust swirled, the ground beneath them shattering in response. Treege, come out and face your death. Carp bellowed. Mr. Carp, leave Treege to me. Smoker urgently interjected. Having guarded Rog Town for so long, he was unwilling to see Treege obliterated by Carp's wrath. A sense of urgency flashed through Smoker's mind as he hastily dispersed the surrounding dust, scanning the area. However, the scene that unfolded before him left him momentarily stunned. He observed a multitude of Navy soldiers busily transporting supplies and repairing warships. Both Smoker and Garp were taken aback. This was far from the brutal battlefield they had envisioned. The fierce struggle and blood-soaked scene they anticipated simply did not exist. Colonel Smoker, you've finally arrived, Doman exclaimed, hastily approaching and soon noticing Garp's presence, his face lighting up with joy. It turned out that Vice Admiral Garp had also come. Vice Admiral Garp? Is he Lord Bayou's grandfather? Doman mused. The demeanor Lord Bayou displayed earlier was clearly inherited from Vice Admiral Garp, embodying the spirit of a hero, destined to become an admiral of the Navy and stand tall on his own in the future. The atmosphere erupted with excitement as over 100 Navy soldiers became animated. Smoker and Garp were once again bewildered. This was not what they had imagined. Doman, what on earth is happening? Didn't you call for reinforcements through the Din Din Mushi? Where is Treege? A sense of unease surged within Smoker as he pressed for answers. Garp, too, displayed a hint of urgency. Colonel Smoker, Treege is already dead, Doman stammered, smacking his forehead in realization. He had been so preoccupied with the tasks assigned by Lord Bayou that he forgot to inform Colonel Smoker. Initially, we were being hunted by the treasure hunter Treege, and after fleeing to Frostmoon Island, we encountered Lord Bayou. You have no idea, at that moment, Lord Bayou, with a wooden sword, swiftly eliminated one of Treege's right-hand men. With a mere flick of the wooden sword, he pinned Treege to the ground, and with one final strike, He severed Treege along with his subordinates and pirate ship in two. Look at the cut marks over there. They extend at least 10,000 meters away. Doman's words poured forth like rapid-fire bullets, nearly showering Smoker's face with spittle. However, at that moment, he followed Doman's gesture. His gaze fell upon a body cleaved in two, and a gash that stretched from the dock to the beach and out into the sea. The jagged scar, spanning a full 10,000 meters, loomed like an insurmountable chasm. The lingering malevolence in the air struck him head-on. Faced with this shocking sight, Smoker hastily retrieved Treege's bounty notice, comparing it repeatedly, his heart tightening as if gripped by an invisible hand. Treege had been the strongest target since he took command of Logue Town, yet now he had been outpaced by the very Bayou he had underestimated. Moreover, according to Doman, the tide of battle was decidedly in Bayou's favor. This outcome was undeniably not what Smoker desired. Smoker, do you see? I've told you before. That little brat Bayou is no ordinary child. Treege is nothing but a mere opponent for him. Garp chuckled heartily, patting Smoker on the shoulder. Not long ago, that fellow from the Warring States was concerned that Bayou might be injured while venturing out to sea alone. I now inform him that Treege has been decisively slain by Bayou. By the way, with such a remarkable achievement, I must recommend a prestigious position for Bayou. A vice-admiral? The candidate for admiral seems quite appealing as well. The mere mention of a candidate for admiral caused a collective gasp among the naval soldiers present. Even Smoker's expression shifted dramatically. They could only speculate about the veracity of Karp's statement. However, should Bayou be recommended as a candidate for admiral, he would undoubtedly become the youngest candidate in the history of the Navy headquarters. As for this position, not only Smoker, but many within the Navy headquarters are eyeing it with keen interest. Chapter 29, Refreshing the System. Mall Vice Admiral Karp, your recommendation. Doman could not help but speak. However, recalling the earlier battle where Bayou exhibited a prowess that utterly overwhelmed Treege, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. The bloodthirsty and frenzied fighting stance, enveloped in golden light, left Doman pondering the levels one could attain in the Grand Line, or even the New World. Yet in Doman's eyes, Bayou had already reached an unparalleled existence among all he had encountered. Damn that guy, Treege, you are utterly useless. Smoker clenched his fists and spoke in a deep voice. Doman, where's Bayou? I wish to see him. Smoker had always been regarded as a formidable presence since his transfer from Navy headquarters to the East Blues Rogue Town. The emergence of the treasure hunter Treege had undoubtedly provided him with the perfect opportunity to prove his strength, only to have it snatched away by the rising star. Bayou. This was a slight that Smoker could not easily swallow. Colonel Smoker, after defeating Treege, Lord Bayou took his men and departed Frost Moon Island. He is left with the nearby nautical charts, seemingly headed for Kokoja Village, Doman quickly explained. Departed? Smoker's expression darkened suddenly. After meticulously examining the nautical charts, Karp finally calmed down amidst his laughter and remarked, Kokoja Village is still 3 days away. That guy, Ghost Spider, seems to have arrived in the vicinity as well. Ghost Spider? Smoker tightened his fists, muttering to himself. It appears that Admiral Sengoku truly values Bayou. However, Mr. Karp, I would also like to make the journey. He declared, from here on, I will have Colonel Doman escort you back to the division. With that, Smoker unleashed a burst of white smoke that transformed into a swift streak, rapidly departing the shore. Watching Smoker vanish into the sea, Doman could not help but ask, Mr. Karp, are you not going to stop Colonel Smoker? It seems he is looking for trouble with Lord Bayou. Stop him? Karp laughed heartily. Colonel Doman, this is merely the way of youthful exchanges. If Smoker wins, then it is his fortune. If that little brat Bayou prevails, I shall have a fine excuse for a recommendation. The position of Vice Admiral is not easily attained. Doman was taken aback. Observing Karp's beaming smile and the formidable strength displayed by Bayou, he began to feel a twinge of pity for Smoker. This pace seemed to treat him like mere fodder. However, as the commander of the weakest sea, such matters were clearly beyond his purview. So Doman quickly dismissed the thought from his mind. One could only imagine that should Bayou truly become the youngest vice admiral in Navy headquarters, or even ascend to the rank of admiral, he would have the opportunity to boast, I once fought alongside an admiral. 3 days later, a small boat sliced through the waves of the ocean. Two figures on the deck were vigorously wielding wooden swords. Aside from diligently completing daily tasks, Baiyu found himself alongside the forcibly boarded Zoro, adorned with a green algae head, courtesy of Gung Sailing. If he had not witnessed Baiyu's remarkable prowess firsthand, Zoro would undoubtedly have declined such an arrangement. Yet, in this moment, he silently acquiesced. At least, upon observing Baiyu clad in an enhanced training outfit weighing 300 kilograms, wielding a wooden sword with a speed that surpassed his own by an entire factor, Zoro comprehended that he had no grounds for complaint. If even a prodigy was exerting effort, then how could he, a mere novice, not strive with all his might? With a count of 9,999, 1,000, Baiyu's wooden sword descended once more. As the air trembled, that explosive force was entirely contained. Adrift on the vast ocean, he found himself on a modest vessel. Baiyu did not wish to become overly exuberant in his training, inadvertently causing the ship to explode. However, this seemingly casual moment caused Zoro's pupils to constrict sharply. A phrase from Gung Sailing flashed in his mind. Within this world, there exists swordsmen capable of severing anything, and those who cannot. To attain such mastery, one must fully grasp the realm of cutting iron to wield it with finesse. Now, merely 3 days since Baiyu began to learn the art of cutting iron, he had already reached a level of effortless control. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Lord Baiyu, at this pace and with our current course, we should reach Kakoja village in half a day. Should we accelerate? What if something happens to Nami? Karina leaned out from the lookout, her brow furrowed with evident concern. The thought of Nami bearing the weight of everything alone, as recounted by Baiyu, made Karina yearn to take flight in pursuit. Rest assured, Nami has managed to hold her own against the dragon for quite some time. Her nickname, Little Thief Cat, is not unfounded, Baiyu remarked, casting a glance at the 12% completion of the character unlock progress before exiting the system. He took a swig of strong liquor and continued. Moreover, this vessel is already operating beyond its limits. Any further acceleration might cause it to disintegrate. We should proceed cautiously. Arriving at Kakoja village before Nami could disrupt my plans. Very well. Karina hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. In her eyes, even the notorious treasure hunter Tredge, with a bounty of 89 million, would not withstand a single blow. She could not believe that the dragon, with a bounty of 20 million, would be any different. The thought of soon being able to assist Nami and vent her frustrations made Karina clench her fists with anticipation. By the way, we still have half a day. I recall that when I defeated Tredge, aside from system points, there was also a free refresh opportunity in the system store. Since there's nothing else to do, I might as well see what this wealthy landowner can offer. Baiyu sheathed his wooden sword, muttering as he took another drink before plopping down onto a beach chair, re-entering the system space once more. Observing the once meager marketplace, now devoid of any merchandise, Baiyu could not help but feel a tinge of helplessness as he absent-mindedly touched the tip of his nose. Fortunately, the system's products are invariably of superior quality. Otherwise, such a sluggish sales pace would undoubtedly lead to swift bankruptcy, reminiscent of past experiences. However, this grievance was soon suppressed as Baiyu glanced at the refresh count displayed on the screen, which indicated a solitary digit. With a swift thought, he issued a command. System, refresh the marketplace immediately. Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system marketplace has been successfully refreshed. The current product entries stand at 2. Listening to the ethereal prompt, Baiyu felt no inclination to lament the system's previous inadequacies. Instead, he instinctively directed his gaze toward the product entry section. Upon seeing the 2 items listed, his expression momentarily froze. Chapter 30. I believe the Vice Admiral is worth the Wild Eagle cutting blade. Valued at 200 system points. The 7-blade dagger, valued at 100 system points. As Baiyu gazed at the 2 items, his facial muscles involuntarily twitched. Indeed, the system acted like a wealthy landlord, showing no intention of leaving any surplus for this peasant's household. With a mere refresh, a solid 300 points appeared. It seems the system is indeed trustworthy. However, Upon examining the remaining 2 system entries, Baiyu quickly recalled the peculiar origins of these items. In a certain fiery realm, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki had once utterly defeated the 8-blade style of the second Hokage. This sword technique had caused Sasuke to question his very existence. Had it not been for the Manjikyu Sharingan left to him by Itachi, he might have truly encountered a disastrous fate. As for the second entry, the 7-blade dagger likely served as a complementary weapon to the Wild Eagle cutting blade. Considering its price of 100 system points, it appeared that this system marketplace was not only considerate, but also quite unscrupulous. Never mind, it seemed unlikely that he would require such items. After a moment of private grumbling, Baiyu was about to exit the system when a sudden gunshot rang out. Startled, Baiyu looked up at the lookout tower and soon spotted Karina, holding a smoking long rifle. Hundreds of meters away on the sea's surface, a sea eagle plummeted from the sky, evidently struck dead. "Master Baiyu, did I disturb you?" Karina inquired, noticing his gaze. "On my way out. Colonel kindly asked me to take a gun for practice, so I thought I'd give it a try." Baiyu chuckled, taking a swig of strong liquor, and shook his head. "No, I was merely surprised that a phantom thief can excel at cross-border sniping. It seems that by pushing oneself in unconventional ways, unexpected gains may arise." "Unexpected gains?" Baiyu murmured, the notion sparking a bold idea in his mind. With the character template unlocked to 12%, it would require reaching 15% to further unlock new subordinates and skills. Yet, relying solely on conventional challenges and daily tasks felt excessively slow, not aligning with Baiyu's impatient nature. As he contemplated the 2 items lying within the system marketplace, a daring thought crossed his mind. "Master Baiyu, it seems there is a warship ahead." Karina suddenly spoke again. Baiyu snapped back to attention, employing his observation haki to swiftly scan the approaching warship. As he observed the figure becoming clearer on the deck, a smile crept onto his face. It seems that fortune favors the prepared mind. An excellent opportunity had presented itself right at his doorstep. "Karina, full speed ahead towards that warship. I wish to have a proper conversation with this Vice Admiral." "Vice Admiral?" Karina was momentarily taken aback. Zoro, still engaged in his slashing, was equally bewildered. An absurd thought flashed through their minds. Could it be that Baiyu, feeling restless, intended to take on the Navy as well? In the distance, a formidable warship, measuring several dozen meters in length, surged forward, slicing through the waves with great velocity. At the bow stood the imposing figure of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, draped in a robe of justice, his long black hair flowing and his countenance shrouded in somberness. Just 6 days prior, he had received orders from Admiral Sengoku to journey to the East Sea to escort a fledgling rookie safely to the Navy headquarters. Under ordinary circumstances, such escort missions would hardly warrant the presence of a vice admiral like Ghost Spider. However, the prospect of accompanying a wielder of the 3-colored haki and a young swordsman capable of executing aerial slashes compelled Sengoku to insist on Ghost Spider's personal involvement. This request stirred a tinge of resentment within the hawkish Ghost Spider. Ahead, a single-masted sailboat approached at full speed, and among the 3 individuals on board, one appeared to be their target, Vice Admiral Karp's grandson, Baiyu. A naval soldier hurried forward, inquiring if it was indeed the young lad. Ghost Spider's expression darkened as he promptly seized the binoculars, swiftly locking his gaze on Baiyu. After several confirmations, ensuring the likeness matched the intelligence photographs perfectly, he declared, "It is he. I initially anticipated a considerable effort in locating him, but it seems he has presented himself willingly. Proceed at full speed to rendezvous with them. I shall forcibly escort him back to the Navy headquarters to prevent Admiral Sengoku from assigning me further menial tasks." Ghost Spider mused, a cold smile gracing his lips. As the 2 vessels approached rapidly, their figures became increasingly distinct. In the presence of this so-called Vice Admiral, both Zoro and Karina could not suppress a flicker of apprehension. In the East Sea, where a mere colonel could serve as a department head, a Vice Admiral was indeed a rarity. Sensing Baiyu's thoughts, they exchanged glances, both sporting bitter smiles. "You must be Vice Admiral Karp's grandson, Baiyu?" Ghost Spider intoned solemnly from the warship. "Given your insufficient strength, Admiral Sengoku is concerned that your solitary journey to the Navy headquarters may expose you to peril. Thus, I have been dispatched to escort you back. In these vast seas, danger lurks everywhere, and seeking my protection is indeed a prudent choice. This mission has already consumed considerable time, so I urge you to board promptly and depart with me. With that, Ghost Spider turned to leave. As a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, his trek to escort a newcomer was a source of frustration. Moreover, like Admiral Akainu, Ghost Spider was inherently hawkish. Encountering a super talent revered by both Carp and Sengoku, he intended to assert his authority and refine the rookie properly. The naval soldiers observed Ghost Spider's demeanor with surprise, yet they remained silent, curious to witness Bayu's reaction. I apologize, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, but it seems there has been a misunderstanding. Bayu was certainly aware of the subtle intentions of Ghost Spider. After casually taking a sip of white liquor, he remarked, I have no intention of returning to the Navy headquarters alongside you, General Ghost Spider. This meeting is entirely voluntary, prompted by the fame of your eight-sword style echoing throughout the Grand Line. I believe a general of your stature is worth a strike, and I wish to engage in a fierce battle with you. His words, though softly spoken, seemed to resonate with an enchanting power, lingering on the deck long after they were uttered. The naval soldiers present inhaled sharply, taken aback. Ghost Spider's strides abruptly halted in midair as he turned to gaze at Bayu, coldly responding, You, young one, just expressed a desire to know if a general is worth a strike? Do you mean to challenge me, a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, to a direct confrontation? Are you certain this is not a jest? The naval soldiers stared intently at Bayu, bewildered by this sudden and audacious challenge, which completely shattered their preconceived notions. Chapter 31. Apologies. I am the eight-sword style. The expansive deck of the ship was enveloped in an eerie silence. A bloodthirsty battle intent slowly emerged on Bayu's face. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, if it were any other matter, perhaps I might jest. However, when it comes to combat, I have always been earnest. Madness. The expression of the Navy soldiers present shifted dramatically. In their eyes, no matter how formidable Bayu's prowess appeared, he was merely a slightly exceptional newcomer. To challenge a seasoned Vice Admiral like Ghost Spider, was that not an invitation to suffering? Ha ha ha, what an arrogant little wretch, daring to challenge me. Ghost Spider chuckled instead of fuming. For days on this most mundane sea, he had encountered not a single pirate worthy of his attention. If he could use this impudent boy for amusement, it would be quite delightful. Little brat, considering Mr. Carp, I would not have made things difficult for you. However, since you present yourself so willingly, I shall use you to pass the time. Ghost Spider inhaled deeply, a formidable and savage aura surging forth like a tidal wave. His long hair, cascading to his waist, seemed to come alive, swirling and intertwining rapidly. In an instant, it transformed into 6 inky black arms, each gripping a blade. Simultaneously, Ghost Spider drew the swords from his waist, unveiling the renowned eight-sword style. The gentle sea breeze seemed to freeze at that moment. Even the ripples on the water grew still. The Navy soldiers instinctively retreated, aware that their Vice Admiral was resolute in teaching this presumptuous newcomer a harsh lesson. The atmosphere of confrontation tightened like an invisible hand around everyone's hearts. All eyes fixated on Bayu, eager to see how he would contend with Ghost Spider's eight-sword style. Bayu exhaled a deep breath, the bloodthirsty battle intent hidden within his eyes intensifying with fervor. Regardless of whether this battle would yield the anticipated outcome, the deep-seated warrior spirit within him was anything but trivial. System, grant me the use of the Wild Vulture slash. Buzz. His mind trembled as the eight-sword style, originally belonging to the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, surged into Bayu's being. With the system's extraordinary influence, Bayu seamlessly integrated the eight-sword style into his very essence. In an instant, what was once mere technique became an indelible mark upon his soul. As a savage, bloodthirsty smile blossomed across Bayu's face. An overwhelming spiritual pressure erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom! The two auras collided violently. The massive warship trembled fiercely under the impact. Ghost Spider's eyes widened, his taut muscles unleashing a tremendous force. Little brat, I will show you that this world's unique eight-sword style is not something that a mere greenhorn like you can challenge at will. This Vice Admiral is not to be measured by the standards of the weakest seas. With a thunderous sound, the ghost spider stepped forth, vanishing like a specter into thin air. The deck beneath his feet shattered in response. When he reappeared, he was already before Baiyu, wielding dual blades. Augmented by the resurrection of life, unleashing 6 strikes that transformed into a cascade of starlight, aimed directly at Baiyu. In an instant, the chilling brilliance enveloped the surroundings, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Baiyu, embodying speed, precision, and ferocity. As he beheld the rapidly enlarging assault within his vision, the bloodlust coursing through Baiyu's veins ignited to a fever pitch. With a resounding crack, his wooden sword cleaved downward against the onslaught of icy light. The overwhelming spiritual pressure erupted into a golden slash, shattering the incoming barrage with a forceful strike. Simultaneously, with a flick of his left hand, 7 beams of cold light emerged, resembling arrows released from a bow, pursuing the ghost spider at an astonishing velocity, akin to a thunderclap. In this near proximity, they converged in an instant. The ghost spider's expression shifted slightly. As his 8 blades collided with the descending sword aura, he hastily reacted. Using the 6 arms formed through the resurrection of life, he swiftly established a defense, granting his dual blades a fleeting moment to breathe. The 8 blades surged forth, weaving into an impenetrable net of steel. As the chilling light flickered, sparks erupted around them. The 7 beams chasing the ghost spider were instantly repelled, ultimately embedding themselves into the deck. 7 blades. Were these indeed 7 blades? The naval officers, including Zoro, widened their eyes in astonishment. They had anticipated that Baiyu might employ some concealed weapon for a surprise attack, never expecting that among those 7 beams of icy light lay 7 peculiar blades. Little brat, you wouldn't dare suggest to this Vice Admiral that you practice the 7-blade style, would you? Or perhaps you possess the ability to resurrect life, allowing you to sprout additional arms? The ghost spider paused, a sneer creeping onto his face. As an experienced veteran, he was genuinely curious to see what this so-called genius could manifest before him. Apologies for the misunderstanding. I am of the 8-blade style. Baiyu replied with a wicked grin, taking a swig of his drink. In the next moment, he surged forth like a rampaging beast, exuding an overwhelming presence, charging with unrestrained ferocity for the first time. There was no embellishment, only an endless cascade of golden light enveloping a simple yet powerful downward strike. The ghost spider's expression darkened as he swiftly raised his 8 blades to block. The ensuing clash resonated like thunder, sending a gale swirling outward. The ghost spider felt a jolt through his hands, instinctively retreating 2 steps, a flicker of shock crossing his face. Due to Baiyu's reputation as a genius, the ghost spider had assumed that accepting this challenge was already an overestimation of Baiyu's capabilities. Yet, in the wake of this forceful collision, he suddenly realized that he had significantly underestimated Baiyu's strength. However, before he could fully process this revelation, the encounter continued to unfold. The wooden sword in Baiyu's hand had long been replaced by 2 peculiar daggers, gleaming with a chilling light as they lunged towards the ghost spider. The proximity heightened the tension within the ghost spider, whose nerves tightened in anticipation. With a swift flourish, the dual daggers clashed against the incoming blades. The sound echoed like a resounding bell, sparks flying forth in a dazzling display akin to fireworks. The ghost spider, feeling the immense force transmitted through the blades, braced itself firmly, while behind it, a third hand, born from the essence of life restoration, wielded a dagger at an acute angle, thrusting directly towards Baiyu. Should this strike find its mark, the ghost spider believed that the rhythm of battle, which Baiyu had imposed, would be instantly reversed, allowing it to seize the initiative. Chapter 32. The unstoppable 8th blade. A sharp, piercing sound of a blade rang out unexpectedly. In the instant Baiyu tossed his head, a third blade had inexplicably appeared in his mouth. 3-blade technique. He resembled Zoro, yet every movement he made was akin to a bloodthirsty beast, ferociously countering every attack. The third blade, clenched in his teeth, clashed with the incoming assault at that very moment. Suddenly, a 4th blade emerged. With an utterly unpredictable stance, Baiyu utilized his standing leg for leverage, striking at the ghost spider from an exceedingly acute angle. This fourth blade was cradled between his bent right arm. No one could have anticipated that Baiyu would attack in such a manner. Moreover, whether in terms of speed or strength, the explosive force was no less formidable than that of wielding two blades. Bang! The ghost spider's pupils constricted as he activated another blade, engaging in a fierce confrontation. The collision unleashed a vortex of wind that swept across the deck. However, this was merely the beginning. Having landed a successful blow, Baiyu transformed into a whirlwind of combat. Particularly when the bloodthirsty, frenzied instincts of Kenjaku merged seamlessly with the raw ferocity of his fighting style. The ghost spider found himself overwhelmed. After the fourth blade, the fifth blade surged forth as well. Nestled between his right shoulder and neck, the fifth blade, propelled by Baiyu's gyroscopic speed, broke through the force of the clash and advanced once more. Sensing the menacing aura approaching, the ghost spider's expression turned ashen. All he could do was raise his hand to block. Unlike the dual-wielding technique, Baiyu integrated his body's momentum into each strike. The concept of cooldowns for attacks was non-existent. It was merely a matter of using force against force, with the onslaught mounting in relentless waves. Bang! The ghost spider managed to deflect the assault yet again. However, the chilling gleam before him flashed once more. And while he struggled to dissipate the recoil from his fifth blade, the sixth and seventh blades appeared in quick succession. The sixth blade, positioned between his abdomen and right leg, along with the seventh blade, nestled between his right thigh and calf, unleashed a series of exceptionally cunning strikes. The ghost spider's pupils had contracted to their utmost limit. Faced with this unprecedented seven-blade technique that shattered his understanding of combat, he felt a mix of shock and rage. In a frantic bid, he summoned his life force to counter the onslaught. Boom! The two blades collided, releasing a tempestuous gust akin to a hurricane. The deck beneath them seemed unable to bear the force of their clash, fracturing under the pressure. Nearby naval soldiers were swept away by the overwhelming wind. Yet, the ghost spider paid no heed to any of this. He realized that the seven blades, which had seemingly vanished and reappeared on Baiyu, had now been completely expended. In the face of such an intense confrontation, the ghost spider harbored grave doubts that Baiyu had made a fatal error. Seizing upon this moment, he believed he could undoubtedly turn the tide of the battle. Ha ha, little rascal, did you not claim to wield the 8 blades? Yet now, you have only reached the 7th. Unless you are prostrate on the ground, I cannot fathom where your 8th blade might manifest. The ghost spider erupted into a grotesque laughter, yet without a trace of hesitation, unleashed the final blade with an unprecedented ferocity, surging towards Baiyu. In that moment, the gaze of the ghost spider and that of Zoro and the others were fixated upon Baiyu. After all, the knives Baiyu had initially thrown were merely 7 in number. Now, as he wielded the blade, he had attained an inhuman mastery of 7. Where, indeed, would the 8th blade be unleashed? Despite their strenuous contemplation, they could not conceive of it. However, just as this thought flickered through their minds, a sadistic, bloodthirsty grin emerged upon Baiyu's face, sending an infinite chill coursing through the ghost spider's very core. The pitch-black armor of Haki swiftly enveloped his forehead. Fearlessly, Baiyu collided head-on with the oncoming 8th blade. 8th blade. Boom. This strike bore the weight of tremendous power, a culmination of the inertia generated from the clashes of the archaic Griffin S blade. According to Baiyu, this was the final, unreserved blow. Bang! The blade shattered with a resounding crack. The immense force propelled directly towards the ghost spider. Feeling the violent impact rushing towards him, the remaining 7 blades abandoned all thought and hurriedly defended in front of him. Boom! The deafening clang of metal reverberated through the air. The explosive gusts of wind flung numerous naval soldiers into the sea. The deck at the epicenter of the collision shattered, and the ghost spider's body was sent careening backwards like a cannonball. Ultimately, he crashed through the thick steel hull, creating a human-shaped indentation before finally halting his momentum. Along his path, the deck was gruesomely torn apart, leaving behind 2 gaping rifts. As the hands gripping the blades trembled slightly, his garments were shredded by the force of the impact. The 6 arms that could only be manifested through the return of life were now disheveled. Furthermore, in the chaos of the clash, several were directly severed. Beyond the 2 blades still clutched in his hands, the remaining 6 had already splintered into fragments, littering the deck. Gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed echoed across the deck. The naval soldiers who managed to steady themselves nearly burst their eyes from disbelief. They beheld the ghost spider, having been sent flying over 20 meters in a disheveled state, his face a canvas of incredulity. Good heavens, has Admiral Ghost Spider been defeated? That last strike not only repelled him, but also shattered the blade he wielded. The Ghost Spider was unable to summon his haki in time, yet the outcome was terrifying. If this were to spread, even those at headquarters might find it hard to believe. The scene erupted in chaos. The seemingly intricate battle unfolded within the mere span of mere seconds. Many might assert that this confrontation is not yet concluded. However, this is merely a contest, not a genuine struggle to the death. Both the naval soldiers and the general known as the Ghost Spider are acutely aware that this clash has already determined a victor, yielding a definitive outcome. Yet, as he gazes at the sword in his hands, the Ghost Spider remains unable to comprehend the reality before him. After dedicating decades to mastering the art of the 8-sword style, he finds himself vanquished by a fledgling youth wielding an unconventional variant of the same technique. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, the Ghost Spider would never have believed that such a day could arrive. Chapter 33. Is this something that needs to be learned? With a deep exhale, Baiyu released a breath of frustration, stowing the 7 blades back into the system. He casually retrieved a bottle of potent liquor, taking a swig before tossing it to Ghost Spider. Truly worthy of a vice admiral, the thrill of unrestrained combat is exhilarating. Next time, we shall have another bout. Ghost Spider accepted the liquor, his expression shifting through a complex array of emotions before he finally sighed in resignation. After taking a drink, he spoke, "Young one, I retract my earlier disdain. To attain such prowess at such a young age, a future position among the admirals is undoubtedly in your destiny. However, I am curious, which esteemed master imparted the 8 blades technique to you? If it is in the East Sea, I would be inclined to pay a visit." Zoro, standing nearby, was jolted from his astonishment. Throughout this period of following Baiyu, he had never anticipated that such a skill lay hidden within him. Faced with Ghost Spider's inquiry, he too revealed a hint of eagerness. "The 8 blades technique you mentioned?" Baiyu brushed off the dust from his attire and touched the tip of his nose. "Is it something that requires formal study?" "This is merely a talent cultivated through combat experience." The softly spoken words reverberated through the air, akin to an enchanting melody, lingering in the atmosphere without dissipating. Ghost Spider nearly slapped himself in disbelief. Why inquire about such trivial matters when more pressing questions remained? Was this not a futile exercise? Most importantly, this peculiar 8 blades technique was indeed a first for him. He believed few would conceive such a swordsmanship style. Yet, if everything stemmed from Baiyu's innate combat intuition, the young man before him possessed an astonishingly formidable talent. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Template unlocking progress has reached 14.9. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 500 system points. The ethereal notification echoed in Baiyu's mind. Observing the sudden surge in template unlocking progress, the muscles in his cheeks involuntarily twitched. He was a mere step away from the coveted 15. Baiyu couldn't help but suspect the system was teasing him. Nonetheless, he knew that relying solely on luck was futile. He would never forsake his advantages in this lifetime. Such minor setbacks were bearable. As for the additional 500 points, after glancing at the desolate marketplace, Baiyu promptly withdrew from the consciousness space. It seemed the landlord had yet to realize the situation. Otherwise, those 500 points would not be left unattended overnight. "Baiyu, do you truly not intend to return to the Navy headquarters with me? Our route can directly traverse the Red Line, requiring only 3 to 4 days. Ghost Spider spoke once more. In the presence of this extraordinary young man, Ghost Spider, typically stoic as a hawk, revealed a rare glimmer of anticipation. At the very least, his instincts suggested that the boy before him would prove to be quite intriguing on the path of swordsmanship. "Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, I appreciate your kind intentions, yet I intend to navigate independently during this period. seizing the opportunity to explore the vast ocean and seek out like-minded crewmates. Baiyu shook his head and declined with a smile. Within the naval headquarters, there are indeed numerous worthy targets to pursue. However, upon arriving at the headquarters, Baiyu would be burdened with naval responsibilities, making it difficult for him to act overtly against certain individuals. In light of this rare leisure time, Baiyu did not wish to squander it. Very well, since you are reluctant, I shall not press the matter further. As for the events that transpired here, I shall report them truthfully. It should greatly benefit your future promotions, Ghost Spider remarked, his expression tinged with regret, yet resolute. For many, being bested by a junior is a matter of disgrace. Nevertheless, as a hawkish figure, Ghost Spider was forthright. Otherwise, he would not have earned the trust of Garp and Sengoku to escort Baiyu. Haha, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Your words are akin to a stepping stone for me, and if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Baiyu chuckled, taking a swig of his drink before leaping onto his small vessel. His challenge to Ghost Spider had been purely accidental. At this moment, Kokoyashi village remained oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, and Baiyu was not inclined to waste any further time here. Moreover, he was eager to discover whether the elusive Zero-1 unlocking progress could be found in the formidable dragon. You little rascal, you truly have nothing kind to say, entirely embodying the temperament of Vice Admiral Garp. Ghost Spider glared irritably after Baiyu's departure. Once the small boat had vanished from sight, he turned to behold the wreckage of his ship, his expression darkening as he ground his teeth in fury. You brat, come back and fix my ship that you've reduced to this state. I should never have accepted your challenge. A little while later, at a nondescript dock in Kokoyashi village, a weathered little boat rested inconspicuously along the shore. Nami, with her backpack in tow, leaped onto the land. Nami, you're finally back. Is it true what you said over the Den Den Mushi? Have you really gathered 100 million berries to trade with the dragon pirates? Asked Nojiko, emerging from the thicket with her blue short hair. Her gaze fell upon the immense construction along the shore, a flicker of unending hatred crossing her face. This is the dragon's paradise, the nightmare that has loomed over Kokoyashi village for a decade. All this time, Nojiko and others had been praying for a miracle. Unfortunately, it seemed as though fate had turned a blind eye, offering not even a glimmer of hope. It could be said that Nojiko had witnessed everything Nami had borne over these nearly 10 years, yet felt powerless to assist. Sister, do not worry. I have been in contact with the dragon. He assured me that if I present him with 100 million berries, he will fulfill his promise, Nami said softly, offering reassurance. Initially, I anticipated that it would take an additional 2 or 3 years to amass 100 million berries. To my astonishment, this voyage has yielded a remarkable 40 million berries. Truly, it seems the heavens have favored me. Thus, dear sister, there is no need for your concern. By the way, have you come across any news regarding the treasure hunter, Treege? 3 days ago, upon her arrival at Frost Moon Island, Nami discreetly absconded with all the treasures. Bearing the fate of Kokoyashi village upon her shoulders, she clearly could not afford to gamble her life as Karina had done. Yet, throughout her journey, the image of that bloodthirsty, warlike figure occasionally resurfaced in her mind, compelling Nami to pay heed to any news about Treege. Nami, I have scoured the newspapers from these past days, but there is no mention of Treege. Is it possible that your berries are connected to this individual? Nojiko expressed her concern, fully aware of the dealings Nami had engaged in over the years. Sister, rest assured, these treasures were gifted to me by a friend. Should we meet again, I shall undoubtedly repay him handsomely. Nami shook her head and cast another glance at the dragoness paradise. Time was of the essence. She needed to proceed with her transaction with the dragon. Soon, she would be able to redeem Kokoyashi village and restore peace to their lives. Chapter 34. The slap in the face came too swiftly. Very well, do take care of yourself. Nokigao instructed after a brief silence. Rest assured, sister, I am a cunning little cat. Nothing shall befall me. Nami replied with a smile, patting Nokigawa's shoulder as she gazed towards the distant dragon paradise. A fleeting image crossing her mind. However, she quickly dispelled the thought, letting out a soft sigh as she murmured, Treege is a bounty of 89 million berries. I hope they will be safe. Yet, Given that fellow's strength, even if he cannot achieve victory, he should be able to protect himself, right? A flurry of chaotic thoughts darted through Nami's mind, but she ultimately shook them off and hastened her departure. The mere thought of redeeming Kokasia village with the hard-earned sum of 100 million filled her beautiful eyes with an unmistakable glimmer of joy. She had even prepared her resignation from the Dragon Pirate crew long ago. Half an hour later, outside Dragon Paradise, Nami stood before the tightly shut gates, her heart racing. After taking a deep breath, she pressed her hand against the closed door. 8 years had passed, and at last, this moment had arrived. Peering through the door's opening, she beheld the grotesque faces within, a surge of urgency blossoming in her heart. I am coming, dragon. Haha, Brother Arlong, did that Nami girl truly contact you, claiming she had gathered 100 million berries to redeem Kokasia village? A boisterous laugh, tinged with the scent of alcohol, erupted suddenly. Seeing the flushed cheeks of Chu, who appeared quite inebriated, Nami's outstretched hand stiffened. An inexplicable sense of unease surged within her. Chu, how could Brother Arlong deceive us? Kruby, clad in a judo uniform, spoke with a grave expression. However, during our last investigation of Nami's stash, she only had around 50 million berries. How could she suddenly come up with the full amount? Is she perhaps attempting to deceive us? What if she truly amassed the sum? Would Brother Arlong allow her to leave? The East Blue, known as the weakest sea, regarded a bounty of 20 million berries, like that of Arlong, as a staggering amount. The average wealth of its inhabitants was meager. Nami had spent 8 years accumulating her 50 million. The sudden emergence of another 50 million was undoubtedly beyond their expectations. Do not underestimate Nami. She is the navigator I have my eye on. Given her talents, it is not surprising that she could gather 100 million berries, Arlong sneered. As for whether I will let her go, I shall certainly honor my word. However, that 100 million berries must be personally delivered to me. Kruby and the other fishmen were momentarily taken aback, and Chu suddenly snapped back into reality. Brother Arlong, I just saw you contact that rat. You wouldn't have leaked Nami's treasure location, would you? If so, this matter is of no concern to us. It would simply be Nami's ill fortune to have been raided by the rat. Indeed, her misfortune is profound. Should she ever learn that the treasures she painstakingly amassed over the years have been swiftly taken away, one can only wonder if she would not be driven to tears. Lamenting her fate, you lot must pay close attention. It is imperative to console her, for who else shall bring us fortune in the future? The atmosphere grew charged with excitement. Nami's hand pressed against the door quivered uncontrollably, her eyes already reddened. Bang! The door was forcefully kicked open. The expansive courtyard fell into a profound silence. Observing the silhouette of this uninvited guest, the malicious grin on Arlong's face widened. Look, our navigator has finally returned. Let us raise a toast to her. Yes, let us toast to Nami, and may she truly gather the 100 million berries. Just how much is 100 million berries? We owe it all to Nami. Indeed, we must express our gratitude to her. The assembled pirates erupted into uproarious laughter. Faced with those grotesque visages, Nami clenched the long staff in her grasp, biting her crimson lip as she pronounced with deliberate intensity. Arlong, you have deceived me. I shall take your life. Nami charged towards Arlong, the staff whirling fiercely in her grip. Bang! Arlong seized the staff with a cruel smile. Nami, those words were uttered specifically for your ears. Had you heeded them and retreated, I would have spared you my ire. However, since you insist on courting trouble, I am obliged to teach you a lesson, just as in the past. At this juncture, Arlong gestured to Crocodile, lifting his goblet with a sardonic smile. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, there is not a soul born upon this sea capable of ending my life. Crocodile, deliver a beating first. Then proceed to Kokoyasi village and impart to those foolish humans the law of the jungle. Understood, Brother Arlong. Crocodile smirked coldly, stretching his limbs as he advanced towards Nami. Nami's complexion drained of color, as if doused with a bucket of icy water. Without a moment to ponder, she swiftly turned to flee. She must ensure that the villagers escape before Arlong and his crew arrive at Kokoyasi village. Humph! These mere lowly humans dare to flee before noble fishmen. Do not forget that before us, you are but infants. Stay here. Crocodile scoffed, leaping swiftly in pursuit of Nami. Nami was cornered against the wall, her eyes widening in terror as that coarse hand loomed closer, her face paling to a ghostly hue. She could only despairingly shut her eyes. Boom! A thunderous crash suddenly erupted. The wall beside Nami was shattered, an avalanche of golden light surging forth as a formidable wooden sword pierced through the air with fierce intent. Crocodile's expression shifted alarmingly as he quickly raised his hands in defense. Alas, his so-called protection crumbled like paper. As his arms and chest collapsed under the force, he spat forth a mouthful of blood. The entire figure flew backward like a cannonball. Bang! A deafening sound of impact resonated. Kruby shattered the heavy wall behind him. His arms and chest were pierced through, and he was gruesomely nailed to the wall, his eyes wide open in disbelief. After struggling briefly, he succumbed completely. The once vibrant amusement park was plunged into an eerie silence. Just moments ago, Kruby had boasted about the prowess of the Fishmen, only to be instantaneously vanquished by a flying wooden sword. The slap in the face was almost too swift to comprehend. Nami had already opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at the familiar wooden sword, as a vague silhouette flashed through her mind, akin to grasping a lifeline. Lord Bayou, what brings you here? Chapter 35. This is a terrifying encounter, so you little thieving cats still remember me. A specter-like figure sauntered in from the entrance, casting a glance over the gathered fishmen. After taking a swig of strong liquor, he directed his gaze towards the dragon. Forgive me. Did you not claim that the one capable of slaying you has yet to be born? Yet, I have arrived prematurely, prepared to usurp this vast ocean in my quest to vanquish you. As a defeated soul of the New World, I hope you can grant me a satisfactory duel. Shall we face off one by one, or shall we engage together? Madness. The fishmen present were utterly convinced that this youth had lost his senses. They were the sovereigns of these waters, now publicly challenged by a mere child. What else could this be but insanity? However, the fishmen hesitated to charge recklessly. Among the ranks of the dragon pirates, Kruby held a high position, and in a single encounter, he had been dispatched by a flying wooden sword. This shattered their perceptions of humanity. Bang! The dragon crushed the wine glass in his hand, glancing back at Kruby, who lay lifeless, his expression gradually contorting into one of fury. You wretched fool, no matter who you are, daring to wreak havoc in my domain shall cost you your life. Everyone, join me in slaying him. Clang! The dragon unsheathed the blade beside him. The menacing scythe-like sword, over 2 meters in length, stirred a gale that rustled even Bayou's garments. As the great saw-like blade descended upon him, the smile upon Bayou's face twisted into one of sadistic anticipation. He had not only come to rescue someone, he was here to surpass that minuscule threshold of 0.1. If the dragon cowered at their first encounter, he would indeed retreat. Little brat, are you truly rendered speechless by my grand blade? One swing, and down goes a child. A glimmer of delight flickered in the dragon's eyes as the speed of his slashing blade surged dramatically. Bang! The dull thud of impact resonated throughout the paradise. The smiles that had graced the faces of the fishmen instantly froze, the dragon included. Observing the menacing blade poised at Bayou's neck, their understanding was entirely upended. Yes, that is Haki. You are not from the East Sea. Gio, quickly provide cover for me. The dragon jolted back to awareness. Indeed, he was a defeated cur of the New World, yet his vision was not lacking. Only one technique could withstand such a colossal strike unscathed. Everyone, charge together. Protect brother along, for we are fishmen, and he stands alone. Gio puffed his cheeks, unleashing a barrage of water bullets in rapid succession. Bang! 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 7 or 8 water bullets collided with Bayou's form. However, before Gio and the others could celebrate, the water bullets had already passed through Bayou, crashing into the wall behind him. It was an afterimage. Quickly find him. The dragon's expression shifted, his voice rising in a desperate roar. There is no need to search any further. I am here. What is a battle without a blade? Bayou appeared beside Crocodile, swiftly drawing a wooden sword. The moment the sword landed in his hand, a cruel smile blossomed to its fullest extent. The character template of Genmu Kenpachi was entirely activated. Bang! Bayou stepped forward, resembling a ferocious beast, directly crossing over dozens of fishmen to stand before Gio. The wooden sword in his hand was devoid of any embellishment, aimed directly for a strike. It was too swift. Terror etched itself onto Gio's face, particularly upon witnessing Bayu's smile. This completely reshaped Gio's perception of that grin. The water bullets accumulating in his mouth could not be expelled in time. He could only raise his hand to block. Bang! The sword fell, unleashing tremendous force. Gio, towering far above Bayu, was instantly cleaved in two. Blood spurted forth, and dismembered remnants scattered, leaving the surrounding fishmen in a daze. This was truly a case of one strike per child. They, the fishmen, had always prided themselves on being dozens of times stronger than humans. Yet, even the cadre Gio and Crocodile could not withstand a single blow. What hope did the others have? Flee, quickly flee. This is a murderous maniac. If we can escape to the sea, we can easily get away. A fishman cried out in terror. In an instant, dozens of fishmen frantically sought escape. Alas, as soon as they moved, Bayu had already plunged into the crowd like a bloodthirsty beast. With the wooden sword in hand, he struck down mercilessly. Blood arrows erupted, and the fishmen had no means to withstand even a breath of his assault. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of fishmen fell swiftly. Nearby, the evil dragon, wielding a great saw blade, trembled slightly. Witnessing the scene before him, his limbs felt unresponsive, a clear sign of terror. He considered himself stronger than the average fishman, but he was nowhere near Bayu's level. No, I cannot perish here. I am the evil dragon, the sovereign of the sea. It is all your fault that my empire has crumbled in an instant. Nami, I shall kill you. The evil dragon tightened his grip on the great saw blade and charged toward Nami. Initially, he intended to save her for last, but she had turned out to be the most disappointing. Bang! Disappointment echoed in his ears. The evil dragon's nerves tensed, and he hurriedly turned around, only to see a wooden sword barreling toward him. Boom! The evil dragon felt a tremendous force crash down upon him, as if struck by a speeding warship. He was sent flying, crashing through the wall, and collapsing onto the ground. A casual blow had caved in half of his chest. The ferocity and majesty that once adorned the evil dragon's face were now replaced by unending fear. At that moment, he finally comprehended that Nami had summoned a god of slaughter. Nami, I will give up everything. Please spare me. I will offer you all my berry and 20 villages. The evil dragon pleaded desperately. Nami was left in a state of bewilderment, gazing upon the torment that had besieged the village of Kokosia for 8 long years. The malevolent dragon, like a tyrant of the land, now finds itself in such a pitiful state. This unforeseen turn of events utterly confounded Nami. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed rapidly from outside. With his observation hockey, Bayu swiftly detected dozens of figures approaching. At the forefront stood the lecherous-looking Colonel Mouse. Arlong, I have come to claim my share of the treasure. Colonel Mouse began, twirling the 2 whiskers on his upper lip, only to freeze in his tracks as he crossed the threshold. The naval soldiers behind him were equally paralyzed, particularly upon witnessing the dragon, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, which nearly caused their eyes to bulge with shock. Hey, Arlong, what on earth has transpired here? Why are all the fishmen dead? Chapter 36. Unlocking the subordinate template in advance, Colonel Mouse stammered as he spoke, instinctively taking a step back at the sight of Bayu, who stood amidst the shattered remnants like a harbinger of doom. Colonel Mouse, please kill him. I will give you 100 million berries. The tyrant dragon roared in desperation, clinging to this slender thread of hope. He wagered that the youth before him would hesitate to strike against the Navy. 100 million berries? Colonel Mouse was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a wave of elation. Over 8 years of collaboration, Dragon had indeed bestowed upon him considerable benefits, yet they scarcely amounted to 20 million berries. Now, the offer was a staggering 100 million, a tantalizing prospect. A generous reward surely beckons brave souls. At the very least, this transaction was in Colonel Mouse's favor. Youngster, I am Colonel Mouse, a vice minister of the Navy in this maritime domain. I now suspect you are a pirate. Surrender at once and accompany us. The greed was palpable on Colonel Mouse's face as he hastily barked his orders. No matter how formidable this young man might be, he was backed by the colossal power of the Navy headquarters. He was determined not to let this youth dare to confront the Navy. If I do not leave, Do you intend to have them shoot me? Baiyu grinned with a bloodthirsty smile, locking eyes with Colonel Mouse. In that moment, Mouse felt as if every muscle in his body had tightened, as if the youth could see right through him, especially upon witnessing Baiyu take a step forward. Panic seized Colonel Mouse. Fire! Quickly, shoot him down. Dozens of soldiers hesitated momentarily, but under Colonel Mouse's command, they swiftly pulled the triggers. Bang! 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 A hail of bullets rained down upon Baiyu. Colonel Mouse and his comrades were nearly left in disbelief as they beheld Baiyu moving through the storm of gunfire with an unsettling calmness. As Baiyu took his final step towards Dragon, the sheer terror on Dragon's face twisted his features grotesquely. Confronted by the presence akin to that of the Grim Reaper, Dragon frantically grasped a fallen chainsaw and lunged at Baiyu with wild abandon. You little brat, I will drag you down with me. Bang! The wooden sword landed in Baiyu's hand with a flash. In an instant, the chainsaw and Dragon were cleaved in twain. Blood erupted from Dragon's face, and disbelief clouded his eyes as life drained from him, leaving only emptiness behind. A chill coursed through the minds of Colonel Mouse and the other Navy personnel. They were well aware of Dragon's power and capabilities. Now, in a mere exchange, this youth had effortlessly dispatched him. This revelation shattered their perception of the seas they inhabited. Flee! Quickly flee! Colonel Mouse roared in a panic. It was too late. Baiyu spoke coldly, and the wooden sword in his hand flew through the air once more. Madness! Colonel Mouse appeared utterly paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide as he witnessed the wooden sword rapidly expanding in his vision. Disbelief etched across his face. He had always regarded the Navy headquarters as his greatest support. Even Dragon had held him in considerable dread. Now, a nameless individual raises his hand and speaks the word kill. This is an experience he has never encountered before. Even Nami, standing nearby, is rendered speechless. Unlike others, she is acutely aware of Baiyu's naval affiliation. A white serpent. A streak of white swiftly darts from the forest behind, colliding instantly with the wooden sword. Bang! The dull sound of impact reverberates, momentarily halting the wooden sword's advance. As Smoker rushes forward, delivering a powerful kick that sends the rat officer flying. In the next moment, the wooden sword passes through the spot where the rat officer once stood, crashing into a massive tree behind him and splitting it in half. The rat officer, lying on the ground, watches this scene unfold, his legs feeling damp with fear. Had Smoker not intervened in time, his small arms and legs would likely have been severed. Colonel Smoker, you ventured to the East Blue. Quickly apprehend this individual. He not only colludes with pirates, but also seeks to harm the Navy. This is a grave offense. The rat officer, grasping at a lifeline, pleads desperately for help. With a cigar clenched in his teeth, Smoker steadies himself, his expression darkening as he surveys the blood-soaked ground and the corpses of fishmen. Silence. You are well aware of your own deeds. This man is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. If you wish to live, keep your mouth shut. G. Garp, the grandson of the heroic Navy officer? No wonder he can slay a dragon in one stroke. The rat officer is left bewildered, his body collapsing to the ground. He is merely a colonel from a branch, having just dared to challenge a formidable figure from the third generation, making him want to slap himself in frustration. Smoker casts a brief glance at the rat officer before scrutinizing Baiyu. Baiyu, I did not anticipate our meeting to unfold in this manner. However, I must advise you, regardless of his incompetence, he remains a naval officer. You cannot kill him. I will ensure he returns to confess. Confess? Baiyu nonchalantly grabs a flask, tilting his head back to drink deeply. I'm afraid, the one I intend to kill, you cannot save. He must die? Smoker is momentarily taken aback, not expecting such defiance from Baiyu. Yet, recalling the recent incident involving Treege, a sly smile creeps across Smoker's face. Baiyu, it appears you are even more audacious than the rumors suggest. However, do you believe you can pass through me? I am a user of a natural fruit. Bang! A torrent of white smoke erupts from Smoker, forming a vast wave that obscures the sky. Baiyu looks up, casting a calm glance at the rat officer. Ding! Congratulations. Host. The template unlocking progress has reached 15%. Given that the host has exceeded the unlocking progress, the subtemplate will be unlocked ahead of schedule. Would you like to activate it immediately? The ethereal voice of the system suddenly resonates. A glimmer of excitement flashes in Bai Yu's eyes. The awaited moment has finally arrived. It seems that no matter how cowardly the evil dragon may be, it is still worth a mere 0. 1, of course. If the dragon were to discover that this esteemed ruler of the East Sea lost its life over such a trivial matter, it would undoubtedly be driven to a furious demise. System, unlock the subordinate template immediately. Bai Yu commanded decisively. Please hold on, host. Congratulations, host. The subordinate template has been successfully unlocked. The current character is none other than the infamous assassin Wu Liuqi from the Xuanwu Kingdom, renowned as the foremost shadow assassin. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the ability to wield the sword using qi. The system is currently integrating the character. A series of notifications resounded. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow, nearly crushing the wine jug in his grasp. Not only was the unlocking of the subordinate character template expedited, but the character revealed was nothing short of a trump card. However, Bai Yu is now intensely curious to discover the extent to which the powers of Gingmu Jianba and the assassin Wu Liuqi could be intertwined. Congratulations, host. The powers of assassin Wu Liuqi have been infused into your main template. Chapter 37. The pain of a slap in the face. Of thick white mist enveloped the surroundings, imparting a sense of obscurity and foreboding. Following Smoker, a throng of naval soldiers surged forth from the shadows. The palpable tension in the air heightened everyone's senses as their collective gaze zeroed in on the youth before them, who was heralded as the mightiest newcomer of the East Sea. Bai Yu, I shall inquire once more, do you truly intend to kill him? Smoker, shrouded in swirling smoke and clutching a cigar, spoke in a low, grave tone. If you wish to take his life, you must first contend with me. I will ensure his safety. Mouse, why are you not hastening to depart? Understood, I shall leave at once. The mouse stumbled to his feet, visibly shaken. The naval soldiers accompanying him were equally flustered, hastily plotting their escape from this ominous place. During this chaos, everyone instinctively glanced back at Bai Yu, who stood resolute amidst a sea of carnage. However, as their gaze fell upon him, they were met first by a bloodthirsty grin. I regret to inform you that those marked for death cannot be saved, he declared. Ding. Congratulations, host. The assimilation of the assassin Wu Liuqi's subordinate template has been successfully completed. The ethereal notification echoed within his mind as a flash of crimson flickered across his pupils. The dormant, unparalleled killing intent unique to the assassin Wu Liuqi erupted within him like a volcano. Boom. An overwhelming aura of hostility surged forth, engulfing the very fabric of existence. In that instant, the world seemed to dim as an inexplicable, oppressive force coalesced into an invisible hand that gripped the hearts of all present. The air itself appeared to stagnate, ensnaring every soul within this realm. Even Smoker was not exempt. It felt as though they had plunged into a frigid abyss, an icy chill permeating their beings. The previously panicked mouse and his companions froze in place, their bodies rendered unresponsive. The sheer ferocity of the killing intent left them questioning how many lives Bai Yu had extinguished to possess such a palpable aura of menace. Smoker's complexion shifted dramatically as he bit his tongue, using the pain to free himself from the shackles of fear. He resolved to position himself in front of Mouse, determined to shield him from harm. Yet, scarcely had the thought taken root in his mind than Bai Yu's right hand flicked through the air, summoning Mouse's blade with a piercing ring. Clang! The blade unsheathed with a resonant cry, dancing momentarily in the void before swiftly slicing through Mouse's throat. Splurt! Vivid crimson sprayed forth, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks. In that fleeting moment, Mouse's severed head soared through the air. His face bore an expression of sheer disbelief. No. Rather, every individual present mirrored his shock, unable to fathom that the mouse, under Smoker's protection, would meet his demise by his own weapon. Thud! The lifeless body crashed to the ground, and as the head rolled to rest at Smoker's feet, his expression darkened to an extreme. Bai Yu, have you lost your mind? To privately execute a naval officer. Surely you understand the weight of such a crime? Crime? Bai Yu cast a fleeting glance at the lifeless body presented by the mouse. Did you witness my hand in his demise? He fell victim to his own dagger. Moreover, even if I had indeed taken his life, what of it? My grandfather is Garp. Regarding scum like the mouse, Bayou held no qualms about killing him and felt no need for explanations. Should any issues arise, they could be directed to Garp. If one insisted on pursuing the matter, he would not hesitate to embrace the life of a pirate. You, Smoker, momentarily speechless with indignation, clenched the 10 hands tightly in his grip and spoke coldly. Very well, today I shall witness the true extent of the strongest rookie's prowess. White Smoke Domain. With a resounding boom, a vast expanse of white smoke erupted from Smoker's being, transforming into a towering wave that cascaded toward Bayou. In an instant, the Grand Dragon Paradise became enveloped in a sea of white mist. Suspended in the air, Smoker, cigar in mouth, wore a grim expression as he dove through the thick fog. White Smoke Ejector. Bayou, I will make you comprehend the vastness of the East Blue, that beyond it lies greater realms and superior beings. With a thunderous crash, the smoke swirled violently as Smoker advanced, rapidly boiling with energy. The dense fog obscured all vision, inciting wild elation among the Navy soldiers flanking Smoker. Behold, this is Smoker's White Smoke Domain. Once unleashed in Logtown, no one escapes, and victory is swiftly determined. Those pirates who dared to invade Logtown found themselves kneeling in surrender, utterly disoriented. The atmosphere surged with fervor. Amidst the familiar adulation, Smoker could not help but display a hint of a smile. Navigating through the fog with increasing speed, he ultimately emerged behind Bayou and charged forward with unbridled fervor. After a series of frantic maneuvers, Smoker was confident that this move was infallible. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Smoker tightened his grip on the 10 hands, intent on teaching this arrogant fool the lesson that the East Blue is but a small stage in a grander play. Smoker, you speak the truth. The East Blue is indeed small, and there are greater skies above. However, I am the ruler of your sky. Let us commence our battle. Bayou abruptly pivoted, a savage, bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face, momentarily stunning Smoker. With his wooden sword raised, he struck downwards with unadorned force. He has seen it. Smoker was taken aback. For the first time, his White Smoke Domain was breached in the East Blue. As the wooden sword descended, his pupils widened in alarm, and he roared, Elementalization. Boom. The wooden sword crashed down with a thunderous impact. The resounding clash echoed through the heavens, and the white mist enveloping the entire Dragon Paradise was instantly dispersed by an overwhelming sword pressure. The Navy soldiers, who had been cheering moments before, now stood in awe, witnessing an unforgettable spectacle. They beheld Smoker, who was using his face to absorb the impact of a pitch-black wooden sword, seemingly clad in iron. Observing the contorted expression upon Smoker's cheek, and the velocity at which he was propelled backward akin to a cannonball, a singular thought flashed through the minds of the onlookers. Goodness, that must be excruciatingly painful. With a thunderous boom, the earth-shattering sound of the collision erupted. Smoker plunged into the depths of the forest, uprooting trees along his tumultuous path, before ultimately crashing against a massive rock, which barely managed to halt his momentum. However, the immense force unleashed caused the towering boulder, standing several meters high, to shatter loudly, sending out spiderweb-like fissures that spread across its surface. The sheer power of the impact compelled numerous naval soldiers to involuntarily swallow hard and instinctively touch their own cheeks. Chapter 38. The Greatest Bounty Across the Seas. A resounding crash echoed through the heavens and the earth, reverberating like thunder, lingering long after its initial impact. The sight of Smoker, forcibly embedded within the rock, left the assembled naval soldiers in a state of shock. This was the indomitable white hunter, Smoker, now reduced to the state of a lifeless dog, flung aside by a single stroke. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, none would have dared to believe the veracity of this scene. Bayou, you scoundrel! I arrived just a moment late, and you've even taken down Smoker. A deep, booming voice resonated from afar. Soon, a figure could be seen swiftly traversing the air above the ocean, ultimately landing within the lair of the ferocious dragon. Observing the scattered corpses of fishmen, Carp furrowed his brow and remarked, You little brat, your strikes are indeed heavy. Not a single fishman remains intact. Yet, I never anticipated that remnants of the Sun Pirates would conceal themselves in the East Blue, wreaking havoc for so many years. This insidious corruption within the Navy headquarters is utterly detestable. By the way, what became of the rat you mentioned? Before arriving at Kokasia village, Bayu had already provided a rough account of the situation. The matter concerning the pit lord was something he could easily handle. However, it was prudent to notify Karp, ensuring their testimonies would align seamlessly. Over there, I simply killed him, Bayu stated casually, taking a swig of his drink. His brow arched as he noticed Karp's pocket containing a pristine bounty notice. Better dead than alive. Ah, you've killed him. How am I to explain this to Sengoku? Karp was momentarily taken aback. While he had a penchant for acting on impulse, the thought of personally executing a fellow Navy officer was something he could not bring himself to do, especially under Sengoku's influence. Grandpa, you handle this matter. If you can't resolve it, I might as well become a pirate and vie for the title of Pirate King, Bayu declared nonchalantly, snatching the freshly printed bounty notice from Karp's grasp. You insufferable brat. You've even learned to threaten your old man. Karp clenched his fists, his voice rising. However, he soon focused on the bounty notice in Bayu's hand. Portgas D. Ace, captain of the Spade Pirates, bounty of 50 million berries? Bayu raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Grandpa, has Ace consumed the Maramarinomi? You little rascal, how do you know Ace has eaten the Maramarinomi? This is classified Navy information. Karp's expression faltered, and he exclaimed abruptly that Maramarinomi, you didn't divulge its whereabouts to him, did you? Among the four youths, Karp found Bayu the most inscrutable. Since childhood, Bayu had spoken of many fanciful things, and had he not known that Bayu had never left Windmill Village, Karp might have genuinely suspected he was navigating a false sea. Long ago, I stumbled upon a treasure map indicating the location of the Maramarinomi. Since Luffy possesses the Go to Goma Nomi, I informed Ace, Bayu replied, tucking the bounty notice away, seemingly unfazed. What? Karp's eyes widened in disbelief as he crushed the wine jug in his hand. You little rascal. Do you not realize that the burning fruit is the rarest of the natural type devil fruits? Ace is currently the most formidable pirate in the East Blue, boasting the highest bounty across all seas. The three admirals of the Navy, none of whom are anything but natural types, if you were to possess such a fruit. Ascending to admiral would be a mere trifle. Now, tell me honestly, do you harbor any regrets? Regrets? Bayu cast a glance and replied, what is there to regret? It is precisely because Ace and Luffy are too feeble that they require devil fruits. As for me, the elder brother, do I need such things? As for the position of admiral, should I desire it, it would be effortlessly within my grasp. Time is of the essence. I must first attend to my personal matters and perhaps seek out Ace. With that, Bayu sheathed his wooden sword, waved casually, and turned to leave. Nami, glancing back at the Dragon-S paradise, hastily followed suit. Indeed, there are treasures aplenty here. However, to snatch them from the jaws of the Navy's heroes, she certainly lacked the courage. You troublesome little brat, all you do is cause me headaches. By the way, during this time, there have been numerous calls for aid from the surrounding divisions, and that old codger Sengoku has assigned me a task, urging me to pursue Kuro. So if you happen to encounter him, be sure to assist me in dealing with him. Karp erupted in a fit of rage. It was only after Bayu's figure vanished from sight that Karp regained his composure. Observing the trembling Navy soldiers around him, he dug at his nostrils and muttered to himself, did I just discuss something monumental? Ah, but never mind. With Bayu's propensity for mischief returning to the Navy headquarters, he will undoubtedly alleviate much of my burden. Henceforth, I shall also enjoy better days. I should first give Sengoku a call to report on the situation here. The vast Dragon-S paradise fell into a profound silence. Only after the formidable duo, the elder and the younger, had completely disappeared did the others dare to exhale. Yet, the thought that the strongest new pirate in the East Blue and the mightiest new Navy recruit are, in fact, brothers is almost laughable. A day later, a sailboat departed from Kokoyasi village. However, upon this vessel now stood a magnificent orange tree. Bang! A gunshot rang out unexpectedly. A seabird, soaring 100 meters above, was struck down. Bayu halted his slicing motion, his brow arching in intrigue. Indeed, Karina's ability to collaborate with Nami to form a duo of thieves reveals she is far more than merely a dancing locksmith. It appears she possesses some exceptional talent. Lord Bayu, has Karina been hindering your training? Allow me to teach her a lesson. Nami's head popped out from behind the orange tree, glaring fiercely at Karina atop the lookout tower. A day prior, after Bayu had departed from Dragon-S paradise, Nami found herself unable to settle her emotions. It took her a full half-hour before she was overwhelmed with joy and tears. When this news reached Kokoyashi village, it was followed by a sleepless night of celebration. Until dawn, Nami stealthily led Bayu and the others away. According to Nami, a life of tranquility felt rather tedious for someone like her, who yearned for the allure of wealth. Ultimately, she resolved to board Bayu's warship and serve as a navigator. This unsolicited crew member did raise suspicions of having encroached upon Luffy's territory. However, being a navigator is indeed enticing. My esteemed Bayu, I apologize, but in Kokoja village, I was unable to find any useful firearms for modification. Karina peeked out from the lookout tower, her face filled with regret. Since you have taken us in, Bayu, I too wish to contribute in any way I can. Even if I cannot fight on the front lines like Zoro, I aspire to provide solid support from the rear. Chapter 39. A man should wield a gun cover me? Bayu casually took a sip of his drink, absent-mindedly touching the tip of his nose. Confident in his own abilities, he acknowledged that Karina had a point. He could not always play the role of their caretaker, as their power and influence grew in the future. The enmity he would attract would undoubtedly be considerable. Karina and the others could not remain dormant at the Navy headquarters forever. It seemed imperative to equip them with some weaponry. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. Current progress of the main body unlock has reached 17.5, an increase of 2.5 unlock points. This is a gift from Smoker. The primary reason he was so easily defeated was his underestimation of Bayu, which led to his complacency. With the enhancement of dual-color hockey, even the thought of that strike made Bayu wince. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system mall has successfully refreshed. The prompt echoed once more. Bayu appeared somewhat surprised as he glanced at the system interface displaying 800 points. This initial shock quickly morphed into acceptance. Indeed, a landlord's household would not allow surplus grain. However, one quickly becomes accustomed to such matters. Bayu found himself looking forward to encountering Ace next, wondering if his face could withstand a blow as Smoker S did, prompting a second round. If he could rapidly enhance his strength before reaching the Navy headquarters, he would not mind letting Ace exert himself a bit more. System, can I share the items from the mall? Bayu suddenly conceived a swift method to arm his crew. His primary source of strength stemmed from unlocking the main body template, supplemented by the system mall. This meant that the system mall would offer a plethora of surplus goods, which might not be particularly useful to Bayu but would be of great significance to others. Ding. If it pertains to mall items, the host has the right to share. However, once the host ceases sharing, those items will be forcibly reclaimed or erased by the system. Forcibly reclaimed and erased? Bayu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the system was the most formidable entity in this world, without question. Initially, he had harbored concerns that what he shared from the system could be weaponized against him by ill-intentioned individuals. However, it appeared that such considerations were trivial in the face of the system, which had already devised a plan before he even thought of it. Nevertheless, this very assurance allowed Bayu to cast aside any lingering worries. System, open the mall for me. Whoosh. The mall interface was opened directly. The item list remained rather simplistic, featuring only 2 products. As Bayu scrutinized them, his eyes widened in astonishment. Modified 98K, valued at 500 points. Modified 8X scope, valued at 300 points. Together, they amounted to precisely 800 points. Indeed, the system was the landlord. Once the goods were presented, it was as though they had returned to square one. Yet, gazing at these 2 items, Bayu could only think of one thing. They were undeniably enticing. System, immediately exchange for both items. Ding, please hold on, host. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for the modified 98K, deducting 500 points. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for the modified 8x scope, deducting 300 points. A series of ethereal prompts resonated, forming a symphonic melody within his mind. Bayu gazed at his suddenly depleted system points. and soon observed a jet-black sniper rifle materialize within the confines of the system space. This rifle was entirely dissimilar to any he had previously encountered. It was adorned with numerous energy crystal tubes. According to the system, this modified sniper rifle did not fire conventional bullets, but rather harnessed two distinct powers for alternating use. Besides its inherent laser beams, it also boasted a formidable loading mechanism. Regarding the latter, Baiyu couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "How truly considerate. Lord Baiyu, if you believe my practice of shooting is impeding your training, I can pause." Karina hesitantly proposed. "Rest assured, you are not hindering me," Baiyu replied within the realm of consciousness. "Do you not enjoy sniping? I happen to possess a sniper rifle that should suit you quite well." "A sniper rifle?" Zoro and Nami exchanged bewildered glances. "Lord Baiyu, you two engage in firearms? This seems rather incongruous with your usual demeanor," Nami could not resist commenting. Zoro silently nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Baiyu was a figure who wielded a wooden sword with grandiose flair, never once having drawn his enchanted blade, Muramasa. According to Baiyu, there was yet to be anyone in the East Sea worthy of his blade's embrace. This had compelled Zoro, who typically trained with real swords, to craft 3 wooden swords overnight. Ahem, this weapon possesses considerable power. If wielded properly, one might even take down an emperor, Baiyu coughed lightly. The notion of playing with guns, as expressed by a female acquaintance, evoked a sensation akin to driving for Baiyu. Capable of slaying an emperor? Zoro scoffed. "Baiyu, do you perceive us as mere natives, or do you consider yourself one as well? To think that a single firearm could vanquish an emperor is no jest." "I shall return to my training," Zoro declared, stepping aside to resume his practice with the wooden sword, though his peripheral vision frequently darted towards Baiyu. This was undoubtedly a classic case of verbal disdain coupled with physical interest. Yet, Baiyu paid little heed to it. With a mere thought, he summoned the modified 98K from thin air. The rifle, nearly a meter in length, was heavy and substantial, clad in military camouflage, with 4 energy slots encircling the barrel. This was the ammunition chamber for the modified 98K. Once the energy slots were depleted, it would require a cooling period. Even as a product of the system, it was clear that the sniper rifle could not be utilized like a machine gun. Nevertheless, Baiyu was genuinely curious about what set this modified 98K apart from the rest. "Lord Baiyu, this rifle is unlike any I have encountered before," Karina remarked, intrigued, as she reached out to touch Baiyu's weapon. This gesture caused Baiyu to momentarily pause, prompting him to swiftly shift the subject. "Karina, allow me to demonstrate the formidable power of this firearm. It has been quite a while since I last wielded it." As he spoke, Baiyu lifted the modified 98K. Drawing upon the weaponry memory bestowed by the system, he deftly adjusted every component of the firearm. Concurrently, he retrieved the modified 8x scope and seamlessly affixed it into the designated slot. Gazing upon the fully assembled, top-tier sniper rifle, Baiyu felt a surge of excitement. Eager to discover the extent of modifications achievable in the Aquaman realm. With all preparations meticulously in place, Baiyu supported the rifle with his left hand while resting the modified 98K upon his arm with his right. He closed his left eye, bringing his right eye close to the scope. In that moment, he experienced an exhilarating sense of dominion, as if possessing the world with a sniper rifle in hand. Indeed, a man ought to engage with a sniper rifle, he mused quietly, before focusing his attention on the 8x scope. Baiyu was genuinely curious about the power of the modified 98K, and the modified 8x scope was no exception. However, upon his initial glance, his pupils abruptly constricted, and a hint of disbelief crossed his face. This 8x scope was utterly extraordinary. Had he not experienced it firsthand, Baiyu would have found it impossible to believe that such capabilities were real. Chapter 40. Is this truly a toy gun? This is a wide-angle perspective cheat. Through the modified 8-fold scope, Baiyu could clearly discern what lay beneath the depths, within 100 meters of the sea. Even the stealthy sea creatures could be seen with clarity. A notification chimed. Ding. This is a modified 8-fold scope, equipped with a built-in 300-meter perspective function. When combined with the host's observation hotkey, the perspective range can extend to 1,000 meters, synchronized with the observation hotkey. ultimately transforming into a visual effect. Baiyu inhaled sharply. This device was indeed quite extraordinary. While it inherently possessed a perspective function limited to 300 meters if utilized adeptly, it could serve as an unexpected lethal weapon. A bold idea flashed through Baiyu's mind. Instinctively, he directed the modified scope towards Nami and Karina. Unfortunately, the scene he envisioned did not materialize. With a slight sigh, Baiyu lamented the rigidity of the system. "What's the matter, Baiyu Darren?" Nami inquired. Her brow furrowed in suspicion. "Nothing much. I merely intended to find a target to test the gun, but it seems a bit challenging on this vast ocean," Baiyu replied, dispelling his mischievous thoughts and surveying the surroundings once more. "Baiyu Darren, there are dozens of pirate ships approaching from the front. It seems to be the Clique pirate crew," Karina announced, peering out from the lookout tower. Had it been any other time, Karina would have long fled from such an overwhelming display. However, having witnessed Baiyu's prowess firsthand, she felt assured that few could inflict harm upon him in the East Sea. "Haha, you little scoundrels over there. I am Captain Clique of the Clique pirate crew. If you wish to live, remain where you are and surrender. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." From thousands of meters away, the lead pirate ship's captain, clad in golden armor, strode confidently to the front deck, laughing unabashedly. Following him were the formidable figures of the demon Mannequin and the shield-clad Barrow. Observing this grand spectacle, Zoro could not help but lower his wooden sword. "Baiyu, it is said that the Clique pirate crew boasts 50 ships and 5,000 men. If necessary, I can intervene," Zoro remarked. Since his defeat at Baiyu's hands, Zoro had refrained from engaging in battle. "No need. I am just looking to test this gun," Baiyu interjected, halting Zoro's advance. "Will this suffice against 50 pirate ships?" Zoro asked, momentarily taken aback. However, seeing Baiyu's determined expression, he merely waved his hand dismissively and stood by with his wooden sword. "Very well. I shall observe whether this gun truly surpasses my sword in might. If they approach within 100 meters, I will take action. It has been too long since I practiced, and my body has grown rusty." Karina and Nami, standing nearby, remained silent yet tightly gripped their weapons. While Baiyu's strength was formidable, they each possessed their own resolve upon boarding the ship. It appeared that this device was truly underestimated by them. "Little brother, you must stand tall for me." Baiyu chuckled as he took a swig of his drink, his single eye pressed close to the modified eightfold scope, swiftly aiming at the approaching pirate ship. The distance of several thousand meters closed rapidly under favorable winds. As he observed the swiftly enlarging figures through the scope, Baiyu pulled the safety catch, the bullet loading with a crisp click. Beside him, Zoro, Karina, and Nami froze in place. "Lord Baiyu, isn't a sniper rifle only effective at a few hundred meters? Isn't this distance a bit excessive?" Karina couldn't help but inquire. "I understand, but mine is exceptional." Baiyu exhaled a deep breath. The essence of sniping lies in maintaining composure. With the experience bestowed by the system, Baiyu seamlessly immersed himself in the moment, creating an illusion of unity with his surroundings. "Hey, you over there. You can't be foolish enough to think a mere gun could take down my fleet, can you?" Clique bellowed from the bow of the ship. His voice amplified through the transponder snail, laughing unabashedly. He dramatically flung back his cloak, revealing the exquisite golden armor beneath. "Even if I stood here for you to shoot me, your toy gun wouldn't even graze a hair on my body, let alone at a distance of 1,000 meters. You might as well resign yourself to your fate." Baiyu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the distance. As Clique's figure came into clear view through the modified eightfold scope, he finally squeezed the trigger. Boom! The thunderous sound of gunfire erupted unexpectedly. A scarlet beam of light instantaneously painted the heavens and the earth in crimson. Baiyu felt a tremendous recoil slam against his arm, propelling his entire body back a few inches. The crimson laser tore through the sea, appearing before Clique in an instant. Too fast. Clique's pupils constricted, his mind consumed by that singular thought. He could only raise his hands to block. Boom! An explosion akin to a tempest engulfed the entire deck. Clique was struck by the massive mast, which broke in half, crashing into the sea and sending colossal waves sprawling. The pirate ship, once advancing, was now rendered powerless as it lost its wind. The vessels trailing behind, unable to evade in time, collided head-on. In an instant, chaos ensued among the fleet of 50 pirate ships. What on earth just happened? A red light flashed by, and Lord Cleek was blown away. Do you think that attack came from that little ship over there? Nonsense. We're separated by 1,000 meters. How could we be struck? Besides, Lord Cleek is clad in refined golden armor, impervious to blades and bullets. Even if he was blown away, there's nothing to fear. The scene erupted in turmoil. As the cascading water fell, the swirling dust and explosive shock waves gradually subsided. Lying amidst the ruins, Cleek, bloodied and dazed, initially wore a mask of disbelief, but soon erupted into a frenzied roar. Someone quickly, eliminate that little brat who dared to ambush me. I am indeed Admiral Crick. And you, Aegon and Balu, what are you still staring at? I shall make him aware that no matter what petty tricks he employs, there exists only a path to demise. And Master Crick, have you donned a suit of counterfeit armor today? It appears to be cracking, Balu stammered, raising his voice in alarm. Bang! The armor seemed unable to withstand the resonance of the sound, and spiderweb-like fissures began to spread across its surface. In the next moment, under Crick's astonished gaze, it shattered into fragments. Accompanied by the clatter of falling metal, the armor meticulously crafted by Crick lay scattered across the ground. Crick was bewildered. His face was etched with disbelief. A single shot had obliterated his specially designed armor, leaving him considerably wounded as well. Could this truly be a toy gun? If this were a mere toy, then perhaps there exists no real gun in this world. Chapter 41. Lord Bayou, you are truly wicked. Is this truly a sniper rifle? Zoro, Karina, and the others were left in a state of bewilderment. Despite being separated by a kilometer, they could almost feel the pain on Krieg's face. As residents of the East Sea, they were well aware of Krieg's expertise. His finely crafted armor could not withstand a single bullet. Without that armor, would the notorious East Sea tyrant, with a bounty of 17 million berries, be felled with a single shot? Most importantly, while others fired bullets, Bayou's weapon unleashed lasers. This was simply outrageous. With a deep exhale, Bayou released a cloud of stale air, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. However, he needed to maintain his composure, gently pressing closer to the scope once more. That earlier shot was merely a warm-up. Now, the true beginning was at hand. Warm-up? Zoro's expression stiffened. That previous shot, precise over a kilometer, had nearly taken down a notorious pirate with a bounty of 17 million. Now, Bayou proclaimed this was merely a warm-up. How formidable would he be when he truly unleashed his power? Buzz. The Conqueror's hockey within Bayou was swiftly consumed by the modified 98K rifle, lasting for several seconds. The 4 crystal adornments, initially mere decorations, began to glow. An indescribable aura surged forth, bathing the deck in a crimson light. In the next moment, the modified 98K roared to life once more. Boom. The tremendous force propelled Bayou backward by 2 or 3 meters before he regained his balance. A laser beam, half a meter in diameter, struck Krieg's flagship with earth-shattering intensity. Bang! The explosive shockwave surged skyward. Krieg, who had been roaring in anger, was suddenly engulfed in an atmosphere of impending doom, leaving him utterly panicked. The once mighty East Sea tyrant now lacked all semblance of authority, crashing into the sea in a frenzy. In an instant, his massive flagship, several dozen meters long, was enveloped by the explosive force. The resulting waves surged forth like a tsunami, crashing against the surrounding pirate ships. Zoro and the others were in shock. They had initially thought that the earlier strike had been an overestimation, only to realize that, in comparison to the current spectacle, it was akin to a mere toothpick, completely incomparable. Had this blow struck them, their slender limbs would scarcely suffice to withstand it. Gazing at the wooden sword in his hand, Zoro felt a sudden sense of inadequacy. After years of rigorous training, he found himself overshadowed by a single shot. The disparity was staggering. Clearing his throat, he mused that perhaps it was time to adopt a prone position, as the recoil, while standing, was far too overwhelming. Bayou, suppressing his own astonishment, recognized that the power of this modified 98K might rival that of the pacifist S laser attacks. As for the final strike imbued with hockey, if wielded judiciously. It could potentially be compared to Frankie's formidable general cannon in the original tale. It was evident that should Karina and the others acquire this modified 98K, their strength would experience a qualitative leap, soaring from 10 to 1,000 in an instant. Nevertheless, Baiyu was acutely aware of the significant limitations that such external forces entailed. To truly stand tall upon this vast ocean, one cannot overlook the necessity of personal strength. Karina, I entrust you with this modified 98K. From now on, wherever I point, you shall fire, and the duty of sniping and protection is yours. Baiyu tossed the heavy, modified 98K into Karina's hands, momentarily taken aback by the sudden acquisition of such a formidable weapon. Karina's surprise swiftly transformed into joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Lord Baiyu. But are you truly giving me this? It seems far too precious." Baiyu waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the pleasantries. The most valuable items are of no use if they remain unused. Focus on keeping an eye on the clique pirates. Do not let them escape. Otherwise, the old man will not spare me. After taking a swig of his drink, Baiyu soon noticed Karina peering through the modified eightfold scope towards him. Her cheeks flushed. She shot him a glare and remarked, "Lord Baiyu, you are truly incorrigible." 3 days later, a pirate ship adorned with a red heart and overlapping skulls swiftly approached the sea restaurant. Leading the charge was Ace, donned in a striking red cowboy hat, followed closely by 2 crew members. One was the ship's doctor, Mas D. Fios, clad in a green jacket and sporting a deep blue eye patch, while the other was Michael, a burly figure carrying a sniper rifle. "Boss, they are." Patty, a tall man with a bald head, gazed in astonishment at Zepp, who was basking in the sun while reading a newspaper. "They are the rising stars of the East Blue, captain of the Spade Pirates, Fire Fist Ace." Sanji, dressed in a black suit and sporting curly eyebrows, lit a cigarette and said, "This guy has a bounty of 50 million berries right from his debut, hailed as the strongest newcomer in the East Blue. I didn't expect to see him here. It seems I must prepare some food." A collective gasp echoed through the gathering. Zepp's expression shifted as he closed the newspaper, saying, "Sanji, haven't you been insisting on quitting? They are quite the worthy targets." "Shut up, you old fool. Whether I stay or go is none of your business," Sanji retorted, casting his gaze toward the distant sea, his brow furrowing slightly. "Have you noticed the commotion coming from the western waters?" Commotion? The crowd fell silent, and even Ace turned his attention to the sea, his expression changing. Dozens of pirate ships, each spanning several dozen meters, were swiftly cutting through the waves. The pirate flags began to come into view, but as they focused, disbelief washed over their faces. Many of the vessels bore numerous scars. "Is that the Grand Fleet of Clique?" The atmosphere erupted in excitement. What on earth has transpired to leave the Clique pirates in such disarray? Did they not claim to possess 50 ships and 5,000 men? Look, is that the disheveled figure standing at the bow of the ship? Clique. The scene erupted into a frenzy. Faced with this unexpected scene, their understanding was thoroughly challenged. "Captain Ace, this situation appears to be rather complex," exclaimed Michael, who bore a sniper rifle, unable to contain himself. "Haha, Michael, there's no need for undue concern. Ace is a wielder of the natural type devil fruit. In a place like the East Blue, he stands invincible. If this crick dares to hinder our meal, a single punch from Ace would suffice to obliterate them." Dias chuckled heartily as he patted Ace on the shoulder. Zepp let out a dry laugh, saying, "Well, with guests around, I must express my gratitude in advance. However, shall we first observe this spectacle, or shall we indulge in our meal?" Chapter 42. More terrifying than the strongest rookie on the expansive deck. All eyes were fixed on Ace. With a bounty of 50 million berries, he had undoubtedly become the cornerstone of their morale. Ace tipped his hat slightly and chuckled, expressing his curiosity about the circumstances that had befallen the Krieg pirates. "Let us observe the spectacle first. Captain Krieg, ahead lies a floating restaurant, which should provide sustenance. That fellow seems to have disappeared. Let us first satisfy our hunger." Baroque hastily interjected. After 3 days of relentless fleeing, they had hardly managed to eat properly. Now, having finally escaped that madman, their stomachs began to protest audibly. "Move forward swiftly. Seize all the food. if they dare to refuse. Let them witness the terror of the Krieg pirates. Krieg bellowed, gripping the railing in a fit of hysteria. He sought to suppress the fear that gnawed at him, and the only remedy he could conceive was one, frenzied slaughter. Only through such madness could he dispel the haunting specter that loomed over him like the Grim Reaper. The recollections of the past 3 days sent tremors through Krieg's legs, but the gnawing hunger in his belly dulled the fear somewhat. Whether it was Krieg or his fellow pirates, their singular thought was to fill their bellies quickly and escape this cursed place after indulging in a reckless spree of violence. Dozens of pirate ships surged forward toward the floating restaurant as soon as the command was given. As the finest vessels in the East Blue, they covered the distance of several nautical miles in just over 10 minutes. The sight of this formidable fleet, though scarred and battered, set many on edge, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. "Ace, it seems we will require your assistance to enjoy a peaceful meal," Zeph chuckled. "If you don't mind, you may also take my rebellious employees with you." "Old man, shut your mouth and stop trying to push me out." Sanji shot a glare. Yet he stood guard beside Zeph, wary of the impending threat. Before them loomed the disheveled fleet of pirate ships. Despite their disarray, Krieg's notorious reputation and the presence of thousands of bloodthirsty crew members exerted immense pressure on everyone present. Fear not. Ace's name has resounded throughout the East Blue during this time, and with a bounty of 50 million, they are sure to show us some respect and retreat willingly. Dias declared with a hearty laugh, stepping forward confidently. "Krieg, do you see those pirate ships over there? We are the Spade Pirates, who have dominated the East Blue recently. This is our captain, Fire Fist Ace, with a bounty of 50 million berries. Today, we merely wish to enjoy a decent meal before heading to the Grand Line. We do not wish to complicate matters, so we hope you will grant us the courtesy of retreating." All eyes turned to Krieg, eager to see if the title of the East Blue's strongest rookie could indeed intimidate this regional tyrant. "Silence. What is this Fire Fist Ace? I regard him with utter disdain. Bring forth all the food at once, or I shall not hesitate to slay every last one of you." Captain Krieg bellowed furiously. "Enough of this, my subordinates. Go forth and seize it. Kill." A deafening roar erupted from the thousands of pirates, their weapons swiftly raised as they charged toward the floating restaurant. This scene left everyone in a state of shock. Ace's cheeks burned with humiliation, his muscles twitching involuntarily. Just moments ago, he had been boasting, now he was publicly disregarded. The slap in the face came far too swiftly. "Ah, my apologies. My crew has embarrassed themselves before everyone. It seems I, as captain, must clean up this mess." Ace chuckled awkwardly, lifting his finger to adjust his hat, flames erupting from his fingertips. Had he not possessed the power of the Mera Mera no Mi, he might have struggled in such a situation. Yet now, he had undergone a transformation. With the abilities of a Logia-type devil fruit, his strength had surged, and he longed to reveal this to someone. However, for now, he must first resolve the chaos. "Captain Ace, look. Over there on the sea, it appears someone is walking on water." Mihal, who had been silent and vigilant with his sniper rifle, suddenly cried out in alarm. "What?" Ace and the others froze in shock. The once ferocious pirates, including Krieg, who had been filled with bloodlust and madness, now stood rigid. In the next moment, amidst the terrified screams, they all turned and fled back to their ship. "He's here. That demon has returned, haunting us relentlessly. Why can't he just let us be? Run, or we shall meet the same fate as those dozens of pirate ships, buried in the depths of the sea. Heavens, what have we done to incur the wrath of such a being? The heavens have sent a reaper to hunt us down." Krieg exclaimed in desperation, his voice laced with unending fear. Looking at the thousands of pirates who had intended to rampage, they were now utterly terrified. The stark contrast left everyone momentarily speechless. Could the pursuer be even more terrifying than the 50 million bounty on the strongest newcomer of the East Blue? No. This time, we cannot escape. We must confront him. He has chased us for 3 days. No matter how powerful he is, he must tire. Krieg shouted maniacally, gripping his shattered great spear as he charged toward the ship's stern, ready for a final confrontation with the Grim Reaper of the sea. Buzz, a golden blade of light, several meters long, shot toward them from the distance, tearing through the ocean in its wake. It was accompanied by a deafening explosion. A pirate ship not far from Crick was cleaved in two. As the explosion rang out, the massive vessel was swallowed by the sea. Bang! Crick, wielding the great spear, collapsed to the ground with a thud. The madness that had consumed him was instantly dispelled. In the face of that recent blow, one could scarcely defend not only their own frail limbs, but even the formidable weapon in hand. Look, Crick has lost control in fear. A startled voice echoed. Soon, all eyes were drawn to the deck where Crick knelt, from which a copious stream of yellow liquid flowed. Witnessing the once mighty ruler of the East Sea reduced to such a state left everyone in shock. Captain Ace, who is that individual? That strike was utterly insane, cleaving a pirate ship of several dozen meters in two. Michael could no longer contain his agitation and spoke up. Should we consider a strategic retreat? Retreat? Ace shot him a piercing glance. Michael, your jest is far from amusing. Our spade pirates have finally begun to make a name for ourselves, even managing to shake off that troublesome navy. To suggest we flee now is utterly implausible. Moreover, Ace possesses the powers of the fire fruit, making him virtually invincible in the East Sea. Chapter 43. I wonder if you're worth the chopping. The sea suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Gazing at the frail figure slowly emerging from the depths of the ocean, the tension among the crowd escalated to an unbearable degree. Their eyes widening instinctively as they yearned to discern the identity of the individual before them. Thousands of pirates trembled in fear, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Those at the sea restaurant dared not even breathe. Jappu, the proprietor, appeared remarkably youthful, wielding nothing more than a wooden sword. Patty gasped in astonishment, and a chorus of sharp intakes of breath echoed through the crowd. A pirate ship, spanning dozens of meters, was effortlessly cleaved in two by a single strike. Such unparalleled ferocity emanated from a mere wooden blade. Who would believe it had not witnessed it firsthand? The figure was unfamiliar. No whispers of him had reached the East Blue. Could he possibly have traversed from the Grand Line? Sanji raised an eyebrow. Jappu, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, fell into contemplative silence. Suddenly, Ace, who had remained taciturn until now, broke his silence. He hails from the East Blue, a supernova of the Navy. Even I find him to be a formidable presence. I never anticipated encountering him in such a locale. A Navy supernova? The crowd momentarily froze in disbelief. Mihawk quickly inquired, Captain Ace, if he is indeed a Navy supernova, who might he be? Could it be that even you are not his match? If so, we should flee swiftly, should we fall into his clutches. We may lose our chance to venture into the Grand Line. Mihawk, silence yourself, Dais exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to the back of Mihawk's head, glaring at him. Your silence does not render you mute. Since my acquaintance with Ace, I have yet to behold this individual. If he surpasses Ace, that is a matter to be debated before Ace acquired the Mera Mera no Mi. As Ace's first crewmate, Dais was acutely aware of the origins of Ace's devil fruit. He also understood precisely how powerful Ace had become after acquiring the Mera Mera no Mi. Rest assured, I am also seeking him out to reclaim my dignity. I am confident in my ability to defeat him this time. Ace adjusted the brim of his hat, a smile playing upon his scarred face. He had been contemplating when he could utilize the Mera Mera no Mi to regain his honor, never anticipating that the moment would arrive so swiftly. Mihawk, do you hear that? This is our captain, the strongest new pirate of the four seas, Ace of the Spade Pirates. Dais laughed heartily. Jappu and the others displayed expressions of intrigue, eager to witness the clash between this formidable new pirate and the most powerful new Navy recruit. The distance of thousands of meters seemed to shrink beneath Bayou's feet, each step propelling him forward as if the very ground obeyed his command. With every stride, he appeared to teleport several dozen meters ahead. This remarkable ability was the result of a fusion of Shuinpa and Soru, which Bayou referred to as Shun Soru. It surpassed the speed of ordinary Soru, making it swifter and more potent. Gazing at the distinctive pirate ship moored within the maritime restaurant, Bayou could not help but reveal a hint of a bloodthirsty smile. It appeared that the next character template was indeed secured. One could only hope that Ace now possessed the qualifications for a second chance. Moments later, amidst the crowd's fervent anticipation, Bayou's figure became distinctly visible. Kneeling on the ground, Crick was the first to dash toward Bayou, bowing his head and exclaiming, "Esteemed Navy officer, please cease your pursuit of me. There is a self-proclaimed super rookie pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries. If you desire a challenge, direct your attention toward him instead. Should you insist on hunting me, then prepare for your demise." In a sudden burst of defiance, Crick lunged forward, brandishing his colossal gun, aiming a powerful strike directly at Bayou. Convinced that at such close range, he would inflict damage, Crick believed that this would afford him an opportunity to escape. However, as this thought flickered in his mind, Bayou casually extended his left hand, exerting a forceful grip. With a resounding crash, the golden gun shattered as if it were mere paper. Bayou's wooden blade pivoted and struck directly at Crick's chest. The impact was devastating. Crick's torso caved in, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he was launched backwards like a cannonball, crashing onto the deck of a ship several dozen meters away. The immense force caused the sturdy deck to splinter and crack, embedding the towering Crick within it. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, as many spectators were left wide-eyed in disbelief. Crick, the notorious East Blue overlord with a bounty of 17 million, had been dispatched in mere 2 moves. In that instant, they comprehended the reason behind Crick's relentless pursuit across the seas, despite commanding 50 pirate ships and 5,000 subordinates. Faced with such formidable strength, even an increase in numbers would prove futile. Nevertheless, their primary concern remained the impending clash between the two formidable newcomers. "Bayou, I did not anticipate your presence here," Ace proclaimed, his face alight with battle fervor. "Do you realize that since acquiring the Flame fruit, I have thought of you daily? I presumed our encounter would only occur in the Grand Line. Yet here you are, presenting yourself so readily. Kid, Ace is the captain of our Spade Pirates, and the Flame fruit is one of the rarest devil fruits of the Logia type. The power it bestows is beyond your imagination. I advise you to withdraw swiftly, lest you find yourself devoid of any chance to escape once combat ensues," Dias hastily interjected, attempting to caution the others. Ace, smiling, patted Dias on the shoulder. Flames erupted around him as he transformed into a fiery entity, landing atop a pirate ship. The remaining pirates, witnessing this spectacle, immediately scattered in fear. Under ordinary circumstances, such an overt display of using their ship as a battleground would incite a collective assault. Yet, with their lives now at stake, they dared not provoke him. "Is this your crew? They seem quite impressive," Ace remarked. Bayou, with a bloodthirsty smile, remarked, "However, I am quite curious to know if you are worth a strike now." "Hee. Bayou, you remain unchanged, as you must have noticed earlier," Ace said, tilting his hat with a playful grin. "That is a manifestation of elemental power inherent to the nature-type devil fruit." "And what of it?" Bayou responded, his grip on the wooden sword tightening, his smile widening. Ace's expression faltered for a moment, as a spark of competitiveness ignited within his eyes, and in an instant, flames erupted around him. He launched forward like a cannonball, exclaiming, "It matters not. What I mean is, you currently lack the qualification to even strike at me." Chapter 44. Even the sun is split, Fire Fist. Boom. The searing flames surged explosively, and in an instant, a gust of hot wind spiraled back. Ace unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist. Thunderous. The blazing fist, composed of intense flames, pierced the void and struck directly at Bayou. Where it passed, not even pirate ships, nor the sea itself, could withstand the onslaught, being torn asunder by the inferno. In the blink of an eye, the distance of several dozen meters was closed. Feeling the scorching wave approaching, Bayou's wooden sword erupted with dazzling golden light. He swung it forcefully. Boom. The fire fist was cleaved apart. The resulting sword aura, fierce and unmatched, charged towards Ace. Unfazed, Ace met the slash head-on. Bang! The ship beneath them was cleaved in two by the impact. As flames roared in the air, everyone's pupils constricted in shock. Soon, they witnessed countless flames swirling in the void, coalescing into half of Ace's figure. Fire gun. Bang, 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 bang. Ace fired relentless rounds of fiery bullets from both hands, raining down upon Bayou like a torrential storm. Observing the rapidly expanding assault in his vision, Bayou's expression grew increasingly bloodthirsty and combative. His wooden sword once again radiated golden light as he swung it downward. Boom. It was still a simple, unadorned strike. The burst of golden sword aura extended over a dozen meters. The torrent of fire bullets was instantly shattered by this blow. The residual force of the sword aura continued to cleave toward Ace in the void. Bang! The flames erupted once more, and after the sword aura swept by, Ace's figure reformed amidst the chaotic inferno. An endless blaze gathered in Ace's right hand, morphing into a fiery ring that he hurled fiercely at Baiyu. This strike expanded in the wind, ultimately transforming into a colossal fiery wheel, creating an overwhelming sensation that obscured the sky. Yet, in the face of this fierce onslaught, Baiyu remained undeterred. With a swift motion, the golden light surged again, and he struck once more. Bang! The golden sword aura flickered. However, this strike was exponentially more powerful than the previous ones, reaching an astonishing length of 50 to 60 meters. Witnessing this earth-shattering slash, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Their nerves tensed to their limits. Confronted with the cataclysmic forces unleashed by the two, it felt like a battle of deities. If this strike were to land upon them, their fragile limbs would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such force. Bang! The explosive shockwave accompanied by the flames rolled back. The dozens of meters-long sword aura shattered the clouds amassed in the sky. As the flames reassembled in the air, Daius' face lit up with elation upon seeing the unscathed Ace. "See, I told you. Captain Ace is invincible," he exclaimed. "A natural-type devil fruit user cannot simply be defeated. It is an inherent advantage. No matter how strong this newcomer from the Navy is, if he cannot touch Ace, his only fate is defeat." Daius laughed heartily. Beside him, Zep shook his beard and remarked, "Indeed, as I had heard in the Grand Line, in the initial phase, the natural-type devil fruit users reign supreme, akin to a king without a crown, unless, however, this is the East Blue, where it seems unlikely anyone possesses such prowess." The individuals present exchanged glances. Perhaps they did not take Dorse's evaluation to heart. Yet, the chef among them was acutely aware that Zep had traversed the Grand Line, albeit for a mere year before retreating. Nevertheless, his experiences were far beyond those of an ordinary individual. Baiyu, having indulged sufficiently in this game, merely aimed to acclimatize you to battling a natural-type devil fruit user. I shall now engage earnestly. Flames surged wildly from Ace, and at the moment he raised his right hand, an inexhaustible torrent of fire, as if free of cost, surged forth. A colossal fireball rapidly expanded and ascended. The searing heat rendered the surrounding ocean seemingly boiling. Zep and the others, positioned a slight distance away, instantly underwent a dramatic change in expression. "Quickly, steer the ship away. This strike is certainly formidable," Zep bellowed urgently. The vessel sped away, yet before they could escape far, the fireball, which had amassed in Ace's hand to exceed 100 meters, finally took shape. From a distance, it appeared as if a sun had risen upon the sea, instilling an overwhelming sense of insignificance in all who inhabited that maritime realm. "Baiyu, this is my strongest strike. I hope you can withstand it." Ace's face radiated with boundless fighting spirit as he gazed at Baiyu, who had not budged an inch since the onset of battle, a glimmer of competitiveness flashing in his eyes. "I cannot believe you will remain unmoved under this assault." Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Boom. The 100-meter sun, under Ace's control, descended with the force of 1,000 tons toward Baiyu. The enormous impact caused the surrounding ocean to sink several decimeters. The pirate ship beneath Baiyu creaked under the immense pressure and heat, as if unable to endure the overwhelming burden. Initially, those who had been frantically fleeing now found themselves unable to contain their anticipation, their gazes locking onto Baiyu. They were eager to discern how he would respond to Ace's most potent attack. "Haha, indeed, this is exhilarating." Baiyu suddenly erupted into laughter, seizing a wooden sword with both hands. To Ace, this seemingly ordinary action elicited a jolt of unease. From their first encounter to this moment, Ace distinctly recalled that Baiyu had always wielded his sword with one hand. The abrupt change in habit undoubtedly hinted at something foreboding. Bang! A golden beam erupted explosively within Baiyu. Under the release of extreme spiritual pressure, the descending sun momentarily stalled, an endless killing intent. stemming from the power of Wu Yoqi, coalesced at that instant. The inhabitants of this maritime expanse seemed to plummet into an icy abyss, a sensation starkly distinct from the searing heat ignited by flames. It was a chill that emanated from the very soul, causing even Ace's complexion to shift dramatically. Alas, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Baiyu wielded a wooden sword, executing a forceful strike. Sword technique, dual severance, thunderous resonance. As the blade was unleashed, the entire realm appeared to be bathed in golden radiance. 100-meter blade aura, embodying the vigor of creation, collided head-on with the sun. In a flash of golden light, the sun was cleaved in two. In the next instant, the residual force remained unabated, striking towards Ace. Simultaneously, the ceaseless flames, having shed their restraints, erupted like a volcano. Boom! The explosive sound reverberated through the heavens. The boundless flames surged forth like a tsunami, cascading outward. The pirate ships that failed to escape were engulfed in an instant. The distant sea restaurant and others, including Dios, were also swept away by the oncoming deluge. Chapter 45. This blade overturned the worldview. The deafening roar of explosive shockwaves echoed relentlessly. The vast expanse of the sea resembled a scene from the apocalypse. As the towering waves surged, Dias and his companions struggled to maintain their footing, hastily glancing toward Ace's position. Amidst the flames, a figure began to re-emerge. Upon seeing that familiar face, Dias's expression transformed into one of sheer elation. Look, I have always said that Ace, possessing the power of a Logia-type devil fruit, stands invincible upon these waters. No matter how formidable the Navy may be, as long as they cannot inflict real harm on Ace, everything else is mere nonsense. Within the flames, Ace also revealed a hint of a smile. Just moments ago, the aura that Baiyu exuded was overwhelmingly terrifying. Even his limbs experienced a fleeting moment of paralysis. Had it not been for his ability to elementalize, rendering him invulnerable, he would have undoubtedly faced the brunt of that earth-shattering strike. At that point, whether he lived or died would have been entirely uncertain. However, before these chaotic thoughts could fully form in their minds, a ghostly figure appeared behind Ace without any warning. "Behind you, Captain." Dias's pupils constricted as he shouted urgently. Ace, taken aback, could hardly believe that Baiyu's initial movement was a direct assault. "Baiyu, your speed is indeed remarkable, but do not forget, I possess the elementalization of a Logia-type devil fruit." Bang! The black wooden sword, imbued with distance, struck Ace squarely in the face. In that instant, as the flames of elementalization dissipated, Ace's form seemed to be violently yanked away. The next moment, he hurtled towards the sea restaurant like a cannonball. A deafening explosion resonated as he crashed through the deck, leaving destruction in his wake before plunging into the ocean. Insanity. Dias was on the verge of madness. No. It should be said that everyone who had just moments ago extolled the might of the Logia was now spiraling into madness. Witnessing the once invincible elementalization being cleaved away by a single strike shattered their worldview. This was the so-called strongest newcomer pirate across the seas, with a bounty of 50 million berries. Mikhail, was that truly Ace who was just sent flying? Dias inquired, disbelief etched on his face. Mikhail snapped back to reality. Roaring urgently, Dias, do whatever it takes to stall that Navy officer. Devil fruit users are like ducks out of water. I will go save Ace. With that, Mikhail plunged into the water. Dias, suddenly alert, gazed at Baiyu, who was advancing through the sky. With no time to ponder, he swiftly drew his sword from his waist. Navy, do not approach. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Impolite? Baiyu replied with a bloodthirsty smile. What's the matter? I'm offering you a chance to abandon them and flee. Perhaps you might still find a way to survive. You want me to escape? Dias was momentarily taken aback in the face of such an overwhelming adversary. The opportunity for survival presented before the likes of the pirates, including Creek, was undoubtedly irresistible. A flicker of struggle crossed Dias's face, and in the next moment, he tightened his grip on the katana, roaring as he charged forward. Forgive me, but even in death, I shall never forsake my comrades. One sword style, Ocean Wave. With a single stroke, Dias's attack was commendable, his swordplay flowing like the ceaseless waves of the sea. Against ordinary pirates, it was indeed a lethal technique. However, In Bai Yu's eyes, it fell woefully short. Three-sword style, rhinoceros strike. A figure surged forth from the ocean. The drenched Zoro taking the initiative. His three blades intertwined with a ferocity akin to a rhinoceros charging, colliding violently with Daius. Bang! Daius was sent flying, crashing against the ship's cabin behind him, barely managing to halt his momentum. Upon seeing the sudden apparition, his face paled, disbelief etched across his features. The pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro? Huh. I never imagined my name would be known to anyone, Zoro remarked, biting down on his sword, Wad Ikamanji. However, if a fight is to ensue, I cannot allow you to strike at our captain first. That would be a disgrace to our crew. If you wish to battle, let me be your opponent. Since boarding Bai Yu's ship, Zoro had not had the opportunity to strike, and after such a long wait, he finally found a worthy adversary. It was evident that Zoro was losing his composure. Beside him, Zep's expression grew uncertain as he observed the scene unfold. He had merely wanted to witness a fair contest, but did not expect the strongest newcomer in the pirate world to falter at first contact. If this trend continued, it seemed the formidable captain of the Spade Pirates might not escape the East Blue. Yet, it was precisely this reason that piqued Zep's curiosity about the obscure naval rookie before him and his true origins. Stay back, or I shall not hesitate to ignite the bomb. Daius, suppressing the pain in his back, tore open his clothing to reveal the explosives he had prepared. A glimmer of resolve in his eyes. Witnessing this, Bai Yu reached out to restrain Zoro. Ace, it appears you have encountered a rather competent crew member this time. However, is it truly wise to continue hiding? Bang! From the shattered deck, Ace, assisted by Mihawk, managed to rise. His drenched form and the crimson gash across his face rendering him quite disheveled. The previously tense atmosphere shifted markedly under Bai Yu's distinct tone. Hey, Ace, what is happening? Wasn't the Navy here to capture you? Daius could no longer contain his agitation. Gasping for breath, Ace struggled to stand, rubbing his stinging face as he replied, Damn that Bai Yu. You haven't changed a bit. You still relish in being merciless. In so many places, you choose to strike me in the face. At this rate, I'll never marry, and I shall hold you accountable for that. Don't you always carry liquor with you? I could use a sip for the pain. Ha ha. Ace, it seems you have truly grown stronger. Even your skin has thickened along with your strength. Bai Yu let out a dry laugh and casually tossed the wine jug aside. Get lost. Ace caught the jug, shot a glare, and then took a hearty swig. This scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. How had the Navy and pirates turned into such a complex dance of love and conflict? Ace, you must tell me what is going on. Is he truly a member of the Navy? Daius was on the verge of madness, grabbing the bomb strapped to him. I nearly risked my life for you. If you don't explain, I'll drag you down with me. Observing Daius' desperate demeanor, Ace helplessly rubbed the bridge of his nose and replied, What? Didn't I mention this before? Bai Yu is indeed part of the Navy, but he is also my sworn brother. I originally thought that with the powers of the Logia-type devil fruit, I could reclaim my dignity, yet here I am, once again humiliated in public. Chapter 46. This ship is mine. Everyone was taken aback, after such a prolonged battle, to discover that the strongest rookie pirate and the mightiest rookie from the Navy were, in fact, sworn brothers. How intriguing. Who would dare to believe it if they had not heard it with their own ears? Well, the fighting is over, and hunger beckons. Let us seek some sustenance. Bai Yu patted Ace on the shoulder and strode toward the seaside restaurant. Witnessing this scene, the remaining remnants of the Krieg pirates fled in a frenzy. Krieg himself emerged from a dilapidated pirate ship, supported by the ghoul, Akin, intending to slip away unnoticed. Unfortunately, as soon as they made a move, Bai Yu halted his steps and glanced back. Bai Yu, allow me to assist you in cleaning up the aftermath. Ace returned the wine flask to Bai Yu. There are still 600 or 700 pirates here. With my fruit ability, I could subdue them swiftly. You? Bai Yu shot him a disapproving look. You've grown a bit arrogant since acquiring the flame fruit, my young friend. You are still too inexperienced. These individuals must be captured alive, or it will be difficult to explain to the old man. Allow me to handle this. Bai Yu turned to survey the scattered pirate ships around them. In a swift motion, he appeared on one of the vessels. Krieg's expression changed drastically as he bellowed urgently. If we do not flee now, when will we? Hurry. He intends to capture us alive, and one person cannot possibly withstand our numbers. In Krieg's eyes, he was gravely injured, and only by letting others create an opportunity could he grasp a sliver of hope. The 600 or 700 pirates, initially stunned, exchanged glances and then bolted in a desperate escape. Apologies, but none shall escape. Bayou stood atop a pirate ship's mast, taking a swig of alcohol, his eyes suddenly widening. The conqueror's haki, dormant within him, erupted like a raging tide. Boom! The overwhelming aura surged across the sea. The pirates, once frantically fleeing, including Krieg and Akin, froze momentarily, their eyes bulging in shock, frothing at the mouth before collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. From a distance, all in the seaside restaurant felt an invisible pressure surge towards them, as the sound of a thunderous roar echoed in their minds. They could only be thankful that the onslaught of haki was fleeting and receded just as swiftly, intentionally diverted by Bayou to spare those in the restaurant. Otherwise, those with slightly weaker resolve would have surely succumbed. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of numerous heavy bodies hitting the ground resonated in unison. By the time everyone regained their senses, the entirety of the Krieg pirates had been annihilated. A collective gasp filled the air. Ace's expression darkened as he questioned, Bayou, you would not be concealing from me that you have secretly consumed a more potent devil fruit, would you? Moreover, how were you able to attack the elemental version of myself just now? The recent defeat has become an inescapable nightmare for Ace, who was fervently determined to reclaim his honor. The lingering sting of his humiliation, particularly on his weathered visage, makes it difficult for him to find peace. Youngster, that is not the power of a devil fruit, Zeppu remarked, shaking his beard as he lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. If I am not mistaken, the young naval officer just demonstrated a rather rare form of haki, known only in the new world of the Grand Line. The ability to strike at an elemental being suggests the use of armament haki, while the capacity to sense one's surroundings and anticipate movement stems from observation haki. Lastly, the sheer presence capable of intimidating an opponent into submission is a rare trait, possessed only by the most formidable of warriors, rumored to be found among the ocean's elite. It seems, young naval officer, your future accomplishments are boundless. 3 forms of haki. Daius and the others were taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a wealth of information to emerge from a single skirmish. Even Ace's expression shifted, reflecting his surprise. He had never anticipated that. Merely a month after parting ways with Bayou, his prowess would transcend to such extraordinary heights, especially the remarkable presence of a true king. This revelation shattered his previous understanding. Now, stop standing there in shock. I merely encountered this knowledge before you. Had you not fled the sea and followed the old man, you would now understand what haki entails, Bayou said, patting Ace on the shoulder. Do not forget your own identity. Perhaps you possess Conqueror's haki as well, merely lacking the opportunity to manifest it. My visit today is to remind you that having acquired the flame fruit should not lead to arrogance. This world harbors many powerful individuals, and should you fall into the hands of the Navy, I would prefer not to expend my efforts rescuing you, as I doubt the old man would permit it. My stomach is growling. Let us dine first. Upon hearing this, Ace gazed at Bayou's figure, exhaled a deep breath, and the pallor on his face faded, only to be replaced by a hint of embarrassment. Bayou, do you have any berries? We have gone 3 days without food. Gurgled Daius, and Mihail's stomachs echoed in unison with Ace's. Bayou rolled his eyes in exasperation. Indeed, those emerging from Undercarp's tutelage were all talents. Regardless of how many berries one had, it seemed futile against such voracious appetites. Young naval officer, this meal is on us. Zeppu interjected suddenly. Patty and the others looked on in astonishment. Sanji could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Old man, is this fellow your illegitimate son? You are usually so stingy. How is it that you are so generous today? Be silent. My actions are merely aimed at finding a suitable family to send you off with. Zeppu retorted sharply. You insufferable old man, always trying to send me away. Are you hoping I will be the one to see you off? I cannot possibly leave. Leave you? I expect to outlive you. Baiyu watched the two engage in their bickering and sighed. Dining together was proving to be quite a challenge. As for Sanji, he is indeed a promising talent. However, Baiyu prefers to let things unfold naturally. Lord Baiyu, aren't you concerned that if something were to happen, you and Zoro are running off so quickly? Nami exclaimed with a frown, her eyes wide with discontent as a sailboat anchored beside the seaside restaurant. From the lookout tower, Karina, carrying the modified 98K wrapped in black cloth, leaped down and lightly patted Nami's shoulder, saying, "Fear not, Lord Baiyu. As long as I am here, Nami will certainly be safe." Over the past 3 days, Karina had begun to acclimate to the modified 98K in her hands. If indeed she were to engage in an ambush, she was confident that few in the East Sea could withstand a single shot. No, such gallant protection of a lady should be left to gentlemen. This ship is mine to board. Chapter 47. Candidates for the general's position. This ship is mine for certain. A fleeting shadow darted past, swiftly appearing before Karina and Nami, performing a gentlemanly bow. However, before Sanji could introduce himself, Zepp's wooden leg had already come flying toward him. Observing the two once again embroiled in a brawl, Baiyu helplessly made his way toward the sea restaurant. Meanwhile, within the naval headquarters conference hall, a disarray of documents lay scattered across the table, with a fresh bounty notice resting atop them, alongside the treasure hunter, Treege. Admiral Sengoku, your frequency of meetings has been rather excessive lately. We seem to be summoned every few days. Thankfully, my speed is commendable. Otherwise, I would struggle to return in time. The Yellow Ape remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. The other naval commanders remained silent, yet equally intrigued by Sengoku's intentions. After all, in the past month, their meetings had indeed become more frequent, a stark contrast to the typical gatherings that occurred only once every few months. Enough, Yellow Ape. If there were no pressing matters, I certainly wouldn't have summoned you all here. If you can't even make it, who else could? Sengoku retorted with a stern voice. The purpose of this gathering is twofold. Recently, a new pirate has emerged in the East Sea, and this is the bounty request submitted by Division 186. Please take a look. All eyes were immediately drawn to the document. Upon witnessing the bounty amount, many expressions froze in disbelief. A bounty of 50 million berries. The captain of the Spade Pirates? Akainu remarked, hands clasped, his brow furrowed. Admiral Sengoku, judging by this photograph, this young lad appears to be merely 17 or 18 years old. For a first bounty to reach the limit of 50 million berries seems rather exaggerated. If this news were to spread, others might assume that our naval headquarters is genuinely fearful of a mere newcomer. I concur with Sakazuki's assessment. The Yellow Ape chimed in, eager to escalate the matter. While the other naval commanders remained silent, they too nodded in agreement. Sengoku, having anticipated their reactions, surveyed the room. I was well aware you would respond this way. If he were simply another newcomer from the Four Seas, such a bounty would indeed be unwarranted. However, if I were to inform you that this newcomer possesses the abilities of the Logia-type Flame fruit, would you then deem this bounty appropriate? The mention of the Flame fruit caused the expressions of the naval commanders to shift dramatically. Many instinctively glanced at the three admirals. No one understood the power of Logia-type devil fruits better than those within the naval headquarters. This generation of admirals was celebrated as the strongest cohort precisely because of their world-shattering devil fruit abilities. The emergence of a pirate newcomer possessing a similar Logia-type devil fruit capability was enough to rattle their composure. So, he is indeed a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. No wonder he has been awarded a bounty of 50 million berries, Akiji remarked, exhaling a breath of cold air. Marshal Sengoku, you have urgently summoned us. Are you planning to capture Fire Fist Ace and extinguish him in his infancy? The tension in the room escalated. Users of natural-type devil fruits are formidable adversaries. Even a typical vice admiral may not secure victory against such foes. To eliminate this pirate newcomer, it would likely require the intervention of all three admirals. No, I have entrusted this matter to Garp. If he fails, we shall ensnare Fire Fist Ace once he arrives at the Grand Line, particularly in the Sabaody archipelago. Sengoku spoke gravely. Recently, members of the Beast Pirates have been stirring, and that red-haired fellow has only recently ascended to emperor status. The two have clashed over territory numerous times. Kizaru, you must remain vigilant. Do not allow them to escalate matters further. As for Akiji, keep an eye on the final candidate for the Shichibukai. The Gorosei have been applying pressure, and this Shichibukai issue has lingered far too long. Although they have suggested candidates, I find it utterly absurd to consider that individual for the position. Akainu, also be wary. The celestial dragons have frequently vacated Mariehua. You are well aware of their character. Ensure nothing goes awry during such precarious times. A barrage of inquiries erupted, leaving the assembled naval leaders exchanging glances. However, they were merely listeners, as the weight of these tasks far exceeded their qualifications. Marshal Sengoku, you have indeed assigned us formidable tasks. It seems we will be stretched thin. If there are no further matters, perhaps these meetings could be somewhat less frequent? Kizaru remarked, brushing off dust as he stood. Hold, Sengoku commanded in a low voice. What I just discussed was merely a prelude. The true significance of this meeting lies ahead. As you mentioned, the new world is rife with turmoil. Relying solely on the three admirals to maintain control has become increasingly arduous. Thus, this meeting's primary purpose is to appoint an additional admiral candidate. An audible gasp reverberated through the room. An admiral candidate stands as the strongest force just beneath an admiral, and within the Navy headquarters, there are only two such individuals, each bearing the heavy responsibility of monitoring the four emperors. Sengoku's words signaled a potential upheaval of the long-standing power structure, which undoubtedly surpassed their understanding. Marshal Sengoku, your sudden proposals suggest you already have a candidate in mind, Akainu stated solemnly. Is it Fire Mountain, Doberman, or perhaps Spider Demon? The naval leaders tensed in anticipation. Fire Mountain chuckled awkwardly. Admiral Sakazuki, you are elevating my status too highly. I believe Spider Demon holds the greatest probability. He has accomplished numerous tasks recently. Compared to Spider Demon, who embodies a hawkish approach, Fire Mountain is decidedly more pragmatic. The accomplishments and renown established are undoubtedly far inferior to those of the Ghost Spider. I concur with the sentiments expressed regarding the Burning Mountain, remarked Doberman, shaking his scarred visage in agreement. The position of Admiral Candidate represents the pinnacle of combat prowess within the Navy, a distinction coveted by many. However, to voice such aspirations publicly seems rather unbecoming. My apologies. But the individual recommended this time is not among those present. Sengoku spoke in a grave tone, casually producing a stack of documents and placing them upon the table. This time, the nominee for Admiral Candidate is Baiyu. Chapter 48. A high-stakes gamble. What? The expressions of the assembled naval commanders shifted dramatically. The deferential smiles on the faces of vice admirals like Doberman froze instantaneously. Many among them had occupied the rank of vice admiral for over a decade, with aspirations to ascend to the esteemed position of admiral. If a fellow vice admiral were to be recommended, few would harbor feelings of discontent. Yet now this honor, second only to that of an admiral, had been bestowed upon an obscure newcomer. Such a slight was intolerable for them. Apologies, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, but are you jesting? If you were to assign the position of Admiral Candidate to Mr. Karp or appoint him directly as Admiral, we would have no objections. Doberman spoke in a grave tone. However, to entrust the Admiral Candidate position to a rookie who has yet to officially serve in the Navy is likely to incite discontent among many. Doberman's assertion was not unfounded, and I concur, remarked Kizaru, with several other naval commanders nodding in agreement. Sengoku had anticipated the situation escalating to this point and produced two bounty posters. I am aware of your dissatisfaction, but this recommendation was indeed submitted personally by Karp. 5 days ago, Baiyu decimated the treasure hunter Treege, who bore a bounty of 89 million on Frost Moon Island. 3 days ago, he eliminated the remnants of the Sun Pirates, a fishman named Evil Dragon, who had a bounty of 20 million berries. Most importantly, according to reports from Ghost Spider, he has encountered Baiyu and even engaged him in combat, albeit to his own defeat. What? The pupils of Doberman and the other naval commanders constricted sharply. While the earlier achievements were surprising, it was evident that complete conviction remained elusive. Yet now, the sudden revelation that even Ghost Spider a hawkish vice admiral, had been vanquished by Yu was overwhelmingly significant. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, are you jesting? Ghost Spider is a seasoned vice admiral of considerable prowess, renowned for his exceptional eight-sword style. It is hard to fathom that he could lose to a mere rookie. Akainu spoke in a low voice. As a fellow hawk and a comrade who had always stood shoulder to shoulder with Ghost Spider, Akainu was understandably concerned. In response to this line of questioning, all eyes turned to Sengoku, eager to ascertain the veracity of the earlier recommendation. I understand your incredulity, which is why I have already contacted Ghost Spider. You may verify it yourselves. Sengoku tossed a din-din mushi, which soon erupted into sound. Moshi Moshi, this is Ghost Spider. May I inquire why Fleet Admiral Sengoku has contacted me urgently? Ghost Spider's deep voice resonated from the other end. Ghost Spider, this is Sakazuki. Akainu interjected. Just now, Fleet Admiral Sengoku mentioned that you were defeated by a newcomer. Do you find this joke amusing? At this proclamation, the vast conference hall plunged into an eerie silence, and a glimmer of urgency flickered in the depths of many eyes. They were eager to discern whether Admiral Sengoku was merely jesting with them. Admiral Akainu, this is no joke. I have battled against Mr. Karp's grandson, Yu, in the East Sea and indeed suffered defeat at his hands, and he employed the same eight-sword style that I wield. The matter of recommending a candidate for the admiral position was, in fact, the result of a discussion between Mr. Karp and myself, Ghost Spider stated solemnly. A sharp intake of breath echoed throughout the conference hall, and many present found their pupils constricting in astonishment. Ghost Spider's prowess ranked among the elite even within the ranks of the vice admirals. His mastery of the eight-sword style had garnered him a notable reputation within the Navy headquarters and across the seas. To admit a defeat, especially to a newcomer, was a notion that challenged their understanding. Admiral Akainu, I recognize that this may be hard for you to believe, but Yu's potential far exceeds our expectations. He possesses the ability to wield all three types of haki and is proficient in advanced swordsmanship. In terms of innate talent with a blade, I dare say he could rival the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Moreover, what is most striking is his extraordinary combat intuition. If one were to evaluate him, it would be as though he was born for battle. Ghost Spider continued, each word altering the atmosphere within the hall. To be compared to the world's greatest swordsman and to be described as someone born for combat, these accolades, when bestowed by a long-established figure, would not elicit a mere murmur. However, when applied to a fledgling just embarking on his maritime journey, such claims were undeniably difficult to accept. Very well. Let us defer further discussion on Ghost Spider's remarks for now. Remember, do not let Karp roam without restraint. Sengoku instructed as he ended the call. If this recommendation was solely Karp's initiative, Sengoku would never acquiesce without due consideration. Yet, the involvement of the typically proud Ghost Spider compelled him to take the matter seriously. In an instant, the vast conference hall fell into a profound silence, as all the naval commanders found themselves at a loss for words. Admiral Sengoku, I still find it hard to believe such matters. Akainu spoke again in a low tone. Each individual present had ascended to their position through merit and accomplishments. Should a newcomer be elevated to the status of admiral candidate, it would require an impressive track record and undeniable strength. Otherwise, I would certainly not consent to this recommendation. I concur with Akainu's sentiments. Kizuru also raised his hand in agreement. Observing the two admirals voting, some commanders silently exhaled in relief. Sengoku glanced around the room, remaining silent. Much like Aokiji, who appeared detached from the situation. I am already aware of your reactions. My purpose in gathering you today was to apprise you of the situation. As for the admiral candidate matter, we shall decide once Yu arrives. However, I must remind you, gold will always shine. Otherwise, Ghost Spider, being the obstinate veteran he is, would not have personally made the recommendation. I hope we can navigate these relations without causing too much friction. If there are no further matters, let us conclude this meeting for now. We shall resume this topic upon Yu's arrival at the naval headquarters. Since Marshal Sengoku has already made a decision, I am quite curious to see what that little brat can stir up. Akainu snorted coldly and was the first to turn and leave. Kizaru similarly wore a bemused expression before vanishing in a flash of light. The remaining naval officers exchanged glances before also turning to depart. Sengoku gazed at the suddenly empty conference hall, letting out a deep sigh as he murmured to himself, "Garp. For the sake of your precious grandson, I have taken a significant gamble. If you dare to deceive me, not only will you not set foot through the gates of the naval headquarters, but I shall pursue him across the vast seas. However, why do I feel somewhat unsettled lately? Am I overthinking, or is something monumental about to unfold?" Chapter 49. Smoker's Turmoil 3 days later, within the naval branch of Roguetown. A girl with orange hair, clad in the Navy's Justice cloak, adorned with sunglasses perched on her bangs and a band-aid across her face, briskly entered, wielding a katana. "Lieutenant Iska, you have finally arrived," Orlon exclaimed as he stepped forward. "Colonel Smoker, is he still unconscious? You summoned me in haste while I was in pursuit of Port Gas D, ace of the Spade Pirates," Iska replied, an anxious expression crossing her features as she glanced around the room. "Iska, you have finally come." Smoker's voice resonated within the chamber as the tightly shut door swung open. Upon seeing Smoker, whose face still bore the remnants of a crimson gash, Iska's expression faltered. She and Smoker were contemporaries within the Navy. However, due to Smoker's possession of a Logia-type devil fruit ability, he swiftly ascended to the rank of colonel. Meanwhile, their peer Tina had also reached the rank of lieutenant colonel, thanks to her Paramecia-type devil fruit. Iska, reliant solely on her swordsmanship, had only managed to attain the rank of lieutenant. "Iska, are you surprised that I, a wielder of a Logia-type devil fruit, could sustain such injuries?" Smoker stated, his expression grave as he clenched a cigar. "This wound was inflicted by a Navy recruit named Baiyu in Kakoja village of the East Sea. With a single stroke, he defeated me." "A single stroke?" Iska's expression shifted in disbelief. Could he possess a sea prism stone weapon? As a recruit from the naval headquarters, Iska was not naive. She was well aware of the weaknesses that devil fruit users possessed. "No, it was Haki." Smoker tightened his fist. "I underestimated his mastery of Haki, which can counter my elemental transformation. Moreover, I suspect he also possesses observation Haki." "What?" Iska's complexion paled. "You mean he wields both types of Haki? How old is he? In his 20s or 30s? While Haki was not a rarity within the naval headquarters, Iska believed that mastery over it required considerable combat experience and training. "No, he is around your age, merely 17 or 18, Smoker replied, taking a deep drag from his cigar. "Moreover, there are rumors that not long ago, Baiyu eradicated the long-standing Krieg pirates in the East Sea, and after arriving at a floating restaurant, he encountered Port Gas D, ace, and defeated him with a single blow." "Impossible." Iska's expression shifted dramatically, her voice rising in urgency. Smoker raised an eyebrow, surprised by his old comrade's excessive anxiety. Iska quickly recognized her own lapse and composed herself. "My apologies, Colonel Smoker. A month ago, after I encountered Port Gas D ace in the West Coast Sea, I have been pursuing him ever since. The bounty of 50 million berries was submitted by me. I am well aware of the extent of Ace's formidable strength. If you claim that Fire Fist Ace has been defeated, I am curious to know, has he now fallen into the hands of our Navy?" Upon uttering these words, a glimmer of urgency flickered in Iska's eyes. Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, paused thoughtfully before shaking his head. "I have not received such news for the time being. However, I must caution you not to underestimate that individual. Should we encounter him again, I shall ensure he does not exploit any openings and will defeat him outright." Iska breathed a sigh of relief. If Karp's pursuit of Roger was a tale of mutual destruction, then Iska's chase of Ace was equally a quest to validate his own prowess. The thought of a rare prey being snatched away by another would displease anyone. "Iska, why do you appear so troubled?" Smoker cast a glance at his old classmate. Iska promptly snapped back to reality, shaking his head. "No, I am merely curious about this White Yu. For there are rumors suggesting he possesses the ability to defeat Fire Fist Ace. If possible, I would truly like to witness his capabilities." "Huh, you shall soon have that opportunity," Smoker retorted with a cold smirk around his cigar. "Next time, you will hear of my victory over him. By the way, I summoned you here because today marks the anniversary of Pirate King Roger's death." Many pirates will seek to exploit this occasion to land on the island. Therefore, I hope you can assist me with some patrols. My mind has been somewhat unsettled lately, and I fear something may go awry. You require my assistance?" Iska raised an eyebrow in surprise, then smiled. "This is indeed unexpected, but since you have asked, I shall not refuse. I have heard that there are numerous weapon shops in Rogue Town. I shall take a look and see what treasures I might find." With that, Iska turned and departed. For many, the devil fruit is the ultimate treasure of the sea. Yet for a swordsman, a finely crafted sword is the most invaluable of possessions. Watching Iska disappear down the corridor, Smoker regained his focus and picked up a photograph from the table, his brow furrowing involuntarily. In the image, a colossal black dot loomed in the sky. However, what it was, Smoker could not discern at that moment. Meanwhile, several nautical miles away from Rogue Town, a ship laden with orange trees surged forward, slicing through the waves. A tremendous splash erupted as a massive sea creature breached the surface, its crimson eyes locking onto the vessel, its gaping maw opening wide, propelled by a gust of foul wind. On the deck, Zoro, Nami, and the others remained composed, while Sanji inhaled deeply from his cigarette, eyes fixed on the approaching sea beast. Bang! A streak of crimson light erupted from the lookout, colliding forcefully with the giant sea creature. Boom! The enormous creature paused momentarily before its massive head burst apart, showering the surroundings with blood and flesh as its hefty body crashed back into the ocean. Amidst the splashing waves, Karina, concealed within the lookout tower, raised her modified 98K rifle and could not help but boast, "Lord Bayou, was that shot splendid?" "Indeed, it was remarkable. It seems you have grown accustomed to the recoil of this weapon," Bayou replied, taking a sip of his drink with a smile. Since their departure from the seaside restaurant, Bayou's body template unlocking progress had reached an impressive 19.8. By engaging in a second encounter with Ace, he had gained an additional 2 progress. It appeared to be slightly less than anticipated. However, during his refresh of the marketplace, Bayou was met with an unexpected delight. Chapter 50. Not even qualified to be a flower protector, a series of roars echoed across the ocean. The recent demise of a sea king, its blood splattering, had evidently attracted other sea kings from the depths. As 7 or 8 of them surged forth, the sight was overwhelmingly dark. Sanji tightened his grip on the cigarette in his hand. This was an unprecedented situation for him. Unfortunately, before he could fully comprehend the scenario, a multitude of warm and cold bubbles had already congregated above the heads of the sea kings, forming a heavy leaden cloud. According to the weather forecast, a thunderstorm was imminent. Buzz! An electrical bubble plunged into the dark cloud. Boom! A tremendous flash of lightning erupted within the pressurized clouds. The torrential lightning cascaded down, instantly engulfing the sea kings that had emerged from the depths. It took a good half-minute for the sea surface to somewhat calm down. However, compared to the ferocity of earlier, the ocean was now littered with the corpses of sea kings. Witnessing this scene, Sanji's cigarette burned his fingers, snapping him out of his stupor. Initially, upon boarding the ship, Sanji had boisterously vowed to uphold the chivalrous spirit of protecting women. Yet now, it appeared that the only one truly deserving of protection on this vessel was himself. Why did everyone seem to possess extraordinary abilities? "Lord Bayou, did you see that? I succeeded. I am no longer the underdog," Nami exclaimed as she embraced Bayou, her weapon radiating a sense of profound happiness. She believed that with her current prowess, she could swiftly vanquish a fearsome dragon. Bayou cleared his throat and extricated himself from Nami's grasp. "Well, success is success. Now that you are aboard my ship, I assure you, you will not be neglected. I hope everyone can stand on their own 2 feet. Say hey, did you hear that? Being on this ship will only hinder us," Zoro challenged, brandishing his wooden sword with a provocative expression. "What did you say, Mosshead? Just watch as I kick you to death." Sanji exploded in frustration. What had begun as a noble endeavor to be a protector had turned into an experience of being left behind. He lamented that he was not even qualified to be a flower protector. "Sanji, do not lose heart. When Nami and I boarded the ship, we were equally powerless. If it weren't for Lord Bayou providing us with weapons, we would have struggled to even injure a sea king," Karina consoled him. carrying her modified 98K with a smile. Nami nodded in agreement. 3 days prior, gazing at the weather stick gifted by Baiyu and having listened to its explanation, Nami had found it hard to believe that this seemingly ordinary stick could endow her with the power to slay dragons. After several attempts, she finally understood that the captain was indeed not deceiving her. Sanji fell silent, retrieving a cigarette and lighting it. After taking a deep drag, he asked, "Lord Baiyu, can you help me become stronger? My expertise lies in leg techniques." "Of course you can." Baiyu casually took a swig from his drink and tossed 2 wrist guards his way. This is what Baiyu has recently redeemed. After the system's merchandise refresh, the redemption rights remain intact, allowing Baiyu to spend 150 points to exchange for another pair. He watched as the small protective gear struck the floor with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire ground. Sanji was momentarily taken aback, beginning to regret his request. For the color kappa, there is no turning back on this ship. These 2 wrist guards weigh a combined 100 kilograms, yet they can easily adjust their weight, which greatly benefits training strength and explosiveness. Zoro remarked with a knowing smile. "Of course, if you wish to disembark now, I wouldn't mind." "That green-haired fool. Who wants to leave? A mere 100 kilograms is something I can easily adapt to," Sanji retorted, suddenly flustered. However, after weighing the 2 wrist guards and attempting to adjust their weight, his astonishment deepened. He finally understood why that cunning old fox, Sepp, initially proposed he join Ace's pirate crew, only to reverse his decision and place him on this naval ship. Indeed, experience speaks volumes, and the clarity of those aged eyes is unmatched. The weapons and extraordinary training equipment Baiyu had brought forth were enough to reveal that he was far from ordinary. On this ship, each member's future accomplishments are bound to be extraordinary. "Sanji, you should consider employing high-speed rotations in your kicking techniques, generating heat through rapid friction to enhance your explosiveness. If you can master this, your strength will undoubtedly soar, allowing you to easily handle encounters with even the mightiest of pirates," Baiyu suggested, taking a sip of his drink while recalling Sanji's demonic wind kicks from the original story. Currently, the system mall has not produced any exceptional items that could significantly elevate Sanji's power, so Baiyu had to resort to the simplest method, drawing from the source material. "Lord Baiyu, is your approach really feasible, just as I suspected?" Sanji was bewildered. He had often contemplated how to enhance his strength, but without guidance. Relying solely on his own exploration proved to be quite challenging. Baiyu's insights instantly resonated with him. "Rest assured, as long as you adapt to the weighted wrist guards, executing this technique will not be too difficult. As for other training, we can devise a plan once you master the weight," Baiyu added, taking another swig of his drink. "Ahead lies Rog Town. Let us take a moment to rest here, as we may not have the opportunity to replenish supplies once we enter the Grand Line." "I agree. I concur. I shall gather some food supplies as well," Sanji eagerly chimed in, as it was only in the realm of culinary delights that he could reclaim a sense of purpose aboard this ship. "I will remain on the ship to keep watch and train a bit," Zoro replied, continuing his efforts with a wooden sword. Each time he witnessed Baiyu effortlessly complete 1,000 slashes, the feelings of helplessness and disparity within him magnified infinitely. This compelled Zoro to dedicate even his moments for meals and slumber to his pursuits. As for Zoro's choices, Baiyu paid them little heed. Within the shop of Matsumoto, there indeed lay 2 exquisite swords. Baiyu had no use for them himself, yet acquiring them could serve as a means to win the favor of others. While contemplating this, Baiyu had already leapt ashore as the vessel docked. However, after taking just a few steps, he was unexpectedly collided into by a reckless figure. The softness of the impact, coupled with the enchanting fragrance of a woman, caused Baiyu to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Particularly, upon noticing her cascading orange hair, he appeared somewhat taken aback. I'm so sorry. I rushed too quickly and accidentally bumped into you. If you're unharmed, I'm off to inspect a sword." Chapter 51. Are you not an apprentice swordsman? Baiyu appeared somewhat taken aback as he glanced at the young girl before him, clad in naval attire and adorned with a katana. Indeed, Dasky had yet to arrive at Log Town. This girl, if Baiyu's memory served him correctly, was Iska, who had been relentlessly pursuing Ace across the vast seas. You are a swordsman too? Iska replied, her surprise evident as she scrutinized Bai Yu. However, her expression soon faltered. Are you an apprentice? Why do you wield a wooden sword, and what is that other sword wrapped in cloth? This is merely an ordinary katana. Nevertheless, you mentioned wanting to purchase a sword. Might you take me along to broaden my horizons? Bai Yu refrained from drawing the cursed blade, Murakumo. For some time, he had been engaging in combat with a wooden sword. In the East Sea, there was no one worthy of his true blade. Murakumo, teetering on the brink of becoming a black blade, emanated a sinister aura, capable of ensnaring the fragile-minded. To avoid unnecessary troubles, Bai Yu chose to keep Murakumo sealed for the moment. Buying a sword? Right. I would have forgotten had you not reminded me. If I had delayed, I might have been outmaneuvered. Iska exclaimed, hastily dashing out. Observing the girl's urgency, Bai Yu chuckled and took a swig of his drink, hastily following her lead. Along the way, Bai Yu witnessed numerous naval officers in pursuit of pirates, accompanied by the sounds of battle echoing around them. Yet, each time the mist billowed upwards. The skirmishes swiftly concluded. It seemed that Smoker's invincible mentality was largely cultivated by the environment of Log Town. This is the place, Iska exclaimed, forcefully pushing open the shop's tightly shut door. Inside, a somewhat disheveled Matsumoto was polishing a sword, his expression turning to one of obsequiousness as he prepared to make a sales pitch. However, upon seeing Iska, he quickly waved his hand dismissively. Not you again. You filthy navy. I told you, I absolutely won't sell this sword. Why do you keep returning? Not for sale. Iska's face fell, and she quickly rummaged through her backpack, producing a hefty sum. Here are 3 million berries. Please sell me the sword. I've searched the East Sea for ages to find this renowned blade. For a swordsman, every exceptional sword is a mark of honor, especially for someone like Iska, who has only recently set foot upon the ocean. Possessing a sword of her own is the ultimate testament to her prowess. Moreover, the durability and sharpness of a renowned blade serve as invaluable tools for those who have yet to master hockey. This is the black lacquered tachi, the excellent blade Yukai's. Bai Yu observed the Yukai's displayed on the counter. He had encountered it numerous times in the original narrative, yet this was his first time examining it up close. Kid, I didn't expect you to recognize a famous sword, Matsumoto remarked, casting a surprised glance before shaking his head. But as I said, this sword is not for sale. There are other swords over there. Feel free to choose from them. With that, Matsumoto resumed polishing Yukai's, disregarding everyone else entirely. Iskar deflated like a balloon. For the rare encounter with a renowned blade was beyond her financial reach. The mere act of yearning for something unattainable left her feeling somewhat reckless. However, as a member of the Navy, she could not resort to force. She could only resign herself to the reality that the exquisite blade was beyond her grasp, viewing it as an opportunity for enlightenment instead. I shall soon embark on the Grand Line, and I intend to seek out a few commendable swords. If you do not mind, I could assist you in your selection, for I possess considerable knowledge of blades, Iskar remarked as she made her way toward a corner of the shop. At the moment she reached for the hilt of a somewhat antiquated sword. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Ah! Iskar suddenly exclaimed, plummeting to the ground. The third generation of the Demon Slayer, which had just been drawn from its sheath, flew high into the air. The glimmering blade, reflecting a chilling light, hurtled towards Iskar, much to the shock of both her and Ibn Song. Accursed blade. That accursed sword is indeed bewitched. Navy girl, move quickly, Ibn Song shouted urgently. Iskar snapped back to reality, jolted by a surge of blood-red intent that had invaded her mind the moment she had drawn the third generation of the Demon Slayer. Her limbs became unresponsive, and she fell to the ground in a daze, never anticipating that the sword would soar above her and descend upon her. As the blade occupied her entire field of vision, Iskar attempted to evade, but it was too late. Buzz! The sound of the blade resonated ominously. Just as the third generation of the Demon Slayer was about to pierce her eyes, it abruptly halted mid-air. In the next instant, as if drawn by an invisible force, it landed in Bai Yu's hand, much to the astonishment of both Ibn Song and Iskar. Simultaneously, the cursed blade Murakumo at Bai Yu's waist seemed provoked, unleashing a tremendous wave of malevolent energy that erupted like a tempest. The fabric binding Murakumo shattered in response. In an instant, the vast weapon shop felt as though it had been plunged into a frigid abyss. An icy chill surged from the ground, penetrating straight to the core of Bayu's being. Observing the sword's autonomous reclamation of his domineering aura, Bayu furrowed his brow and withdrew his presence, allowing the suffocating energy to dissipate instantly. With the oppressive aura vanished, Ibn Song collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as if he were drowning. His gaze fell upon Bayu's sword, and his expression shifted dramatically. It cannot be. This is the legendary Murakumo, the demon blade of the 21 Works. Famed for its bloodied edge and protective guard, Ibn Song exclaimed in disbelief. This sword has been lost for over 3 centuries. It is said to be on the brink of achieving the status of a black blade. How could you, boy, have wielded it and subdued it so effortlessly? Are you a sword master? Or perhaps a grand sword master? A barrage of questions erupted from him, leaving even Iskar in a state of bewilderment. Gazing at the blood-red sword hanging at Bayu's waist, a mere glance at it would send a chill down anyone's spine. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I stammered, You are not merely an apprentice swordsman, are you? How could you possess the legendary demon blade? Was that sword just now? The naval girl. I have never claimed to be an apprentice swordsman, Bayu replied as he picked up the scabbard and sheathed the 3rd-generation Onigiri. This blade belongs to the renowned Gokai sword series, specifically the 3rd-generation Onigiri, a demon blade in its own right. If you desire it, I could part with it for you. Another demon blade? Iska's expression shifted as she recalled the earlier scene and the various rumors she had heard about demon blades, leaving her momentarily hesitant. No, I shall not sell this demon blade, or the Yukizuki. Suddenly, Ikemanji interjected. Iska, who had been wavering, felt a surge of urgency. To encounter 2 famed blades in a single day may not compare to Bayu's demon blade, Muramasa, yet it was still a significant find. The thought of missing this opportunity was unbearable for her. However, before she could voice her intent to negotiate, Ikemanji's voice rang out once more, Young man, I shall gift you these 2 blades. Chapter 52. Are you Bayu? Are you really giving him these 2 swords? Iska was bewildered. She had just emptied her savings, and the other party was reluctant to sell. Now, upon regaining her senses, she swiftly packaged the twin blades. Was this some kind of jest? Old man, I never expected you, the notoriously stingy fellow, to be so generous. A robust woman emerged from the back room, equally astonished. Be silent. This is a transaction between men, Ibn Song declared, crossing his arms with an uncommon seriousness. This is a bond among men, as well as the aspiration of a swordsman. Though I am not a swordsman myself, I still embody the spirit of one. Young lad, I know you are not as simple as you appear. In 10 or 20 years, you will surely make your name resonate across the seas. Placing these swords in your hands would not be in vain. I hope you will accept them. As he spoke, Ibn Song solemnly pushed the twin swords towards Bayu. Iska, standing nearby, was instantly envious. Glancing at the millions of berries she had painstakingly accumulated and the meager dagger at her waist, she realized that comparisons were futile. One could not measure oneself against others, and one must discard inferior goods. Seeing Ibn Song's eager expression, Bayu helplessly rubbed the tip of his nose, but ultimately accepted the twin swords. This unexpected boon exceeded his expectations, marking a perfect conclusion to the encounter. However, the moment he grasped the swords, his brow furrowed slightly. Lieutenant Iska, trouble is brewing outside. Many monsters have appeared. A naval soldier burst in, urgency etched on his face. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the air. Through the door behind the soldier, a massive mantis could be seen lunging towards him with alarming speed, its twin blades gleaming ominously. Be cautious. Iska's expression shifted as she swiftly drew her dagger and charged outside. One sword style, horizontal slash. Bang. The dagger in Iska's hand collided with the mantis in an instant. The tremendous force caused her expression to change abruptly, sending her hurtling backwards. Simultaneously, the mantis, towering at 3 to 5 meters, swung its second curved blade, producing a chilling whoosh as it struck. As the attack loomed closer, Iska's countenance paled. The searing pain in her right hand rendered her momentarily unable to defend herself. Two-sword style, fierce tiger. Buzz. The sharp sound of blades clashing resonated through the air. Zoro had anticipated the moment, appearing directly before the mantis. In the next instant, the twin swords unleashed an overwhelming force that met the mantis head-on. Boom. The mantis was sent sprawling, crashing into a wall several meters away. The sheer power of the impact caused even the sturdy wall to shatter. Concurrently, a figure descended, their right foot spinning with a deafening rush, landing squarely on the mantis's head. Crash! The enormous head of the mantis struck the street below, while its colossal body slammed down with a thunderous thud. After a brief struggle, silence ultimately prevailed. The formidable swordsmanship and kicking techniques swiftly dispatched the monstrous creature before them, leaving Iska bewildered. The fleeting encounter had made her acutely aware of the strength and ferocity of this sudden mantis-like beast. Under normal circumstances, even if not faced with urgency, and having prepared herself thoroughly, Iska firmly believed she would be incapable of vanquishing this mantis so easily. "Be cautious, a colossal gorilla is charging towards us," a startled shout echoed. Soon, a towering gorilla, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, brandishing a massive spiked club, barreled towards Zoro and Sanji. Hot on its heels were 7 or 8 other creatures of various kinds. Yet, compared to ordinary animals, these beasts surpassed the bounds of normal size and strength entirely. Witnessing this spectacle, Iska tightened her grip on her blade, preparing to strike once more. Suddenly, a thunderous gunshot rang out without warning. A streak of red light instantly perforated the leading gorilla, and the subsequent explosion reverberated across the ground. The shockwave cascaded like a tidal wave, sending the following creatures flying. However, before they could regroup, a dark, ominous cloud loomed overhead. The weather forecast predicted a thunderstorm. With a resounding crash, bolts of lightning, thick as water snakes, descended from the heavens, engulfing the 7 or 8 monsters in an instant. Iska found herself momentarily stunned by the sight of the obliterated creatures. The Navy soldier who had come to report stood frozen, unable to contain his curiosity. "Lieutenant Iska, are they the reinforcements you brought back?" "Me?" Iska hesitated, about to shake her head in denial, when she noticed Zoro and the others hastily emerging. "Lord Baiyu, it seems we have arrived just in time." Zoro sheathed his dual swords and remarked. "However, those creatures we just encountered came from an unknown source, and their appearance seems rather peculiar. I believe I saw a smoker rushing toward the docks. The situation there may be even more dire. If this continues, I fear for the safety of our ship." Initially, Zoro had intended to remain aboard to guard the vessel. Yet, witnessing the increasing number of beasts invading the island, he could not resist intervening. Meanwhile, Sanji and the others rushed toward them. "Lord Baiyu, my shot just now was quite impressive, wasn't he it? Lord Baiyu, don't listen to Karina. My thunderstorm is the finest." Karina, armed with a 98K, emerged from the shadows alongside Nami. Observing the 4 who appeared and the recent events, one could only describe this assembly as a celestial ensemble. Most notably, they all referred to the youth before them as Lord. Does this imply that these individuals are all his crew? Moreover, the youth before me is the very white feather that Smoker mentioned not long ago, who had effortlessly felled Ace with a single strike. Confused thoughts flashed through my mind as Iska seized White Feather's arm, his face a portrait of urgency as he pressed. "Are you the one who sent Fire Fist Ace flying?" Chapter 53. The legendary Great Pirate. The arriving naval soldiers were utterly bewildered upon seeing the familiar visage of Baiyu. In an instant, they erupted with excitement. This was the naval supernova Baiyu, the one who had felled Colonel Smoker with a single stroke. It was rumored that Colonel Smoker had intended to bravely confront the blade, but had ultimately fallen victim to Baiu's cunning. Did you witness the prowess of Baiu's crew just moments ago? Each of them appeared to possess strength on par with, if not surpassing, that of Colonel Smoker. The scene was electric, leaving even Iska in a state of shock. She had never anticipated that the person she had been searching for all this time would be standing right beside her. However, recalling Baiu's formidable display in the weapons shop, the fighting spirit she had accumulated began to wane. "Look, a massive island has appeared in the sky," someone exclaimed, sending a jolt of tension through the crowd. As they followed the direction of the voice, their pupils dilated and their faces drained of color. The colossal island loomed overhead, casting an imposing shadow. A figure suspended in midair drew countless gazes. A man with golden hair, an audacious expression, a ship's helm perched atop his head, and blades at his legs. His identity was unmistakable. This was none other than the legendary sovereign, the captain of the flying pirates, the great pirate Golden Lion. Iska's complexion paled, her body trembling slightly as she gasped in disbelief. Had he not perished decades ago? Why was he here? He was an entity that had stood at the pinnacle of an era. For Iska, this monstrous figure was beyond the comparison of a mere lieutenant. Haha, Roger. Today marks your death anniversary. I had intended to pay my respects, but unexpectedly, my decades-long research on SQ has come to fruition ahead of schedule. Since it is your Memorial Day, let the people of Rogetown serve as my tribute, showcasing my masterpiece to the world. The Golden Lion, suspended in the void, laughed boisterously, his golden mane billowing wildly in the wind. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, his brows raising in intrigue. In the next moment, a figure shrouded in mist hurtled toward him like a cannonball. Golden Lion, do you dare invade Rogetown? Are you truly unconcerned that the Navy might send you back to impel down? Smoker's voice thundered coldly. Utilizing his smoke-based propulsion, he swiftly materialized behind the Golden Lion, thrusting his weapon straight toward his back without an ounce of embellishment. Haha, so it is a little brat with a Logia-type devil fruit. It seems that after a period of seclusion, this captain has been underestimated by some tedious fools. The Golden Lion guffawed. In a sudden pivot, his legs unleashed a fierce sonic boom. Wave slash. With a thunderous hum, a massive wave of slashing energy cleaved through the air, hurtling toward Smoker. The imminent attack, in the fleeting moment when Smoker's pupils dilated rapidly, caused a drastic change in his expression. In that strike, he sensed the unmistakable scent of death that he had recently experienced from White Yu. This indicated that the assault before him was one that could not be evaded by mere elemental transformation. A chaotic flurry of thoughts raced through Smoker's mind. Without time to ponder further, he hastily raised his jit to defend himself. Boom. The colossal force surged forth like a raging tide. Smoker was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the execution square of Logetown. The residual impact was so intense that even the sturdy ground beneath him could not withstand it, fracturing and collapsing under the pressure. Smoker. Iska's face paled as he rushed forward. Struggling to rise from the rubble, Smoker coughed up blood, momentarily disregarding his own condition as he bellowed urgently. Iska, quickly lead the Navy and civilians to retreat. This opponent is beyond your capacity to halt. Establish contact with the Navy headquarters immediately and inform them that the Golden Lion is not dead. Initially, Smoker had been brooding over his defeat at the hands of White Yu. As the strongest of the East Blue Navy, the title of White Hunter had already inflated his ego. If losing to White Yu had revealed his shortcomings, then facing the legendary Golden Lion made him truly comprehend that the so-called White Hunter was nothing but a farce. He finally understood why White Yu yearned for the New World. Being the strongest in the East Blue was merely that of a local tyrant. When confronted with genuine power, all pretensions of honor dissipated into insignificance. Haha, little brat, did you not hear my words? I mentioned using this island to pay tribute to Roger, and thus no one here can escape. The Golden Lion laughed unabashedly. Since you insist on struggling, I shall entertain myself with my delightful pets. Buzz. In an instant, the air around them seemed to freeze. Before anyone could react, hundreds of monstrous creatures, endowed with the powers of the float fruit, rapidly descended from the sky. Roar. The deafening roars echoed through the heavens. The ominous horde of beasts sent shivers down the spines of all present. Not only the native residents, but even the faces of the Navy turned ashen. In their eyes, even Smoker, who wielded the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, was no match for a strike from a legendary pirate. Regardless of how they banded together, it seemed they were fated to be mere cannon fodder. Haha. Tremble in despair. Go and annihilate the entire island. The Golden Lion's laughter rang with madness. Roar. A colossal bird let out a beastly, eerie cry as it surged toward Smoker with astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Iska, his face contorted in horror, could no longer contain himself and screamed desperately. Lord White Yu, save Smoker, Save us all. Boom. The overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted with unrestrained ferocity, transforming into a crimson tempest that surged skyward. The ferocious beast descending from the heavens momentarily froze in the wake of this colossal force, only to have their bloodthirsty madness swiftly dispelled. With a wild roll of their eyes, they cascaded down like a torrential rain, foaming at the mouth, crashing heavily to the ground. Even the monstrous bird that had been charging towards Smoker was no exception. The entire assembly stood in stunned silence, including the golden lion soaring above. To him, this had seemed a foregone conclusion, a massacre destined for success. He had never anticipated the sudden emergence of such a formidable presence. Most importantly, within the oppressive aura of overwhelming might. The golden lion distinctly sensed a chilling aura of lethal intent that penetrated to the bone. Gazing at the suddenly erupting youth, he found it hard to fathom how a lad barely 17 or 18 could have endured experiences that honed his haki and murderous intent to such extraordinary levels. Is he the Navy's supernova Bayou Iska? How do you know him? Chapter 54. The most worthy target in the East, see the naval supernova Bayou. How do you know him, Iska? Smoker suddenly awakened, observing Bayou, who had effortlessly swept the battlefield. Smoker's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. Initially, he had been contemplating that during their next encounter, he would ensure that Bayou would pay a sufficient price. However, before the price could be exacted, he had once again been publicly sent flying. This left Smoker utterly humiliated, unable to maintain any semblance of composure. Smoker, let's discuss these matters later. Iska's face turned pale as he hastily signaled 2 naval soldiers to assist Smoker. After casting a fleeting glance at Bayou, he continued, "Nevertheless, you are not mistaken. He is indeed formidable, and it is quite likely that he could have defeated Fire Fist Ace." Ace? Bayou raised an eyebrow and took a swig of his drink. Indeed, there is no secret that remains hidden. It seems that news of his battle with Ace had spread. However, Bayou did not dwell on such trivialities and glanced at Smoker, saying, "Apologies, I do not wish to interfere in your affairs at Log Town. But someone just mentioned that no one is allowed to leave Log Town, which presents quite a dilemma for me. Nonetheless, the legendary pirate is certainly worth pursuing." A bloodthirsty smile emerged on Bayou's face, and an intense battle spirit radiated from his eyes. He believed that the current Golden Lion would indeed make for an excellent adversary. "Haha, what a little rascal! You dare to say I am worthy of being hunted in front of me, the Admiral? Just for your audacity, I shall regard you with newfound respect. Little one, what say you? Would you be interested in becoming a pirate? The title of the strongest newcomer in the Navy holds little weight. If you join my ranks, given time, upon my demise, you could inherit the strongest flying pirate crew and become the mightiest ruler of these seas." His booming words echoed like thunder, lingering in the air. Faced with this unexpected offer, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. The flying pirate crew was a renowned force in the past. In a previous era, the Golden Lion had relentlessly pursued Pirate King Roger, driving him to the brink. It could be said that this proposition was enough to entice many. Even Smoker, confronted with the Golden Lion's olive branch, could not help but glance at Bayou. "Golden Lion, this is indeed an enticing proposal. I accept." Bayou's bloodthirsty grin widened as he stepped forward, leaving the crowd in shock. Smoker, unable to contain himself, was about to voice his anger, but the words caught in his throat. "However, the prerequisite is that you must defeat me." "Defeat you?" The Golden Lion paused briefly, then burst into reckless laughter. "What an amusing little brat, daring to challenge me, the Admiral. Since you wish to know what the power of the bygone era entails, allow this Admiral to satisfy your curiosity by finding a place where you can unleash your full combat potential." The reverberating words echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. As everyone braced themselves with heightened alertness, they were acutely aware that Bayou was the key to turning the tide. However, their concerns lingered about whether Bayou could truly emerge unscathed when confronted by the legendary pirate. "Go ahead and fight on your own turf," Bayou declared, taking a swig of his drink and gazing up at the floating island in the sky. At this moment, Bayou's status was not yet that of an official Navy officer. Yet, he understood that once he engaged a legendary pirate like the Golden Lion, he might manage to escape, but Rogue Town would undoubtedly be reduced to ruins. to avoid being caught off guard upon reaching the naval headquarters. Baiyu preferred to err on the side of caution. Haha, you little rascal, you truly possess remarkable courage, worthy of the conqueror's haki. The golden lion laughed boisterously. You insignificant insects should consider yourselves fortunate today to evade a calamity. However, next time, luck may not be on your side. With that parting remark, the golden lion turned to leave. The ground beneath Baiyu erupted with a thunderous roar, rapidly tearing itself apart to ascend. My lord Baiyu, we must go together. Karina and the others grew anxious. Baiyu took another drink, smiling as he replied, There's no need for that. If you ascend, I would only be distracted by your safety. This is the most formidable opponent I have encountered in the East Sea, and I wish to fight with abandon. If I do not return in 3 days, you should go to the naval headquarters with my grandfather and wait for me there. His words dissipated into the wind as Baiyu stood upon the rock, swiftly transported by the golden lion into the floating island. In the next moment, before they could fully comprehend the situation, the floating island in the sky emitted a resounding roar as it soared into the heavens, quickly vanishing from sight. He has gone. The golden lion has departed. The legendary pirate has finally left, and it is Baiyu who has made the sacrifice. Iska, feeling deflated, collapsed onto the ground. However, Karina quickly seized his hand, pulling him up with determination. Do not worry. Lord Baiyu never undertakes actions without assurance. If he says he will return, he certainly will. As they turned their attention to contacting Mr. Karp and the naval headquarters, Iska fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with self-reproach. Confronted with a legendary pirate, she remained uncertain whether Baiyu could truly escape unharmed. Yet, had she not sought help in desperation moments ago, Baiyu would likely not have found himself in such a dire predicament. Meanwhile, Smoker remained silent, his expression a stormy shade of gray as he clenched his fists. Realizing in that moment that being deemed the strongest in the East Sea was utterly futile. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters dock, a warship resembling a dog's head swiftly approached. Karp stood at the bow of the ship, savoring a rice cracker, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. Ah, Bogart. Just imagine if Zephyr were to witness the grand presence of my grandson. What expression would grace his face? Would he not implore me to allow him to mentor my grandson? Such musings brought immense joy to his heart. A cascade of saliva escaped Karp's lips as he spoke animatedly. Beside him, Bogart's typically stoic visage betrayed a hint of exasperation as he glanced at the now-docked warship. Mr. Karp, you have posed that question hundreds of times on your return journey. Now, both Commander Zephyr and Admiral Sengoku are present. Why not observe their expressions for yourself? Haha, Bogart, you are indeed correct. I shall see for myself. Karp bellowed with laughter, leaping down onto the dock with great enthusiasm, striding purposefully towards Sengoku and Zephyr. Chapter 55. Disturbing the hornet's nest on the docks, Zephyr, the chief instructor of the naval recruit camp, made a rare appearance at headquarters. Observing the approaching Karp with purposeful strides, Zephyr furrowed his brow, crossing his arms and speaking in a deep tone, Sengoku, you truly did not deceive me. Karp's grandson possesses the formidable 3 types of haki and can execute the flying slash technique. A figure of such caliber, can he genuinely emerge from the East Blue? Historically, the East Blue has been the weakest of the 4 seas. As a former high-ranking official in the Navy, Zephyr was privy to certain unspoken truths that elucidated the East Blue's long-standing weakness. A prodigy like Baiyu, who at the tender age of 17 or 18 could awaken all 3 types of haki and exhibit exceptional swordsmanship, was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Perhaps with a mere 1% chance of manifesting. It was precisely to witness this remarkable young genius that Zephyr brought along his 2 most promising students. Zephyr-sensei, it appears that Baiyu did not return with Mr. Karp, remarked Aine, who stood behind Zephyr, her deep blue hair catching the light. Indeed, the rumors hold true. That young lad intends to undertake his journey alone to reach the naval headquarters. Zephyr responded, his expression grave. It seems that those mentored by Karp share a similar troublesome disposition. Is that your perspective as well, Zephyr? Sengoku remarked, shaking his head in resignation. Lately, I find myself somewhat perturbed. Do you think there might be complications? This lad may indeed pose challenges. However, with the power of the three types of haki. He represents an invaluable opportunity for the naval headquarters. Should any unforeseen events arise, not only would Karp go into a frenzy, but it would also result in considerable loss for the Navy. Both the color of haki and swordsmanship, when found in the naval headquarters, are commonplace. Yet, when combined with the Conqueror's haki, the significance transforms entirely. Throughout the vast ocean, every formidable figure possesses the Conqueror's haki. Within the naval headquarters, only Sengoku, as the marshal, and the seasoned veteran Karp possess such prowess. The remaining elite have only mastered two types of haki, which is insufficient to uphold the banner of justice that the naval headquarters represents. The inclusion of Baiyu would decisively alter this dynamic. Haha, I did not expect you to ponder so deeply, Sengoku. If that rascal Akainu were to hear this, he would undoubtedly confront you. Zephyr chuckled, patting Sengoku on the shoulder. Rest assured, those troublesome individuals are all in the New World, at the very least in the Grand Line. As long as that young lad refrains from reckless antics, there should be no significant issues. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. However, as he observed Karp approaching at a brisk pace, his expression darkened, and he exclaimed, "Karp, you scoundrel! Every time you return to the East Blue, can you not give me a heads up? Must I scour the seas to find you? Do you truly disregard me, your marshal?" "Haha, Sengoku, you remain unchanged," Karp laughed heartily. "Do you not consider the immense effort I have invested over the years to nurture Baiyu into such a remarkable talent? And now, you dare to trouble me? This truly chills my heart. I shall grant you an opportunity to atone. Present me with your cherished celestial delicacies." In that moment, Sengoku found himself speechless. Observing the esteemed naval hero and fleet admiral engaging in this rare exchange of banter, even Ein and Benz were taken aback. Moses, I am Karina. Please answer immediately, Mr. Karp." The urgent call of the snail phone abruptly pierced the air. The attendees momentarily froze, all eyes turning toward the source. "This was my grandson's crew. Perhaps they have arrived." Karp's brow furrowed as he retrieved the snail phone. As soon as the call connected, a frantic voice resonated. "Mr. Karp, dire news. The legendary pirate, Golden Lion, has descended upon Rogue Town. Lord Baiyu has followed him to save the townspeople." The urgent words echoed across the dock, causing Karp's smile to falter. The expressions of Sengoku and the others also shifted to one of unease. Just moments ago, they had been discussing how Baiyu could traverse the East Sea without inciting major troubles, never anticipating such a swift and harsh reality check that would disturb the hornet's nest. Karp tightened his grip on the snail phone, his voice rising in urgency. "Karina, is what you say true? Where is the Golden Lion now? Lord Baiyu mentioned that the Golden Lion is worth a strike, and he vanished along with the floating island of the Golden Lion," Karina hurriedly explained. "Worth a strike?" Karp and the others were momentarily at a loss. Confronting a legendary adversary like the Golden Lion was something even they would hesitate to articulate. Now, Baiyu had not only spoken such audacious words, but had also followed the Golden Lion to his floating island. Was this not akin to leading a sheep into the lion's den? "Admiral Sengoku, we have a grave situation. Smoker, stationed at Rogue Town, has submitted an urgent support request. The notorious airborne pirate crew, led by the Golden Lion, has launched an aerial assault on Rogue Town." A hastily arriving naval rear admiral conveyed the alarming news. The countenances of Sengoku and the others darkened. Even Smoker had resorted to such measures, indicating that Karina's account held truth. Baiyu had indeed departed with the Golden Lion. "That audacious Golden Lion dares to target my grandson. Should anything befall him, I will turn the East Sea upside down and ensure your demise." Karp's grip on the snail phone tightened as he erupted in a furious roar. "Sengoku, do not impede me. I shall return to the East Sea at once. Inform Kizaru to go as well. If he dares to refuse, he shall not blame me for my wrath." His thunderous words reverberated across the dock. Faced with Karp's uncontrollable fury, the expressions of those present shifted, and they instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. "Ah, Vice Admiral Karp, you remain ever the same." The sky was awash in a golden hue, converging at the dock to reveal the figure of the yellow ape, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. with a smirk. He leered, "However, your grandson possesses exceptional strength. He will undoubtedly survive in the hands of the Golden Lion, so you need not worry." "Are you making light of this situation, Yellow Ape?" Carp suddenly turned, fixing a piercing gaze upon him. An aura reminiscent of a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment, emanated from him. The Yellow Ape's expression shifted slightly. While he spoke nonchalantly, the instant Carp's imposing presence locked onto him, an inexplicable sense of danger washed over him. He was acutely aware that the old Carp before him was in a league far beyond that of the retired Zephyr. Chapter 56. The Games of a Bygone Era. In an instant, the vast dock appeared to be shrouded in an invisible aura. The hearts of all naval soldiers, including their commanders, felt as though they were gripped by an unseen hand. "Enough. This is not the time for internal strife," Sengoku admonished, his expression darkening. "Kapu, quell your bloodlust and head to the East Sea immediately. Kizaru, with your unparalleled speed, cease your frivolities here. Although Baiyu has yet to join our Navy headquarters, his existence is of utmost importance. You must go and support him at once. That madman, Jin Shitsi, has resurfaced after so many years of lurking. He undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. We must swiftly ascertain what this lunatic is plotting. Do not delay." A flurry of commands cascaded from Sengoku's lips, shattering the tense atmosphere in the room. Kizaru grinned mischievously, assuring, "Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, I shall fulfill this task. I shall take my leave now." With that, he transformed into a shimmering golden light, scattering across the heavens. Kapu, without a backward glance, hastily boarded his vessel and departed. Observing Kapu's frantic departure, a state of urgency akin to a tempest, Sengoku realized it had been ages since he had witnessed such fervor from him. At least 15 or 16 years had passed since that time when Kapu's wrath had cost the Navy headquarters dearly. However, the thought of Baiyu facing Jin Shitsi weighed heavily on Sengoku's mind, sending a dull ache through his temples. Particularly troubling was the notion of Baiyu disappearing amidst the floating island. Searching for him would be akin to finding a needle in a vast ocean. "Calm yourself, Sengoku. That young lad dares to confront Jin Shitsi alone, which suggests he possesses considerable confidence. Escaping unscathed should not be too arduous," Zifa consoled, patting Sengoku's shoulder. Sengoku exhaled deeply, massaging his throbbing temples. "Let us hope so. Otherwise, should this promising talent encounter misfortune, it would be a tremendous blow to our Navy headquarters. I sincerely hope the lad knows what he is doing." Sengoku's self-reassurance felt unsteady in his heart, a sentiment echoed by Zifa beside him. After all, they faced a formidable entity that had dominated an era. Even they felt a sense of trepidation in its presence. To them, Baiyu was merely an inexperienced youth. No matter how talented, confronting the likes of Jin Shitsi would likely prove perilous. In the East Sea, within an uncharted sky, a colossal floating island soared through the air with a resounding whoosh. At the heart of the island, within a grand castle laboratory, an eccentric old man resembling a jester made his way to the monitoring room, the sound of his footsteps echoing. Upon seeing Jin Shitsi, who had long been stationed there, observing the island's surveillance, the old man chuckled with a hint of mischief. "Boss Shiki, have you returned with more subjects for experimentation? Let me think. That young lad has been causing quite a stir among the Navy newcomers in the East Sea, hasn't he? You aren't contemplating using him to test our magnificent creation. The power of IQ, are you?" 18 years ago, after the notorious Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion, escaped from the underwater prison, he inadvertently discovered a plant factor known as SIQ on the island of Vermal. This substance had the remarkable ability to induce ferocity in the animals that consumed it. This revelation sparked a nefarious plan within the weakened Shiki to harness these savage beasts to unleash devastation upon the world. He intended to liberate animals that had long been subjected to the SIQ factor over the East Sea, obliterating all islands in his path, thereby showcasing his formidable vengeance to the world government and the entire ocean. Gino, initially, my aim was merely to test the might of the SIQ beast on the anniversary of Roger's demise, to remind that scoundrel Roger that my ambitions remain unabated. Little did I anticipate encountering this intriguing young lad. He dares to challenge me, and I shall grant him the opportunity, provided he survives in the presence of my cherished beasts." Shiki chuckled heartily. Since this young man is a marine supernova and the grandson of Garp, he should serve as an excellent specimen. If the denizens of this sea learn that even the marine's secretly nurtured prodigy could be torn apart by my pets, it would indeed make for a splendid opening act. Indigo, remember to record the entire process. My head is starting to throb. I must rest for a while. If this young lad is still alive in an hour, I shall allow him to witness the legendary power. With that, Shiki turned and strode away. After the Battle of Wall, where a ship's helm inadvertently pierced his skull amidst a tempest, Shiki's strength had undoubtedly waned, accompanied by lingering aftereffects. Otherwise, following Roger's death, during the assault on Marine headquarters at Marineford, he would not have been captured by Garp and Sengoku and imprisoned in the underwater prison. Don't worry, Captain Shiki. SIQ is the culmination of my lifelong efforts. To shred a mere boy will be a trivial task. Indigo cackled, promptly pressing the control button. The ferocious beasts, once confined to various islands, were instantaneously unleashed. Even those pirates, residing comfortably in their castles, were stirred by the impending spectacle. Such occurrences had long ceased to astonish them in their secluded existence. Meanwhile, on the floating island, Baiyu descended upon the land, his observation haki igniting instantaneously, taking in the entirety of his surroundings. As a reincarnator, Baiyu was acutely aware of the significance of this place. With the ability of the float fruit, Shiki, the golden lion, had managed to suspend dozens of islands at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a feat that indeed positioned him as a pinnacle figure of the sea. However, in the world of One Piece, individuals like Garp and Sengoku, who age with increasing vigor, are exceedingly rare. Even the legendary Whitebeard, heralded as the strongest of this era, is burdened with ailments, relying on treatments to sustain his life. In contrast, Shiki, with legs transformed into swords and a helm embedded in his skull, stands as a testament to a once mighty ruler now diminished. As the captain of the flying pirate crew, Shiki remains a tyrant, albeit one from a bygone era. Now, it is merely a remnant of a bygone era. How much strength can truly remain? Baiyu cannot be certain. Nevertheless, this is indeed a formidable opponent worth confronting. Is this a game from the old times? It seems I have been underestimated. However, this is a splendid place, a fitting arena where I can revel in the thrill of battle. A bloodthirsty smile spread across Baiyu's face as the essence of the template of Kenbunchaku haki completely merged within him. Originally outwardly projecting, his observation haki, under the extreme pressure of spiritual energy, instantly expanded to its utmost limit, allowing him to perceive the entire floating island and all its life forces in one glance. Haha, this fellow seems rather inexperienced. Perhaps he does not even know what game he is playing. Last time, Captain Shiki captured a newcomer from the Four Seas, and within an hour, he perished. How long do you think this time he will endure? This young lad appears to be around 17 or 18. If he is not a user of a devil fruit, I would wager 10 minutes at most. Let us not forget, this is the territory of that mantis. Indeed, that mantis is astonishingly swift. Chapter 57. An existence more beastly than the beasts, a series of mocking remarks echoed in the air, all captured by Baiyu's observation haki as he reached the level of the mind network. He swiftly turned his gaze towards a nearby hillside, where a watchful hawk was the first to meet his eyes. The pirates, who had been eagerly awaiting the spectacle from a distance of several miles, were suddenly struck dumb. In that moment, they felt an uncanny sensation of being seen through. Let us engage in a fierce battle, you relics of a bygone era. Baiyu's bloodthirsty smile revealed his intentions. Boom. The immense spiritual pressure, dormant within Baiyu, erupted with unrestrained force. His muscles tensed, transforming him into a creature awakened from slumber. The surrounding forest, once teeming with small animals and wild beasts, was instantly stirred by this overwhelming aura of terror, sending them scattering in all directions. The East Sea, known as the weakest of oceans, had never posed a threat to Baiyu, nor had it offered a worthy opponent to satiate his bloodlust. He had long suppressed his desire for combat. Now, having set foot on an island devoid of restrictions, the latent urge for battle within him was finally unleashed. In that moment, Baiyu felt as though the shackles binding his soul had been lifted. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air reverberated through the sky. A pale blue afterimage materialized before Baiyu with the swiftness of a tempest. Two glimmering blades, each a meter long, hurtled towards him with ferocious intent. The pirates, initially startled by Baiyu's bloodthirsty gaze, were now filled with unrestrained joy at the sight of the mantis's weapon, confident in its sharpness. However, as this thought crossed their minds, they were met with a jarring realization that caused their pupils to constrict. Bang! The azure blade struck Baiyu's shoulder, the dull thud echoing like thunder. The once formidable slash was abruptly halted upon contact with his shoulder, where a layer of pitch-black armament hockey enveloped him, exuding an indomitable aura. The mantis, which had concealed itself with astonishing speed, now revealed its massive form. Its crimson eyes widened in disbelief. A commendable strike, yet belonging to an outdated era, it failed to comprehend the essence of the new age. Baiyu, grinning with bloodlust, unleashed a powerful sword pressure from the wooden blade in his hand, cleaving down towards the mantis. Boom! As the blade descended, the immense sword pressure crashed down like a mountain. For the first time, fear flickered across the mantis's face as its wings flapped frantically, yet it could not retreat. Its limbs succumbed to the overwhelming force, breaking under the strain. In that moment, escape was futile. All it could do was watch helplessly as the wooden blade loomed larger in its crimson gaze. Boom! Blood erupted as the mantis's colossal body was cleaved asunder. The golden blade aura surged forth with an imposing force, swiftly extending into the distance. Anything that lay in its path, be it rock or ferocious beast, was effortlessly shattered as if made of paper, leaving behind a striking cleave that stretched for hundreds of meters. This scene left the pirates, who were waiting a distance away to witness the spectacle, utterly bewildered. This young lad is beyond comprehension. He defied their expectations. To be able to cleave a ferociously mutated mantis with a single stroke and to unleash aerial slashes with such ease demonstrated his formidable prowess. Most importantly, the words he had just uttered through the screen were undoubtedly directed at them, weren't they? The boy before them surely did not intend to confront these relics of a bygone era, did he? Bang! Baiyu's gaze shifted, locking onto the direction of the castle. With purposeful strides, he transformed into a streak of light and dashed forth. Even the slenderest of mosquito legs are still flesh. Before engaging in battle with the Golden Lion, Baiyu intended to elevate his character template progress to 20%. While the old era was indeed fraught with the weak and ailing, Baiyu was still unwilling to partake in battles lacking certainty. Heavens, this naval youth is truly charging towards us. Has he truly discovered our presence? Quickly, let the SIQ beasts hunt him down. The monitoring room erupted in chaos. The pirates present hurriedly pressed numerous control buttons. As subordinates of the Golden Lion, they were also responsible for nurturing these ferocious beasts. Perhaps they could not completely master them like Indigo, but collectively, they possessed a significant number of beasts at their disposal. Roar! Thunderous howls reverberated throughout every corner of the floating island. Faced with this unexpected intruder, all the beasts were instantly driven into a frenzy, charging directly at Baiyu. Towering wolves, 6 to 7 meters tall, were the first to reach him. Their massive claws gleamed like cold steel as they came crashing down. Bang! The ground shattered beneath the impact, sending sand and stones flying. In an instant, only a remnant shadow remained. Baiyu had already vanished. He reappeared behind the giant wolf, his wooden sword stained with blood, droplets cascading to the ground. Bang! The immobilized wolf, standing 8 meters tall, was severed in half with a swift motion. Blood gushed forth as it crashed heavily to the ground. Ding! The main template has unlocked by 0.1%. An ethereal notification chimed in. In the face of such ferocity, even the smallest morsel is still meat. Haha, just as I surmised. Let us indulge in a glorious battle. Baiyu laughed maniacally, his blood boiling with exhilaration. His muscles tightened like those of a tiger or leopard as he lunged forward once more. Bang! As the colossal rhinoceros burst forth from the forest, Baiyu's wooden sword descended with unrelenting force, its seemingly impenetrable armor shattering like paper. Blood and severed limbs splattered, rendering the monitoring screens a harrowing sight. Even from this distance, a fierce and brutal aura surged forth from the massive screen, leaving an undeniable impression. With each swift movement of Baiyu, every rise and fall was akin to a ferocious beast being severed in half. Within the brief span of mere seconds, what was once regarded as the ace of the pirates, the SIQ beast, was obliterated into dozens of pieces. The splattered crimson blood and remnants stained the path red. In that instant, the pirates seated in the surveillance room were engulfed by an inexplicable sense of dread. On the screen before them, who truly embodied the essence of a beast. It was clear, these creatures could not possibly halt his advance. We must devise a new strategy to counter him. We cannot allow him to progress any further. A pirate with a golden hook could no longer contain his agitation and erupted in fury. After nearly 2 decades of silence, he was gripped by an overwhelming sense of terror. Chapter 58. Unlocking the Demon Blade of 1,000 Edges, a deafening roar erupted from the ferocious beasts, reverberating throughout the floating island. Hundreds, even thousands, of CQ beasts were unleashed without a second thought. In that moment, the entire island was thrown into chaos. Centered around Baiyu, a torrent of darkness surged from all directions, racing towards him. The magnitude of the commotion caused the very ground of the floating island to tremble, akin to an earthquake. Within the confines of the monitoring room, the pirates bore witness to this spectacle, their faces alight with exhilaration. This was the culmination of the Golden Lion's vengeful scheme, unleashing the most formidable CQ beasts that had been nurtured over time. Such an assembly could easily flatten any island it confronted. Now, they were merely eager to see if this boy, who resembled a beast himself, would succumb to fear. However, the first scene that met their eyes caused their pupils to constrict in disbelief. Baiyu, with a bloodthirsty smile, gazed upon the oncoming tide of beasts. His blood was undoubtedly boiling to its peak. With a firm grip on his wooden blade, he charged forward without a hint of embellishment. Boom! An overwhelming spiritual pressure surged into the sky. Baiyu, akin to a golden meteor, plunged into the midst of the beasts. A massive bear, towering over 10 meters, was cleaved in two with a single stroke. Flesh and blood flew as severed limbs scattered about, momentarily halting the surrounding beasts in their tracks. In the next instant, the wooden blade in Baiyu's hand erupted with a dazzling golden light and struck down once more. Crack, crack, crack. The flash of the blade tore through the darkness, creating a massive rift in the tide of beasts. Regardless of their immense size or extraordinary agility, none could withstand his onslaught. At that moment, Baiyu exuded the aura of an unstoppable primal beast. The pirates, several miles away, stared at the screen drenched in blood and gore, their faces drained of color. This was an uncontainable monster. They needed to inform Captain Shiki immediately to suppress this threat. A one-armed pirate was the first to lose his composure. Nonsense. Captain Shiki is resting. If he learns we cannot even handle a mere naval brat, we may as well be dead. A one-eyed pirate roared in anger. Wait another 30 seconds, and all the beasts will converge completely. No matter how powerful that brat is, he will inevitably be overwhelmed. Let us not forget, we are the overlords of the previous era, the Flying Sky Pirates. Roar. The beasts of the floating island seemed to echo this fierce declaration, unleashing a thunderous roar. The air was thick with the scent of blood, creating an inescapable atmosphere of dread. The ferocity of the CQ beasts ignited entirely. Finally, the hundreds and thousands of beasts converged like a tidal wave, engulfing Baiyu in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, host. The progress of the body template unlock has reached 20%, unlocking the exclusive weapon of Assassin Wu Youqi, the Demon Blade of 1,000 Edges. Ding! The ability of the Demon Blade, 1,000 Edges, has been synchronized with the Demon Blade, Muramasa. 2 ethereal prompts resonated consecutively. The wooden sword in Baiyu's hand was instantly flung away, colliding with the approaching horde of ferocious beasts, shattering them upon impact. Simultaneously, all information regarding the Demon Blade, 1,000 Edges, surged into Baiyu's consciousness. Success. That little ghost will surely be unable to escape. He will be consumed alive by the beasts. That little ghost has even abandoned his weapon. Surely he does not intend to forfeit his resistance. No, look quickly. It seems he still has a blade at his waist. It appears to be the legendary demon blade, Muramasa. Gasps of astonishment erupted, shattering the momentary calm that had just settled over the arena. There were many sword masters present. However, as their eyes fell upon Baiyu once more, their pupils constricted in shock. His sword had shattered. Buzz! A blood-red radiance shot skyward. The sound of the blade echoed thunderously. The moment the demon blade, Muramasa, was unsheathed, it burst apart. Baiyu wielded the Muramasa and swung it fiercely, unleashing thousands of shards that shot forth like bullets. Bang! 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 Blood splattered across the sky as thousands of ferocious beasts were instantaneously pierced through under Baiyu's keen observation. They fell as easily as chives being harvested. The pirates in the surveillance room felt as if the scene had momentarily frozen, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The next instant, as they regained their senses, the tide of beasts collapsed in unison. It had exploded. The pirates in the monitoring room experienced a chilling sensation, their skin prickling with dread. The grand strategy they had placed their hopes upon could not withstand even a single breath. This was utterly beyond their comprehension. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. The fragments of the Muramasa in Baiyu's hand once again reformed as if drawn by a magnet. Within him, the three-colored domineering aura was voraciously consumed by the Muramasa. The sound of the blade resonated through the heavens once more. As Baiyu's gaze traversed the distance, peering through the surveillance at the gathering pirates, the demon blade, Muramasa, in his hand descended with a simplicity bereft of any flourish. Sword technique, 2 halves, boom. 100-meter blade aura was unleashed, tearing the earth asunder in an instant. Everything along its path crumbled as if made of paper. The distance of several thousand meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. By the time the pirates in the monitoring room reacted, the unmatched strike had already collided with the castle above. Bang! The massive fortress was cleaved in two. Amidst the shower of debris, bloodied corpses were hurled into the air. Indeed, they were the strong of their era. However, that was in a bygone age. After 20 years of recuperation on the floating island, both their combat skills and physical prowess had significantly declined. Many among them had sustained injuries during the Battle of Water. Even the illustrious Golden Lion Shiki cannot escape the ravages of time, let alone others of lesser renown. It can be said that their current prowess is likely not even a third or fourth of what it once was at their zenith. Nevertheless, amidst this widespread onslaught, a number of formidable pirates managed to evade catastrophe and salvage their lives. Regrettably, as they surged forth from the rubble, barely steadying themselves, they were struck by an ominous sense of danger emanating from their spines. As they hastily glanced upward, what met their eyes was a staggering array of crimson shards. Suspended in the sky. No. Bang. 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 Thousands of shards cascaded down like a torrential downpour. The remaining pirates were swiftly reduced to mere fodder, utterly harvested in an instant. In that moment, the vast floating island was engulfed in a profound silence, having been violently purged of life. Chapter 59. The Fierce Battle of the Old Era. Hey, Indigo, what on earth is happening? Even if you're causing a commotion, could you please keep it down? In the high tower behind the castle, the Golden Lion lay on his bed, resting with his eyes closed. However, the tremors from the outside world, akin to an earthquake, undoubtedly irritated him. Slowly opening his eyes, he glanced towards the main control room. Upon witnessing Indigo's face, etched with terror, the Golden Lion was momentarily taken aback, his senses sharpening instantly. Indigo, what is going on? Speak quickly. This floating island harbored the Golden Lion's power for revenge and world domination. Whether it be his former pirate subordinates or the SIQ beasts, they were his trump cards and foundation for vengeance. This could not be allowed to fail. They're all dead, every last one of them. Indigo's expression had grown rigid, devoid of his usual mocking laughter. Only shock and fear remained. Having lived for so many years and followed the Golden Lion for decades, he had faced numerous foes, including the legendary battle against Roger at Water's Edge. Yet they had never faced total annihilation. Yet now, in a mere span of minutes, a mere child had wiped them out completely. Were it not for his own eyes bearing witness, no one would believe such a reality. What? You say that child has annihilated my SIQ beasts and subordinates? The golden lion's countenance darkened, his voice erupting in fury. Impossible. This is the power to destroy the world. That child cannot possibly reach such heights. Buzz. At that moment, the golden lion unleashed his observation haki to its utmost limit. The familiar floating island was enveloped entirely within his perception. Yet, as he scanned, the presence of all the beasts and his crew vanished completely under the scrutiny of his haki. The vast floating island had become eerily desolate. Gazing at the surveillance screen, where the figure of Baiyu stood triumphantly amidst the blood-soaked ruins, the golden lion's expression twisted with rage. You audacious little brat. You dare to destroy everything I have. I will kill you. Boom. The grand castle shattered under the frenzied release of the golden lion's float fruit powers. The towering structure was uprooted, and debris from the surrounding buildings hovered in the air, creating an overwhelming spectacle. The golden lion floated amidst the gale, his golden hair billowing, his gaze fixated sharply on Baiyu. You little imp, I never imagined you could achieve such a feat, daring to obliterate everything belonging to me. However, I now present you with a choice. Submit to me, and I will lead you to reconstruct a stronger floating pirate crew. In time, you shall be my sole heir. His booming voice, infused with an unyielding aura, echoed. Indeed, the SIQ beasts and his pirate crew had been decimated by Baiyu. Nevertheless, the fact that this mere child single-handedly eradicated his forces of vengeance piqued the golden lion's interest even further. If he could gain an heir that equaled the entirety of his floating pirate crew, it would be a most advantageous proposition. Baiyu, with a bloodthirsty smile, declared, I promise you this, but only if you can defeat me. Come forth, champion of the old era. Let us continue our battle. With a resounding thud, Baiyu stepped forward, his figure vanishing like a specter. He reappeared, having traversed the void of 100 meters, now standing before the golden lion. The demon blade, Murakumo, in his right hand, sliced through the air with a chilling sound, devoid of any embellishment, delivering a direct strike. How audacious you are, daring to challenge me, the Admiral. Day in and day out. Let us see where your confidence truly lies. The golden lion, Shurji, laughed heartily, his gnarled wooden legs and Sakura tin kicking out in unison. Boom. The clash of blades ignited sparks, and the force unleashed a tempestuous gale that swept back violently. What tremendous power! The golden lion staggered back a half step, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the blade-wielding Baiyu. Yet, one could not blame him. The current golden lion was no longer the unrivaled swordsman of yore. Merely wielding a blade with his legs was already a remarkable feat, let alone facing Baiyu, whose spirit and energy had reached their zenith. Time abandons a person without so much as a word. Boom. An immense spiritual pressure erupted within Baiyu, causing the demon blade, Murakumo, to unleash an unparalleled aura as he charged forward with renewed vigor. The golden lion's expression darkened. He too summoned the full force of his Sakura tin and kicked out fiercely. Bang! The thunderous explosion echoed through the skies, the resultant storm tearing apart everything in its vicinity. The overwhelming shockwave sent both combatants flying backward. Yet, confronted with this evenly matched struggle, Baiyu's bloodthirsty battle spirit soared even higher. As soon as he regained his footing, he launched himself like a cannonball toward the golden lion. Boom, 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 boom. A relentless barrage of strikes followed, each devoid of any flourish, merely powerful and heavy slashes. From afar, it appeared as though countless crimson blade energies converged into a singular wave, intent on engulfing the golden lion. Bang! The blood-red blade energies collided with the violet ones, producing a tremendous shockwave that forced a grunt from the golden lion as he was sent sprawling backward. Witnessing this, Baiyu surged forward once more. However, as Baiyu moved, a proud smile crept across the golden lion's face. Youngster, your strength is indeed formidable, but do not forget, I am a wielder of demonic powers. Lion's might, sky devour. Boom. The debris of buildings suspended in the air was seized by the golden lion's command, transforming into a colossal lion that lunged at Baiyu with an open maw. The proximity left no room for evasion. Yet, feeling the boiling blood surging within him, Baiyu had no intention of retreating. Gripping the demon blade, Murakumo, tightly, he met the oncoming beast head-on. Blade technique, 2 cuts. Boom. The crimson and golden blades of energy intertwined, as if piercing the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. The lion's head that charged forth was instantly cleaved in two, disintegrating into a cascade of shattered stones and swirling dust that spiraled outward. A thunderous sound of something ripping through the air reverberated through the clouds. Amidst the endless haze of sand and dust, a golden lion with a mane of audacious hair emerged, swiftly appearing before Baiyu. With a sharp cry, the right foot of the cherry blossom surged forth, aiming a lethal strike at Baiyu's left shoulder. The proximity was so close that it seemed to inflict a visceral pain upon the skin. In the face of this relentless barrage of attacks, the singular thought occupying the mind of the golden lion was to instill fear in this bloodthirsty youth, who resembled a ferocious demon. At the very least, he sought to draw him out of this frenzied state. Yet, no sooner had this notion taken root in his mind than the scene that unfolded before his eyes caused his pupils to contract in sheer astonishment. Chapter 60. The Golden Lion. Declare you the strongest newcomer of our time. With a thunderous roar, the golden lion's strike descended upon Baiyu with ferocious intent. The proximity of the attack rendered evasion utterly futile. No, at that very moment, Baiyu harbored no thoughts of retreat. The inky blackness of his armed haki surged forth from his shoulder, as the demon blade Murakumo erupted with blinding radiance, cleaving toward the golden lion in a fierce counterattack. It was a battle to the death, a frenzied clash of wills. The golden lion, a pinnacle warrior of a bygone era, felt his pupils constrict as he instinctively summoned his own haki to its utmost potential. Boom! The two blades clashed with a resounding force, sending both combatants hurtling backward. They shattered a massive rock formation upon impact, only to come to an abrupt halt. A trickle of blood seeped from Baiyu's shoulder, and a portion of his modified training attire was torn asunder. In the distance, the golden lion appeared equally disheveled, his golden mane splayed out like a hedgehog's quills, a crimson gash staining his clothing. Indeed, while armed haki bolstered one's defenses, when the force of an attack surpasses that protection, damage inevitably ensues. This was evident when Sanji and Virgo clashed, nearly resulting in a fracture. Such was the nature of combat. You little rascal, you truly are the grandson of Garp. No, I must say, your ferocity in battle surpasses even that of Garp himself. I, the Golden Lion, am willing to proclaim you the strongest newcomer of our era. With a glance at his shoulder wound, the Golden Lion erupted into a boisterous laugh. However, little one, if your strength is limited to this, today is destined to be your defeat. I am the captain of the flying pirate crew and a wielder of the float fruit. His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through the heavens. The tempestuous power of his fruit abilities enveloped the surroundings, rendering even the air seemingly stagnant in its wake. Baiyu exhaled a deep breath, retrieving a bottle of potent spirits and draining it in one swift motion. With a forceful grip, he shattered the bottle, casting aside his modified training attire in a fluid motion. Bang! The discarded clothing thudded against the ground, its weight of 600 pounds fracturing the earth beneath. As dust swirled around him, the overwhelming spiritual pressure that pervaded the atmosphere surged back toward Baiyu. Ding! Congratulations, host. Character unlock progress has reached 25%. Ding! Congratulations, host. Spiritual pressure has been materialized. The ethereal notifications resonated within Baiyu as his spiritual pressure surged to its zenith under the dual impact. Confronted by a legendary powerhouse like the Golden Lion, this exhilarating battle, where even his very blood seemed to ignite, allowed the template of Kenpachi Zaraki to be realized to its fullest extent. Boom! The golden spiritual pressure pierced through the heavens, rending the clouds that had amassed in the sky. The ground beneath him, unable to withstand such immense power, fractured like a spider's web, splintering apart. The realm once influenced by the powers of the float fruit was suddenly thrown into turmoil. Was that the weighty outer garment? Such formidable conqueror's haki, capable of inflicting tangible harm. In this era, perhaps only the young Shanks could achieve such a feat. It is astonishing that the Navy has also nurtured a young king among their ranks. The Golden Lion's expression faltered, revealing a hint of astonishment. However, this fleeting moment of surprise quickly escalated into an overwhelming aura. Youngster, It seems I have indeed underestimated you, but I am a sovereign of the old era, not someone of your trivial stature. Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. Boom. 100-meter blade aura was unleashed with a fierce swing. As the air tore apart, it surged towards Baiyu, slicing through the void. Feeling the intensity of this lethal energy, Baiyu's face was adorned with a savage, bloodthirsty grin. If one were to find a fitting descriptor at this moment, he was no longer human. He had transformed into a living war demon. Bang! With a flash of golden light, the 100-meter blade aura was mirrored by Baiyu's own strike. The two slashes met with equal ferocity, colliding with a thunderous roar. The explosion created a tempest akin to a Category 12 hurricane, shattering everything in its vicinity. Suspended in the void, the golden lion abruptly grasped the air, stirring the floating rubble of rocks. Lion's Might Air Whirl. Roar. A 100-meter lion materialized instantly, roaring as it lunged toward Baiyu. With a powerful stride, Baiyu retaliated with a swift slash. Boom. The 100-meter lion erupted into fragments. The ferocious visage of the golden lion reappeared, but this time he had no intention of granting Baiyu a moment's respite. His legs, Sakura Tin and Withered Wood, unleashed a flurry of blade auras. Simultaneously, the swirling rocks came to life in an instant. Lion's Might Air Whirl Frenzied Lion's Dance. Roar. Hundreds of lion heads erupted in a cacophony of roars that shook the mountains and seas. Accompanied by a hail of blade auras, they surged forward to assault Baiyu. In an instant, it felt as if the very heavens were collapsing, crushing all in their path. Boom. The rain of slashes and lion heads collided violently. As Baiyu found himself momentarily cornered, a glimmer of triumph surfaced on the golden lion's wild countenance. Yet, in the next moment, a beam of golden light pierced through the rubble, followed by 1,000 crimson beams exploding like fireworks. A figure enveloped in a golden skull burst forth with relentless vigor. Before the golden lion could react, Baiyu had already closed the distance. The swirling crimson shards coalesced in his hands, reforming into the demon blade Murakumo. With no embellishments or flamboyance, he swung it forward once more. Devil fruit powers? The golden lion's expression faltered as his legs, Sakura Tin and Withered Wood, surged forward. Yet, in the instant of their clash, the Murakumo, imbued with the attributes of the 1,000 blades, shattered into pieces. Upon traversing the collision and reuniting, they struck down upon the golden lion with immense force. Boom! A torrent of golden light erupted, an overwhelming spiritual pressure materialized, amplifying both speed and power several-fold. By the standards of this world, it resembled a manifestation of the death god's armed haki. The golden lion hastily unfurled his own armed haki, only to have it violently torn asunder. The tremendous impact sent him crashing down towards the floating island below, blood splattering in his wake. Thud! The earth trembled violently, the thick layers of rock flooring crumbling in response. Centered around the golden lion, a gaping pit was forcibly excavated. As swirling dust filled the air, Baiyu's observation haki once again zeroed in on the golden lion. A boisterous laugh resonated through the ruins. Indeed, it was exhilarating, since the fierce battle with Roger. It had been long since he had tasted such a flavor of death. Little brat, you truly are extraordinary. It seems my discerning eye as an admiral remains sharp. Chapter 61. I am the golden lion. The resounding laughter of the golden lion reverberated through the expanse. A gaping, gruesome wound extended from his shoulder to his abdomen. In the moment of the strike, the golden lion had managed to envelop himself in the armor of haki. However, against the sudden, unparalleled ferocity of the attack, it was evidently too challenging to fully deflect. Little brat, your abilities indeed surpass this admiral's expectations. If that madman Rox were to learn that there exists someone like you in this world, he would surely be delighted. The golden lion, heedless of his injuries, maintained his arrogant grin, his golden hair billowing in the wind, amplifying his overwhelming presence. Boom! Baiyu descended from the heavens, enveloped in a tangible spiritual pressure, akin to a meteor crashing down, shattering the earth beneath him. As the dust settled, Baiyu's figure gradually became discernible, his bloodthirsty battle intent reaching its zenith. Truly, a remnant of the bygone era. Yet, How unfortunate it is that you cling too dearly to life, hiding for 20 years, studying the so-called SIQ factor. When a person relies on external forces, it signifies their decline, rendering them devoid of hope. Thus, Golden Lion, you have not succumbed to the age, rather, you have been defeated by your own bloodthirsty heart. If given the choice, I would wish to battle the version of you that once defied the times. Alas, the era has forsaken you, and this battle must come to a close. Forsaken by the era? The Golden Lion's expression momentarily faltered, before erupting into boisterous laughter. Huh, you little brat, you truly enjoy uttering such peculiar words. However, it is not the era that has abandoned this admiral, but rather, this admiral who has cast aside the era. Without rocks, without Roger SCs, only a feeble Whitebeard remains. This age is unbearably dull. So much so that even my ambitions have dimmed. I thought it would require my own hand to shatter this monotonous period, yet, unexpectedly, a worthy little brat has finally emerged in this new age. You claim the ships of the new era cannot accommodate a relic such as myself, but you forget that I am the Golden Lion. I am the captain of the flying pirate crew, the Golden Lion. Little brat, this is my final strike. If you wish to seize the honor that belongs to me, then come forth. Boom. The ferocious conqueror's haki erupted like a volcano, its immense force disrupting the very fabric of the world. As his golden hair whipped about, the Golden Lion ascended once more, albeit this time. His right hand firmly grasped the helm atop his head. 25 years, a full quarter of a century. I have dreamed of the day I could rid myself of this humiliation. Finally, that moment has arrived. I am the Golden Lion, the sovereign of the old era. And today, I shall show you what it means to be the strongest of the times. Bang! The helm embedded in his head shattered instantaneously, unleashing an even greater surge of haki that surged forth like a burst dam. Roar! An invisible wave of energy surged behind the Golden Lion, as an illusory giant lion roared to the heavens. The tumultuous waves of energy surged forth, as the entire expanse of heaven and earth momentarily froze in its rotation. Concurrently, the floating island beneath Bayou's feet erupted with a deafening roar. Under the immense power of the Golden Lion's devil fruit ability, it was crushed with a resounding crack. Lion's might, earth-shattering, roared the colossal island, which, like a mighty lion turning over, instantaneously compressed into a massive lion's head towering 10,000 meters high. With its gaping maw wide open, the Golden Lion descended directly above Bayou. The latent armament haki within him surged forth with reckless abandon at that moment. In mere moments, the gargantuan lion's head transformed into a dark, metallic visage. Its crimson eyes, snapping open, locked onto Bayou with unwavering focus. The air, once again, began to churn. Little demon, let us engage in our final confrontation. It bellowed. The immense lion let out a thunderous roar, its massive form pivoting in the void, charging towards Bayou with the force of a meteor destined to obliterate him. Even from a distance, it appeared as if a celestial body was hurtling toward him, intent on crushing him beneath its weight. Before the attack even reached him, Bayou felt the overwhelming pressure of the winds, as if they sought to shatter him. Yet in the face of such an apocalyptic onslaught, the bloodthirsty battle intent etched across Bayou's face reached its zenith, as a savage smile tore across his features. The demon blade, Murakumo, in his grasp shattered into countless fragments, scattering through the air. Each shard, a meter apart, danced frantically as Bayou unleashed his three-colored haki to its utmost limits. The pitch-black armament haki swept past, and in an instant, 1,000-meter long obsidian blade manifested before him. Observing the meteoric assault descending upon him, Bayou inhaled deeply, summoning every ounce of spiritual pressure and murderous intent within him. With a thunderous roar, the black blade erupted with concentrated power, and streaks of dark haki crackled and splintered through the air. As the 10,000-meter lion bore down upon him, he struck without embellishment, cleaving downward. With a resounding crash, Bayou's blade sliced through the atmosphere, as if tearing the very fabric of reality itself. Thunderous roars reverberated as it collided with the lion's head, unleashing a cataclysmic storm akin to an 18-level hurricane. In that fleeting moment, the world dimmed. and the sound of the explosion echoed like celestial thunder, scattering everything within sight into nothingness, evoking the sensation of an impending apocalypse. It felt as though the very heavens had erupted at that instant. Time became an abstract notion as the relentless winds gradually subsided. The once overwhelming Haki dissipated into oblivion. In the sky, two figures hovered in opposition. The 1,000-meter black blade had vanished, while the lion's head, now emitting a crisp shattering sound, revealed a shocking fissure that spread across its surface. The golden lion majestically perched upon the lion's head, with its unparalleled and audacious visage at this moment, deflated like a punctured balloon. With a gasp, the golden lion expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, its previous arrogance surging forth once more. Haha, who would have imagined? Who would have foreseen that the golden lion would descend to this point? Youngster, you are indeed extraordinary. If Rox and Roger were to be reborn, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to battle against you. I am none other than the golden lion. Consider me a stepping stone on your journey to the world's pinnacle, to achieve fame that resonates throughout the lands. The man capable of bringing the golden lion to its finale is none other than the true ruler of the world. I bestow upon you these two renowned blades to solidify your legacy. Chapter 62. You cannot afford to offend this guy with a resounding crash. The two renowned blades were forcibly severed from the legs of the golden lion, who carelessly discarded them. After this act, the once formidable golden lion, now a mere husk of bones, felt the last flicker of vitality extinguished within him. The former sovereign of an era plummeted from the heavens. Observing the rapidly descending golden lion, Baiyu silently retrieved the dual blades. A chime echoed in his mind, announcing, "Congratulations, host. You have defeated the golden lion Shiki and unlocked 5% of the character progression." Another notification followed. Current character progression unlocked is 30%, unlocking the subordinate character template. Yejinjia's great. The ethereal voice of the system resonated within his consciousness. At the moment Baiyu's pupils constricted, the floating island that had lingered in the sky erupted with a deafening roar, shattering into fragments. Stripped of his support, Baiyu's body began to plummet rapidly. Damn it, Golden Lion. You could at least die in a way that offers some peace of mind. We're thousands of meters in the air. How can one survive such a fall? A torrent of expletives raced through Baiyu's mind. As he felt his descent accelerate, he realized that without a solution, he might meet the grim fate of a reincarnated soul, crushed under the weight of the fall. But as these thoughts flickered through his mind, a wild idea surged forth. The energy within him surged like a tempest, enveloping the dual blades of the golden lion in an instant. As the blades, Sakura tin and withered wood, emitted a sharp cry, they sliced through the air. After a graceful spin, they landed beneath Baiyu's feet, halting his rapid descent abruptly. Had the golden lion known that his once-cherished blades, now a relic of his bygone era, were being used as a mere stepping stone, he would have surely been infuriated beyond measure. Gazing into the endless expanse of the sky, Baiyu relinquished the pursuit of direction and, utilizing his energy to command the swords, began a swift descent. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. As Baiyu descended to a height of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, an ear-splitting collision reverberated suddenly. Boom! A colossal shockwave radiated outwards, stirring a tumultuous sea of white mist. Baiyu was momentarily dazed. When the golden lion had lifted him into the sky, he had calculated that the battlefield lay at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Now, having descended only a mere 1,000 or 2,000 meters, he was already in collision. The only destination that awaited him was clear, the floating island. Amidst the chaotic thoughts racing through his mind, clarity returned as he beheld a vast expanse of white cloud ocean. The floating island of the Golden Lion was now fragmented, crashing upon the sea of clouds. Baiyu landed on one of the smaller islands and scanned his surroundings. Activating his observation haki, he swiftly expanded his awareness outward. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. As the range broadened, the surrounding energy was rapidly absorbed into his consciousness. In the Grand Line, floating islands were not uncommon. If this were the White Sea from the original tale, upon this desolate island, there must be a worthy adversary. Someone is approaching. Baiyu raised an eyebrow and swiftly glanced to the left. 3 or 4 shadowy figures glided rapidly across the ocean's surface. Their speed so remarkable that an ordinary person's eye could hardly capture it. In mere moments, they covered several hundred meters and drew near. Following closely behind them was a dilapidated pirate ship, also advancing with haste. As they surveyed the vast rocky islands scattered around, their faces radiated exhilaration. It is an island. Vipa. This is a divine blessing from the god of war. Suddenly, an island has descended from the heavens. This is a fortuitous gift for our Sandia tribe. The old chief, standing on the bow of the ship, exclaimed in fervent admiration. The surrounding villagers echoed his sentiments. For 4 centuries, the Sandia people have strived to reclaim Gaia Island. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, all has been in vain, especially after a monster emerged on the island of the gods 8 years ago. They were deemed unworthy even to set foot on the land to wage a war for reclamation, let alone conquer the god Enel and seize back Gaia Island. It can be said that this newly descended island has finally released the pent-up frustrations of 400 years. Vipa, there are people on the island, seemingly from the Qinghai region. Surely, they do not intend to seize the island for themselves. As they glided swiftly, a man clad in a red feathered attire and sporting pink glasses spoke first. The tension among the group heightened, their gazes fixated on Baiyu. Vipa, the leader bearing a burning cannon, slightly furrowed his brow and coldly commanded, "Defeat and expel him immediately. We must secure this island as swiftly as possible. If Enel learns of this, he will not relent, and the priests will come to meddle. Before that, we must establish a base. If they dare approach, we shall fight them at all costs. At that moment, I will have no choice but to reveal my strongest trump card." The mention of the strongest trump card caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of those present, quickly replaced by elation. They had clearly surmised what Vipa's card entailed. Since Vipa had succeeded, there was no need for further deliberation. Action must be taken immediately. The towering Brahm echoed the sentiment. After exchanging glances, they activated their jet-powered shoes and surged toward Baiyu. Are they truly intent on engaging in combat? Baiyu casually retrieved a bottle of strong liquor and tilted his head back to drink. Having just endured a fierce battle with the Golden Lion, he had undoubtedly expended considerable energy. Nevertheless, the bloodthirsty battle spirit of the Mugen Kinbaki kept his vitality at its zenith. This is the advantage of a born warrior. Before him stood the Sandia people, few of whom seemed worthy of his prowess. However, to quell his rumbling stomach, Baiyu resolved to strike a balance between aggression and civility. In the blink of an eye, the distance of several hundred meters vanished. Observing Baiyu still standing calmly in place, Vipa and his companions momentarily hesitated, yet instinctively exchanged glances. Engage! With a fierce roar, Vipa suddenly stomped his feet, propelling himself swiftly into the air, charging towards Baiyu. The Mantis and others closely followed, swiftly preparing their weapons. Vipa, cease at once. You cannot provoke this individual. An elderly figure, riding an exceptionally unique and grotesque flying steed, rapidly approached from a distance. Upon seeing this unexpected guest, Vipa's expression darkened. Oh, it is this ancient deity once more. Does he intend to obstruct our acquisition of the war god's blessing? A mere individual from Qinghai. I have already vanquished many like him. If he refuses to depart, let him experience the formidable strength of the warriors of Sandia. Chapter 63. God. I await your delivery of rice in an instant. Vipa's speed surged dramatically, swiftly circling to Baiyu's left side. The burning cannon resting on his shoulder was suddenly fired. Flames erupted. A thunderous roar followed, as the searing fire consumed Baiyu like a tempest. Simultaneously, the Mantis and others charged forward, their weapons unleashing a barrage of diverse powers upon Baiyu. The onslaught was so dense it resembled a torrential downpour, leaving the Sandia crew aboard the pirate ship in a state of shock. From a distance, Ganfu Air's expression shifted drastically as he rushed to save his comrade. Alas, the myriad attacks enveloping Baiyu were ruthlessly torn apart. A figure, glinting with a metallic sheen, emerged slowly. Is this the true might of the Sandia warriors? Baiyu smirked bloodthirstily, taking a swig from his drink. However, this level of power was genuinely disheartening. There wasn't even a worthy opponent to challenge. His voice echoed like an incantation, lingering in the air, leaving everyone present momentarily bewildered. The assailants before him were the strongest warriors of Sandia. Among them, Vipa was hailed as the war demon, known as the reincarnation of the great warrior Karl Gula. To the Sandia people, they represented the most formidable golden lineup in recent history. Yet, despite their combined assault, they could not inflict a single scratch upon their adversary. How terrifyingly absurd. Vipa, this fellow is peculiar. We will cover you. Unleash that move. Mantis roared, brandishing his burning gun as he reappeared before Bayou. As he gripped the spear tightly, a brilliant flame erupted, thrusting toward Bayou's chest. Concurrently, Vipa maneuvered, positioning himself behind Bayou first. His right hand was coiled around the most formidable trump card, the repulsive shell. Before this enigmatic figure from the blue sea, Vipa clearly dared not hold back. Repulsion. Boom. The immense impact struck Bayou's back like an air cannon. The force was so overwhelming that both Mantis and Vipa were hurled backward, crashing onto the ground dozens of meters away before finally halting. However, in that moment, they could hardly pay heed to the side effects of the repulsive shell. Their gazes fixated intently on Bayou's location. The explosive shockwave persisted for several seconds, with swirling dust scattering with the ocean breeze. Yet, when the chaos subsided, the scene that unfolded before their eyes caused their pupils to constrict sharply, disbelief etched across their faces. Bayou remained unscathed, his armament hockey intact, and the wine bottle still whole. After taking another swig, a bloodthirsty battle intent radiated from his countenance. You little demons, you haven't even scratched the surface of true combat. This is what genuine slaughter looks like. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming spiritual pressure intermingled with boundless murderous intent swept across the battlefield. Amidst the vast expanse of this realm, the inhabitants of Sandia, including Gonfouer, were suddenly enveloped by an invisible weight, as if a colossal mountain had descended from the heavens. A chill, profound and penetrating, surged from the soles of their feet to the very core of their beings. In that fleeting moment, a visceral terror gripped them, rendering their spines icy and their expressions frozen in fear, none daring to move even a finger. In this instant, the instinct for survival whispered to them that even a mere blink could lead them down the path of demise. What manner of creature is this, whose mere aura of death paralyzes us? How many souls has it claimed? The face of the Mantis turned pale, his voice trembling with dread. At that moment, it was not only he who regretted. Every individual present lamented their earlier disregard for Gonfouer's counsel. Had they heeded his warning, they would not now face a harbinger of death. I shall hold them off. You must flee at once. This is a monster, Vipa roared, driving his dagger into his thigh, the pain snapping him back to reality, enabling him to momentarily break free from the oppressive aura. With a sudden shift, he lunged once more at Bayou, gripping the impact shell tightly and unleashing it. Impact. The ground trembled with a resounding force, a massive shockwave erupting forth. Witnessing this desperate strike, Bayou did not flinch. Instead, he pressed his left hand firmly against the impact shell. A thunderous clash ensued as he absorbed the tremendous force. With his right hand wielding the demon blade Murakumo, he brought it down with unyielding might. Vipa was taken aback. He had never anticipated that his ultimate weapon would be so effortlessly countered. In a moment of instinct, he raised the burning cannon strapped to his back to intercept the descending blade. The collision was cataclysmic. The cannon shattered in half under the weight of Bayou's strike, which continued unabated, cleaving into Vipa's form. Vipa was propelled backward like a cannonball, hurtling several hundred meters and crashing into a massive boulder, shattering it upon impact. Blood erupting from his mouth, the Sandia warriors, who had been contemplating a strategic retreat, were left in a state of shock. Was this truly their strongest warrior? The mightiest among them fell by a single strike. This was utterly astounding. Vipa, the Mantis cried out, despair evident in his voice. Vipa, the pride of Sandia, alongside the impact shell, had represented their greatest hope. Now, having been so easily vanquished, all their aspirations lay in ruins. Cease your cries. He is not yet dead. Bayou replied coolly, casting his gaze skyward as a blue bolt of lightning streaked towards him from the distance. "Brother, be cautious. This is Enel's divine retribution," Gonfawar shouted in alarm. A haughty proclamation echoed. "Intruders in the divine realm, the sea of Qinghai, prepare to face divine judgment." With a deafening roar, a column of blue lightning descended with a force akin to a tempest, its speed so swift that it reached directly above Baiyu in the blink of an eye. Feeling the tumultuous force akin to a boundless sea, Baiyu let out a bloodthirsty smile. The enchanted blade Murakumo in his hand emitted a sharp, resonant cry as it cleaved through the air. Boom! A blood-red blade aura flashed by. The divine retribution descending from the heavens was met with a formidable slash. A blade aura extending over several meters, its residual might unabated, tearing apart the heavy leaden clouds that had amassed in the sky. Boom! The surging waves of air rolled back, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. Observing the dispersing thunderclouds, Gonfawar, who initially sought to offer a warning, along with everyone else present, nearly had their eyes bulging out in disbelief. My heavens! Someone has split the sky along with the lightning. This scene, if not witnessed firsthand, would surely be met with skepticism. As the celestial light of thunder scattered across the heavens, Baiyu sheathed his enchanted blade Murakumo, took a swig of strong liquor, and declared, "God, I await your arrival to deliver rice. You are the only worthy target on this empty island." Madness! The youth before them had lost his mind. No, they felt as if they themselves were on the brink of insanity. This mysterious young man from the Qinghai region dared to speak of slaying a deity. What else could this be but a blatant provocation? How would the god Enel respond to Baiyu's challenge? Chapter 64. A single individual raises the threshold for naval newcomers on the island of Gaia, within the palace of the gods, for priests hastily approached, the foremost being Nirvana. Adorned with a mane resembling a spider and cloaked in violet, the god received word from the guards that a colossal island had suddenly descended upon the sea. And the Sandian people had already ventured there, discovering a person from the blue sea. Shall we intervene? In their capacity as the 4 high priests under Enel, they possessed not only the means to enhance their own combat prowess through the use of the belly, but also the remarkable ability of the mind network. Within the Sky Islands, they had developed formidable powers, making them among the most formidable beings in that realm. Enel, seated with his legs crossed, took a bite of the apple in his hand, his expression darkening slightly. "There's no need," one priest replied. The group from Sandia was swiftly dealt with by the Blue Sea individual. What? The faces of Nirvana and the other 3 priests turned ashen. Over the years, after securing Gaia Island, they had treated the Sandian people as mere playthings, fully aware of their capabilities. Even they would require considerable effort to subdue them. Yet now they were vanquished by a single Blue Sea individual. Did this imply that this Blue Sea person was superior to the 4 high priests? Haha, dear friends, there is no need for such astonishment. No matter how formidable that Blue Sea individual may be, before the god, he is but an ant, the corpulent priest chuckled, a gleam of madness in his eyes. As long as Lord Enel wills it, with but a thought, the divine judgment could be unleashed to eradicate him in an instant. I suspect he wouldn't even comprehend the nature of his demise. As he spoke, the priest turned to Enel with a sycophantic grin, but soon met the icy gaze of Enel, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Without a moment's hesitation, he fell to his knees in supplication. "Lord Enel, did I err in my words? That Blue Sea individual, no matter how powerful, surely does not require divine judgment to be dealt with." As priests, they understood all too well the capricious nature of the being before them, capable of obliterating their homeland with ease. Do not be alarmed. That Blue Sea person managed to cleave through my divine judgment. It appears that not all from the Blue Sea are inept, Enel replied with a playful smile. It had been long since he had encountered an entertaining challenge. It seemed that before departing this wretched place, he could indulge himself in some amusement, teaching them the true meaning of despair before the divine. Prepare the Ark of Proclamation. We shall thoroughly toy with that Blue Sea individual, making him realize that before the god, ants can only know despair. His sinister words echoed throughout the palace, leaving the 4 high priests pale. They had narrowly escaped annihilation at Enel's hands this time. Yet, contemplating Enel's nearly perverse offensive capabilities and his invulnerable existence. They began to feel a twinge of sympathy for that blue sea individual. Meanwhile, the vast sea of clouds fell into an eerie silence. Gazing at the unresponsive sky, a lingering shock enveloped the hearts of all present. Over the years, the divine retribution had become a nightmare for the denizens of the Sky Island. Merely uttering a word of disparagement against Enel would invoke a thunderous strike from above. To be struck was to face either death or grievous injury. The nonchalant posture of Bayou, effortlessly cleaving through the air, was worlds apart from their plight. Yet, in the presence of this inscrutable behemoth, none dared to breathe, lest even a flutter of an eyelid might summon a lethal blow. Indeed, this place was woefully lacking. Even the so-called warriors were scarcely worthy of a single strike. With a sense of boredom, Bayou sheathed the cursed blade Murakumo. Lying amidst the ruins, Weepus' expression faltered as he struggled to roar. "Do not underestimate the warriors of Shandya." "Underestimate?" Bayou retorted, taking a swig from his bottle and grinning with a bloodthirsty gleam. "The warriors you speak of are not only beneath my notice, but in the grand expanse of the Blue Sea, they are but third-rate beings. Were it not for the peculiar nature of this place, severed from the trade routes to other Sky Islands, you country bumpkins would have been plundered to the last stitch of clothing long ago. In the Blue Sea, your kind is merely cannon fodder. You seek death." Weepa bellowed in fury. As the foremost warrior of Shandya, revered as a demon of battle, he had never been subjected to such disdain. "Weepa, silence yourself," Gonfer urgently interjected, hastening to land the ship on the floating island. "My lord, do not lower yourself to the level of these peasants. I am the former deity of this Sky Island. I possess some knowledge of the Blue Sea, yet I must daringly inquire, are you a pirate or a naval officer?" As a former god, he had once shared drinks and boasts with the pirate king, Roger, 2 decades prior. He had a modicum of understanding regarding the distribution of power in the Blue Sea. "Rest assured, old man, I am a naval officer," Bayou replied, patting Gonfer on the shoulder. "Though merely an apprentice, I do not indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. Your Sky Island may not fall under the jurisdiction of the Navy, yet as fate would have it, I have come to this island. He is the only one worth confronting. After our earlier skirmish, I find myself hungry. Prepare me a meal, and I shall assist you in dealing with the deity." "A naval apprentice?" Gonfer was taken aback. The other Shandians were oblivious to the true significance of the Navy. Yet the mere mention of an apprentice was enough to leave them astonished for quite some time. A dignified warrior from Shandya was no match for the blade of a newcomer. What formidable strength lay within this organization known as the Navy? How many such powerful newcomers existed? Were there even more formidable beings beyond these novices? It could be said that, in their minds, Bayou had drastically elevated the standards for naval apprentices. Had Bayou been aware of this, he might have felt somewhat guilty towards the naval commander, Zifa. However, these thoughts swiftly dissipated as the attention of the onlookers predominantly fixated on Bayou's final remark. "Even the gods can be severed with a mere meal. Surely, this diminishes the grandeur associated with the divine, does it not? Sir, can you truly assist us in dealing with Enel?" Gonfu's expression faltered, revealing his impatience. Over the years, he had masqueraded as a Sky Knight, witnessing the brutal side of Enel far too often. His survival was merely a form of entertainment for Enel, who relished in his futile struggles before the divine. Now, even the formidable Sandya war demon, whom he had always deemed a formidable adversary, fell short against Bayou's effortless strike. This undoubtedly instilled a glimmer of hope within Gonfu. Chapter 65. Enel, you truly are a country bumpkinhumph, Gonfu. Do not hold too high expectations. Do not forget that Enel possesses an immortal body. An outsider, utterly oblivious to the terror that the monster claiming to be a god embodies, should not speak. Vepa struggled to rise and declared, "We, the people of Skypiea, have battled Enel countless times. I, Vepa, vow upon my lifelong honor that when you encounter Enel, despair will surely engulf you. However, I will never relent in my quest to defeat Enel." His stubborn words echoed throughout the floating island. Bayou smirked with amusement. "Is that so? It seems the honor of the Scypians is rather cheap. Do not weep later. The world outside is vast. You should take the opportunity to visit Qinghai. What is there to contest over this wretched island? I wouldn't even accept it for free, let alone call it a divine blessing. He continued, someone, hasten to prepare food for me, or do not blame me for taking a few more cuts at your war demons. As he spoke, Bayu plopped down onto the ground. Not far off, Vepa nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood in frustration. Why should he be linked to the matter of food? Dissatisfaction meant a slice. Was he to be treated as a mere pig for slaughter? Despite being a once mighty warrior of Skypiea? Yet, feeling the piercing pain throughout his body, Vepa dared not make a move. His only hope now lay in Bayu encountering Enel and making a fool of himself. Under Ganfu's orders, the Scypians hurriedly prepared food. It was not much different from that of Qinghai. However, the roasted fish from the floating island possessed a distinctly exquisite flavor. As Bayu devoured dozens of dishes in a ravenous manner, everyone exchanged glances in disbelief. Big brother, is it true that there are many lands in Qinghai? A timid little girl approached and asked. The tension among the crowd heightened, fearing that Bayu might strike down at any moment. Given the little girl's slender arms and legs, she would likely not withstand even a single blow. You must be Aisha, Bayu remarked, his brow furrowing slightly as he recognized this little girl who had awakened her observation haki. After ruffling her hair, he continued, this wretched island is but a drop in the ocean. There are many larger ones in the East Sea, and your so-called heart network is abundant in Qinghai. Remember, perspective determines everything. When you confine yourself to this small place, is what you say not that of a country bumpkin? Well then, the time is nigh. Step back. After a hearty meal, one should engage in some postprandial exercise. Many present were taken aback, and by the time they processed his words, Bayu had already risen to his feet. Aisha, appearing perplexed, suddenly exclaimed in terror, something strange is coming from the eastern sky. Something strange? Laki swiftly scooped Aisha into his arms. While they may have harbored doubts regarding Bayu's words, Aisha's innate connection to the heart network had repeatedly proven to be a harbinger of fortune in perilous situations. As all eyes turned in unison, a magnificent ark, crafted entirely of gold, came into view. Observing this ostentatious vessel, White Yu truly questioned whether Enel was even more avaricious than Nami. However, as he gazed at Enel standing at the forefront of the ark's deck, flanked by a multitude of priests, White Yu realized that this was not the moment for jest. Faced with such a worthy adversary, he had no intention of retreating. Ha ha, from Qinghai, I expected you to flee, Enel remarked with a playful grin. Standing at the bow. Over the years, many who dared to challenge the divine ended up in utter despair, begging for mercy. Your courage is commendable, for you have not fled upon learning of my power. In light of this, I can overlook your earlier disrespect towards the divine. Should you choose to surrender, I shall grant you the position of high priest, second only to me. A sharp intake of breath echoed throughout the crowd, and the expressions of the four high priests shifted dramatically. It was their first encounter with Enel actively seeking subordinates. To many, the prospect of such an exalted position was immensely enticing. Apologies, but even if you offered me divinity, I would need to think it over. Let alone the title of high priest, White Yu retorted with a bloodthirsty smile. In this rustic backwater, I find a hearty meal far more delectable than any godly position. Madness. Upon hearing this response, not just the four high priests, but even the people of Sandia felt that White Yu had lost his mind. Everyone instinctively glanced at Enel, eager to witness his reaction. Ha ha, truly a worthy insect in my sight. Enel laughed arrogantly. It seems you remain unaware of my might. In that case, I shall stand here and allow you to attack for 1 minute. If after that minute you do not acquiesce to my demands, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Descending from the golden ark, Enel stood upon the floating island, whimsically producing an apple and taking a bite. His gaze towards White Yu seemed to declare that the outcome was already decided, filled with amusement. This confident and reckless display set all nerves ablaze. For the natives, this was a divine game. Many who had challenged Enel had encountered this very game. To them, only through personal experience could one truly comprehend the despair it entailed. Vepa, do not be disheartened. If he manages to triumph over Enel, it would indeed be a boon for us Sandians. Lachi could not help but offer consolation. Triumph over Enel? Vepa replied coldly, casting a dismissive glance. Forgive me, but I am merely concerned that he may not even survive the divine game. If he were to succeed, it would surely be in a dream. This left Lachi and the others momentarily speechless. When they turned to White Yu, he had stepped forward, a playful smile gracing his lips. Enel, you are indeed a bumpkin. Allow me to make the first strike as a sign of respect. With that, White Yu made his move. It is evident that for a narcissist like Enel, the only means to awaken him from his delusions lies in a singular approach. In mere moments, the distance of several dozen meters vanished. The demonic blade Muramasa, held by Baiyu, erupted with a piercing cry. Stripped of any embellishments, it descended directly. Bang! With a single strike, golden light surged forth like a tide. Enel, amidst the onslaught, playfully smiled as he bit into an apple. He intended to indulge in this divine game as he often did. However, as this thought began to take shape, an overwhelming sensation of impending doom surged through him. Witnessing the rapidly expanding assault within his pupils, he had no time to deliberate. Instinctively, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and retreated swiftly. Chapter 66. The divine game has been breached with a resounding roar. A blade descended, scattering golden light. Enel, who had just transformed into lightning and intended to flee, was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. To the horror of the onlookers, he collided with a massive boulder several hundred meters away. The tremendous force unleashed shattered the towering rock, creating cracks that spread like a spider's web. The once exalted deity was now forcefully embedded within the stone. A horrifying wound stretched from his shoulder to his abdomen, crimson blood spraying forth and staining his garments. Madness enveloped the scene. Whether it was the four divine priests or the people of Skypiea, even Gonfer felt a wave of insanity wash over him. Especially Wiper. Just moments ago, he had confidently proclaimed that Baiyu would fall into despair. Now, the divine game that had perpetually instilled dread within them had been utterly shattered. As they beheld the blood seeping from Enel's chest, realization dawned upon them. Even gods could bleed, and their blood was indeed red. Who truly faced despair was now glaringly evident. Impossible. This cannot be. I am a god. How could you strike me? Enel gazed incredulously at his chest, the piercing pain driving him into a frenzy. There is nothing impossible. It's merely that you have never encountered it before, Baiyu remarked with a bloodthirsty grin, taking a swig of his drink. By the way, you just agreed to let me strike you for a minute. You won't go back on that now, will you? Bang! With a flicker of movement, Baiyu vanished like a specter, reappearing right before Enel. So swift. The onlookers' pupils constricted in astonishment. Yet, they were fervently eager to know if the now vulnerable Enel would continue playing this deadly game. If the divine game persisted, it seemed even a god could meet their demise. As Enel's pupils dilated in fear at the rapidly approaching figure, he thought, what foolish game is this? Nothing else matters now. His right hand raised as he bellowed in fury, divine judgment. Boom. A torrent of high-voltage lightning surged toward Baiyu without restraint. Simultaneously, Enel's body shimmered with lightning, utilizing elemental transformation to appear behind Baiyu in an instant. He reached out to seize him. In that moment, facing this ant that threatened his very existence, Enel abandoned any thoughts of subjugation. His sole intention was to obliterate the man before him, wielding his most proficient power of lightning. Apologies, but it seems you don't even grasp the nature of combat. Moreover, the minute of striking you is no longer under your control. Baiyu chuckled wickedly, showing no concern for the lightning assault. In a sudden pivot, he unleashed the immense spiritual pressure coiled within him. Boom! A massive wave of energy surged forth like a hurricane. The overwhelming spiritual pressure quickly transformed into a tangible golden skull, radiating an intense heat. Do not speak of the impending lightning strike. Even Enel found himself momentarily paralyzed. He had never anticipated that someone would audaciously disregard his assault. As he beheld the blood-red blade descending upon him once more, a surge of terror compelled Enel to retreat violently. It was too late. As Baiyu's bloodthirsty grin materialized, the blade in his hand, Murakumo, descended with a thunderous crash. Bang! Enel was once again propelled backward like an artillery shell. The blood that erupted from his chest sparkled like fireworks blooming in the void. Observing Enel being struck and smashed against the rocks once more, the onlookers were left in sheer disbelief. Perhaps the first blow had caught the deity off guard, but the second blow, he was still publicly cleaved in two. Now, an X-shaped, gory wound marred his chest. Was this still merely negligence? This was akin to a god being ruthlessly severed to the ground. No, it cannot be. I am Enel, the god. I am invincible. Bang! Enel was enveloped in crackling lightning, surging directly off the rocks. The pain in his chest twisted his expression into a grotesque snarl. As he gazed at Bai Yu, a hint of madness flickered in his eyes. You insolent Qinghai man, I shall show you what divine power truly is. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Boom. The thunderous roar erupted as colossal bolts of lightning surged through Enel's body, transforming into a massive Thunderbird over 10 meters tall, which instantly tore through the void. Charging towards Bai Yu, the speed was such that the 100-meter distance closed in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the rapidly approaching offensive, Bai Yu casually swung the demon blade once more. Bang! The blade's aura sliced through the air, and in an instant, the Thunderbird exploded under its might. The residual force rapidly advancing towards Enel. This nonchalant action left Enel momentarily stunned. 30 million volts were indeed not his ultimate weapon. However, it was undoubtedly several times stronger than divine punishment. Yet, it had been so effortlessly cleaved apart. Just how formidable was this Qinghai man? Oh, but I possess a formidable mind network that allows me to read my opponent's movements with ease. With this ability, I too can remain undefeated. Enel's expression tightened as he hastily activated his elemental transformation to evade the strike. Simultaneously, his observation haki surged to its utmost limit, instantly locking onto Bai Yu. He intended to move to the left. A flicker of joy flashed in Enel's eyes as he witnessed Bai Yu turning left, precisely in accordance with the movement his mind network had predicted. Without a moment to spare, Enel, radiating lightning, appeared at Bai Yu's right side at breakneck speed. Alas, the moment he manifested, Enel was met with Bai Yu's bloodthirsty smile, now laced with a hint of amusement. The demon blade Murakumo, once again wielded with overwhelming force, descended upon him. Splat! Enel was taken aback. In the instant the blood sprayed forth, his left arm was severed cleanly away. As he gazed at the ornament adorning it, Enel understood all too well. This was the token of his closest companion, forged in the depths of their most profound bond during the dead of night. For over 2 decades, the relationship of profound camaraderie with the left-handed brother has been shattered in an instant. Is the heart's connection merely an illusion? Why is it that this individual from Qinghai can repeatedly unravel his divine maneuvers? A piercing agony surged into Enelu's mind as he beheld his severed arm plummet to the ground. In a frenzied state, Enelu howled like a madman. Damn Qinghai dweller! I shall end your life. With a thunderous cry, 200 million volts, Thunder God. The air erupted with an overwhelming surge of lightning as it detonated within Enelu's being. In that moment, the rampaging Enelu held nothing back, pushing the powers of the devil fruit to their utmost limits. Amidst the roaring thunder, his form swelled like a balloon. And in an instant, the heavens and earth became awash with flickering lightning, stirring the leaden clouds above. As countless bolts of lightning writhed chaotically, Enel transformed into a colossal figure of lightning, towering at 100 meters. With a swift motion, he seized the massive golden pillar prepared atop the Ark of the Divine, its searing heat melting it into a gigantic trident. In his eyes, the earlier setback was merely due to a lack of weaponry. Now armed with a resplendent golden trident, Enelu was resolute in his belief that he would reign supreme once more. Chapter 67. I am the forbidden zone of the deity. Boom. The endless lightning gathered wildly between heaven and earth. The colossal figure cast a shadow that obscured the sky and the sun, leaving all present in a state of bewilderment. The diminutive Enel was already a haunting nightmare throughout their lives, and now he had transformed into a towering deity of thunder, measuring several tens of meters. Could such a being truly be vanquished? In the face of the seemingly frenzied Enel, everyone's nerves were stretched to their utmost. As they frantically retreated, their gazes converged on Bai Yu, eager to see if this man from Qinghai would falter. Bai Yu grinned with a thirst for battle, his eyes fixed on the immense figure above. Meanwhile, a series of system prompts echoed in his mind. The power from the newly acquired subordinate template, which he had previously forgotten to merge, surged rapidly within him. A dark magic swirled in his hand, exuding an exceptionally profound aura. Was this the dark magic of the Black Bull Legion's leader, Yejinjia? He wondered how it compared to the powers of the dark fruit. After briefly sensing the might of the dark magic, Baiyu recalled the abilities possessed by Yejinjia at this stage. Indeed, the strength of this subordinate template remained at 50%. Against the rustic Enel, that was more than sufficient. He was smiling. In the presence of Lord Enel, who resembled a god of thunder, he was smiling. The four high priests were left dumbfounded. The previously one-sided situation had already terrified them. They had thought that Enel's display of thunderous might would slightly turn the tables and reveal a hint of fear on Baiyu's face. They had never anticipated that they had overestimated the situation. His expression seemed almost distracted. Damn the man from Qinghai, daring to disregard the divine. I shall end your life today. Enel howled frantically. As lightning coiled around him, his severed left hand had already been replaced by a bolt of thunder. In the next moment, the golden trident soared towards Baiyu with the force of 1,000 tons. Indeed, it was only during desperate times that the rustic could exhibit any semblance of prowess. Now, you possess a modicum of worthiness to be struck down. Baiyu grinned bloodthirstily, retreating into his consciousness space. The demon blade Murakumo in his hand erupted with dazzling golden light, cleaving towards Enel. Boom! A dull clash resonated throughout the realm. As the hurricane swirled, Enel's massive form was pushed back 7 or 8 steps. This scene left all spectators in utter shock. Despite the immense disparity in size, the deity had lost in this contest of strength. Impossible. I am a god, the sovereign of this world. Enel regained his footing and roared madly. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Bang. The colossal Thunderbird surged forth in an instant, its speed incredible as it charged directly at Baiyu. Boom. The violent impact spread outward, and the rumbling lightning tore through the earth. As the golden trident held by Enel surged with blinding lightning, it thrust fiercely into the heart of the swirling dust. The tumultuous sand was instantly torn asunder, crashing down upon Baiyu with the might of 1,000 tons. The deafening explosion echoed relentlessly, causing the enormous floating island to shatter under the immense impact. Witnessing this apocalyptic clash, everyone had long since retreated thousands of meters away, anxiously fixated on the center of the battle. All eyes widened in shock as the golden trident, entwined with lightning, indeed struck Baiyu. Yet, this connection provoked a maddening sensation. A corporeal golden skull enveloped Baiyu's form, cloaked in a pitch-black aura of armament hockey. The seemingly unstoppable golden trident was seized effortlessly by Baiyu's left hand. With a resounding crack, the indestructible gold was abruptly broken. The bloodthirsty battle intent radiating from Baiyu reached its zenith as he stepped forward with determination. With a sudden burst, Baiyu vanished as if a specter. Realizing that Baiyu's speed matched his own, Enel was abruptly jolted to attention, channeling his advanced observation hockey to its utmost under the influence of the electric currents. He turned around. Behind you, Enel exclaimed, unleashing a bolt of energy. 60 million volts. Lightning Dragon. The roar of the dragon thundered through the air as the massive lightning serpent surged toward Baiyu. Faced with this unexpected adversary from the Qinghai region, Enel sought to capitalize on this strike to regain his footing. However, barely had this thought crossed his mind when Baiyu, propelled by a tangible spiritual pressure, charged directly at the lightning dragon. The collision erupted with a deafening crack. The 100-meter lightning dragon shattered upon impact. The sheer ferocity of Baiyu's assault caused all onlookers to gasp in disbelief. This Qinghai man appeared to embody divinity itself. As Enel's expression shifted dramatically, he prepared to retreat. Yet, Baiyu was already upon him, seizing the initiative. With no time to contemplate, Enel gripped the broken end of the golden trident and lunged toward Baiyu. "Ents, perish!" he cried. "Ents?" Baiyu retorted with a bloodthirsty grin, displaying no defensive stance as he charged forward. The golden trident collided with Baiyu's shoulder with a thunderous impact. The immense force did not yield an inch of retreat from Baiyu. In his grasp, the demon blade Murakumo erupted with a dark radiance, cleaving toward Enel. Enel was driven to madness. Faced with this impervious monstrosity, even a god felt a pang of trepidation for the first time. Hastily, he raised his left arm, reconstituted by lightning, in a desperate attempt to block the impending strike. Though this arm had been severed once before, he remained confident in its ability to regenerate. The colossal arm was sent flying, and amid the dispersing lightning, Enel stumbled backward, only to find the wound on his arm shrouded in a layer of ominous black light. No matter how he wielded his fruit abilities, all the power of lightning seemed to vanish into the depths of the ocean. Enel found himself bewildered. Elementalization had been the very foundation of his arrogance. Elemental reorganization was his trump card against Baiyu. Unfortunately, what was once regarded as divine prowess now lay in vain. Indeed, there is a distinction between dark magic and the dark fruit. Nonetheless, the ability to devour attacks and exert formidable suction is more than sufficient to be deemed monstrous. A trace of excitement flickered across Baiyu's bloodthirsty visage. Engaging in close combat with an elemental demon fruit user undoubtedly posed certain constraints. However, once Baiyu fused dark magic with armed Haki, the ferocity of the battle remained unchanged. Country bumpkin, thank you for allowing me to test my skills. But it is time for you to meet your end, Baiyu remarked with a sinister smile, casting a glance at the incredulous Enel. Individuals like you are plentiful in the East Blue. If you consider yourself a god, then I shall be the forbidden zone of the divine. Chapter 68. The Godslayer. The atmosphere was charged with an electrifying tension as everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. Faced with such frenzied declarations, those who had perpetually lived under the tyrannical shadow of Enel could scarcely fathom that one day it would be a man from Qinghai who would dare to speak thus to a deity. Impossible. I am Enel the god. You are merely a monkey from Qinghai. I shall never perish. I will annihilate you. Enel shrieked in a fit of hysteria. The formidable power of the devil fruit coursed through him, reaching a fever pitch. In that instant, the heavens and earth reverberated with thunderous roars as a colossal sphere of lightning, a kilometer in diameter, rapidly coalesced in the sky. The immense pressure gathered tore apart the oppressive leaden clouds surrounding them. As they sensed the cataclysmic force at play, Enel's madness surged to its zenith. Without an ounce of embellishment, he thrust his hand downward. Qinghai monkey, let me witness how you withstand my most formidable strike. Boom. The kilometer-wide lightning sphere descended with the weight of 1,000 mountains, the overwhelming force causing the floating island to crack under the strain. The sea erupted in monstrous waves, cascading outward in tumultuous fury. Observing this apocalyptic scene, the onlookers felt their scalps tingle with dread. Had it not been for Baiyu standing resolutely with an unyielding, bloodthirsty smile upon his face, they would have surely fled in terror. Gulp. Baiyu tilted his head back, taking a swig of liquor, his bloodlust igniting alongside his grin. He gripped the demon blade Murakumo tightly. With a thunderous crack, thousands of shards shattered once more, reassembling into a razor-sharp blade 100 meters long, empowered by the dark attribute of magic, radiating a brilliant crimson glow. As he beheld the rapidly expanding lightning sphere before him, Baiyu's momentum surged to its peak. Dark binding, dimensional slash, buzz. With a single stroke, the world was enveloped in darkness. Time and space seemed to cleave apart at that moment. Before anyone could react, the black blade of energy sliced through the kilometer-wide lightning sphere, hurtling toward Enel. Impossible. A flicker of terror crossed Enel's face as he hastily raised his golden trident. Alas, it was a futile gesture. Boom. The lightning sphere shattered in two. Indeed, both the sphere and the trident, along with the mighty god of thunder and the oppressive storm clouds above, were cleaved asunder. With a splatter, blood erupted from Enel's brow. As he felt the life force within him rapidly ebbing away, he barely had time to utter another word before, boom. The explosive fury of lightning erupted, cascading throughout the heavens and earth. The shock wave engulfed Enel, while those who had sought refuge from a distance were hurled away by the tremendous force. It felt akin to the apocalyptic devastation wrought by a nuclear explosion. Immersed in the chaos, Baiyu's expression shifted subtly as he urgently summoned his armed Haki and the essence of his spiritual pressure to their utmost limits. Moments ago, he had been consumed by the thrill of battle, entirely neglecting the vast expanse of white sea above him. Under such a potent explosive force, one could only dread the potential devastation it might wreak upon the heavens. It was unclear how long it had been, but as the shock waves of the explosion gradually subsided, the survivors from Sandia and Ganfu hurried back to the battlefield etched in their memories. Yet, the floating island had vanished without a trace. Along with the gods of Ur and the figures of the Qinghai people, everything seemed to have evaporated into thin air. They were acutely aware, however, that the Qinghai had slain their deities. 5 days later, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a dog-headed warship slowly approached the shore. Karp stood at the bow. His expression darkened to a profound extent. In that moment, it was evident to all that the once heroic Marine, Karp, was intent on bloodshed. The immense aura he emanated resembled an invisible hand, gripping the hearts of those around him tightly. "Mr. Karp, the ship is about to dock. Admiral Sengoku and the others are already waiting there. Perhaps Admiral Kizaru will have news of Baiyu," Bogart remarked, his demeanor equally grave. Though he had not spent much time with Baiyu as a Marine instructor, he was thoroughly impressed by Baiyu's almost supernatural talent. Faced with the unexpected emergence of the Golden Lion, Bogart's fury equaled that of Karp. However, unlike Karp's impulsive nature, Bogart was a composed strategist, which was precisely why he had been entrusted as Karp's right-hand man. "Damn that Golden Lion. If anything happens to my grandson, I will hunt him across the seas," Karp roared, though the fierce look on his face soon deflated. The float fruit was notoriously troublesome, allowing islands to float effortlessly thousands of meters above sea level, leaving Karp with no means of pursuit. Otherwise, he would not have returned to Marine headquarters today. "Rest assured, Mr. Karp, we have faith in our captain. He is no ordinary person and will surely return safely," Karina consoled, her modified sniper rifle slung over her shoulder. Following Baiyu's instructions, they had waited in Logue Town for 3 days without receiving any word, ultimately returning to Marine headquarters aboard Karp's warship. Gazing out at the vast ocean, Karina believed the Marines would locate him far more swiftly than they could. Karina is right. Lord Baiyu is the foremost of the Marine supernovas. With his strength, the Golden Lion will have to break quite a few teeth to swallow him. Nami and the others chimed in agreement. In a corner, Smoker and Iska, who had also returned aboard the ship, nodded in unison. "I, too, have faith in him." Karp exhaled deeply, the shadows on his face lifting somewhat. It seemed that the young lad had gathered a commendable crew and friends. "Rest assured, I will have Sengoku deploy all the resources of the Marine headquarters to search for Baiyu. I absolutely refuse to believe my precious grandson could perish." With those words, Karp leapt onto the dock with determination. Having long awaited here, Sengoku and Tsuru swiftly stepped forward. As former comrades, they were acutely aware of Karp's prowess and genuinely feared that he might succumb to despair and erupt in fury. "Ah, Vice Admiral Karp, you have returned so swiftly. I had thought you would require more time to search for a half-moon," they jested. Countless scintillating lights erupted at the dock, converging instantaneously to form the silhouette of Kizaru. Karp's expression momentarily faltered before he erupted in a furious roar. "Kizaru, why have you returned? Did you not promise me a few more days?" Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances of surprise. They distinctly recalled Karp's request. "It was I who summoned him back," a deep voice resonated through the crowd. The Navy personnel gathered here quickly parted into 2 rows, making way for the impassive Akainu. To send a fleet admiral on a quest for a mere naval recruit had become a subject of ridicule across the seas. 3 days had already reached their limit. If he had perished at the hands of the Golden Lion, no amount of additional time would prove beneficial. Chapter 69. The Relic Used as a Footstool Madness. The expressions of Sengoku and Tsuru shifted dramatically. They were acutely aware that Karp was akin to a powder keg. Whoever provoked him would inevitably face an explosive reaction. Akainu was digging his own grave by stirring the pot. "Karp, you are courting death." With a thunderous roar, Karp unleashed the pent-up fury that had been brewing within him like a raging tide. The naval soldiers stationed there turned pale, and even the faces of Akainu and Kizaru darkened with a hint of gravity. As admirals, they were heralded as the pinnacle of combat prowess. Yet, when confronted with Karp, the legendary hero of the Navy, The oppressive aura he exuded was far more terrifying than any confrontation with Sengoku. A moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. Carp, please cease your actions. This is the Navy headquarters, and you mustn't lose your sanity. Sengoku hastily interposed himself before Carp, urging him to calm down. Tsuru stood by, her nerves taut, ready to intervene should the need arise to subdue Carp. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, I possess my own sense of restraint, Carp replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Akainu. I have complete faith in my grandson. He embodies not only the stature of an admiral, but also the potential to become the future king of the Navy, a truth that transcends superficial perceptions. The future king of the Navy? A trace of disdain flickered across Akainu's face as he coldly scoffed. I am eager to witness what this future king truly represents. However, the longer he remains missing, the slimmer the chances of his survival. 5 days have already elapsed, and I advise you, Vice Admiral Carp, to mentally prepare for the worst. Akainu, silence yourself. Sengoku bellowed. If you have nothing to contribute, then return to your duties. Uttering fewer words will not render you mute. Faced with Akainu's provocations, Sengoku nearly succumbed to the urge to retaliate with a slap, mindful of the decorum required by his position. He understood that Akainu was deliberately attempting to assert dominance. Fear not, Admiral Sengoku. I have come to discern the true nature of the so-called future king of the Navy you extol. Given that he has yet to return, my presence here serves little purpose, Akainu declared before turning on his heel and departing. Kizaru, too, wore a sly grin as he followed suit. My apologies, Admiral Sakazuki. But if this is your attempt to intimidate, then I, by you, have arrived to disrupt the proceedings. A sudden voice pierced the air, and the familiar tone rendered Karina and the others momentarily speechless before their faces erupted with joy. Even Carp was no exception. Little brat, where are you? Come forth so Grandpa can see you, Carp exclaimed, scanning the surroundings anxiously. However, after a thorough search, he still could not locate Bayu's figure. Look, it seems something is descending from the sky, someone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone's nerves tightened as they swiftly turned their gaze upward. Boom. The resounding sound of an explosion echoed incessantly. The first sight that captured their attention was a figure ensconced within a golden light, shrouded in a skull. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, it plummeted earthward with the force of a meteor. Quickly move aside. Suddenly, Sengoku was jolted awake, roaring in alarm. With a resounding crash, the square collapsed, and a web of fractures instantaneously spread out. A violent shockwave surged forth, sweeping across the area. Those naval soldiers caught off guard were mercilessly tossed aside by this force. Faced with the unexpected aerial assault, even Akainu and Kizaru could not help but resort to elemental transformation to evade. However, at that moment, all eyes in attendance were instinctively drawn to the center of the ruins. They were eager to ascertain whether the descending figure was Baiyu or Kaido of the Beasts. Such a near-suicidal entrance was nothing short of astonishing. As the swirling dust was carried away by the sea breeze, Baiyu emerged from the wreckage, holding a wine jug. His unscathed appearance elicited gasps from many onlookers. It was Baiyu, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, and he had returned alive. Was he a monster? To crash down from the sky with such tremendous force and remain unharmed was reminiscent of Kaido of the Beasts. It was said that the last time Kaido visited the headquarters, he had made a similar dramatic entrance. The atmosphere erupted. The sudden scene before them completely shattered their preconceived notions, especially when they recalled the derisive remarks made by Akainu and Kizaru moments earlier. Many instinctively glanced at the two admirals, curious about their current expressions. Sengoku, stealing a quick glance, breathed a sigh of relief and quickly approached, saying, Kid, it's enough that you've returned. Garp nearly turned the Navy headquarters upside down for you. Now that you are here, the recommendation for you to become a candidate for Admiral, proposed by Ghost Spider and Garp, should be brought to the table. As long as 70% of those at headquarters approve, you can be recommended to become the youngest candidate for Admiral in the Navy's history. With a bit of effort over the years, who knows? The Admiral position might very well become yours. Being from the old era, Sengoku was acutely aware of the strength of the Golden Lion and the troublesome nature of the float fruit. That Baiyu managed to escape from him spoke volumes of his uniqueness. Humph, becoming an admiral is no easy feat. But surviving under the Golden Lion is indeed cause for celebration, Akainu remarked coldly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a figure hastily squeezed through the crowd and rushed to Baiyu's side. Looking down at the two ancient sabers that Baiyu was standing upon, he quickly flipped through his guidebook. Ishka, what is happening? This occasion is not suitable for you. Smoker manifested as smoke beside Ishka. Everyone was aware that this was a covert contest among the upper echelons of the headquarters. They, as lieutenants and ensigns, were merely cannon fodder. Ignoring Smoker's advice, Ishka continued to scrutinize the guidebook, comparing it repeatedly until, with a face full of terror, he exclaimed, "Be by you. The two renowned swords beneath your feet belong to the captain of the flying pirate crew, the Golden Lion Shiki. Are those the blades, Sakura Tin and Drywood? The Golden Lion's swords?" The individuals present were momentarily taken aback, particularly the veteran figures such as Sengoku and Garp, whose nerves were stretched to their limits as they hurriedly turned towards the source of the sound. The first scene that caught their eyes caused their pupils to constrict, and their eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. As they beheld the two swords used by Baiyu as stepping stones, Sengoku could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Indeed, these are truly the cherry blossom and withered wood of the Golden Lion. How could they possibly be in your possession? What has become of the Golden Lion?" To which Baiyu, taking a swig of alcohol, responded with a hint of resignation, "These two swords, serving as my makeshift steps, can be considered the remnants he left behind for me." Chapter 70. Is this just a deadweight? The relic of a stepping stone? Zhanghua stood frozen in place. No. It would be more accurate to say that everyone present was rendered speechless. In the face of such nonchalant words, all eyes were drawn to the phrase relic. Did this imply that the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, had indeed been slain? Baiyu, I now solemnly pose a question to you. Is the Golden Lion Shiki dead? Zhanghua inhaled deeply, his tone imbued with gravitas. The tension in the air heightened, and a sense of urgency flickered across the faces of everyone present. Even Akainu and Kizara hesitated to depart at that moment. Finally, Baiyu, casually pulling out the helm atop his head, replied, "Perhaps." He took a swig of strong liquor, seemingly indifferent. However, he was indeed a formidable opponent from the East Sea. It's just unfortunate that he wasn't in his prime, which feels like a wasted opportunity. His words, though softly spoken, resonated like an incantation, echoing hauntingly across the dock. Refusing to dissipate, the onlookers stared at Baiyu, their expressions a blend of astonishment and disbelief. Some could hardly suppress the urge to swallow hard. According to Baiyu, not only had he vanquished the fabled Golden Lion Shiki, but he also deemed him somewhat lacking. Was this madness? No, it was they who were losing their minds. Haha. Akainu, did you hear that? My grandson not only escaped the clutches of the Golden Lion, but also dispatched him with ease. Karp laughed heartily. If even the Golden Lion could not stand against him, I dare say the position of Admiral is well within reach. Zhanghua, you should seriously consider promoting Baiyu to Admiral. I believe he possesses sufficient strength now. An 18-year-old Admiral? That would be the youngest in the history of our Navy. This series of statements shook the hearts of all present. Zhanghua's expression shifted dramatically. Karp's suggestion seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, the fact that Baiyu had single-handedly slain the Golden Lion was irrefutable evidence of his prowess. 25 years ago, he and Karp had collaborated to imprison the Golden Lion in Impel Down. Regardless of how much Shiki's strength may have waned over the years, Zhanghua was acutely aware that that battle had been anything but simple. The mere ability of Baiyu to achieve such a feat spoke volumes. Vice Admiral Karp, to base your judgment solely on hearsay and two swords, and to propose that this young lad be made an admiral, seems rather frivolous, Akainu interjected coldly. If this information were to leak and it turned out to be a mere fabrication, with the Golden Lion alive and well, what would become of the Navy's reputation? Moreover, let us not forget that this young man has only just set foot in the Navy today. We cannot even ascertain his foundational principles or sense of justice. As a staunch proponent of the military faction, Akainu had long coveted the position of Fleet Admiral, seeing himself as the foremost among the three admirals. Originally, The appointment of an outsider as a candidate for the position of admiral had already caused dissatisfaction among Akainu. Now, he has ascended directly to the rank of admiral, becoming the youngest admiral in the history of the Navy headquarters. Such a development serves only to diminish Akainu's standing, complicating any future competition for the position of fleet admiral. Akainu, are you deliberately trying to undermine my grandson? Karp roared in anger. You should understand well what a renowned sword means to a swordsman. The swords Sakura Tin and Kuki are the lifeblood of Golden Lion, and their possession by my grandson is telling of his fate. Moreover, Golden Lion is a veritable madman. If he had survived, would Baiyu have returned alive? With the famed swords taken, his survival is already a foregone conclusion. Additionally, your insinuation that my grandson, whom I personally trained, is lacking in foundation. What do you mean by that, Akainu? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall not permit your departure. With a resounding force akin to a tempest, Karp's imposing presence erupted once more. The naval officers and soldiers present turned pale. Typically, Karp exudes a jovial demeanor, often appearing scatterbrained. However, within a mere span of 10 minutes, he had erupted in fury twice, illustrating that Akainu had repeatedly breached his limits. Akainu's expression darkened as well. He was, after all, an admiral. Not only was he being threatened by Baiyu, but the authority of his rank was also being challenged directly by Karp. Such a scenario was undeniably embarrassing for him. Enough. Are you two planning to become the laughingstock of the headquarters? Sengoku bellowed with fury. I shall have someone investigate the news of Golden Lion's demise. However, with the swords Sakura Tin and Kuki now in Baiyu's possession, given my understanding of Golden Lion's character, he is likely to be in grave danger. As for Baiyu's future position, that is a matter for him to determine himself, which will then be submitted for our deliberation. A decision can only be made when the votes of the headquarters officers reach 70%. It is not something you can decide with mere words. A sudden silence enveloped the assembly. The wrath of the three great powers could inadvertently ignite peril for themselves. Many stepped back, striving to dissociate from the conflict. Yet, despite the prevailing tension, numerous individuals instinctively turned their gazes towards Baiyu, eager to discern the thoughts of this formidable newcomer. As the oppressive atmosphere began to dissipate slightly, Sengoku reined in his anger, letting out a deep sigh. Baiyu, do not take to heart the events that just transpired. The Navy headquarters is a vast institution, and differing opinions are bound to arise. However, I wish to know your thoughts on the matter. Recently, through a communication via Den Mushi, Sengoku had received Karp's report and had never anticipated that Baiyu would be nominated for the position of admiral candidate. It is now utterly unexpected that the Golden Lion would fall into the hands of Baiyu, who possesses the qualifications to aspire to greatness. This leap in strength surpasses the confines of his imagination. It is precisely for this reason that the warring states would treat the thoughts of a newcomer with such gravity. What position? Baiyu nonchalantly took a sip of his drink. Warring States Marshal, I wish to inquire, which position offers the greatest freedom, the least amount of tasks, and is the most leisurely? If such a position exists, it would undoubtedly suit me best. A slacker. Is this a place for idlers? Many instinctively glanced at Karp. Indeed. Where there is a grandfather, there must be a grandson. Among the Navy headquarters, the greatest slacker is likely Karp, who, adorned with the title of Navy Hero, occupies the rank of Rear Admiral while causing chaos. Chapter 71. A true man resolves issues with his fist. Cough. Baiyu, you are still young. Once I retire, this position will be yours, Karp said, his aged face betraying a hint of embarrassment as he hastily cleared his throat. However, aside from my own position, the most leisurely individuals here are Sengoku and the admirals. Do not be deceived by the yellow monkey's serious demeanor. He often slacks off. As for Akiji, he is currently riding a bicycle, seemingly unaware of his whereabouts. The position of an admiral's candidate is indeed arduous, constantly surveilling the four emperors and traversing the vast seas. Choose your position wisely. Once selected, resignation is not an option. The muscles in the yellow monkey's cheeks twitched involuntarily. After all, his immediate superior, Sengoku, was present, and he too held the rank of admiral. Others might see through the pretense but remain silent. Only Karp, the old rascal, dared to stir up trouble publicly. "Kid, you don't intend to be a slacker in the Admiral's position, do you?" Akainu said, his expression stern. Baiyu grinned wickedly. "Admiral Sakazuki, you are indeed a worm in my stomach. That is precisely my thought. If given the choice, why shouldn't I select the most effortless position?" Boom. Akainu erupted with searing heat, an aura of murderous intent locking onto Baiyu in an instant. The floor beneath them seemed unable to withstand Akainu's fury, gradually melting into magma. Nearby Navy soldiers were forcibly pushed back by the overwhelming pressure. Karp, a hero of the Navy with an enigmatic power, still held some respect for Akainu. However, he was incensed by this young upstart repeatedly challenging his authority in public. This was a slight Akainu could not swallow. "Akainu, if you dare harbor murderous intent towards my grandson, you are courting death." Karp's expression darkened, ready to intervene, only to be halted by Baiyu's hand. As Baiyu stepped forward, the tension among the onlookers reached its zenith. They were eager to witness how this promising newcomer would confront the murderous intent from an admiral. "Grandfather, this is my affair. Allow me to handle it," Baiyu said, patting Karp's shoulder. After taking a swig of alcohol, he smiled bloodthirstily. "To have an admiral harbor murderous intent towards me is a form of bliss. This is a worthy opponent, at the very least. I can engage in a battle without reservations." Boom. An overwhelming spiritual pressure, infused with the color of Conqueror's Haki, erupted like a tempest. The tremendous wave surged skyward, piercing through the heavy leaden clouds as if stirred by invisible hands. Centered around Baiyu, the floor shattered, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. The vast dock felt as though it were being crushed under an unseen mountain, and some less experienced Navy soldiers collapsed, foaming at the mouth, falling to the ground. In the blink of an eye, thousands were affected. This is the manifestation of the Conqueror's Haki, reaching a level of substantial damage. In the New World, such overwhelming presence can likely only be found in the likes of Shanks. Sengoku's expression changed abruptly. However, that individual has decades of experience spanning both the old and new eras to attain such a state. This young lad, still not yet 20, has already reached this level of Conqueror's Haki. His future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. His mutterings were not particularly loud, yet in this context, they resonated with an alarming sharpness. As the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, such an assessment is surely not without merit. Now is not the time for Sengoku to be astonished. He must act quickly to restrain these two. Tsuru's eyes also flashed with shock as she urgently shouted for everyone to obey orders, to immediately provide aid to the unconscious, and to inform the onlookers to retreat a full 10,000 meters, lest they be overwhelmed by the aura and faint. Historically, Conqueror's Haki has rarely been seen upon the seas. Within the Navy headquarters, even the three admirals do not possess it. Only Garp and Sengoku do. Now, Baiyu has exceptionally demonstrated a level of Conqueror's Haki that rivals that of Shanks. Tsuru intends to seize this opportunity to allow other Navy soldiers to partake in an experiential lesson. Baiyu, quickly retract your Haki. We can discuss matters at a more measured pace, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Akainu, you too. When Baiyu was recommended as a candidate for admiral, Sengoku had anticipated that matters would not be simple. He never imagined that within a mere month, Baiyu's accomplishments would surge forth like an untamed stallion, directly aiming for the rank of admiral. The most ironic aspect is that Baiyu's desire to become an admiral stems from a rather reckless nature. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, your suggestion is commendable. However, instead of avoiding conflict, why not allow us a chance to clash? A true man resolves issues with his fists, and I believe Admiral Sakazuki shares this sentiment, Baiyu declared with a bloodthirsty smile. The flames of battle had already been ignited. Having half my pants down only to be informed of a family visit is quite absurd. Such matters cannot be tolerated by the heart of Kenpachi. Your utterance, young one, is the most pleasant I have heard since our meeting, Akainu remarked frostily. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, if this fellow can endure 5 minutes under my hand, I will concede he is worthy of being a candidate for admiral. If he can last 10 minutes, I shall have no objections to your nomination, provided he is still alive. Sengoku was momentarily rendered speechless. After exchanging glances with Garp and Tsuru, they spoke. Sengoku, this plan is reasonable, rather than evade one another. Let us engage in a decisive battle using our fists. I concur with Garp's perspective, Saru added. Sengoku remained silent for several seconds before letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, since you all have no objections, let us determine the victor through battle. However, this is a battle that hits the nail on the head. Excellent. Baiyu grinned with a sanguinary smile. Having spoken at length, he could finally commence the fight with rightful justification. After taking a swig of potent liquor, he cast his gaze towards Akainu, who stood a mere 10 meters away. With a resounding crash, the liquor flask shattered, and Baiyu's overwhelming aura erupted once more. Yet this time, it was intertwined with the unique, boundless killing intent characteristic of the assassin Wu Liuqi. Everyone present in the square was momentarily engulfed in an icy chill. As if they had plunged into a frost-laden cellar, a shiver racing from their feet to the crown of their heads. A singular thought flashed through their minds in unison. How many lives had this youth claimed to possess such a menacing aura? With a thunderous stride, Baiyu surged forward, his speed reaching its zenith as he utilized a sudden burst of movement to span the distance of several meters, appearing before Akainu in an instant. Akainu, still reeling from the shock of the killing intent, barely had time to react before the shimmering demon blade Muramasa descended upon him with lethal intent. Chapter 72. A commander's ferocity unleashed. The air crackled with an unyielding aura, akin to a vibrant rainbow. The blade's momentum surged forth, extending over 10 meters. No one present anticipated Baiyu's ruthless approach from the very outset. Akainu's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricted as realization dawned. With molten magma swirling fervently in his right hand, he retaliated with a powerful punch. Fong of the Hellhound. Boom. The immense blade collided with the molten force, unleashing a shockwave that reverberated across a 100-meter radius. Sengoku and the others, faces pale with alarm, urgently shouted, "Evacuate the dock and square. All spectators must prioritize their safety. This may well be a battle of admiral-level proportions." The naval officers and soldiers exchanged incredulous glances. They had never imagined the situation would escalate to such heights. Yet, witnessing the clash of two admiral-tier powers was undeniably the finest of lessons. In an instant, thousands of eyes were riveted upon the battlefield, eager to discern how the conflict would unfold after this initial collision. Bang! The relentless magma erupted, shattering the blade's momentum. Its residual force bore down upon Akainu. The latter's countenance darkened. As one of the strongest forces in the Navy headquarters, wielding the Logia-type magma fruit, he had mastered its capabilities to the fullest. He harbored no fear even against the four emperors. To be outshone by a mere fledgling would be a disgrace. Thus, when faced with Baiyu's onslaught, Akainu showed no inclination to evade. His singular intent was to assert dominance and deliver a resounding defeat. Great Hellhound! With a disdainful snort, Akainu unleashed the fully charged magma from his right hand once more. Boom! The colossal magma hound surged forth, obliterating the blade's momentum. In the next heartbeat, it charged toward Baiyu, accompanied by a searing gust. Bang! Molten debris erupted, engulfing Baiyu entirely. A flicker of triumph danced in Akainu's eyes as he prepared to strike again. Boom! A blinding golden light instantaneously overturned the seething magma. A figure cloaked in a skull of pure spiritual pressure collided with the massive Hellhound, shattering it effortlessly. Seizing the moment, this figure materialized before Akainu without any flourish, delivering a decisive blow. Akainu's pupils dilated in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Baiyu would engage in such a frenzied close-quarters combat style. As he beheld the rapidly approaching assault, he hastily raised his hand to shield himself with a vast wall of magma. Bang! The explosive force surged outward like a tide, splattering molten rock everywhere. Akainu was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the distant embankment. The tremendous impact fractured the sturdy barrier, embedding the crimson-clad Akainu within it. Everyone stood in stunned silence, awestruck. In a mere exchange, an admiral had been sent flying. Akainu had indeed underestimated his opponent. However, this remarkable achievement is sufficient to demonstrate the formidable strength. Damn brat, I shall slay you. Akainu roared with fury. The dam behind him was instantaneously transformed into molten magma. As an admiral of the Navy, he had long cultivated an image of an unyielding, cold-faced, invincible warrior. He never anticipated that the visage he had painstakingly built over several decades would be shattered in an instant. This humiliation was unbearable for Akainu. Indeed, such emotions are essential in battle. Without the fervor of rage and the desire to kill, how could the confrontation be entertaining? Baiyu grinned bloodthirstily, his blood igniting rapidly with rising battle intent. Observing the infuriated Akainu, he swiftly closed the distance once more. In Zaraki Kenpachi's lexicon, there exists no room for technique or flamboyance. It is solely a brutal display of close-quarters combat. You seek death, brat. Hellhound. Akainu bellowed furiously, his right hand having amassed molten magma to its zenith, transforming into a colossal magma hound, lunging toward Baiyu. In Akainu's eyes, if Baiyu were to recklessly take the brunt of his assault as before, the massive hound of molten rock would easily ensnare him, drastically turning the tide of battle. However, just as this thought flickered through Akainu's mind, a more terrifying scene unfolded before him. Enveloped in a golden skeletal aura, Baiyu was rapidly shrouded in a layer of inky black haki. With a bloodthirsty smile, he accelerated to collide head-on with the Hellhound. Boom! The searing magma was explosively shattered. Amidst the ruins of the gigantic hound, a frenzied figure surged forth to confront Akainu once more. The cursed blade Muramasa in his grasp erupted with a blood-red brilliance, cleaving downward with force. Great fire! Akainu roared, unleashing his devil fruit powers to their utmost. Endless magma erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, directly bombarding Baiyu. At such close quarters, Akainu was convinced that the immense wave of molten heat would easily force his opponent back. Yet, just as this thought emerged, numerous blades of energy erupted from the magma, instantly shredding the great fire. Baiyu, akin to a bloodthirsty demon, surged through the chaos. The golden skeletal head formed from his overwhelming spiritual pressure was indeed shattered significantly. His entire body was enveloped in haki, with many areas likewise ensnared by the molten rock. Nevertheless, Baiyu paid no heed to any of this. In the throes of battle, injuries were merely tools to spur on his resolve. Confronting the nearby Akainu, he unleashed the cursed blade Muramasa once more, radiating golden light as he cleaved downward. Bang! The immense dam was violently torn apart by the blade's energy. As endless clouds of dust and debris swirled around, Akainu was sent hurtling over 100 meters away. He quickly regained his composure amidst the magma. His once pristine attire had been shredded into tatters. Had he not employed elemental transformation in advance, he would undoubtedly have been compelled to endure that strike head-on. However, reflecting on his initial intent to impose absolute dominance over Baiyu, this arrogant aspiration was utterly shattered. All the naval commanders and soldiers observing from afar were left with narrowed pupils, exchanging incredulous glances. Some could not restrain themselves from uttering a profound inquiry. Was the admiral truly being suppressed? In light of this question, not only the senior Navy officials, such as Crane and Sengoku, but even Karp appeared utterly astonished, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Involuntarily, a remark escaped his lips. Goodness! My grandson is certainly embodying the fierce demeanor of an admiral. This sentiment resonated with all present, who nodded in collective agreement. Even the typically nonchalant Kizuru found himself sharing in this sentiment. Chapter 73. The Meteor Volcano Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of blade-like energies erupted like fireworks, colliding fiercely with the molten lava. Beneath the shower of flying magma, one could almost sense a torrential downpour. With each clash, the entire square trembled as if struck by an earthquake, causing everything around it, including the square itself, to disintegrate inch by inch. Those observing from a distance stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that an 18-year-old youth could engage the Navy's top 3 powerhouses to such an extent. Boom! The deep resonance of an explosion reverberated through the air as 2 figures were sent sprawling to either side. Akainu's expression darkened to the utmost, his gaze fixed on the bloodthirsty intent emanating from Baiyu, who stood several dozen meters away and clenched his fists tightly. You little brat. I refuse to believe you are truly unafraid. Meteor volcano. Bang, 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 bang. Streams of searing magma erupted from Akainu, igniting the leaden clouds that had gathered in the sky, transforming them into a blazing inferno. The rapidly rising temperatures enveloped everyone, making them feel as though they were ensconced in a furnace, their skin prickling with discomfort. Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed urgently, "Akainu, have you lost your mind? Do you intend to destroy the entire Navy headquarters? Cease at once." As Fleet Admiral, Sengoku was acutely aware of Akainu's capabilities. The meteor volcano technique was his most formidable and frequently employed area attack. Once unleashed, it could effortlessly obliterate an island. It exemplified the unparalleled advantages of the Logia-type Devil Fruit over others. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, this technique cannot be halted now. If I can unleash this strike, I will disregard my rank. Akainu's face darkened further, his fiery gaze locked onto Baiyu as he tightened his grip and roared, "You little brat. Let us see how long you can continue your arrogance." Boom. The moment Akainu's observation haki locked onto Baiyu, the magma that had been gathering in the sky cascaded down, piercing through the leaden clouds. A dense barrage, numbering in the hundreds or thousands, transformed into molten fists that rained down upon Baiyu. In an instant, the entire world was bathed in the crimson glow of the magma, and the onlookers bore witness to a scene that resembled the apocalypse, disbelief etched across their faces. Is this the true fire unleashed? Baiyu grinned maniacally. Come forth. This is the essence of battle. With a swift motion, he discarded the weighted training gear he had been wearing. Bang! The immense force caused the eyes of all present to widen in astonishment as they beheld the dam shatter, splintering into a spiderweb of cracks. The battle moments prior had seen Baiyu engaging Akainu in an exchange of blows. Initially, they believed that this was Baiyu's limit, never imagining that he could bear such additional weight. This revelation shattered their preconceived notions. Gazing at the torrents of molten flames cascading from the heavens, Baiyu unleashed the suppressed extremity of his spiritual pressure, resulting in a resounding explosion. Boom! The golden light of his spiritual pressure engulfed the arena, momentarily halting the descent of the molten stream. Instead of retreating, Baiyu advanced with the ferocity of a bloodthirsty beast, charging directly at Akainu, indifferent to the molten rain falling from above. This explosive scene jolted the nerves of everyone present, as if witnessing an unrestrained madman. In the blink of an eye, he traversed a distance of mere tens of meters. Akainu's expression shifted dramatically. He could scarcely fathom Baiyu's reckless audacity. Glancing upward at the meteor-like molten projectiles plummeting from the sky, he clenched his right hand tightly and unleashed another powerful punch. A great eruption ensued. The searing molten magma surged forth like raging flames, cascading upon Baiyu in an instant. At that moment, Akainu paid no heed to their earlier wager. He was acutely aware that if he could delay even a fraction longer, the situation would be firmly within his grasp. Boom! The roaring shockwaves reverberated as the molten magma splattered across the scene. Akainu's molten spray erupted uncontrollably, as if money were no object. Baiyu, who had been charging forward, momentarily faltered in his rapid advance. A glint of delight sparked in Akainu's eyes as he witnessed this momentary pause. The meteor-like projectiles, guided by the power of observation haki, descended upon Baiyu like a torrential downpour. The thunderous explosions were relentless, each impact tearing apart the very fabric of the plaza and the Marineford docks. The sturdy ground could not withstand the onslaught and was pierced through. Everything within a radius of several kilometers was devoured by the molten tide. In an instant, the entire Justice Plaza, along with the docks, was submerged beneath the molten sea. This scoundrel had resorted to trickery. He had previously claimed it would be a single decisive blow, yet now he resorted to underhanded tactics. Nami's face paled as she shouted in indignation. If anything were to happen to Lord Baiyu, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Calm yourself, child. My grandson is not so easily defeated, Garp replied, his countenance equally grim, though he feigned indifference. Nevertheless, his fists clenched instinctively. Akainu's repeated targeting of Baiyu did not escape Garp's notice. Though he chose not to engage, Should his grandson suffer harm from such petty schemes, Garp would not easily forgive Akainu. Humph, Garp, do not set your hopes too high. That brat has not evaded my meteor onslaught. He did not even perceive it with his observation haki. I believe he is either dead or gravely injured. I suggest you organize a rescue quickly, Akainu remarked, his gaze fixed on the seething molten sea in the plaza, his own observation haki unwavering. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as a figure, engulfed in magma, erupted from the molten ocean. The bloodthirsty smile remained undiminished, and his eyes were completely consumed by a frenzied battle spirit. At the moment when molten lava cascaded down, numerous scorched patches of skin became visible. Under the swirling black light, much of the molten substance was devoured. The sight of those ghastly wounds left everyone in a state of shock. In the hands of Baiyu, the demon blade Murakumo erupted with a brilliant black light as it struck towards Akainu. Madness. Witnessing this scene, everyone suddenly comprehended the essence of a life-and-death struggle. Before them stood Baiyu, resembling a war demon, fully embodying this reality. Akainu's expression shifted dramatically as he observed the rapidly enlarging figure in his vision. With no time to ponder further, he retaliated with a fierce canine Fong Red Lotus, aiming to repel this frenzied assailant. However, as this thought barely took root, the eyes of all present widened in disbelief. Chapter 74, Qualifying for the Position of a General, a Life-and-Death Struggle. Without the slightest hesitation, as he faced the oncoming Crimson Hound, Baiyu, with a posture exuding immense power, charged forward. Boom! As molten magma splattered, the colossal beast was forcefully shattered by Baiyu's impact. In the next moment, the demon blade Murakumo in his hand erupted with a profound black light, descending with a formidable strike. Dark entanglement, dimensional slash. Thunderous roars echoed as the blade cleaved through the air, plunging the world into darkness. The hurried defenses erected by the Red Dog crumbled as though made of paper at that instant. In the moment his shoulder wound tore open, crimson blood gushed forth. The overwhelming force unleashed rendered not only the defensive haki ineffectual, but even the Red Dog was sent flying like a cannonball. This time, without the dam's obstruction, the Red Dog plummeted toward the vast ocean below. In a moment of desperation, he valiantly suppressed the searing pain, preparing to utilize elemental transformation to evade. Alas, the powers of his devil fruit lay dormant within him, immovable as a boulder. There was no time for elemental transformation at such a critical juncture. In that instant, Red Dog could only succumb to gravity, crashing into the sea. Boom! The surrounding waters erupted violently. The previously frigid ocean began to boil at that moment. Yet this boiling subsided within mere seconds, fading away entirely. The vast square, filled with observing Navy personnel, suddenly awoke from their stupor. Someone, don't just stand there. Hurry to rescue the Red Dog. He cannot swim. Sengoku bellowed, disbelief etched across his face. This battle was to be fought, with a victor and a vanquished determined. However, Sengoku would not permit the loss of a general-level combatant from the Navy headquarters due to such an incident. The stunned onlookers sprang into action, plunging into the sea to provide assistance. Witnessing this scene, Garp wasted no time and swiftly darted toward Baiyu. Baiyu, are you all right? That was reckless. How could you dare to withstand a meteor volcano? What if you couldn't hold it? As a pinnacle figure of the old era, Garp was acutely aware of the formidable powers of the Logia-type devil fruits. Faced with hundreds or even thousands of meteor volcanoes, even he would not dare to confront them head-on. Baiyu's audacious actions had truly unsettled everyone's nerves. Don't worry, old man. It's merely a slight burn, Baiyu replied, glancing at his scorched arm. During the final clash, he had even employed dark magic. Without it, relying solely on intermediate haki and extreme spiritual pressure materialization, Baiyu likely could not have matched the Red Dog's meteor volcano. However, it was precisely this audacity that allowed Baiyu to catch the Red Dog off guard and deliver a heavy blow. The sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Regrettably, there was no means to compel Sakazuki to unleash his full power and awaken his fruit's abilities. Otherwise, that would have truly been a fierce battle. Baiyu uncorked a bottle of strong liquor and took a swig. His words left the hastily arrived Sengoku, and others utterly devoid of composure, their facial muscles twitching in disbelief. The recent battle had even laid waste to the plaza of the Navy headquarters. Such reckless, large-scale confrontations left Baiyu unsatisfied. Did he truly intend to obliterate the entire Navy headquarters before finding contentment? Yet, facing Baiyu, the lone figure remaining on the battlefield, neither Sengoku nor the other naval commanders could quell their unease at his frenzied and reckless combat style. This man was evidently playing with fire. Engaging with someone of his ilk was nothing short of a nightmare, unless one possessed overwhelming strength to subdue him. Baiyu, I shall end you. With a resounding crash, two figures erupted from the sea. Aside from the burning mountain, Akainu was clearly being helped out of the water. However, unlike an ordinary landlubber, someone of Akainu's caliber, so close to the pinnacle of power, was not easily extinguished by a brief immersion in the ocean. Feeling the molten magma surging within him once more, Sengoku hastily dashed out, positioning himself between Baiyu and Akainu. Enough of this commotion. If you wish to fight, take it to the new world. Do not wreak havoc within the headquarters. Just look at the state of the plaza. The costs of repairs will be deducted from your future salaries. Furthermore, as we all heard, Akainu, should you strike again, do not blame me for being unyielding. Baiyu, you must also temper yourself. His thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Carp, understanding the gravity of the situation, patted Baiyu on the shoulder. Let's call it a day. There will be many more opportunities to clash with formidable opponents. If you remain dissatisfied, I shall gladly oblige. Baiyu's bloodthirsty battle fervor flickered momentarily at Carp's proposition, clearly intrigued by the offer. Sengoku felt his facial muscles twitch again, a ludicrous thought flashing through his mind. This fellow would not even spare his grandfather. Surely, the commander-in-chief of the Navy was not on the list of combatants either? Let go of me. Akainu's expression darkened like a stormy sea. He understood that once this day passed, the tale of this battle would undoubtedly spread far and wide. Little did he realize that his overconfidence had turned what was meant to be a show of strength into a stepping stone for another. Admiral Sakazuki, your wound. Fire Fist released his grip, yet the sight of the ghastly injury on Akainu's chest made it difficult for him to remain composed. It's merely a scratch. It won't be my end. Akainu inhaled deeply, forcing back the pain radiating from his wound. Ever since he had acquired the magma fruit and risen to the rank of admiral, he could hardly recall the last time he had sustained such an injury. Looking at the young man before him, Akainu's face was etched with frost. You little brat, I never anticipated you concealed your true power so deeply. It seems you too possess the abilities of a Logia-type devil fruit. If I am not mistaken, that strike you just delivered must have been infused with the powers of the dark fruit. The dark fruit. The expressions of those present changed dramatically in an instant, including even Garp and Sengoku. The terrifying nature of the dark fruit is well documented in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. In the original narrative, Blackbeard learned of this fruit through the very same encyclopedia. Now, with Akainu facing defeat, he attributes his failure to the dark fruit, which has undeniably shocked everyone. Baiyu, are you truly a user of the devil fruit? Do you possess the Logia-type dark fruit? Sengoku inquired urgently. While Baiyu's earlier display of formidable conqueror's haki and the techniques of a grand swordsman left everyone in awe, the revelation that he truly wields the dark fruit, with its extraordinary abilities, is enough to secure his position among the highest ranks. Chapter 75. The Grand Versailles Scene. General Sengoku, do you speak of power? Baiyu inquired. His right hand outstretched, a swirling black vortex rapidly coalescing in his palm. In the next moment, an immense force of attraction surged forth uncontrollably. Everyone standing nearby was abruptly drawn into this unexpected torrent, their footing faltering. The sole solace was that the moment Baiyu unleashed this power, he swiftly reined it in. However, having experienced that fleeting instant firsthand, the gazes of all around him toward Baiyu transformed entirely. The wielder of the three-colored haki, the prowess of a great swordsman, and the dark fruit, such a formidable and extraordinary natural devil fruit ability. If one were to quantify it, he appeared to surpass the current three admirals, albeit slightly. Indeed, the three admirals were proficient in haki, yet they specialized solely in the two-colored variant, primarily focusing on the development of their devil fruit powers. Bayu's comprehensive mastery, once unleashed, suggested that he could potentially distinguish himself among the ranks of the admirals. In that moment, they finally comprehended why Garp consistently extolled the virtues of the Navy King. Such strength was undeniably impeccable. "You little rascal, you truly have a hidden card," Sengoku exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Why did you not utilize your fruit's capabilities in battle? Have you just acquired the dark fruit and yet to develop it? I recall there are records within the world government concerning the fruit powers of the previous wielder. If you desire, I could assist you in obtaining a copy." Initially, Sengoku had been preoccupied with how to report the promotion of an admiral to the five elders. Yet, everything Bayu had just demonstrated served as a flawless response, rendering any justification unnecessary. "No, I have no need for records," Bayu replied, taking a swig of his drink. "I disdain the idea of cheating with fruit abilities, as it would tarnish the essence of combat. I prefer the intimacy of hand-to-hand combat, and I appreciate your goodwill, General Sengoku. If there is nothing else, I wish to take my leave and rest." After departing from Sky Island, Bayu had traversed for 5 consecutive days using his aura to manipulate his sword, finally arriving at the Navy headquarters. Considering the battle just fought, he had engaged with 3 formidable foes in rapid succession, a frequency that even he found somewhat taxing. Moreover, with the system at his disposal and the martial skills of Yejin Jia, Bayu would eventually master them effortlessly. There was no need for concern in that regard. The real worry lay in finding worthy opponents for combat in the future. Disdaining the use of a devil fruit, the onlookers felt a jolt of disbelief. Was this truly the grandest Versailles scene? Or had the opponents been so feeble that they did not warrant the activation of a devil fruit? In response to this proclamation, even Akainu struggled to contain himself, nearly erupting in fury. Sengoku opened his mouth, momentarily speechless, but upon surveying the chaotic scene, he gestured dismissively. "Very well. Since you have your own plans, I shall not interfere further. Garp, please escort Bayu to rest. Indeed, the expenses for the repairs of this square will be deducted from you and Akainu. Do not feign ignorance when the time comes, lest you seek an audience with me for a reckoning." "Ha, Sengoku, rest assured, if my grandson seeks to confront you, I shall be the first to witness the spectacle, for seeing your misfortune would be quite entertaining." Garp let out a hearty laugh and promptly led Bayu away. He was brimming with joy and eager to share a few words with Bayu. As for Nami and the others, they exchanged glances and quickly followed suit, leaving behind the stunned admirers of the Navy, both commanders and soldiers alike. A day later, a piece of news from the Navy headquarters ignited a whirlwind throughout the New World. Upon reading the contents of the newspaper, a sense of foreboding enveloped everyone, as it became apparent that the tides of this sea were about to shift dramatically. In the New World, aboard a colossal vessel resembling a whale, a massive figure, drenched in 4 drips, was pouring spirits into his mouth, occasionally squinting at the newspaper in his hands. "Old man, we are in grave trouble. A formidable and terrifying individual has emerged from the Navy headquarters." A hurried voice suddenly broke the silence. Soon, the armored figure of Diamond Jozu appeared, hastily approaching while brandishing a pristine newspaper. "Jozu, what calamity has occurred?" "I had just settled down for a brief nap," Marco remarked, raising an eyebrow and casting a reproachful glance. Jozu's expression shifted, and he promptly sealed his lips. As the ship's doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco was acutely aware of Whitebeard's physical condition. Were it not for the 4 drips and his devil fruit ability, his physical prowess would have considerably diminished. After all, not everyone possesses the monstrous resilience of Garp. "Old man, you are hardly decrepit. What could possibly alarm me?" Whitebeard opened his eyes, laughing heartily as he took another swig of his drink. "It wouldn't be related to the Navy discovering the body of the fallen supernova, Gold Lion, would it? That Gold Lion, after more than 2 decades of absence, reappears and targets a new recruit from the Navy. Such disruption to the maritime order is simply unacceptable. In these waters, whether pirate or Navy, as long as newcomers do not overstep their bounds, the 4 emperors and the Navy's elite forces disdain engaging with them. Otherwise, with monsters like Garp lurking, those from the 4 emperors' ranks, such as Whitebeard, would scarcely have the opportunity to emerge at all." Now that Gold Lion has chosen to strike at Bayou, especially with Garp's grandson involved, it does seem rather egregious. Old man, could you please refrain from consuming so much alcohol? It's detrimental to your health, Marco implored, taking the newspaper from Josu's hands. The moment he instinctively glanced at the newspaper's cover, his expression froze. What has transpired, Marco? Is there something extraordinary within the newspaper? Whitebeard inquired, intrigued. Marco was, after all, one of his most cherished sons, second only to Odin. It is a rarity to witness such an expression of astonishment. Father, the Navy headquarters has made an announcement. The super rookie Bayou, who vanished 5 days ago, reappeared yesterday in Marineford. Not only does he possess the relics of the legendary Golden Lion Shiki, namely the Sakura tin and withered wood, but he also managed to defeat Admiral Akainu by the narrowest of margins, all in front of the entire Navy. He has been recommended as the 4th Admiral of the Navy, shattering the long-standing hierarchy of the 3 admirals. Marco hastily presented the newspaper in his hands. Just 5 days prior, they had mocked Bayou for his overestimation of his capabilities by following the Golden Lion. They had anticipated a grim fate for him. Yet the outcome was utterly unforeseen. In just one day, a deluge of shocking news has emerged. The 4th Admiral of the Navy, the slayer of the old era's legend, Golden Lion Shiki, defeating Admiral Akainu by the slimmest of margins. This series of achievements has sent ripples of astonishment throughout the seas. Chapter 76, Blackbeard's Scheme. Captain Marco. Is what you said truly the case? Tiki, nonchalantly enjoying a cherry pie from the back of the crowd, laughed carelessly. To defeat Admiral Akainu. Could it merely be a staged performance orchestrated by the Navy headquarters? What power could a mere 18-year-old possess? In the eyes of Blackbeard, the greatest player of the Whitebeard pirates, even if the world turned upside down, as long as it did not affect him. He was content to laze about in the Whitebeard pirates, searching for the Yami Yami no Mi. Tiki was not wrong. He was just a kid of 18. What could he possibly achieve? It was indeed plausible that this was a self-directed act by the Navy headquarters, aimed at putting pressure on his pirates. I remarked that such petty tricks would only work if the boy had been hiding in the Navy headquarters all along. Otherwise, once he set sail and encountered true power, the so-called 4th Admiral would surely be exposed, bringing shame upon the Navy headquarters. I could hardly wait to see the expressions on those fellows' faces. The atmosphere suddenly became electric. Each member aboard the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, had long been a seasoned presence in these waters. It could be said that anyone present, including Marco, the most esteemed junior of Whitebeard, could not confidently claim to triumph over the 3 admirals. To be able to withstand the onslaught of the 3 admirals was already a commendable feat now. Out of the blue, a mere 18-year-old boy emerged, claiming to have narrowly defeated the renowned Admiral Akainu. Such a claim was hard for many to accept. No. The newspaper stated that this naval newcomer was not only a master swordsman, but also possessed the 3 types of haki and the abilities of a suspected Logia-type devil fruit. Marco's expression turned grave. If what the newspapers say is true, even if he did not defeat Admiral Akainu, he must possess considerable strength. A Logia-type devil fruit? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The 3 admirals were deemed the strongest of all time largely due to their possession of Logia-type devil fruits. Should he truly possess such a fruit, the admiral's position would be all but secured. Captain Marco, I heard that this boy came from the East Blue. What kind of barren place could possibly yield a Logia-type devil fruit? I am quite curious, Tiki remarked, shoving another bite of cherry pie into his mouth. Suspected Logia-type Yami Yami no Mi. Marco's face darkened further. PFF Tiki spewed out the cherry pie he had just bitten into, snatching the newspaper away. He stared at the report, his pupils dilating in shock. In that moment, Blackbeard felt as though the sky was collapsing upon him. He had infiltrated the Whitebeard pirates for so long, all for the sake of Whitebeard, the foremost of the 4 emperors, believing he had a greater chance of obtaining the Yami Yami no Mi. Now, the Navy's 4th Admiral was suspected of having acquired the Logia-type Yami Yami no Mi. Had all his years of lurking been for naught? Tiki, what is the matter with you? Marco furrowed his brow, feeling a certain weight regarding the elder from the same era. No, it's nothing. I'm merely curious if this 4th Admiral of the Navy is truly formidable. Teach forced a stiff smile, his hand crushing the cherry pie he held. In the wake of the lost dark fruit, only one thought lingered in his mind, though it was evidently a daunting task. Just as these ideas began to surface, a ludicrous notion flashed through Teach's mind, prompting him to speak hastily. "Old man, a young man named Portghast Ace has recently emerged in the Grand Line. It is said he wields a natural-type devil fruit, the Mera Mera no Mi. From some whispers I've gathered in recent days, his bounty will soon surpass 100 million. The Navy headquarters is now proclaiming that they intend to appoint an 18-year-old brat as the 4th Admiral. Why don't we recruit this pirate supernova into the Whitebeard Pirates, seizing the opportunity to undermine the Navy's prestige? If this is feasible, a natural-type devil fruit user would undoubtedly bolster your strength, old man." His words cascaded like cannon fire across the deck. Marco and the others were momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by Teach's sudden proposal. Portghast Ace? Whitebeard's brow furrowed. Meanwhile, Teach hastily retrieved the newspapers he had previously collected and handed them over. He had been quite attentive to the emergence of natural-type devil fruit users. Having secured Ace's articles for himself, his singular aim in suggesting this was to elevate a pirate supernova. The Navy and pirates were inherently at odds. Should a pirate arise who could stand toe-to-toe with a Navy supernova, a clash for honor would be inevitable. At that juncture, Teach would have the opportunity to collect the spoils. Of course, had he known the connection between Whitebeard and Ace, he would have undoubtedly slapped himself in disbelief. Gazing at the somewhat familiar visage in the newspaper, Whitebeard pondered for a moment before remarking, "This lad has managed to elevate his bounty to 100 million berries in just a month. He must possess some considerable strength. A natural-type Mera Mera no Mi. Indeed intriguing." The article also mentions that his greatest desire is to challenge me. It seems fate has a hand in this. However, whether he can join the Whitebeard Pirates remains contingent upon him undergoing some trials. "Marco, I entrust this matter to you entirely. I hope you do not disappoint me." "Rest assured, old man, I will see to it," Marco replied, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, yet he readily acquiesced. The Whitebeard Pirates had not recruited core crew members in quite some time, and the position of 2nd Division Captain had remained vacant. Ace's emergence undoubtedly piqued Marco's interest in a promising opportunity. Certainly, this is predicated on the premise that the formidable Fire Fist Ace can exhibit a conviction comparable to Kazuki Oden. Otherwise, all is mere folly. Observing the cascade of commands, a cruel smile crept across Teach's face. If he could not possess it, then he would obliterate it. As long as the bearer of the dark fruit, by you, perishes, the treasures of the sea shall re-emerge in any corner of the ocean. Such a method, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, is far preferable to allowing the dark fruit to fall into another's hands. Of course, should Bayou become aware that Teach's convoluted scheme involved using his little brother against him, he would undoubtedly retort with a resounding fool. Chapter 77. The 4th Admiral's fame spreads across the seas. Meanwhile, amidst the astonishment of the Whitebeard Pirates, the other emperors also received this news. In Wano country, within the fortress built inside a colossal skull, a massive figure was drinking heartily. As he listened to the reports from the pirates beside him, a sinister gleam flashed across his face, and he burst into unrestrained laughter. "Haha, Jin, did you hear that? The Navy has announced their 4th Admiral, and it turns out to be a mere child still smelling of milk. Do you think the Navy headquarters has run out of competent personnel and needs me to lend them some?" Kaido's voice boomed. "You are absolutely right, Brother Kaido," Jack replied with a blank expression. "With such thin arms and legs, I could snap him in half with a single hand." Queen, standing nearby, wore a disdainful and amused smile. In their eyes, anyone who could rise to the top tier of combat on the seas had to have endured the test of time. Just as they had. Only Jin, the strategist of the Beast's pirates, remained thoughtful for a moment before speaking. "Lord Kaido, I have heard that this child managed to slay the Golden Lion and acquired his famed sword. To be appointed as an admiral, he must possess some strength. The sudden appointment of a new admiral from the Navy headquarters signifies that they are freeing up another arm to contend with the shifting tides of the sea. We must be more cautious in our dealings with the Joker." "The Joker?" Kaido's expression darkened, his grip on the bottle tightening until it shattered with a cold snap. "Humph. A mere upstart, lacking even the corpse of the Golden Lion. Whether he lives or dies is inconsequential. Moreover, Shiki has long since deteriorated into senility. His strength reduced to a fraction of its former self. I could easily slay him. If the Navy headquarters dares to interfere with my dealings with the Joker, they should not blame me for being impolite and personally visiting the Navy headquarters to end this myself. I want to see the expression of despair on this fourth admiral's face when he confronts me. Haha, you are absolutely right, Kaido. At such a moment, I feel compelled to sing a tune. Queen laughed heartily, quickly getting into the spirit. Jack, beside him, his eyes reddening like a wild dog ready to pounce, caused Jin to feel an immediate headache. Kaido is indeed formidable, though he harbored doubts about whether the Navy headquarters could contain him. Yet, the thought of the four emperors, particularly Kaido, attempting to end his own life from time to time, seemed utterly absurd. Simultaneously, on an island in the New World, red-haired Shanks gazed at the newspaper in his hands, his face reflecting shock. Captain Shanks, isn't this the child who claimed to be Luffy back in Fusha Village? He mused. I never expected that after some time apart, he would actually become a member of the Navy, and within a short span, ascend to the rank of 4th Admiral, shattering the ironclad rules of the 3 admirals. It appears we have indeed overlooked something, red-haired Shanks. Have we misjudged the potential of the new era? The murmurs of the crowd caused Shanks to furrow his brow. In Windmill Village, he had meticulously sought out candidates, conducting extensive inquiries before selecting Luffy as the pivotal figure to dismantle the old order. It is not that his contemporaries, Whitebeard and Ace, lack brilliance, rather, their backgrounds pale in comparison to Luffy's. One is the grandson of the naval hero Garp, and the other is the scion of a revolutionary. Such powerful connections in the realms of black, white, and gray underscore Luffy's immense potential and far-reaching influence. It was precisely for this reason that Shanks placed his bet on Luffy, having painstakingly acquired the Gum Gum fruit from CP9. However, the rapid developments surrounding Whitebeard have left him somewhat flustered. Within the confines of Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin gazed at the newspaper in her hands, unable to suppress a smile. This expression sent a shiver down the spines of those around her. As her children, they understood all too well what such a smile signified. They had not anticipated that the Navy headquarters would break the convention of having only 3 admirals, introducing a 4th young admiral who possesses such formidable strength at the tender age of 18. His physical prowess must be remarkable. Perispero, find an opportunity to capture him for me. I wish to bear his children. The echoes of her words reverberated throughout the castle. If Whitebeard were to discover that he had caught the attention of Big Mom, he would surely regret his brashness in becoming a naval admiral merely to pass the time. As the news spread like thunder, it reverberated through the seas, affecting the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, and anyone within earshot of the 4th Admiral's emergence. In a flash, reports of the 4th Admiral's fame gripped the seas, with the renowned journalist Morgans circulating the story for 3 consecutive days. No one felt disdain for such headlines, rather, there was a curious eagerness to delve deeper into the matter. The morning sun cascaded over the Navy headquarters plaza like shards of gold. A figure, bare-chested and showcasing a well-defined physique, swung a wooden sword with fervor. Each strike sent gusts of wind swirling around the plaza, drawing the attention of passing naval soldiers. This rising star was no stranger to them, hailed as the soon-to-be 4th Admiral of the headquarters, a representation of the pinnacle of naval strength. Just 3 days prior, a cataclysmic battle had shaken the very foundations of their being, winning the hearts of countless soldiers. They had assumed that someone like Whitebeard, a naval admiral, would be elusive, akin to the other 3 admirals. They never imagined he would so openly engage in his morning practice in the plaza. His diligent demeanor stirred the hearts of all naval personnel present. If even an admiral is striving so hard, how could they, the lower-ranking soldiers, dare to slack off? In a fleeting moment, any naval soldier passing by without a task found themselves drawn into the rigorous training of swordsmanship. As time progressed, the expansive square became populated by thousands of sailors. This grand scale of training evoked a sense of fervor even among the high-ranking naval officers and the likes of Sengoku, who were observing from above. They had long forgotten when the generals of the Navy headquarters last engaged in such training. Among the 3 admirals, one was a sloth, another a mere performer, and the last a grim figure. Only White Yu appeared somewhat normal, his demeanor radiating a sunny disposition and ambition. Observing the synchronized movements and the formidable formations of the soldiers, a faint smile of satisfaction began to emerge on Sengoku's face. Indeed, the decision to nominate White Yu as the fourth admiral of the Navy, despite the pressure from the elders, proved to be remarkably astute. However, the challenges posed by the elders still left Sengoku feeling somewhat troubled. Chapter 78. The Extraordinary Refresh of Goods 9999. 10,000. Buzz. The wooden sword in Bai Yu's hand delivered the final strike. A surge of white energy converged at the tip of the blade, instantly transforming into a streak of light that effortlessly cleaved a boulder several meters away in two. The naval officers present were struck with astonishment at this spectacle. Truly, he is General Bai Yu. While I have merely completed 1,000 strikes, he has already surpassed 10,000. TCH, I've only managed 700. I have barely 500. Look at that fellow with the green algae hair beside General Bai Yu. He seems remarkably formidable, having struck 5,000 times. The atmosphere became electric. Initially, they, like Zoro, had thought Bai Yu's slicing training was the simplest task. However, as time progressed, they realized how naive that belief had been. With every strike they completed, Bai Yu had already executed 5 more. When they finished 2 strikes, he had accomplished 15. That speed felt not only boundless, but also instilled a sense of despair in their hearts that was impossible to overcome. Only Zoro, filled with a ferocious determination, relentlessly pursued Bai Yu. Yet, in this desperate chase, Zoro could only manage to achieve half of Bai Yu's feats. Of course, Zoro understood that this seemingly honorable achievement was only possible because Bai Yu had been generously easing off. If Bai Yu were to truly apply himself, Zoro believed his pride would be utterly shattered. In the brief span of just over a month since embarking on this journey with Bai Yu, Zoro's initial desire to grow stronger and defeat Bai Yu had transformed into a frenzied desire to minimize the widening gap between them. A sense of despair enveloped him. The only solace came from the weighted wristbands, which made Zoro feel his strength had indeed seen considerable improvement. Regrettably, his grasp of haki remained rudimentary, and he could not yet manifest it. This level of achievement earned him Boggett's commendation, labeling him a diligent genius. However, when compared to Bai Yu, Zoro felt disheartened. Ding. Congratulations, host. Daily slicing task completed. Reward, 0, 1, unlocking value. Current unlocking progress, 34. 5. The ethereal voice of the system echoed. Bai Yu let out a weary sigh. During the battle against Eneru on Sky Island, he had only received 1. 5 unlocking values. 3 days prior, his clash with Akainu had ended inconclusively, yielding 2. 8 unlocking values. After 2 days of rigorous training, his progress had finally reached 34. 5. Only 0. 5 remained until the next unlocking step. However, with the increase in unlocking progress, Bai Yu gradually discovered that the system had become cunning. Merely defeating opponents would not guarantee substantial unlocking values. For instance, defeating Eneru, who possessed the nature-type Rumble Rumble fruit but was entirely ignorant of haki, had only granted him a meager 1. 5 unlocking values. This was undoubtedly disheartening. It seemed that choosing worthy opponents to face next would require significantly more contemplation. However, what took Bai Yu by surprise was the substantial reward of Maul points granted by the system this time. Host, Bai Yu. Strength, 2,000. Speed, 2,100. Stamina, 2,250. Dao power value, 3,500. Main template, Genryusai Yamamoto, 34. 5. Subordinate templates, Shadow Assassin Wu Yochi, 100. Yedrin Jieda, 50. Skills, Xuanbu, Ultimate Spiritual Pressure. Swordsmanship Severance, Iron Cutting Realm. 3-colored Overbearing Chi, Dark Magic. Weapon, Demon Blade Muramasa, Magic Blade, Thousand Edges version. Sakura 10, Withered Wood. Maul points, 2,800. Observing his previously simplistic panel now transformed into something much more substantial, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel the absurdity of the system. For an ordinary person, transitioning from a blank slate to a vibrant tapestry seems a feat that would typically require 3 to 5 years, or even decades of arduous effort. Yet, Baiyu accomplished this remarkable journey in just over a month. Should word of this spread, it was likely that the 5 Elder Stars would take immediate action against him. Particularly noteworthy was the Dao power value, which surged from a modest 500 to an astonishing 3,000. While this may appear minimal, the amalgamation of various template powers had already surpassed the original narrative, where characters wielding a Dao power value of 4,000 could invoke the abilities of the animal-type Devil Fruit. Rob Lucci, with the enhancement of ultimate spiritual pressure, extreme killing intent, and dark magic, the strength amassed within Baiyu could undoubtedly exceed 10,000. This formidable power was the very foundation of his audacity in close combat. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system mall has refreshed successfully. The ethereal chime resonated at just the right moment. Baiyu raised an eyebrow, realizing that this system might indeed be a timely boon. However, considering the system's exploitative nature, he feared that the freshly acquired 2,800 points would soon be diminished. Nevertheless, if he could consume all 2,800 points in one go, Baiyu was eager to discover what marvels the mall would present this time. System, please open the mall interface. Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. The mall page has refreshed. Following 2 successive notifications, Baiyu felt a rush of images before him as the mall interface unfolded. As he quickly scanned the latest 2 product categories, his eyes lit up with excitement. 1. Celestial Bean, from a certain Pearl World. This bean can revive a person from the brink of death, valued at 300 points. 2. Modified Gravity Training Room, also from a certain Pearl World. This facility allows for adjustable gravity to facilitate high-pressure training, with a 50 chance of enhancing the awakening of overbearing Qi, valued at 2,500 points. Oh my! Baiyu could hardly contain his astonishment, especially upon observing the second item, the Modified Gravity Training Room. The prospect of increasing gravity to enhance physical training was remarkable. However, what truly left Baiyu in shock was the fact that the Modified Training Room possessed a 50 chance of augmenting the awakening of overbearing Qi. If the system was not jesting with him, the Modified Gravity Training Room is indeed exceedingly extraordinary. In the realm of the Sea King, awakening one's haki necessitates not only dedicated training, but also considerable time and effort. Moreover, it demands immense opportunities and rigorous combat experience, yielding merely a 1 in 1,000 chance of awakening. In the original narrative, Kobe, for instance, narrowly intercepted Akainu, awakening his observation haki through the harrowing experience of near death. Early members of CP9 were even devoid of the basic 2-color haki. Their lack was not due to a lack of desire, but rather the absence of opportunity. Now, the system can randomly refresh a single item that could enhance the probability of awakening haki by 50%. If others were to discover this, they would undoubtedly rush toward the Modified Gravity Training Room in a frenzy. However, such a miraculous item must surely come with significant requirements, one would assume. This thought barely crossed his mind before Baiyu swiftly dismissed it. With such an extraordinary item, what trivial flaw could possibly matter? It was settled. System, immediately facilitate the exchange of all items for me. Chapter 79, Methods to Enhance the Awakening of Dominance Ding. Congratulations, host. You have accumulated a total of 2,800 system points. The exchange has been successful. The items have been delivered into the system space. The ethereal prompt resonated once more. Gazing at the system interface, with the points now cleared, Baiyu felt an unprecedented sense of liberation from the system's demands. A training facility that could elevate the chances of awakening dominance by over 50%. Should the outside world become aware of this, it would undoubtedly stir another uproar across the seas. Indeed, the new world is rife with individuals wielding dominance. Yet this does not imply that everyone can master it. Among 100, one adept is already commendable. Nonetheless, the new world harbors peculiarities, such as on Amazon Lily, where the prevalence of dominance has led to an increase in those possessing dual-colored abilities. However, even with the experience of predecessors, discovering the sensation of dominance remains a daunting task. The capacity to enhance awakening probabilities is exceedingly rare. Now, with a modified gravity training chamber that could enhance the awakening chances by 50%, this was nearly miraculous. Baiyu exhaled a deep sigh, swiftly exiting the system and casting a glance at Zoro beside him. Zoro, do you wish to awaken your dominance? The question momentarily stunned Zoro, who instinctively tightened his grip on his sword and exclaimed, Captain, I certainly wish to awaken my dominance. Rest assured, I have already grasped the essence of the sensation. Based on my estimations, within 2 months, no, within a month and a half, I shall undoubtedly awaken. I am aware that you will soon confront even more formidable foes in the new world, and I shall not bring you shame. His words flowed forth, laced with an undercurrent of determination. At that moment, Zoro comprehended the folly of lingering in the East Blue for so long, especially after witnessing Baiyu's formidable strength. He yearned to dedicate every waking hour to training. Captain, we shall master dominance swiftly and will not let you down. As a gentleman, I must protect the ladies, and I will strive diligently. Captain, you mentioned that the 98K has certain requirements for dominance. I have been intensifying my exploration of the essence. Nami and the others coincidentally arrived, each focusing on different combat skills, with only Zoro training and slashing under Baiyu's guidance. However, since the incident with the Golden Lion, not only Zoro but even Nami had intensified her training, which astonished Baiyu. Baiyu, if possible, could you provide guidance on my mastery of dominance? Iska squeezed through the crowd. It was her first time participating in Baiyu's morning practice. This very experience left her once again in awe of him. After Baiyu completed 10,000 slashes, she barely managed to reach 1,700. The vast disparity illuminated the extent of the gulf between her and Baiyu. You are indeed not my direct subordinate. However, we share a certain affinity. I happen to be contemplating a method to enhance the probability of Haki awakening. If you wish to partake, you may join. Baiyu cast a glance at Iska and inquired, have you begun to sense your Haki? Methods to enhance Haki awakening? Iska paused momentarily, quickly regaining his composure. I have begun to feel the Haki, but I have yet to awaken it. General Baiyu, do you truly possess a method to increase the chances of awakening? His urgent questioning startled the entire plaza, including Smoker, who was not far off, puffing on a cigar. Everyone within the Navy headquarters is well aware of the utility of Haki. During this time, even Smoker has been discreetly exploring it. Baiyu's sudden mention of this matter ignited a spark of competitive spirit within Smoker. Iska, General Baiyu is an awakened user of all 3 types of Haki. He may indeed have some insights to share, but do not harbor excessive expectations, Smoker replied gravely. Genius cannot be mass-produced. Regaining his composure, Iska noticed his earlier lapse in etiquette and quickly added, my apologies, General Baiyu. If it is inconvenient, I can continue my exploration alone. As Baiyu had mentioned, the training was intended solely for his direct subordinates. Pressing too hard might lead to complications. Well, as I said, I am merely testing the waters. Of course, should you find the experience enlightening, it would not be surprising if you wish to join my ranks afterward. Baiyu took a swig of strong liquor and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, strode towards an open area in the plaza. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the modified gravity training room concealed within the system space crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, stirring up a cloud of dust that left everyone momentarily speechless. The ability to conjure an entire structure seemingly out of thin air was undeniably astonishing. General Baiyu, do you intend for us to enter and elucidate the secrets of Haki awakening? Iska could not help but ask. If it is too sensitive to be shared, I can forego learning it. Silence, Zoro interjected. All of you, step inside. This is a special training room that can enhance the probability of Haki awakening through external forces. Baiyu opened the door to the modified gravity training room. The interior design was identical to the gravity training room Baiyu remembered from a certain orb, but with the system's enhancements, it possessed an extraordinary capability. However, if Baiyu recalled correctly, within that orb, both Kakarot and Vegeta had found the gravity training room instrumental in their awakening of Super Saiyan forms. This was likely one of the reasons for the system's modifications. General Baiyu, you assert that this room can indeed increase the chances of Haki awakening? Smoker, still holding his cigar, frowned slightly. Are you certain this is not merely a private endeavor? Zoro and the others fell silent, for the claim seemed far too fantastical. Whether it works or not cannot be determined by mere words. Let us proceed inside. Baiyu, with a bloodthirsty smile, took a swig of his drink. He had little inclination to explain the system's output. Were it not for their shared identity as members of the Navy, he would have had no desire to introduce the modified training room. Faced with Bayu's resolute decision, Zoro fell into a brief silence before being the first to step inside. As a crew member, the foremost principle is to always trust the captain. With Zoro leading the way, Sanji lit a cigarette and followed suit, as he viewed Zoro as a rival. Regardless of the authenticity of the opportunity Bayu mentioned, Sanji was determined not to relinquish his chance easily. Karina and Nami exchanged glances before they too joined in. Iska, initially considering retracting her decision, found herself unable to resist Bayu's playful gaze and ultimately gritted her teeth and followed as well. Unbeknownst to her, Iska was curious about the confidence behind Bayu's words. Her instincts urged her to take a gamble. Chapter 80. Awakening the Haki with a silken smoothness. As all figures vanished beyond the door, Bayu promptly shut it. This scene left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Was this not akin to closing the door to prepare a secret feast? Bayu remained outside, yet those within, how could they enhance their chances of awakening Haki? Smoker, who was nearby with a cigar in his mouth, wore a similarly perplexed expression. Bayu paid it no mind and, with a flicker of thought, perused the instructions for the modified training room. Indeed, each utilization of this modified training chamber required 24 system points for a day's duration, accruing 1 point per hour. Since today marked its inaugural use, the first day was complimentary. The method of usage was quite straightforward. With the increase in gravity, the effects extended beyond mere physicality, penetrating the realm of the mind. It aimed to unleash potential through the suppression of past fears. Why hasn't the Admiral entered? Is it my fault? Iska pondered, gazing at the closed door, unable to contain his anxiety. Iska, silence yourself, Bayu replied coolly. Every action you take is under my surveillance. I will now activate this training room, which will continuously amplify the gravity, exerting pressure on both your body and spirit. I trust you will successfully awaken your Haki. Increasing gravity? Zoro and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had never encountered such a remarkable phenomenon before. However, before they could fully comprehend it, the lights within the room suddenly dimmed. A crimson display flashed the number 1. Before Zoro and the others could react, they were overtaken by an overwhelming sensation as if the air around them was compressing. Their bodies felt inexplicably heavy. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The crimson numeral leapt from 1 to 2, further intensifying the gravitational pressure upon them. In that instant, they felt as though lead had been infused into their very frames. For Zoro, accustomed to weight training, this abrupt shift in gravity was something he could momentarily adapt to. However, for Nami and Karina, their bodies could not withstand the strain, and they collapsed against the wall. What shocked Zoro and the others most was that Nami and Karina, with their eyes tightly shut, appeared to be grappling with an unimaginable terror, their faces contorted in struggle. Observing all this with the system's ease, Bayu raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. He had anticipated that employing the modified training room would require some time to yield results. Yet he did not expect Nami and Karina to enter a state so swiftly. According to the system's description, for an individual to trigger the effects of the modified training room, they must first attain a certain state of readiness. If this state was not achieved, even an increase in gravity to 100-fold would not facilitate the awakening of Haki. Bayu had worried whether Nami and Karina's delicate limbs could endure under such pressure. He never expected the effects to manifest at merely double the gravity. Seeing the two, drenched in sweat and bearing expressions of struggle, Bayu resolved to intensify the challenge. Threefold. Buzz. Within the modified training chamber, the space suddenly trembled. Iska and the others felt an overwhelming weight upon their bodies. The expressions of fear and struggle on Nami and Karina's faces reached a pinnacle of intensity. In the next moment, they abruptly opened their eyes, and an unusual aura erupted violently within them. A pitch-black layer of Haki swiftly enveloped their fists. Although this sheen of Haki was faint, giving the impression that it could shatter at any moment. The fact that these two had awakened their Haki in the mere span of 1 or 2 minutes since entering the modified training room was astonishing. Zoro and the others were left bewildered. Was this the same hockey they had spent countless hours trying to capture and refine? How could it seem so trivial in Bayu's hands? Merely through a single room, they had awakened so effortlessly. Yet, this very reason stirred a tumult of excitement within Zoro and the others. If Karina and Nami, the two most beautiful members aboard, could easily awaken their haki, they could not believe that they themselves were incapable of doing so. Nami, Karina, you may step out now. Bayu was equally astonished. The modified training room appeared devoid of any awakening symbols, yet its efficacy exceeded his expectations. However, the triple gravity was already at their limits. Continuing further would likely result in them being crushed by the weight. With this thought, Bayu's mind shifted, and the door of the modified training room swung open. Nami and Karina stumbled out, nearly exhausted, and collapsed onto a nearby chair, gasping for breath. The bizarre scene left everyone momentarily speechless. In their eyes, Nami and Karina had only entered the room for a brief moment, uttered a loud cry, and then rushed out. Such occurrences were utterly perplexing. Bayu, disinterested in explaining, disregarded everything as he closed the door of the modified training room once more. The gravity, which had been set at 3, swiftly escalated again. 4, 5, 6. Accompanied by Iska's anguished cries, 5 minutes had elapsed. When she staggered out of the modified training room, her face, marked by fatigue, bore an unmistakable joy. This sight left everyone in a state of confusion. Had they become addicted to the torment? What lay within those walls? Even Smoker could not restrain himself and approached quickly. Iska, what transpired in there? Why does everyone look so satisfied? Weren't you supposed to be learning how to enhance your haki awakening? A torrent of questions spilled forth. Under other circumstances, Smoker would not have lost his composure. But the increasingly bizarre events rendered him utterly impatient. Smoker, you will soon regret not having gone in earlier. You will soon discover what occurred within, Iska replied, forcing herself to breathe deeply, her face alight with exhilaration. I never imagined that awakening haki could be so seamless. Indeed, regarding the adjective Iskar, Bayu wholeheartedly agrees. At the very least, observing the awakening process of the 3 women, Karina and her companions, unfolds as naturally as water flows. This implies not only their remarkable talent and fortuitous circumstances, but also highlights Bayu's discerning insight. Nevertheless, while he contemplates this, his actions remain unequivocal. As the gravity within the modified training chamber escalates rapidly, 1 minute later, Sanji cries out. 2 minutes later, Zoro also calls out. Witnessing the 2 weary figures, drenched and crawling out, one might genuinely suspect, if unaware of the context, that these 2 imposing men had engaged in something rather questionable within. Chapter 81. A fierce struggle for a spot. Moments later, Bayu downed several shots of strong liquor. Smog, unable to contain himself any longer, remarked, General Bayu, did you not say you would guide them in awakening their haki? Why the delay? Everyone was eager to glean some insights. Initially, Smog had held back a bit. But as time passed, the increasingly bizarre situation stirred doubts within him. The soldiers gathered around also leaned in, their expressions filled with urgency. After all, within the Navy headquarters, there were only 3 paths to prominence. First, acquiring the powers of a devil fruit. Second, mastering the 6 forms of the Navy. And third, awakening haki. Unfortunately, while these may seem straightforward in theory, the execution was far more challenging than one could imagine. Even the simplest act of consuming a devil fruit required a stroke of fortune, and now, faced with the rare opportunity to learn from the youngest and most talented general, it was impossible for anyone to remain composed. What do you mean by starting? Bayu grinned bloodthirstily, taking another swig of his drink. The training has concluded. They have already awakened their haki. What? Smog was momentarily taken aback. Karina and the others also regained their composure. With a knowing smile, they unleashed their newly awakened haki. Though still shallow, Smog's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief, his pupils narrowing to pinpoints. During this period, he had been in the company of Zoro and others, fully aware of their ignorance regarding haki. To consider it from another angle, they could potentially conspire to deceive him. However, he was well acquainted with Iska, his contemporary. All along, Smog had held a distinct advantage over Iska, thanks to his nature-type devil fruit abilities. Now, Witnessing Iska suddenly awaken Haki was akin to witnessing a remarkable turnaround. In that instant, Smog finally comprehended the true meaning behind Iska's earlier words. Faced with the frenzy of collective Haki awakenings, Smog felt a pang of envy. "General Baiyu, could you assist me in awakening my Haki?" Smog hastily inquired. Many naval officers standing behind him also grew anxious. Observing the sudden surge of fervor, Baiyu took another sip of his drink, surveying the modified training room. This was indeed quite enticing. Meanwhile, in the marshal's office, 7 or 8 figures were gathered. Apart from the foremost Sengoku, there were also Tsuru, Garp, and the 3 admirals present. Their gaze occasionally drifted towards the documents from the world government laid out on the table. "I believe you can guess the reason for this gathering," Sengoku began. "The 5 elders have agreed to propose Baiyu as the 4th admiral, but on the condition that he accumulates a certain amount of military merit to solidify his position and silence any dissent. This document contains the detailed tasks that Baiyu is about to undertake. The purpose of this meeting is to hear your opinions. If there are none, I shall proceed with the arrangements." The old man expressed no dissent as Karp stuffed a rice cracker into his mouth, taking the lead in voicing his opinion. Beside him, Crane silently nodded in agreement. Akiji and Kizaru, clearly adopting a nonchalant attitude, chose to remain silent. Only Akaino wore a grim expression, letting out a cold snort. The mission assigned by Fleet Admiral is secondary. However, the establishment of a direct subordinate unit is of utmost importance. That young lad has just ascended to the rank of the 4th Admiral. It is evident that he requires time to bond with his subordinates. Rather than thrusting him into immediate tasks, it would be wiser to allow him to stay at headquarters for a while to settle in, preventing the impression of a disorganized and undisciplined unit while out at sea. At this, Sengoku fell into a contemplative silence. With White, you becoming the 4th Admiral, Akaina had essentially served as a stepping stone. Ignoring his suggestion would place Sengoku in a difficult position. Suddenly, the office door was flung open. The pent-up fury that Akainu had been suppressing instantly transformed into an overwhelming aura, bearing down upon the reckless Navy soldier who had intruded. The immense pressure compelled the soldier to kneel before the floor with a thud. "How dare you be so disrespectful as to barge into the Fleet Admiral's office? Tell me, who is your superior? I shall hold them accountable for your misconduct." Akainu thundered. The soldier's complexion turned pale, and despite opening his mouth, he struggled to articulate a single word. "Akainu, he is my messenger. I had just dispatched him to summon White Yu. But such a breach of decorum has never occurred before." Sengoku interjected solemnly to defuse the tension. "Elon, what transpired to cause such a lapse in decorum?" Fleet Admiral Sengoku. "It was unintentional. It's just, there was a brawl outside. They were fighting over the opportunity for Admiral White Yu to assist in awakening their Haki." The soldier blurted out, unable to contain his words any longer. "What?" Sengoku's expression froze, and he urgently demanded, "Clarify this situation at once. What does the opportunity to awaken Haki have to do with White Yu? Even if he were to explain the methods for awakening Haki, has the Navy truly descended into such chaos that they would resort to fighting?" Faced with the newcomer who had shattered the headquarters' most significant Justice Plaza just 3 days prior, Sengoku felt a headache coming on. Now, it seemed the soldiers at headquarters were at odds with one another. Could it be, as Akainu suggested, that White Yu indeed needed time to acclimate to the headquarters? Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I reiterate, that young lad possesses remarkable strength. However, he has not emerged from the training camp and may indeed lack the necessary discipline, Akainu remarked with a sneer. After all, he was trained under Vice Admiral Karp. "Akainu, you scoundrel!" Karp exclaimed, crushing the rice cracker in his hand. Yet, before he could unleash his anger, the stuttering soldier mustered the courage to speak again. And no, it was not Admiral White Yu who incited the chaos. Rather, it was primarily due to Admiral White Yu having a method that significantly increases the chances for those who can sense their Haki to awaken it. Just now, I heard that among the brothers who were originally trapped in a state of pressure, nearly 50 out of 100 have awakened their latent prowess. It is precisely for this reason that everyone is eager to ascertain whether they too can awaken such power, leading to fierce competition for a limited opportunity. According to General Baiyu, the number of available slots for this awakening is dwindling. Even those on leave or engaged in training, as well as the station brothers, can no longer contain their impatience and are rushing towards the small square. At this moment, the square is teeming with 30,000 soldiers, overflowing with their presence. Marshal Sengoku. I have just reserved a spot. May I attempt it first? With these words, Alan turned and dashed away. Faced with the so-called rules, the allure of awakening formidable power rendered everything else trivial. Only the people in the office remained, caught in disarray. In just half an hour, they had neglected the newly appointed fourth general. How could a mere turn of events escalate to such proportions? Moreover, it appears that this escalation is rather significant. Does it not? Chapter 82. The entire Navy yearns for Akanu's demise within the confines of the office. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere as Sengoku and the others contemplated the complete disappearance of Alan. A palpable sense of bewilderment washed over them. Each of them had honed their haki, and Zephyr, as a former Marine admiral, had seamlessly integrated his wisdom into the training regimen at the Marine headquarters. However, never before had such a tumultuous stir been provoked over the years. 30,000 naval soldiers congregated in the small square, reminiscent of the climactic battle against the Whitebeard pirates in the original narrative. In the New World, even during massive recruitment efforts, only a mere 100,000 soldiers had been amassed. Typically, the station naval personnel at headquarters numbered around 40,000. Thus, the sudden assembly of 30,000 was nearly depleting the ranks of the headquarters. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Sengoku cast a glance out the window, where the sight of the surging crowd sent shivers down his spine. If you wish to witness it, by all means, go ahead, Carp chuckled, stuffing a rice cracker into his mouth. Sengoku shot him a glare and retorted, I refuse to believe you're not curious. Of course I'm curious. That is my grandson. Carp bellowed with laughter as he dashed outside. Sengoku nearly ground his teeth in frustration, but the collective awakening of haki compelled him to follow suit. I shall join you. Are you all coming along? Tsuru remarked, casting a glance before departing as well. Akiji and Kizuru, both of whom often took a laid-back approach, were evidently intrigued by the unfolding events and silently trailed behind. Only Akainu, his face a mask of fury, struggled for over half a minute before he grimly followed suit. Teeth clenched. Along the way, 30,000 naval soldiers packed the small square to capacity. Faced with the opportunity to awaken their haki, each individual sharpened their resolve, fervently pushing into the throng. For the vast majority of the sailors, this was not merely an opportunity, it represented a pivotal moment in their lives. One might ponder, if fortune smiled upon them, and they could awaken their haki, while it might not stand out in the New World, it would surely allow them to hold their own in the Four Seas or even the first half of the Grand Line. In the perilous expanse of the ocean, such an ability would enhance their capacity for self-preservation. Make way. I have been trapped in the phase of honing my haki for 2 years now, and I am destined to succeed. A voice exclaimed, Pa, there are others who have been stuck for a decade. Why don't you take a step back? Another retorted, Humph, I've been at it for 15 years. Even if the fleet admiral himself were to arrive today, I would show no mercy. The scene erupted into fervor as they observed the frenzied figures pushing toward the center. Sengoku's expression darkened in response. Haha, is Fleet Admiral Sengoku not granting any leniency? Carp laughed heartily, and the previously raucous naval soldiers fell silent. Though they spoke defiantly, their bodies instinctively retreated to the side. Kapu navigated swiftly through the crowd alongside Sengoku. Yet as they delved deeper, their astonishment grew. In a mere few minutes, they had encountered numerous junior commanders and even some remarkable non-commissioned officers who had awakened their haki. Upon arriving at the central building, he, with a grave expression, spoke up. Sengoku, I roughly estimated that approximately 92 individuals have awakened their haki. If we were to conduct a meticulous count, this figure would likely increase. Sengoku's countenance shifted slightly, and his expression betrayed a hint of turmoil. I recall last year, the Navy headquarters reported around 180 individuals who had newly acquired haki. You are now telling me that that little brat by you, in just over half an hour, has achieved what took our Navy an entire year of diligent training. This cannot be a jest. Sengoku could not help but glance at he. He shook his head, then quickly nodded in affirmation. Sengoku was left pondering the implications of this revelation. However, his gaze was drawn to the modest house that had mysteriously appeared in the square, surrounded by hundreds of individuals, all exhibiting faint manifestations of armament haki. The scene was both splendid and breathtaking, as the faces on the registration list were unfamiliar. Aside from a few newly promoted officers, there were also several promising recruits. The fact that they were all demonstrating haki was sufficient to indicate that something had gathered 30,000 people in this place. The likelihood of awakening haki had seemingly become no trivial matter. Who is responsible for gathering you all here? This is the Navy headquarters. Do you not adhere to any decorum? Akainu's countenance was as dark as thunder. Just moments ago in his office, he had been questioning Bayu's ability to unite people. Yet, as he ventured deeper into this small square and witnessed many of his subordinates congregating here, either waiting for or having already awakened their haki, it became evident that his pride was at stake. He understood well that if this situation continued to escalate, Bayu would become an impediment to his aspirations of becoming the Navy's fleet admiral. Admiral Sakazuki, it seems your injuries have mostly healed. We should have another bout when the opportunity arises, Bayu remarked, taking a swig of drink and flashing a bloodthirsty smile as he stowed away the modified training room. Instantly, the Navy personnel present were taken aback, but the atmosphere soon erupted into excitement. Admiral Bayu, how could you put away the training room? We also wish to give it a try. Admiral Bayu, we have been queuing for quite some time. Admiral Bayu, no matter what happens, we stand with you. The cacophony transformed the small square into a hub of fervent emotion. Initially, those who had gathered were merely curious. However, after witnessing a miracle firsthand, they congregated here in anticipation of hope, particularly witnessing numerous individuals ascend to success, recounting the mysteries and wonders of the training room. Within a mere few minutes, the formidable prowess, which had eluded comprehension for years, was awakened. At that instant, every heart burned with fervor. Even the very blood within them seemed to boil. If others could achieve it, no one was willing to believe they could not. At least, before making an attempt, no one would easily relinquish this opportunity. With a single voice, Akainu shattered their fortuitous chance. This scene immediately attracted the attention of all the naval soldiers, their gazes filled with lethal intent. In that moment, even Sengoku dared to place a bet. The entire Navy yearned for Akainu's demise. Chapter 83. The first mission. The vast square suddenly fell into a stifling atmosphere. Akainu's expression was as grim as it could be. As a Marine admiral, he had never before been subjected to such a gaze. Had he not experienced it himself, he would never have believed that one day he would be branded an enemy due to a dilapidated house. However, at this moment, Akainu dared not voice his anger. Confronted by Bayu, who had withdrawn the modified training facility, he refrained from provoking the Navy soldiers further. Should a surge of outrage ensue, this admiral, who found himself in the wrong, might truly become a victim of his own folly. If he acted rashly, he risked losing all public support within the Marine headquarters, rendering his position as Fleet Admiral utterly meaningless. Sengoku's demeanor shifted as well. He was astonished by the overwhelming support Bayu had garnered in merely half an hour. Yet, as a strategist, he understood a fundamental truth. No one would offend someone who creates opportunities for them, unless one intended to lead a life of mediocrity. For someone like Bayu, capable of enhancing the likelihood of haki awakening, he was certainly worthy of reverence. However, sensing the increasingly tense atmosphere around him, Akainu's face twisted in a shade of anger. Sengoku sighed, saying, Bayu, Sakazuki did not act with malice. The disturbance at the Marine headquarters was indeed considerable. So please do not take it to heart. I am also curious about the method you employed to elevate the chances of haki awakening, something even Zephyr could not accomplish. Initially, I was even tempted to place you in Zephyr's position. In the Marine training camp, the 6 powers of the Navy constituted the most fundamental curriculum, as the learning curve was significantly less steep than that of haki. Yet now, Bayu appeared to be mass-producing individuals capable of haki awakening. If this could be implemented within the training camp, over time, the number of haki users within the Marine headquarters would undoubtedly surge. Imagine encountering pirates at sea, accompanied by a crew of haki users, What a thrilling prospect. Indeed, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I bear no ill will towards Admiral Sakazuki, Baiyu remarked with a bloodthirsty smile, taking a swig of his drink. The enhancement of Haki awakening chances is actually a technique I inadvertently developed through my devil fruit abilities. And that house was merely a manifestation of my powers, designed for ease of control. However, the recent surge of potential has drained a considerable amount of my strength, and I shall be unable to continue for the time being. If anyone wishes to awaken their Haki, I will provide notice for the next opportunity. This rationale had been carefully crafted by Baiyu from the outset, attributing everything to the mysterious powers of the dark fruit. Clearly, Sengoku could find no fault in his explanation. I was so close. Why not allow me a chance to awaken? If I could awaken Haki, I would surely pass the next officer evaluation. If given the chance, I would willingly trade a decade of my youth for a single opportunity of awakening. In the square, a cacophony of lamentations erupted. However, in light of Baiyu's decision, none dared to act recklessly. Though unspoken, many silently attributed the circumstances to Akainu. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Sengoku let out a resigned sigh and gestured for calm. Very well, disperse now. I understand your grievances. But General Baiyu's powers have been overexerted, and he must prepare for his next mission, so allow him a moment to recuperate. Do not forget, he is the 4th Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and the opportunity for awakening will eventually come to each of you. I will arrange for a dedicated team to register you for the awakening process in an orderly manner, as long as you grasp the essence of Haki. Each of you will have your chance. However, I must caution you, should you linger here and delay your respective duties, you will forfeit your opportunity for awakening. His words resonated with an undeniable authority. Initially, the 30,000 naval soldiers gathered in the square paused in astonishment, but soon they dispersed in unison. Those who had successfully awakened their Haki cast grateful glances at Baiyu before departing. In an instant, only Baiyu and his companions remained in the square. Observing the swift resolution instigated by Sengoku, Baiyu raised an eyebrow. The title of strategist truly suited Sengoku, who had deftly navigated the public relations crisis with just a few words. Baiyu, would you mind if I made a decision on your behalf? Sengoku chuckled awkwardly. After witnessing Baiyu's ability to enhance the chances of awakening, he could no longer underestimate the young man before him. Admiral Sengoku, if you genuinely feel remorse, I would much prefer a duel, Baiyu replied, downing a drink with a bloodthirsty grin. Sengoku's expression faltered. Did he truly wish to engage even the Admiral in combat? That was rather terrifying. Ahem, let us set the matter of combat aside for now, Sengoku coughed, hastily redirecting the conversation. I have come to inform you that the Gorosei have approved your promotion to the position of 4th Admiral. However, they require you to achieve sufficient military merit to secure your position. This is your task. Sengoku handed over the prepared mission documents. Baiyu had anticipated that securing the position of 4th Admiral would not be simple. As he perused the tasks outlined in the documents, his brow furrowed. Travel to Alabasta to collect Heavenly Gold. Heavenly Gold refers to the protection fees that member nations are obliged to pay annually to the world government. Alabasta, once one of the 21 great nations, had the privilege of becoming a celestial dragon but ultimately forfeited that right due to a whimsical decision by its first king. Now, the Gorosei unexpectedly tasked him with traveling to Alabasta to collect these fees. This mission would likely prove more challenging than he had initially imagined. The General of the Warring States, let us refrain from discussing the superficial. This mission must possess complexities beyond its apparent simplicity, Baiyu remarked with a hint of amusement. I have long been aware that you are no ordinary lad. Noticing the crux of the matter so swiftly, Sengoku replied with a satisfied smile. At last, I have encountered a general of a more reasonable disposition. No, it would be more accurate to say, aside from your penchant for battle and bloodshed, your intellect is quite agile. Alabasta, situated in the first half of the Grand Line, is regarded as a superpower, and the delivery of celestial gold has been quite routine. Sengoku continued. However, in the past 5 to 6 years, Alabasta has faced severe droughts, leading to persistent internal turmoil. Not only has it become increasingly difficult to amass celestial gold, but whenever it is gathered, it is often seized along the way. Therefore, this time, I intend for you to undertake the journey personally to retrieve the celestial gold. Chapter 84. Mastering the Art of Dominance and Retrieving the Celestial Gold. By you raised an eyebrow, a bloodthirsty smile curling his lips. Admiral Sengoku. This mission statement clearly stipulates that regardless of the challenges encountered, the safety of the celestial gold must be ensured. Should the celestial gold be lost or found to be insufficient in quantity, would that not fall upon my shoulders? Baiyu did not scrutinize the stipulations of the mission extensively. His mind was singularly focused on one thought. One of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, was conveniently located in Alabasta. Should the opportunity arise, he would not allow his quarry to slip away. In theory, yes, Sengoku replied after a moment of silence. However, you need not fret. Alabasta is a formidable nation, and this time, we should be able to gather the required amount of celestial gold. If any issues arise, I can assist you in navigating them. Sengoku had personally intervened to help Baiyu manage the awakening of his haki. He was reluctant to dampen Baiyu's spirits over a mere task. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku. I simply wish to clarify the conditions for task completion. Baiyu replied with a knowing smile. If there are no further inquiries, I shall take my leave to prepare. Go on, go on. Sengoku gestured for him to proceed. Yet, as he watched Baiyu's departing figure, a sense of unease crept into Sengoku's heart. This matter seemed to be progressing too smoothly. Sengoku, why do you linger? Crane halted beside Sengoku, hesitating for a moment before continuing. I have confirmed several times that Baiyu indeed possesses methods to enhance his chances of haki awakening. I intend to inform Zifa to prepare a roster in advance. Have even the new recruits succeeded? Sengoku's expression momentarily faltered. In the days of scarce resources, they had invested considerable time honing their senses to awaken haki. Were it not for his first-hand confirmation, he would suspect this was some sort of jest. However, it was precisely this situation that made Sengoku increasingly unable to fathom Baiyu. At barely 20 years old, he has reached such heights. This young man is indeed formidable. Crane, arrange matters as you see fit. Otherwise, should this news reach Zifa, it may result in an uproar. Understood, I shall make the arrangements immediately. With the issuance of commands, Baiyu's reputation soared once again. The Navy's new recruit camp, situated on the Red Line adjacent to Marineford, was bustling with newly enlisted personnel. Orland, present. Sir, present. Ein, present. The sound of names being called echoed throughout the square. Zifa, with his purple crew cut, scanned the list in his hand, his sharp gaze sweeping across the assembly. Dasky. The name slipped from his lips, resonating in the air. However, as time passed, there was still no response in the arena. Zephyr's expression darkened considerably. As the chief instructor, he had always been meticulous and exceedingly strict with his students. Not a single subject or training could be overlooked. For Zephyr, this was about maintaining a proper mindset. Yet now, Dashki had disregarded even the most fundamental discipline. Zephyr's demeanor was undoubtedly at its most severe. Just then, Dashki rushed in from a distance, clutching her sword. She quickly arrived at the formation, visibly flustered in the presence of Zephyr's grim countenance. Dashki, you must apologize to Instructor Zephyr at once, Ein hastily reminded her. Not long ago, Smoker from Rogue Town submitted a request for a new recruit's adjutant, and the instructor has already planned to recommend you for the position, bypassing the graduation exam entirely. If you explain your tardiness, Instructor Zephyr will surely forgive you. In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Dashki, including Zephyr's. Each student present was a product of his dedication, and Dashki, a novice in pure swordsmanship, had garnered his particular attention. Otherwise, she would not have been recommended to Smoker, skipping the new recruit assessment altogether. This was precisely why Zephyr was eager to understand why Dashki, who usually adhered to the rules, had suddenly chosen to break them. Zephyr-sensei, I apologize, Dashki stammered. I did not mean to be late. I just awakened my haki, which caused the delay. You awakened your haki? The attendees were momentarily taken aback, Zephyr included. However, he quickly regained his composure, his face lighting up with excitement. Dashki, did you truly awaken your haki? Was it inspired by the book I recently revised on how to cultivate haki? For years, Zephyr had devoted himself to training new recruits. The refinement of the Navy's six styles had led him to place increased emphasis on the explanation and teaching of Haki. His primary motivation for this was to counteract the negative influence of the three admirals, to demonstrate to the recruits that they could grow stronger without relying on devil fruits. Now, the fact that Dashki had awakened her Haki within the recruit camp was an immense source of encouragement for Zephyr. If this news spread, it would undoubtedly serve as a boastful asset for him in the future. No, that's not it, Dashki hesitantly clarified. The book you authored on the cultivation of Haki indeed inspired me and helped me grasp the concept. However, the true awakening of my Haki occurred when I assisted the instructor in delivering documents to the Navy headquarters and encountered Admiral Bayou, who helped everyone awaken their Haki. I decided to join in, and then I awakened my armament Haki. As she spoke, Dashki demonstrated her nascent armament Haki. The overly simplified process left everyone bewildered. According to their understanding, Darsky fortuitously encountered General Bayou, subsequently participating in the awakening of his Haki, which led to his eventual mastery. While this narrative may appear deceptively simple, the implications of the outcome are profoundly impactful. When all these elements coalesce, does it not suggest that the method of cultivating Haki is of lesser significance? Darsky, do you assert that it was that young imp Bayou who facilitated your Haki awakening? Zifa's countenance darkened as he exclaimed with urgency. This is nothing short of a fanciful delusion. I have devoted countless efforts to the pedagogy of Haki, experimenting with myriad approaches, ultimately penning a comprehensive guide on its cultivation. Your claim that he aided your awakening implies mere coincidence on your part. He is entirely oblivious to the formidable challenge of guiding an individual towards Haki awakening. To confront a novice who has bypassed the rigors of boot camp and been directly thrust into the naval headquarters, subsequently ascending to the rank of the 4th Admiral, is already a source of discontent for Zifa. Should the fruits of success be pilfered away, such a scenario is utterly intolerable to him. No, Master Zifa. If this were indeed mere happenstance, then how do you explain the awakening of Haki in over 100 individuals? Chapter 85, The Fourth Commander. The war demon Bayou the training square suddenly fell into a profound silence. All eyes were fixed intently on Dashki. Zephyr, unable to contain his agitation, urgently inquired, Dashki, what did you just say? You mentioned that this fellow awakened Haki in over 100 individuals. Such a jest is hardly amusing. Having served for several decades as the chief instructor for new recruits, Zephyr had amassed a wealth of experience. He was acutely aware of the challenges involved in awakening Haki. Under his diligent efforts, it was already commendable for the Navy headquarters to awaken 100 to 200 Haki users in a year. Dashki's assertion of over 100 individuals awakening Haki equated to his entire annual achievement. Zephyr-sensei, I am not jesting. This matter has already stirred considerable excitement within the headquarters. Dashki stammered in explanation. It is said that Admiral Sengoku has instructed that to prevent internal strife within the Navy, Vice Admiral Crane has been tasked with counting those currently honing their Haki, awaiting assistance from Admiral Bayou for awakening. I also heard that Admiral Bayou can enhance the success rate of Haki awakening by 50%. 50%? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Not only Ai, N, and Ben Z, Zephyr's two most valued prodigies, but even Zephyr himself was momentarily taken aback. He had devoted much of his life to creating the tome on how Haki is cultivated, which merely raised the success rate of awakening by 5 to 10%. Suddenly, a young prodigy emerged, boasting an astonishing 50% increase in the likelihood of awakening Haki. This implied that as long as one did not possess exceedingly bad luck, the chances of awakening were essentially assured. With a deep exhalation of frustration, Zephyr hastily retrieved his Den Mushi, intent on reaching Admiral Sengoku. He could no longer concern himself with the new recruit assessments. His sole desire was to swiftly ascertain the veracity of this claim. Zephyr, there is no need to consult Sengoku. I have come to instruct you to compile a list of new recruits to send to that fellow Bayou, Crane interjected, emerging from a distance. Such news was indeed difficult to fathom. However, Sengoku declared that this was a rare opportunity to enhance the overall strength of the Navy headquarters. If these new recruits could awaken Haki promptly, it would provide them a head start on the vast seas. I have already conducted a thorough tally. A total of 203 individuals have successfully awakened Haki, and all of Bayou's direct subordinates have awakened dual-colored Haki. As the chief instructor of the Navy, you must comprehend what this truly signifies, Crane stated. Zephyr's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly as he strode swiftly towards the training camp's exit. He was eager to discover the means by which this fledgling prodigy had so easily usurped the honor of the chief instructor for new recruits. There's no need to rush. That young prodigy has already set sail to undertake a mission commissioned by the 5 Elder Stars, which may take him 10 days or so, Crane remarked, blocking Zephyr's path while extending a document towards him. First, let us tally the numbers. When he returns, I shall notify you. Zephyr, we are no longer youthful. Sometimes, denying our age is beyond our control. Even that arrogant fellow, the Golden Lion, has been forsaken by time. We too must learn to embrace new realities. Zephyr fell silent, unable to refute the departing Crane for a fleeting moment. He had never anticipated that a newly appointed admiral could pose a threat, even to his esteemed position as chief instructor. Could it be that I have truly aged? 3 days later, in the first half of the Grand Line, within the waters of Alabasta, a warship surged through the waves. In addition to the flag symbolizing naval justice, a blood-red banner fluttered, adorned with an abstract visage of a demon. The War Demon Bayou. This name had already spread across the seas, symbolizing the 4th Admiral's reputation. To distinguish his rank, a special flag was displayed prominently aboard the vessel. Bayou had caught sight of the branch established on Rain Base, though it appeared somewhat dilapidated. Karina appeared from the lookout tower, still gripping her modified 98K. Ever since awakening her dual-colored Haki in the modification training room, her sniper rifle had not left her hands. As she asserted, a distinguished marksman is inseparable from their weapon. Dilapidated? Bayou murmured, contemplating how he might engage in a proper confrontation with Crocodile in the Alabasta Kingdom, aiming to elevate his core template to a complete 35%. Boom. A violent explosion reverberated from the shore. Bayou raised an eyebrow, his observation Haki sweeping forth like a tide. He had not expected to encounter an old acquaintance so soon. I shall investigate. Ensure the ship is anchored securely. With a swift motion, Bayou dashed forward. On the shore, 1,000 meters away from the entrance of the Navy's 135th branch, 2 figures stumbled and fled hastily. Behind them trailed a man and a woman, both wearing amused expressions. Observing the retreating figures ahead, a scruffy man in a brown coat, sporting an explosive hairstyle, casually picked his nose and flicked it away. Princess Vivi, be cautious. The robust man sprinting ahead tackled the light blue-haired girl to the ground. 2 black specks fell onto the sandy earth, erupting in an explosion. Boom. The 2 figures were hurled backward, the tremendous force stirring up clouds of dust. However, amidst the swirling sands, 2 disheveled figures soon emerged. After taking only a few steps, they tumbled once more to the ground. Princess Vivi, you must give up and flee. Ahead lies the naval branch. Only by reaching there will you have any hope for survival. They are all devil fruit users. Ordinary people cannot contend with them. Urged a man with yellow curls resembling a trumpet. It is imperative to remember that if the celestial gold is seized once more, our Alabasta will be bereft of the protection from the world government and the Navy headquarters. Your Highness, you are now the sole hope of our kingdom. Everything must be safeguarded without fail. 6 months ago, in pursuit of uncovering the roots of the crisis afflicting the Alabasta Kingdom, Icarus acquiesced to Vivi's capricious demands and infiltrated the Baroque works. Just as he was gaining access to the inner workings and nearing the revelation of the true orchestrators behind the scenes, he discovered that Baroque Works was scheming to seize the celestial gold. This revelation immediately unsettled Vivi. No, Icarus, I shall not abandon you. If not for my impatience, I would not have revealed any vulnerabilities. We shall depart together. Vivi's complexion paled instantly as she glanced at the dilapidated branch nearby, clenching her silver teeth. However, that fleeting glance left her momentarily rooted to the spot. Chapter 86. Who provoked the unprovocable? Miss Spy, do enlighten us about your intended destination. Standing beside the man with an unfortunate nose, the woman in a pale yellow miniskirt unfurled her umbrella, her body soaring into the air like a weightless dandelion. With a playful smile, she gazed down at the two below. I forgot to inform you, traitors, that this branch has long been rendered obsolete by our Baroque Works Society. Regardless of what transpires, no one shall emerge from within. You would do well to accept your fate. Miss Valentine's Day, the time has come to seize the treasures above. It would be prudent to resolve this matter swiftly. Mr. Five strolled forward with his hands in his pockets. However, upon clearing the dust, his expression faltered. A Navy officer? The collective gasp of surprise echoed through the air as they beheld Bayou, who had appeared without warning on the sandy terrain, leaving them utterly unprepared. After all, Miss Valentine's Day had just boasted of their prowess. The sudden emergence of a naval officer was nothing short of a slap in the face. I had thought myself to be inconspicuous, unnoticed by anyone. Bayou took a swig of his drink and grinned wickedly. Ordinarily, I might choose to remain uninvolved in such matters, but your earlier claim that our Navy was cowed by your ilk compels me to intervene, if only to preserve our dignity. Regrettably, you are unworthy of even the privilege of surrendering to me. Shall I simply escort you to a high-security prison? Surrender? Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. Five were momentarily taken aback, as were Vivi and Icarus. The audacity of Bayou's demand seemed almost ludicrous. Miss Valentine's Day, it appears our Baroque Works Society's elite assassins have been underestimated. Mr. Five smirked with a lewd amusement. Now that we have encountered him, having glimpsed what should remain unseen, it is time for him to meet his end. Understood. With a playful twist of her parasol, Miss Valentine's Day smiled mockingly, a glimmer of deadly intent flickering in her eyes. Little fool, you have only yourself to blame for your ignorance. You have failed to discern whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Now, prepare to perish beneath an immense weight. I possess the powers of the superhuman weight fruit, granting me the ability to manipulate my own weight at will. Boom. In an instant, Miss Valentine's Day's weight surged dramatically as she hovered above Bayou. The sudden increase in gravity propelled her downwards with the ferocity of a meteor. Vivi's face turned pale as she urgently warned, "Hurry, escape." Escape? Bayou grinned savagely, his left hand still cradling his drink while his right hand gripped the demonic blade Muramesa, which erupted with a crimson glow as he swung it with the back edge. Boom. A thunderous clash resonated across the sandy expanse as the figure, said to fall with a weight of 10,000 pounds, was sent hurtling away. The tremendous impact directly caused Miss Valentine's Day to collide with the rocks hundreds of meters away, finally halting her motion. The overwhelming force shattered the towering rocks, which stood over 10 meters tall. The once imperious Miss Valentine's Day was now firmly embedded within the stone, her delicate form grotesquely contorted. Her shoulder blades and chest had already caved in. That seemingly inconspicuous strike had not only breached her fruit-based powers, but had also severed her vitality. Gazing at the unassuming young naval officer before her, she finally comprehended the gravity of provoking an undeserving adversary. Yet, before she could fully grasp the situation, her life force swiftly ebbed away. "No, it's impossible. You dared to kill Miss Valentine's Day. I shall end you," Mr. Five bellowed, his expression darkening. Since joining the Baroque Works, Miss Valentine's Day had been his unwavering partner. In such a predatory organization, losing a collaborator threatened one's own standing and, ultimately, his interests. "I will kill you," Mr. Five roared, reflexively digging into his nostrils once more. A mass of mucus, several times larger than before, was forcefully extracted. In the next moment, it was hurled towards Bayou. Such a grotesque method of combat. Bayou felt his facial muscles twitch involuntarily, suddenly finding the wine in his hand rather unpalatable. Had he known Mr. Five would resort to such repugnant tactics, he would have made him the first to perish. "Be careful. His explosive fruit ability. This mucus is a bomb," Vivi urgently warned. Understood, this revolting attack is certainly not worth a strike. Nonetheless, in order to avoid such disgusting projectiles, it would be better for him to perish. A flicker of disdain crossed Bayou's face as he unsheathed his demonic blade, Murakumo. The sound of the blade resonated through the air. With a flash of crimson light, a blade aura surged forth, slicing through the air. The specially crafted mucus was torn apart upon impact, Faced with the rapidly widening pupils and the swift, slicing strike, Mr. Five finally understood Miss Valentine's Day's final thoughts as she met her demise. With a resounding impact, the ground was torn apart, leaving a gaping wound extending 100 meters from the blade's passage. The two halves of her body were swept away by the fierce winds. The gruesome scene caused Vivi and Ikaram to momentarily freeze before they erupted into violent retching. They had witnessed countless killings, yet by U.S. casual slaughter, devoid of any remorse, was a stark first for them. What manner of person is this? After 2 to 3 minutes of dry heaving, Vivi and Ikaram finally regained their composure. Before they could react, a dark shadow plunged from the sky. "Your Highness, we have come to rescue you." A colossal eagle swooped straight towards Bayou. Standing upon his back, Gaka transformed into a jackal, swiftly unsheathing his blade to strike at Bayou. Witnessing the belated figures of rescue, Wei Wei and Ikalam's expressions shifted dramatically as they urgently bellowed, "Gaka, Bell, flee quickly, flee." Bayou replied with a bloodthirsty smile. "To draw a blade before me comes at a price." With a resounding clang, the demon blade Murakumo was drawn once more. In a flash of crimson light, the swords wielded by Bell and Gaka seemed to encounter a blood-hued lightning bolt, colliding forcefully and shattering upon impact. The immense shock, mingled with agony, sent them hurtling backward in a single exchange. They carved 2 deep trenches into the sandy ground, coming to a halt 100 meters away. The forms of the falcon and jackal were forcibly reverted back to their original states by a single stroke. Chapter 87. Bestowing the celestial gold to the 7 warlords. A profound silence enveloped the sandy expanse. Vivi and Ikalam dared not utter a sound, for formidable wielders of devil fruit powers stood before them, 2 of whom had arrived to lend assistance, embodying the revered guardians that had been passed down through generations in Alabasta. Throughout their lives, they had perceived the majestic falcon and the cunning jackal as symbols of might. Yet now, sprawled on the ground like lifeless dogs, their perceptions were irrevocably shattered. In this moment, Vivi and Ikalam were paralyzed with fear, apprehensive that Bayou might unleash another flurry of strikes. Such force was beyond their meager capabilities to withstand. However, this very trepidation intensified their curiosity about the identity of this unparalleled menace. "Admiral Bayou, it seems we are rendered useless once more. The gallant act of rescuing the fair maiden has been appropriated by you," Karina quipped as she approached, her sniper rifle slung over her shoulder. She cast a teasing glance at the strikingly beautiful figure before her. "Little beauty, do you intend to wed our admiral? He possesses a tender disposition." "Wed him?" Vivi was momentarily bewildered. Was this not the rhythm of a pirate plundering a ship captain's wife? Why did it appear that the Navy was more intimidating than the pirates? "No. What did that person just call you? Admiral?" Vivi gazed at Bayou in astonishment, unable to contain her outburst. "You are a Navy admiral? How have I never encountered you before?" Indeed, Alabasta was a superpower in the first half of the Grand Line. However, due to internal strife and drought, news and intelligence had become scarce. It was evidently impossible to grasp first-hand information from the sea within a mere 5 to 6 days. "Ah, little girl, perhaps you have never seen such a young admiral. My master is quite the dashing figure. Despite his merciless demeanor, he is gentle at heart," Karina chimed in eagerly. Nami, standing nearby, could not help but roll her eyes. "Karina, you have repeatedly claimed the captain is gentle. How would you know?" "I certainly know. It was Bayou who covered you with a blanket when you kicked it off in the middle of the night." "What? Karina, you traitor." The scene erupted in chaos. Bayou, with a resigned smile, rubbed the bridge of his nose, took a swig of strong liquor, and plopped down on a nearby rock. "Princess Vivi, I am Bayou, the 4th Admiral dispatched from headquarters to escort the Celestial Gold. You may not have heard of me, but that does not preclude our formal exchange. Here is the identification document of the Navy. It is irrefutable." With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed the cumbersome documents to Ikalam. As the chief guardian of Alabasta, Ikalam's expertise far surpassed that of Vivi. It is indeed a Navy document. "He is the 4th Admiral," Ikalam exclaimed, his face a portrait of shock. This was the first time he realized that the Navy would deploy their highest combatant to escort the Celestial Gold. Was this not akin to using a cannon to swat a fly? a futile endeavor? I understand your thoughts. This is my newly assigned mission, Bayu replied nonchalantly. He was willing to accept this task solely to contemplate how he might confront Crocodile. As a vice admiral now, he had to consider the repercussions of his actions. In the past, he would have rushed in with his sword drawn. A task? Vivi's expression shifted to one of urgency as she hastily interjected. Since you are aware of our identities, there was no need for such violence towards Belle and Uncle Jaka. Moreover, we have uncovered a monumental secret. The individual behind Baroque Works may very well be one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. He is a pirate. You must apprehend him at once. Her escape from Baroque Works was driven by a desperate plea for the Navy's assistance. Having witnessed the formidable power of Baroque Works and Crocodile's strength firsthand, Vivi understood that the Kingdom of Alabasta stood no chance alone. Vice Admiral Bayu, according to naval regulations, we cannot act against the 7 warlords without absolute evidence, Karina reminded, flipping through her heavy tome. They had long since deciphered the intentions of their bloodthirsty captain. This one do, that one do, had I known it would be this difficult, I wouldn't have taken the role of a vice admiral, Bayu lamented, taking a swig from his drink, his brow furrowing in frustration as he contemplated whether to disregard everything and engage in battle. Quickly, Captain Akaram, answer the call. The heavenly gold escorted by His Majesty Cobra is under attack. The urgent call of the snail rang out. Vivi and Akaram's expressions shifted dramatically. Belle and Jaka, having been knocked back, struggled to rise, their powerful Zoan-type devil fruit abilities aiding their recovery. Bayu, you are a vice admiral. That heavenly gold was painstakingly gathered by us in Alabasta to submit to the world government. You must assist my father immediately, Vivi exclaimed in distress. This time, she had risked exposing her identity to escape Baroque Works, solely to prevent the heavenly gold from falling into Crocodile's hands. Years of drought and internal strife had already plunged Alabasta into chaos, leaving the treasury all but empty. Should they fail to deliver the heavenly gold, Alabasta would face threats from both sides. Rescue Cobra? Bayu chuckled darkly, brushing off the dust from his clothes. I have a brilliant idea. Let us present the heavenly gold as a gift to Crocodile. I've been meaning to pay him a visit. Gift it. Vivi was taken aback. She had endured so much to ensure the heavenly gold did not land in Crocodile's possession. And now Bayu was suggesting they willingly hand it over. Was this a jest? Haha, Princess Vivi, you simply cannot fathom the depths of this plan, Karina laughed, patting Vivi on the shoulder. Our captain's actions are merely a means to find a legitimate reason to engage in combat. Imagine, if you will, the celestial gold falling into the hands of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and we were to capture him directly. In such a scenario, he would find himself utterly defenseless, perhaps even unable to deny that he could uproot the malignant force plaguing your kingdom of Alabasta. Vivi stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that a dignified admiral would go to such lengths to devise a plan against the 7 warlords. However, in the face of Karina's explanation, Vivi's heart was evidently swayed. As Karina pointed out, there was no evidence linking Crocodile to the Baroque Works. To provide the Navy with a legitimate opportunity to act, celestial gold was clearly the most enticing bait. Princess Vivi, this may indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. After all, an admiral represents the pinnacle of combat prowess, and his involvement might truly alleviate the kingdom's crisis. Ikelam could not restrain himself from speaking. Observing the transponder snail being handed to her, Vivi bit her lip and tightened her grip on the device. Very well, I shall take this gamble. Father, we must abandon resistance and offer them the celestial gold. Chapter 88. Have we boarded a pirate ship? Vivi, are you truly suggesting that I surrender the treasure from the heavens? Surely you jest? Cobra's expression was rigid, and he could not help but tighten his grip on the phone bug. The kingdom of Alabasta was besieged by both internal and external troubles, having already drained its treasury. This time, they had barely managed to gather enough heavenly gold. If it were to be freely handed over to the 7 warlords, the news would inevitably reach the world government, and Alabasta might lose even the last vestige of protection. Father, I am not jesting. Please trust me just this once. I will explain everything. Vivi hurriedly clarified. Cobra fell silent, gazing at the large contingent desperately escorting the heavenly gold to the docks, as well as the few figures closely following behind. Finally, a flicker of resolve flashed in his eyes. Everyone, abandon the heavenly gold and retreat immediately. Abandon? The guards escorting them instantly changed their expressions. However, witnessing Cobra's resolute demeanor as he turned to leave, they gritted their teeth and relinquished dozens of crates of jewels, hastily following suit. Moments later, a grim-faced figure arrived with dozens of members from the Baroque works. Upon seeing the jewels strewn across the ground, he paused, momentarily taken aback. Mr. One, what is happening here? They were just fighting fiercely, and now they have carelessly discarded these treasures. It must be that Mr. One has frightened them into submission. Indeed, Mr. One, the user of a paramecia-type devil fruit, holds the title of the strongest within Baroque works. With Mr. One's involvement, this task should be effortlessly accomplished. Flattering remarks echoed one after another. Das Bones remained silent, standing stoically as he scrutinized the abandoned heavenly gold for a considerable time before turning to leave. Take these items back to Rain Base. We cannot linger here any longer. The bizarre scene left Das Bones puzzled. The treasures they had fought so hard to protect were suddenly forsaken midway. It felt as though they had stumbled into a trap. However, after much contemplation, Das Bones could not fathom who within Alabasta could pose a threat to Baroque works. Even the standing army of 600,000 in Alabasta had fallen to them, let alone the minor players in the first half of the Grand Line. Yet, contemplating was one thing, action was another. Faced with Cobra's abrupt change of heart, Das Bones resolved to report this matter. Meanwhile, outside the naval headquarters, Bayou's eyes suddenly widened as he grinned viciously. I found it. 30 miles to the east. It seems Baroque Works has already taken possession of the heavenly gold. I sincerely hope the final rendezvous is with Crocodile, the sand alligator. He is quite a worthy target in the first half of the Grand Line. Days passed, and Bayou continued his daily practice of slashing. However, the progress of his physical template remained at 35%, still lacking a mere 0.1. This slow advancement left Bayou feeling somewhat despondent. Indeed, if one's happiness is built upon the suffering of others, one may find joy in that. 30 miles to the east? Can you truly discern such a distance? Vivi's expression momentarily faltered as she gazed towards the east. No matter how intently she scrutinized, all she could perceive was an endless expanse of yellow sand, devoid of any trace of Cobra and the others. Ha! If even this simple task eludes you, you would not place your final wager upon our captain. Do not forget, my captain is the newly appointed 4th Admiral of the Navy. Nami chuckled with a hint of arrogance, her lovely eyes already glimmering with the prospect of riches as she rubbed her hands together eagerly. Captain, do you think that pursuing the celestial gold might lead to unforeseen mishaps and losses? Losses? Bayou took a sip of his drink. Should a conflict arise and losses ensue, let them be attributed to the 7 warlords. Such tasks are inherently unpredictable. It is getting late. We ought to set out. If we were to lose track of the celestial gold, it would hardly be justifiable to confront Crocodile openly. Captain, do you think a bounty of 10 to 20 million berries would suffice? Nami, your vision has become rather short-sighted. Surely the 7 warlords are worth at least 1 or 200 million. Observing Bayou as he led his troops away, Vivi and Ikaram felt a sense of disarray amidst the chaos. One sought an excuse to confront the 7 warlords, while the other aimed to acquire some funds at their expense. Is the Navy truly allied with the 7 warlords? With this 4th Admiral involved, the dynamics have certainly shifted. Princess Vivi, are we boarding a pirate ship? Gaka could not help but inquire. Vivi shook her head with a bitter expression. I do not know, but our identities have been compromised, and the kingdom is in disarray. If we cannot trust him, whom can we trust? Ikaram and Gaka fell silent. In this vast ocean, it is the Navy, the world government, and pirates that wield power. Indeed, Alabasta is a superpower, yet alas, a weak nation has no diplomacy. They might manage to defend against ordinary pirates, but against a formidable opponent like Crocodile, who wields the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, their military would be mere cannon fodder. Such is the tragedy of a weak nation. Unless the soldiers of Alabasta can match the might of the Navy, all else is but futile talk. Several hours later, in the rain-soaked streets. This is Alabasta, the most prosperous town outside the capital. Under the influence of the seven warlords' crocodile, it has long since become a hub of vice. Amidst the throngs of people, the figures of Bayou and his companions emerged. The opulent architecture starkly contrasted with the surrounding decay. Captain Bayou. It seems Crocodile's crimes far exceed those of the dragon. Karina, with a sniper rifle slung over her shoulder and a furrowed brow, remarked. However, with such a multitude of people here, locating Crocodile and the celestial gold might prove to be quite a challenge. The location that could serve as the stronghold for the seven warlords, in the eyes of Karina and others, must undoubtedly be extraordinary. However, for Bayou, a reincarnator, this was clearly not an issue. At present, Bayou was solely concerned with whether there was sufficient evidence to confront Crocodile. Rest assured, I have already found it. I shall take my leave first, and the rest of the mess is yours to handle. With these words, Bayou vanished from the spot. By the time the others realized what had happened, they could only vaguely perceive the direction of his departure through their observation hockey. Zoro clenched his sword tightly, aware that, despite having awakened his hockey, a significant disparity still existed. Chapter 89. The unfounded ninth person in a secluded chamber within the Rain Banquet Casino. 6 figures congregated around a long table. These individuals were the elite assassins of the Baroque works, each a formidable presence in their own right. Such a gathering was indeed a rare occurrence. Mr. One has returned. It seems the heist of the Sky Gold was successfully executed. Mr. 3, with a candle flickering above his head, glanced at the newcomer, savoring his coffee with an air of smugness. However, it appears you took a bit longer this time, is that so? Dasbani retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance. Are you coveting my position? I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate you. The Baroque works, undeniably an organization, communicated privately through aliases. The sole rule of promotion was unyielding. Unless one of those in front perished, those behind could never ascend. The methods of demise could very well be orchestrated by one's own hands. Now is not the time for disputes, Nicole Robin interjected from her prominent seat, adjusting the brim of her hat. Completing the task is sufficient. The purpose of gathering you all here is to introduce the mastermind behind Baroque works. Suddenly, a gust of wind swirled within the chamber. In an instant, a figure emerged, slicked back hair, adorned with pure gold earrings, puffing on a cigar, and a golden hook in his left hand. The 7 warlords, Crocodile, also known as Sir Crocodile. Mr. Three's teacup trembled momentarily before he regained his composure. In truth, they had long speculated about the identity of their enigmatic leader, whose presence matched their conjectures, bringing them a sense of relief. It seems I need not introduce myself, Crocodile remarked, cigar in mouth. Mr. One, you have worked hard. Yet, you appear to have something on your mind. Dasbani proceeded to his designated seat, arms crossed over his chest. Earlier, when seizing the Sky Gold, the royal army voluntarily relinquished it, raising my suspicions. Throughout this journey, I have felt an unsettling sensation, as if unseen eyes were fixated upon me. Despite my attempts at counter-surveillance and employing various informants to ascertain if I was being followed, alas, no trace could be discovered. You worry about being tailed? Crocodile chuckled coldly. Fear not. Within this kingdom, those daring enough to employ such petty tricks have already been dealt with by Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day. The reason for this assembly is that someone has infiltrated Baroque works. Now that the Sky Gold is in our possession, we must expedite our plans to dismantle Alabasta. His commanding voice echoed throughout the chamber. As one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile chose to remain concealed in the first half of the Grand Line, entirely motivated by the historical accounts concerning the legendary Pluton. Only by acquiring this item could Crocodile revive and seek vengeance against Whitebeard. However, the moment his gaze fell upon the 9th chair, his pupils dilated sharply. This chair, turned away from him, seemed to harbor an inexplicable 9th presence. The abrupt change in Crocodile's countenance evidently stirred the nerves of everyone present. As they discerned the situation, their expressions shifted dramatically. Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day had been dispatched to hunt down the traitor. These 2 positions should have remained vacant. The sudden emergence of an unanticipated figure disrupted their understanding of the circumstances. Most importantly, even Crocodile had not comprehended how this stranger had infiltrated their midst. Confronted with this unwelcome guest and the prior conversation that pertained to his meticulously orchestrated plan in Alabasta, Crocodile's demeanor darkened to an extreme. Who is this person? Boom. A tempest of sand surged forth as Crocodile unleashed a terrifying aura, instantly locking onto the ninth individual. The murderous intent was palpable in the depths of his gaze. The previous dialogue had involved years of painstaking effort on his part, now potentially overheard by this unwarranted ninth presence. Therefore, this individual must be eliminated. Buzz. The yellow sand swiftly enveloped the entire chamber. In the next instant, Crocodile's form materialized behind the chair of the ninth individual. Desert Blade. The swirling sands coalesced into a massive sword, cleaving towards the ninth figure. Observing this scene, MR3 and the other officers couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the might of the warlord was formidable. Crash. The sound of metal clashing erupted abruptly. The sand-forged sword struck the ninth individual, severing the chair in two. Regrettably, the fierce blow, upon contact, met an impenetrable force akin to striking steel, coming to an abrupt halt. This bizarre spectacle caused the eyes of all present, including Crocodile, to widen in disbelief. To plunder the heavens, scheme to usurp a kingdom, and attempt to assassinate an admiral of the navy. Such transgressions warrant my blade. Bayou grinned ominously, retracting the recording snail in his hand. Turning to face Crocodile, the cursed blade Muramasa at his waist was swiftly drawn. With a thunderous sound, the blade was unleashed, radiating golden light as it surged towards Crocodile with full force. A wave of blade energy surged through the chamber, enveloping it entirely. Crocodile's expression shifted drastically as he violently swung his golden hook once more. Desert Blade. Boom. The explosive force, mingled with yellow sand, swept across the entire chamber. Nico Robin and her companions found themselves nearly suffocated within the maelstrom, instinctively retreating. Nevertheless, their eyes remained fixated on the battlefield, unwilling to relent. Faced with an adversary capable of effortlessly enduring the wrath of a warlord's lethal strike, they were convinced that this was no ordinary foe. However, before they could react, amidst the swirling sands, Bayou, with a bloodthirsty grin, surged forth, shattering the clouds of yellow dust. He advanced swiftly, appearing before Crocodile. Wielding the demon blade Muramasa, he struck down with an overwhelming force. Crocodile's expression shifted dramatically. With no time to ponder, he hastily transformed his body into an elemental state, elevating it to its utmost limits. This young adversary possessed abilities that utterly subverted his understanding. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light pierced the air, and Crocodile found himself in a daze. A searing pain coursed through his entire being. A vicious wound rapidly spread from his shoulder towards his abdomen. With a thunderous crash, the immense impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing violently into the wall behind him. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The character template unlock progress has reached 35%. Chapter 90. The Forbidden Zone of Devil Fruit abilities. With a resounding crash, a tremendous force erupted, shattering the walls. Scarlet blood splattered like fireworks across the heavens and the earth. The sight of Crocodile, grotesquely embedded in the wall, with a horrifying wound spreading across his chest, left Nico Robin and the others in a state of shock. Was this truly the formidable warlord they had known? He had nearly been cleaved in two. Had his reactions been even a fraction slower, he would have surely met his demise. Yet, what confounded them the most was that Crocodile had invoked the powers of his Logia-type devil fruit, becoming intangible. How, then, had he sustained such grievous injuries? Damn it, this is impossible. Who are you, boy? Crocodile roared as he surged from the ruins, his earlier composure wholly vanished, staring at the ghastly wound on his chest. He could hardly fathom when he had encountered such a predicament before. Did I not elucidate the charges against you clearly enough? Bayou remarked, taking a sip of his drink, a bloodthirsty smile curling his lips. It seems that time has truly forsaken you. Cowering in such a place, devoid of the life and death struggles, has dulled your senses. I once believed you worthy of a fierce battle, yet it appears I have overestimated you. As a reincarnator, Baiyu was well aware that Crocodile had been hiding in the first half of the Grand Line since his defeat at the hands of Whitebeard. His mastery of the Devil Fruit abilities had approached perfection. Unfortunately, his relentless evasion had prevented him from awakening even the basic form of Haki. This, undoubtedly, had become a significant blemish on his life. Madness. Those present, watching Baiyu's audacious commentary, felt themselves teetering on the brink of insanity. How could a mere 17 or 18-year-old youth, with a single confrontation, so effortlessly breach the defenses of a renowned warlord? Now, he audaciously critiqued Crocodile. Was this not a blatant display of contempt? However, amidst the astonishment of others, Nico Robin's complexion gradually paled, her body trembling slightly as she murmured, "Are you not the infamous Marine Fourth Admiral, the war demon Baiyu, recently renowned across the seas? The Fourth Admiral?" A collective gasp rippled through the gathering. Even MR3, who had not loosened his grip on his teacup, fumbled, causing it to shatter on the ground. It was said that one had not truly seen a pig if they had not at least tasted pork. The Marine admirals were heralded as the epitome of martial prowess, their fearsome reputation echoing throughout these waters. The sudden emergence of a Fourth Admiral standing before them was enough to rattle their composure. The Fourth Admiral? Crocodile's expression turned ominously dark, contorting with rage as he bellowed. How could such a wet-behind-the-ears brat rise to the rank of Fourth Admiral? It seems the Marine headquarters is truly devoid of capable personnel. However, now that you are privy to my secret, do not entertain the notion of leaving here alive. Little demon, allow me to reveal the terror of a natural-type devil fruit user. Sandstorm. Crocodile swiftly summoned a vortex of wind and sand with his left hand, forming a miniature sandstorm. In the next moment, he unleashed it towards Baiyu. Confronted with this bizarre figure, known as the Fourth Admiral of the Navy, Crocodile understood that the only way to secure victory was to reverse the situation. Boom! The sandstorm vortex instantly swelled to several meters, forcefully tearing off the ceiling of the secret chamber. In an instant, the immense gale filled the entire space, ruthlessly shredding everything in its path. Truly, the natural type is perfect for me to hone my skills. A bloodthirsty smile crept across Baiyu's face as the notification in his mind finally ceased. Ding! Congratulations, host. The subordinate template Yagami Kaido has been unlocked to 100%. The power possessed by the subordinate template is now being infused into the main body template. A colossal force surged into Baiyu, filling the half of the power that originally belonged to Yagami Kaido. The techniques he possessed quickly imprinted themselves in Baiyu's mind. Boom! The massive sandstorm finally collided with Baiyu. Witnessing his successful strike, Crocodile transformed into yellow sand, swiftly appearing within the heart of the sandstorm. With his right hand's golden hook, he struck once more, propelled by the swirling winds. Desert Great Blade, a massive yellow sand sword, measuring 7 to 8 meters, instantly coalesced. Carrying a fierce gale that ripped through the sandstorm, aimed directly at the figure in the center. This strike was devoid of restraint. Crocodile unleashed it with all his fury. He intended to avenge the previous blow with this attack. Dark Moon. Buzz. A black full moon arose behind Baiyu, enveloping the area within a radius of several meters in an invisible domain. This was one of the ultimate dark magic spells obtained by unlocking the remaining 50% of Yagami Kaido. Utilizing dark attribute magic, it possessed the ability to consume everything, manifesting an absolute realm that could eliminate all negative statuses within a specific range. Once one stepped into this zone, the powers of the devil fruit would become utterly ineffective. Of course, this technique also bore a drawback. Its purifying effect was limited to a small area. If the attack exceeded a certain range, the degree of mitigation would diminish. However, this was more than sufficient for Baiyu. During his battle with Akainu, Baiyu had emulated this very technique, enveloping himself in dark magic to reduce the damage caused by the devil fruit's abilities. The emergence of this dark moon further expanded Baiyu's strategy, establishing a forbidden zone for devil fruit powers. It would also become one of Baiyu's trump cards for engaging in close combat. Buzz. The swirling yellow sands momentarily hesitated under the shroud of the dark moon before swiftly dissipating. The desert great blade that had been cleaving towards him rapidly melted away. leaving only a gleaming golden hook before Baiyu. This strange scene left Crocodile utterly bewildered. In the recesses of my mind, only one thought lingers. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Just moments ago, the once reliable and formidable power of the natural-type devil fruit, which I had depended upon, was rendered utterly ineffective. For a fleeting moment, Crocodile found himself utterly bewildered. Buzz, the enchanted blade, Murakumo, once again soared through the air. The sound of the blade resonated throughout the chamber. Before the watchful eyes of many, it cleaved down upon Crocodile's chest. Bang! Blood erupted, and a harrowing wound formed an X on his torso. With a tremendous surge of force, Crocodile was propelled through the wall, crashing into the opulent gambling hall beyond, shattering numerous gaming tables in his wake. The patrons, who had been reveling in their bets, were suddenly taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief as they beheld this imposing figure with slicked-back hair. The rain banquet had been established under the auspices of the warlord, Crocodile, who had long portrayed an invincible hero in Alabasta. Yet now, he resembled a beaten dog, unceremoniously sent flying. The disparity between expectation and reality was indeed staggering. Chapter 91. On the verge of slumber, a thunderous crash reverberated through the hall, shattering everything along its path. The onlookers, stunned, beheld the once mighty warlord of the sea now reduced to a pitiful state, lying amidst the ruins like a lifeless dog. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, few would have believed the reality of such a spectacle. No way. My devil fruit ability cannot possibly have failed. Crocodile bellowed as he emerged from the debris, his body marred by ghastly X-shaped wounds, blood spraying forth and heightening the tension among the spectators. I now understand the nature of your black moon. It is the Logia-type dark fruit. I have perused the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, which details its power to nullify other abilities. However, every fruit possesses its vulnerabilities, and I shall uncover yours. Uncover? Baiyu stepped forth with a bloodthirsty grin, his cursed blade Murakumo gleaming with an eerie crimson light. Still stained with Crocodile's blood, soon to be devoured entirely, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a vengeful specter come to collect souls. This technique, of course, has its weaknesses. As long as your attacks might exceed the speed of negation, you can indeed inflict harm upon me, Baiyu retorted with a sinister smile. As for why I reveal this to you, it is simply because you are so feeble that I am nearly lulled into slumber. Madness. In the hidden chamber, Nico Robin and her companions, still reeling from shock, turned pale. The title of Warlord of the Sea had always symbolized an insurmountable strength to them. Never did they imagine that such a formidable figure could be so publicly belittled. To be weak enough to induce slumber. This is a greater affront than slaying a warlord. Crocodile's expression twisted in rage, his imposing form quaking with fury before he erupted into a hysterical roar. Brat, I shall kill you. Erosion cycle. With a forceful slap of his left hand upon the ground, Crocodile unleashed his devil fruit power. The earth beneath him, along with everything in the vicinity, rapidly transformed into yellow sand, spreading with astonishing speed and assimilating the entire Rain Banquet Casino into a desert. Those pirates caught unawares, gambling within, screamed in terror as they were drained and reduced to desiccated corpses, engulfed by the shifting sands. With a deafening boom, the opulent casino, a monument to Crocodile's years of toil, collapsed into the abyss of sand. Baiyu, grinning with a bloodthirsty demeanor, remarked, absorbing moisture, is it? Alas, it seems this alone is insufficient. This was a peculiar application of the sand fruit, derived from the desiccating properties of sand. With this maneuver, Crocodile's abilities approached the brink of awakening. Yet, the chasm between potential and true awakening remained vast. As Nico Robin and her companions beheld the scene, they had no time for contemplation and swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, the yellow sands, under Crocodile's command, surged forth like crashing waves, heading towards Baiyu. With a thunderous roar, the endless sands collided with Baiyu's form. Confronted with the erasing properties of the dark moon, Crocodile quickly devised a countermeasure. Recognizing that the yellow sands generated by his fruit ability could not inflict harm, he resorted to assimilation, employing the genuinely existent sands of nature to engulf Baiyu. Observing the relentless onslaught of sands crashing toward Baiyu, Crocodile's exhilaration reached a zenith. He extended his left hand again, fingers tightening into a fierce grip. "You shall be crushed by the sands," he declared. Suddenly, amidst the tumultuous sands, a beam of purple light shot forth, piercing through the rapidly compressing sands. In the next moment, an overwhelming spiritual pressure erupted, breaking through the endless sands. The swirling dust retreated as thousands of purple light fragments danced in the air. Crocodile's pupils constricted in surprise, leaving him no time to ponder as he commanded the yellow sands to roll back, striking out with renewed force. Desert Diamond Blade. A colossal blade of sand tore through the earth in an instant. However, as it made contact with the swirling sands, a figure, imbued with endless golden light and murderous intent, charged forth defiantly, colliding with the Desert Diamond Blade in a thunderous clash. This reckless act sent shockwaves through all onlookers, Crocodile included. With a resounding boom, the Desert Diamond Blade shattered, and a massive shockwave erupted. Baiyu's bloodthirsty battle intent magnified in Crocodile's eyes. Concurrently, the thousands of scattered fragments swiftly converged into Baiyu's hands, the purple aura entwining around the blade. Ultimately, it transformed into a colossal, insatiable sword, extending dozens of meters in length, poised to strike mercilessly at Crocodile. "No!" Crocodile bellowed in desperation, swiftly raising his right hand with a golden hook to block the impending onslaught of yellow sands. A flash of purple light streaked past. The violent impact tore apart everything within thousands of meters behind Crocodile in an instant. The explosive winds surged outward, sweeping across a vast area. The rising clouds of dust obscured the sky, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Nico Robin and her companions, hiding at a distance, turned pale as they witnessed the horrifying gash extending thousands of meters away. It sent shivers down their spines, their faces etched with disbelief. Yet, at that moment, they yearned to discern the condition of Crocodile at the center of the explosion. With a splatter, crimson blood erupted from Crocodile's right shoulder. The golden hook was entirely obliterated, leaving behind a gruesome, perfectly formed gash. Crocodile's usually arrogant, pallid visage was now replaced by confusion and terror. Upon casting a glance at Baiyu, Zhang could not help but expel a mouthful of blood, his body succumbing to weakness as he collapsed onto the ground. A resounding thud echoed as dust swirled around him. The earth stained crimson with his lifeblood. The relentless barrage of injuries and the emotional toll had undoubtedly pushed Crocodile's body to its limits. At this moment, Crocodile found himself utterly drained, incapable of mustering the strength to strike back, left to watch helplessly as a figure merely 10 meters away bore an incredulous expression. He had once believed he could contend with the three admirals, yet now, faced with the fourth admiral, a mere child on the verge of adulthood, he found himself defeated in mere minutes. Had the era truly forsaken him? Was he so feeble that his opponent was nearly lulled to sleep? Chapter 92. He returned with the 7 warlords. Crocodile, you remain woefully inadequate. Even if I divulge your weaknesses, you cannot evoke the exhilaration of battle within me. Baiyu wearily sheathed the cursed blade, Murakumo. As a fellow user of a Logia-type devil fruit, the Sand Crocodile is still vastly inferior compared to the 3 admirals. At the very least, the admirals possess the formidable haki of armament, which elevates combat to a frenzied and unrestrained slaughter. Individuals like Crocodile and Enel, who solely focus on harnessing their devil fruit abilities while neglecting the mastery of haki, exhibit glaring deficiencies. Moreover, when it comes to the development of Logia-type abilities, Crocodile may indeed fall short even against Enel. Thus, this confrontation feels utterly bland, yet regrettable to abandon. You insolent brat, you dare to call me weak? I am an acknowledged warlord of the sea by the world government. How dare you lay a hand on me? I shall see how you account for this. Crocodile roared in a desperate struggle, his singular desire now being to find an opportunity to escape. Lord Crocodile, I am here to assist you. Dust/speed. Daz Bonus suddenly materialized behind Baiyu, his fingers having already transformed into razor-sharp blades through the power of the //fruit. This was his most potent attack, a guaranteed lethal strike. Eager to ascertain the extent of the gap between himself and the fourth admiral. Dasbonus prepared to unleash his assault. Apologies, but our king is not a mere shrimp to be trifled with. One sword style, dead lion song. Bang! Zoro's silhouette flickered past. Dasbonus, mid-attack, found himself momentarily suspended in midair. The next instant, a horrific gash erupted from his chest, a sight to behold. Bang! Blood gushed forth like fireworks. As Zoro landed, Dasbonus stood frozen in place, his expression one of utter disbelief as he gazed at Zoro. He was a superhuman type, capable of utilizing the powers of the //fruit to conjure an ironclad defense. He had anticipated enduring a few rounds against the fourth admiral, but never expected even his subordinate could breach his defenses in a single blow. "Why you are Roronoa, Zoro?" Dasbonus stammered, recognizing the green-haired figure, his face a canvas of incredulity. As one of the most renowned bounty hunters of the seas, Dasbonus, endowed with superhuman-type abilities, had once looked down upon all others. Yet this outcome unveiled an insurmountable disparity. Could it be true, as that brat suggested, that the era has cast them aside? Regrettably, before Zoro could respond, Dasbonus collapsed to the ground. "Well, time is of the essence, Crocodile. How I report to headquarters is my concern. You should take a moment to rest." Baiyu took a swig of liquor, channeling his energy through his sword. In an instant, the blade sheath at his waist shot forth, descending violently towards Crocodile's head. No. Crocodile abruptly awoke, having believed that his most valued subordinate, Dasbonus, would procure him a moment's respite. However, it now appeared that all efforts were in vain. Not only had he been swiftly dispatched by his adversary, but even his premier ace among his subordinates had met the same fate. Regrettably, no matter how fervently Crocodile struggled, his efforts were futile beneath the blade. He coughed up blood and fell into a complete unconsciousness. Yet, as he beheld Crocodile's formidable physique, Baiyu felt a twinge of regret. He could only hoist him up and depart. As for the others, Baiyu was disinclined to intervene. He had come to Alabasta solely in search of a worthy opponent to engage in battle. Alas, witnessing Crocodile, akin to a lifeless dog in his grasp, made this endeavor feel utterly futile. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Sand Crocodile. Crocodile. Reward, 2 unlock value. Current unlock value, 37. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 system points. 1,000 system points? Baiyu raised an eyebrow, concluding that Crocodile's misfortune stemmed from his choice to seek vengeance against the Pirate King after his defeat by Whitebeard, rather than honing his own skills. Had he possessed the dual-color haki, this battle would have unfolded entirely differently. It seemed Crocodile still held a certain level of esteem in the eyes of the system. "King Cobra, have you truly reached a transactional agreement with Baiyu?" Outside in the rain, Cobra had already reunited with Vivi. Upon hearing Bayu's fervent battle strategy, he promptly contacted the Navy headquarters. As one of the founding elders of the world government, Cobra still possessed such authority. "Admiral Sengoku, I have just learned that Vivi and Admiral Baiyu have established such an arrangement. However, rest assured, I shall immediately proceed to the rain-soaked ground to persuade Admiral Baiyu to cease his aggression against Crocodile. I will ensure that no harm befalls him," Cobra hastily explained. In his eyes, Bayu's ascension to the rank of admiral at such a young age marked him as a promising talent nurtured by the Navy. Due to the turmoil caused by the Golden Age and internal strife, the relationship between Alabasta and the world government, as well as the Navy, had soured significantly. If another blunder were to occur at this critical juncture, resulting in injury to the Navy's fourth admiral, Cobra believed he would bear an unbearable weight of responsibility. "No, my concern does not lie with that fellow Baiyu. You mentioned that this incident has persisted for a considerable time. I am actually worried about Crocodile." The voice of Sengoku resonated urgently through the transponder snail. Cobra and the others were left bewildered. Initially, Sengoku's display of anxiety led them to assume that he was solely preoccupied with the well-being of the young admiral. Now, the esteemed fleet admiral of the Navy was instead expressing worry for a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Was this not exceedingly absurd? "Father, please look quickly. It seems someone is approaching," Vivi suddenly exclaimed, capturing the attention of everyone present. However, as they discerned the figures approaching slowly, their pupils constricted in shock, followed by a chorus of gasps. Sengoku, what on earth has transpired? Please, tell me swiftly. Sengoku urged anxiously. It is the warlord of the sea. Crocodile. He is being brought back. The announcement, echoing like thunder on the other end of the transponder snail, left Sengoku and the others gathered in the conference hall momentarily stunned. Had they truly underestimated the situation, resulting in the capture of a warlord of the sea? Such a scenario was utterly terrifying. Chapter 93. The iron rice bowl is shattered within the Grand Assembly Hall of the Navy headquarters. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. In the wake of this unexpected calamity, the faces of the 3 admirals and the numerous vice admirals present reflected a spectrum of emotions. The 7 warlords of the sea were a coalition formed by the world government specifically to counter the threat of piracy, employing pirates to combat pirates. Now, with Baiyu embarking on his maiden voyage and effectively dismantling the 7 warlords, the question arose, how could they justify this to the world government? Admiral Sengoku rubbed his temples in frustration, casting a glance at Carp, who was leisurely munching on senbei. Infuriated, he exclaimed, Carp, how can you still find the time to eat at a moment like this? You've once again stirred up trouble. What do you propose we do now? As an old comrade, Sengoku was well acquainted with Carp's knack for causing chaos. Yet, the disparity between Carp's antics and Baiyu's actions was glaringly evident. Calm down, Sengoku. Didn't T-Crocodile already rob the sky of gold? Furthermore, didn't T-Cobra assert that the sand crocodile was the principal cause of the turmoil in Alabasta? Since the deed is done, let us consolidate these accusations and present them as a unified front, Carp replied nonchalantly, continuing to snack on his senbei. With such irrefutable evidence, the Gorosei would have no choice but to acknowledge it. At worst, we can always find a scapegoat afterward. Carp's cavalier remarks echoed through the assembly hall, leaving everyone, including Sengoku, momentarily bewildered. The normally unreliable Carp was now presenting a surprisingly coherent analysis to deflect blame onto his grandson. After staring at Carp for a prolonged moment, Sengoku snatched the senbei from Carp's hands, devouring them in one gulp. You scoundrel! I truly suspect you've always orchestrated mischief just to have me cover for you. And now, for your grandson, you've finally come to your senses. However, the implications of the 7 warlord situation are far too significant to leave the Gorosei utterly speechless. We must expedite the dissemination of information regarding the events in Alabasta. The only silver lining in this predicament was that Crocodile had fallen to Baiyu, which could be viewed as a different kind of honor for our Navy headquarters. Sengoku, you truly are the most cunning of us all. I knew you could handle this matter. Bah, you shut your mouth. I'm merely cleaning up after your grandson. Don't call me cunning. I have no sister, get lost. As Sengoku's orders reverberated throughout the hall, news of the events in Alabasta spread rapidly across the seas. Within just one day, under the reports of the infamous Morgans, everything that transpired in Alabasta had made the front page. Meanwhile, on Fishman Island, a crucial nexus for pirates traversing the Grand Line, it served as an essential platform for voyages between the 2 segments of this vast sea. Aside from the Justice Gate established on the Red Line, which connected the 2 regions, this was the sole route and resupply point for pirates venturing into the New World or returning to the first half of the Grand Line. It is precisely for this reason that numerous pirates choose to venture to Fishman Island. Firstly, it offers the opportunity to repair their ship's coatings, preventing the unfortunate rupture that could lead to being crushed by the immense pressure of the ocean depths. Secondly, it is a chance to glimpse the fabled mermaids, with the hope of capturing one. Should a pirate successfully seize a mermaid from Fishman Island and transport her to Sabaody Archipelago for sale, the reward could amount to millions of berries, sufficient to exchange for a low-grade devil fruit in the black market. For the majority, this represents a stepping stone towards becoming formidable warriors, prompting many pirates to take desperate risks. However, today, as one gazes upon the colossal pirate ship, akin to a whale, docked at the entrance of Fishman Island, all factions appear unusually subdued and fearful. This vessel belongs to the Whitebeard pirates, the protectors of Fishman Island. Since Whitebeard declared this territory as his own, it has undoubtedly instilled fear in many pirates and traffickers. His personal arrival at Fishman Island amplifies this intimidation. leaving various factions anxious about whether he intends to settle scores with those harboring ulterior motives. Old man, I never anticipated you would venture to the first half of the Grand Line. On the deck, a robust fishman with pale blue skin sat cross-legged, sharing drinks with Whitebeard. This scene astonished the surrounding fishmen and various factions alike. However, upon recognizing Jinbei's visage, many gasped in astonishment. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, revered among fishmen as one of the strongest, a captain of the Sun Pirates. Haha, I too was feeling rather bored. So I decided to head to the first half of the Grand Line to seek out an intriguing young fellow. He seems to be the captain of the Spade Pirates, possessing the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi, Whitebeard remarked as he tilted his head back to drink. This young man has been at sea for just over a month, yet the Navy has placed a bounty of 120 million berries on him. If this trend continues, the corrupt world government will undoubtedly attempt to recruit him as one of the 7 warlords. Rather than allowing a promising talent to fall into enemy hands, it is preferable for him to be under my command. The Spade Pirates? Jinbei paused in surprise. Old man, are you referring to Port Gastiace? I've heard of him. His strength is commendable, and his bounty is soaring. It's quite possible that the world government will indeed set their sights on him. My desire for the position of warlord stems from its stability. The world government provides certain advantages that alleviate the plight of both humans and fishmen. Moreover, once one becomes a warlord, they can traverse the seas without fear, which should be immensely appealing to a newcomer like Ace. Jinbei understood the implications of the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea. Yet, as he stated, it is a stable position, allowing them to engage in piracy openly while evading the Navy's pursuit. For many, this is indeed an enticing prospect. Indeed, Jinbei, you speak the truth. The 7 warlords of the sea truly represent a formidable and secure position. Just look at the Empress and the Night Fiend, who brazenly assumed the roles of pirate kings. Such audacity is beyond our imagination. Marco chuckled softly and remarked, as long as the 4 emperors continue to pose a threat upon the seas, I believe that regardless of the 7 warlords' transgressions, the Navy headquarters would never dare to confront them. The captains present silently nodded in agreement, and even Whitebeard displayed a hint of a bemused smile. The world government's strategy of employing pirates against pirates underscores the extent to which pirate power has grown, now posing a significant threat to the world government itself. Otherwise, the 5 elders would not resort to such tactics. For them, the state of affairs at sea appears to be evolving positively. However, just as this notion began to take root in their minds, the urgent arrival of Jozu, clutching a newspaper with an enormous headline, left their expressions frozen, a sensation akin to a secure position being shattered. Chapter 94, The Catalyst of the Sea Father. A significant event has transpired in the Kingdom of Alabasta. The notorious Shichibukai, Crocodile, has been severely injured and captured by the Navy's 4th Admiral, the war demon Baiyu, under the charges of attempting to seize the celestial gold and plotting a coup. This news has swiftly spread across the seas, shattering the long-held notion of the Shichibukai's invulnerability. Diamond Jozu hastily handed over a fresh newspaper, its headlines bold and striking. Both Whitebeard and Jinbei could not help but alter their expressions upon seeing the front page. Just moments ago, they had been extolling the unique privileges granted to the Shichibukai by the world government, which allowed them to act without restraint. Little did they anticipate that a newcomer from the Navy would be the one to ultimately bring them down. The young boy playing in the sand has been gravely injured? Whitebeard cast a glance at the accompanying photograph, particularly noting Baiyu, who held Crocodile aloft as if he were a lifeless dog. His expression darkened. He had initially presumed the sudden announcement of the 4th Admiral was merely a publicity stunt, yet it appeared that the individual possessed genuine skill. This boy, who had dared to challenge me over a decade ago and had lost a hand in the process, now found himself in a position where he too might lose an arm. It remains uncertain whether this assault on the Shichibukai was sanctioned by the world government, led by the 5 elders, or if it was merely the initiative of the Navy headquarters. If it were solely the 4th Admiral's personal endeavor, the ensuing developments could prove complex. Jinbei, you must exercise caution. As the foremost of the Yonko, Whitebeard has always been the target of many who covet his position. recognized as the closest to the pirate king within these waters. This allure draws numerous challengers, including a young crocodile, who had once set his sights on Whitebeard. However, after their confrontation, not only was he defeated, but he also lost his right hand, a loss that has haunted Crocodile ever since, prompting him to seek out the so-called Underworld King in Alabasta. Now, with the Underworld King elusive, he has narrowly escaped with his life. "Do not worry, father. I shall remain vigilant," Jinbei replied gravely. "Unlike Crocodile, my role as a Shichibukai is to safeguard Fishman Island. The Navy and the world government lack justification to act against me. Nevertheless, we must expedite our search for Port Gas d'Ace, as the emergence of the Fourth Admiral has significantly altered the dynamics of these seas." A palpable gloom settled over Whitebeard and the others. Jinbei's words resonated with an undeniable truth. The death of the Golden Lion, the arrival of the Fourth Admiral, and the dismantling of the Shichibukai's privileges all signify that the once stagnant sea is now beginning to stir. The Fourth Admiral has undeniably become a catalyst for change. Simultaneously, the news of Crocodile's severe injuries echoed throughout the vast ocean. In the New World, within the castle of Dressrosa da Flamingo, adorned in a flamboyant ensemble of flamingo feathers, lounged with a leg crossed over the other, perusing a newspaper with a sardonic grin. "Young master, it is quite unexpected that Crocodile, after rejecting your proposal for collaboration, has scurried off to the kingdom of Alabasta, scheming his own plans," Toripole remarked, sniffling slightly. "However, it seems that this Fourth Admiral operates without any semblance of logic. Should we be wary? After all what?" Doflamingo chuckled ominously. "Could it be that you believe Crocodile could rival us? The Don Quixote family merely seeks to reclaim what is rightfully mine, and moreover, Crocodile's ambitions are rather petty. In comparison to him, I wield not only the secrets of the celestial dragons, but also the looming threat of an alliance with Kaido of the Beast Pirates. I am curious to see if that little brat would dare confront me." "Haha, the young master speaks true. We, the Don Quixote family, are the undisputed sovereigns of the underworld." Diamante laughed heartily. "Once we are untethered, chaos will undoubtedly ensue, unless the Navy headquarters truly fears the madness of the Beast Pirates. Who would dare to challenge us?" Among the 7 warlords, each possessed their own domain of influence. Doflamingo, without a doubt, was the most adept at wielding his power. Not only did he hold the secrets of the celestial dragons, but he was also skilled in scientific endeavors, having engineered artificial devil fruits and manipulated Kaido like a puppet. This undeniably positioned Doflamingo as the most audacious figure among the 7 warlords. "Well, it is growing late. I just received intelligence from Virgo. This incident was instigated solely by the Fourth Admiral and Sengoku to avert the wrath of the world government. Has preemptively revealed the matter to execute a form of damage control," Doflamingo remarked, closing his newspaper with a contemplative smile. "Yet, those 5 elders are no ordinary individuals. Such tactics of preemptive strikes will hardly earn their trust. I fear they will soon take action against the Fourth Admiral. Let us sit back and observe the unfolding drama." 3 days later, at the Navy headquarters dock, Smoker leaned against the ship's bow, gazing at the billowing flag, lost in thought while savoring a cigar. Beside him stood Tashiji, who had just been officially assigned as his new lieutenant. "Smoker, here is your appointment," she stated, holding a document. "You have been transferred back from Logtown to the headquarters as a colonel. I hope you will continue to strive for the sake of the organization." A woman clad in a red-striped suit, her shoulder-length pink hair cascading elegantly, donned sunglasses and held a cigarette as she read from the document. Observing Smoker's distracted demeanor, she frowned and exclaimed, "Smoker, at least acknowledge her. Tina is quite upset. Even if you disregard discipline, you ought to set a proper example for the new lieutenant, right? Being reassigned to the headquarters means you have the opportunity to mentor a prodigy in swordsmanship with Haki. Tina is truly envious." Tina, Isuka, and Smoker were all contemporaries, distinguished among their peers. For a long time, Tina and Smoker have overshadowed Isuka due to their fruit abilities. Now, not only has Smoker mastered the advanced Haki, but even Isuka, who has always been beneath them, has acquired it as well. This situation leaves Tina feeling somewhat constrained. Tina interjected, "You must be mistaken. My awakening of the advanced Haki is entirely due to Rear Admiral Bayu's influence. Compared to Rear Admiral Bayu, I am hardly a prodigy in swordsmanship." Dasky adjusted her glasses and hurriedly clarified. Smoker, regaining his composure, glanced at Dasky and said, "Tina, I assure you that I adhere to the rules. And I have complete faith in my lieutenant, who would never breach protocol. Since Teacher Zephyr has assigned her to me, I believe she will faithfully follow my side. However, have you noticed that there seem to be significantly more people at the dock?"